I usually do not even dare to step on ants, but in one night slaughtered 100,000 head of cattle, just when everyone thought I would take the meat to sell the money to run away. But I chose to rot the meat directly in the home warehouse. The village people called me a crazy, said that my parents had just died. I lost all the family assets. Even my first girlfriend thought I was to make up for the dowry. And then I told me to give up. Even if I slaughtered all the cattle and the family could not come up with 50 million. And she had already got a second-generation rich guy. And she has long been on a rich second generation. And I listened to these words, just coldly turned his head to let them quickly get out. Because I know that there will be a day of the end of the world will come. And I will become a zombie. These flesh and blood will become the best evolutionary resources. Walked to those raw meat and a can of blood before. I waved my hand and received the storage space. And just at this moment a few punks from a car out. If the ordinary people see them will behead. If an ordinary person saw them, they would have a headache. But the corners of my mouth rose. Isn't this the boy who delivers money? Boss Lin. How are you? The person with the big gold chain in the front, surrounded by a few black-clothed people, came over. He is a famous developer in Jiangbei City. Wanted to buy this piece of land in my family's farm to build a building. But because of the price is too low, never negotiated. So they brought a group of hitmen. Little brother, talk to me for the last time. Lin, old brother, you should know my intention. This piece of land you in the end to sell or not to sell. The big gold chain directly opened the door to the mountain. The attitude is also quite polite. Intends to be polite first, but also to be polite first. The first time to be polite. The first time to be polite. Polite. Intends to be polite first, but I suddenly nodded. Consider it. According to the price you previously out of the sale to you. The big gold chain heard a sudden stunned. Apparently did not expect me to agree. Even the back of the punks also looked at each other. The boss did not say that I am a hard goods? Really agreed. The big gold chain incredibly then reconfirmed. I nodded. Yes. Do not because of my acres of land delayed Zhao to make a lot of money. The big gold chain immediately overjoyed. Immediately greeted his men, took out the contract for me to sign. For fear that I will be the next second to back out of it. Lin, old man brother. How you suddenly figured it out? Ah, because I'm short of money. Lack of money? The big gold chain's eyes rolled around, thinking that this reason was reasonable. And then he thought of a lucrative business opportunity. Lin, are you still short of money? Maybe Zhao can help you. I signed a stroke of the pen. Look at the big gold chain full of flesh. Suddenly feel the other party extraordinarily handsome. The end will soon come. He not only buy farms, but also to lend money to their own. It is simply an angel of the earth. Mr. Zhao, you want to be able to help me is really great, and will certainly be rich. Ha ha ha. The big gold chain cannot help but open the mouth to laugh. This kind of put out the feeling of philanthropist, is also the first time he felt. To help you have no problem, but let's say good. I'm a little bit high interest and have to have a collateral things. You also know what Zhao I am doing. No problem. I also have a supermarket, 2 sets of real estate. For my family background of the big gold chain has long been understood. According to the market valuation of at least 1.5 million or more. So he did not have to consider it. Then told me. Lin, old brother. So he didn't have to think about it. He told me. How about I lend you $100 million for these mortgages? Lin, okay. I promised to be very dry. The big gold chain is also secretly happy. So the two of you, I would like to press the handprints. Looking at the big gold chain left a treacherous expression. I cannot help but some want to laugh. I do not know what he will have after the end of what he thought. Originally because of the limited funds to buy supplies I was convergence to buy. But now holding more than $100 million. A few hours I'll be around the raw meat suppliers to buy out of the goods. All kinds of daily necessities are also a car and a car. A variety of daily necessities is also a car and a car to the home. Which also specializes in custom composite bows and arrows, crossbows and other cold weapons. In the pre-apocalyptic period of the lethality of these weapons is still extremely considerable. Although I will turn into a zombie, but as a zombie with a sense of rationality. With a bit of weaponry is very reasonable. Right. After all of this I am quietly sitting at home in the supermarket. And there is still an hour of doomsday will come. I've already done a good job not to be a human being. Preparation. At this time outside the window of the street is still busy. There are a lot of off-duty people rush to catch the car. Just when I enjoy the last peace and quiet, the original closed door was suddenly kicked open, and then walked into the 3 gangsters. Lin, boss, I'm hungry. Give me some food, chant. The leader of the youth dyed yellow hair is the street punks. Business merchants are afraid of this kind of people. 3 days to mess with the business. So most businesses will tolerate a little something to send them away. I do not lift my eyes. The supermarket is closed, no food. FK? Punks looked at the empty shelves dumbfounded. Obviously the business is quite good, how to quit it? Remember a few days ago there was a frenzy of goods to come. Big brother. How do we do this? Yellow-haired young man thought about it. Eyes measured me. Boss Lin. Although the supermarket is not dry, you cannot see brothers starving. Borrow some money. We go to eat a meal. I enjoy the last tranquility. Do not want to let a few scoundrels affect the mood. So casually threw out a bunch of $100 bills. There are thousands of dollars. For the soon-to-be zombie me, the money and the waste paper is no difference. Damn. The yellow hair eyes straight. Did not expect the other side so generous. Searching for me, this is afraid of themselves. Not bad. You kid is very cognizant of the lift. Next to the little brother is also very excited. But also yellow hair brother. Is face. Brothers, let's go. Yellow hair waved his hand proudly, but then suddenly felt a little itchy throat, so a mouthful of phlegm spit on the ground. Wait a minute. I suddenly raised my head and called them to stop. I hate dirty things. Yellow hair smelled strange, turned his head to look. What's wrong? There is something else? The ground is dirty. He walked towards me step by step. Put. Yellow hair couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard it. Didn't you just spit? What else can you do? The black-clothed little brother, a face of disdain. Thought just now you money are obedient to give. Now spit, how else? But just at this time I waved my hand between a flash of cold. A blade directly into the neck of the yellow hair. The yellow hair body fell to the ground with a thud. He died. Also did not want to understand why I will suddenly rise up to kill themselves. Next to the two little brother was also a sudden scene of shock. Stupid. Two people proud of the yellow hair brother actually killed. They are, which have seen this kind of scene, hastily turned their heads to look at me, and found that my expression was full of indifference. For the zombie experience of me, this kind of scene in front of me is simply child's play. Pouncing. The two little brothers kneeled down as soon as their legs went soft. Duh. Big brother, don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. The corner of my mouth slightly curved to reveal a smile. You guys go. I won't kill you. Good. Thank you, big brother. The two of them quickly turned around and ran outside. Before we could run to the door, an arrow easily poured into the back of its head. What? The other person watched his companion fall, and hurriedly turned his head to look, and realized that the crossbow and arrow in my hand had already been aimed at himself. The punk was horrified to the extreme. Didn't he say that he wouldn't kill himself? Big brother. Punk words have not finished. An arrow through his brain. Finally the empty supermarket and back to quiet. The power of the crossbow is not bad. I surveyed the ground corpses, analyzed, and then casually waved his hand. Will be the 3 corpses into the storage space, because for me these can be supplies. Finally to come. Back to the residence after I looked at the wall clock. 3, 2, 1. With a thunderclap, the original bright sky become a red. The street pedestrians see this scene is not panic, but the next moment screams continue to resound in the streets. Full of eyes are chaotic. The last second is still in the sweet shopping couples, which the girls suddenly grimace towards the next boyfriend bite. At this time in front of the window of the same I fainted in front of the blackout past, and so I woke up again, has been turned into a zombie. Roar! I opened my mouth but could only make a hoarse sound. Really still this way? I muttered in my heart. Not only this, many functions of the body are zombies, including the lower body. Invincible kryptonite version of the dragon have no reaction. It is estimated that to slowly evolve in order to recover it. According to the classification of the past life, I am now only the lowest level of the D-level zombie. Limbs are very stiff. Slow movement. I am now a zombie, and I have a lot of time to work. Stiff. Slow action. My current speed is not as fast as an ordinary person, but the teeth are very hard, can easily tear flesh and blood. I tried to take out an apple bite, the original sweet apple. At the moment in the mouth is chewing wax. It's really hard to eat. After eating, I didn't have any feeling of satiety. Instead, my hunger became more and more intense, so I took out a piece of fresh beef from the storage space, and then cut it into a piece of regular meat particles, and finally used a fork to pick up a slowly put in my mouth. I'm an elegant zombie. I easily bite the meat. The original fishy smell of the meat has become very delicious. It smells really good. There has always been a sufficient amount of blood in flesh-fed zombies. The growth rate is very horrible, and I felt very happy. After I ate some meat, I felt my hands and feet were much more flexible. My strength also increased. The steel knife and fork in my hand could be easily bent with a little force from my 2 fingers. It was probably a promotion. I guess I was already a Class C zombie. I analyzed. But this level of zombie digests a limited amount of meat. so I ate 2 cows to have a sense of satiety. I lie on the windowsill, picked up a cup of red liquid and took a small sip. The scene outside is a mess. There are countless zombies running in search of prey. There are also groups of 3 to 5 kneeling on the ground to fight for human corpses. At this moment, my cell phone rings. Pick up a look as the girlfriend Sushan sent a text message. Husband, are you okay? There are zombies everywhere. I am so scared and worried about you. Are you still alive? I'm still alive. I smiled back. Sushan realized that I'm still alive. Quickly continued. I'm trapped in the dormitory without much to eat. You have a lot of supplies in the supermarket. Can you bring some over to me? Okay. You first hold on. I'll go after a while. My mouth corners curled up. The last life. I turned into a zombie received Sushan distress message. I rely on the identity of the zombie through the horror of the market to send food to Sushan. The results of the dormitory to take a look at. She and the 3 boys together. And found that I was a zombie directly after I was beaten to death by the stick. At that time, I desperately want to explain what, but my mouth can only emit a low roar of helplessness. And now the rebirth. Now reborn. I certainly want to give us a show of attitude. Bring some small surprise. We are their own stock of living supplies. But now I'm not in a hurry to get. The end of the world has just descended. The outside is filled with all kinds of unknown dangers. Do not wait until strong enough to I will not go out. And just at this moment in front of the door suddenly came a burst of low roar. A girl's mouth issued a sound. The extreme hunger of the female zombie looks very violent. But at this time her pair of pupils. She was very angry. But she was very angry. However, at this moment, her pupils are with a little bit of fear. I recognized this girl as living downstairs neighbor. Was a high jumper in his lifetime. Due to long-term training, the girl even if she becomes a zombie is not stiff and numb. The speed is the same as an ordinary person. And this is still the case without eating blood. I think her qualifications are good. If cultivated, there is definitely a potential for agility-type zombie king. He's the one. I'll take him. I waved my hand and threw out a bag of frozen steak. The female zombie was immediately attracted by the flesh and blood. Kneeling down to the ground a mouthful of swallowed. After eating the steak female zombie does not seem to feel addicted to a pair of eyes looked at me. In addition to fear, more than a few points of longing and respect. Follow me in order to have meat to eat. I yell lowly to her to pass the signals. Similar to a kind of brainwave communication. Zombie king control of the little brother is to use this method. The female zombie also read and understand my meaning. Mouth issued a ho-ho-ho sound slowly. The female zombie also read and understand my meaning. Meaning. The mouth issued a huh sound slowly lowered his head. So I received the first little brother. I took the female zombie wandering in the building. Not long. And found 2 good qualifications of the zombie. One of them was a fitness instructor before life. Physical fitness is the model of the strength of the zombie, and the other does not have any physical advantages. Before life is a doctor of the school. The reason why I received him is that I think I have a flicker of wisdom in the eyes light. The next few days I stayed in my room and didn't go out. And during this time I consumed a lot of flesh and blood. At least 10 cows were eaten. My body is evolving at a rapid pace. My body is getting stronger and stronger. Human conventional weapons can't hurt me anymore. My brain is itching as if it's going to grow something. I shook my neck with a tall glass. This is a precursor to my promotion from Class C to Class B. Once I reach Class B, a crystal nucleus will condense in the zombie skull. Once I reach level B, a crystal core will be condensed in the head of the zombie. Not only the overall strength will be greatly increased, and will also awaken a kind of ability. The ability of each zombie is not the same. There are some basic, for example, fast self-healing super infected, and there are some extremely weird, for example, hallucinating into the dream, mind control, etc. I don't know what ability I will be awakened, because there is not enough flesh and blood to support the past life, and I have not yet evolved to the level of being killed. Now I put up a tall glass and shake my neck. Having said that, nowadays I picked up a tall glass and took a sip. My posture was very elegant. Clunk clunk clunk. A knock on the door interrupted my leisure. Opened the door. A fat man with a few juniors roaring outside the door. I heard the sound is not in a hurry. Slowly wash your hands. I know you're inside. And then do not open the door. We can smash the door. The fat man raised the fire axe is going to split down. But at this point in time only to listen to the snap. The front door actually opened. Into the eyes of a handsome to the extreme of the young man. The fat man 3 people straightened their eyes. The end of the day began to we have not seen such a clean people. You are the boss of the supermarket. The fat man opened the questioning. It turned out that the 3 groups out to look for food. previously rushed into my supermarket, but found that the shelves are all empty. So in a little brother under the guidance of the search for my home, the end of the world, everyone is forced to the end of the road. The friendly mutual help is still reasonable. But look at their silence, I did not say. The fat man saw the mood of the several people on the impatient up. Don't play dumb. I know you have a lot of supplies. Now take it out and we let you off the hook. Right. You still tied the scarf as planning to eat it. You fucking poor speaker. A few people aggressive. So I had to slowly open the mouth. But the throat only issued a hollow roar. 3 people were stunned at once. Damn. A zombie? They did not think that this person is so clean. But it is a zombie. Afraid to become a zombie or not. Directly killed on the line. The fat man gripped the fire axe. In his eyes, to solve a zombie than to take out a person is much easier. The remaining 2 nodded their heads and looked to do it. But the hallway, and then there was a burst of footsteps. Because I just made a sound is exactly the same in the summoning of the 3 juniors. And zombies. The fat man was immediately on the alert. But it is also not much fear. After all the way to kill to this has been very experienced. And according to the footsteps to judge the number of zombies, and not much. As expected. In the hallway only 3 zombie figures. Fat 3 people see this also reveal a confident smile. But wait to take a closer look. The fat man immediately shocked. In front of the zombie even raised the crossbow. Shit. Fatty completely dumbfounded. How he did not expect the zombies will use weapons. They just realized that these zombies did not come up directly to pounce on the bite. But a well-trained look. Fuck. The zombies even used the crossbow aiming at their own. There is no heavenly reason? This scene once again subverted the 3 people's cognition. Brother Wang. What to do now? Even Dong Zi, who was fierce just now, has no idea at this time. Fatty's eyebrows wrinkled up. No way. Now we can only bet that their crossbows and arrows cannot be shot. Good. Then we will fight with them. Dongzi promised. And at this time then look at me. Only to see me open my mouth and let out a low roar. Whoosh. Dr. Zombie's crossbow is very accurate. Directly pierced through the door of Dongzi's head. Damn. Fatty's eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he had lost his bet. Whoosh. Whoosh. The other 2 crossbow arrows also soared. The female zombie is also very accurate. The arrow hit another little brother throat. Only the arrow body zombie looks more naive. An arrow into the chest of the fat man. The fat man immediately fell to the ground with a painful voice. I was just about to struggle to stand up, but the fitness zombies roar harshly. Rushed forward to control it, but did not tear it. The fat man clenched his teeth. At this time, finally see the point. These zombies are organized and disciplined, and their king is in front of this clean zombie. But they are not able to understand their own speech. Fat man heart analysis. Forced to endure the pain and said, please spare my life, as long as you let me go, so that I can do anything. And at this time I suddenly stretched out my hand and grabbed its chest crossbow, and then violently out a hand. Pooh why? The blood was into a share of the flow. Fat man once again roared out in pain. At the same time the heart of the fear of the odd zombie. In the end, what do you want to do? And at this time I looked back. I do not know where to take out a plastic straw. Fat man full of confusion, but seems to vaguely guess what I want to do. I do not know how the taste of this human blood, how much energy. I pondered in my heart. After all, I have never drunk fresh human blood. I inserted the straw into the fat man's wound and gently sucked, but soon my eyebrows wrinkled. Ugh! I turned my head and spat the blood out. This guy was too fat. The blood was full of oil. Seeing the scene in front of me, the fat man was even more confused. His own blood was even disliked by the zombies. Was it possible that he could therefore survive? But the next second the fat man's fluke will be broken, only to see a hideous mouth to its neck to come. I gave the order to kill. The 3 little brother hungry has long been impatient. We cannot picky about food. It did not take long for this bloody feast to end. The 3 little brother with blood hanging from the corner of the mouth is not yet finished, but my loyalty is higher than before, and even some of the adoration. At this time, it is already dark outside. The streets are still in a mess, filled with the smell of blood and corruption. But this messy end of the world seems to have nothing to do with me. I live in a cozy nest is very comfortable, but this is not a thing to sit and eat empty. Although there are still a huge amount of flesh and blood in the storage space, there will always be one day will be consumed by the light of day. In the early days of the end of the world, supplies are relatively easy to obtain, and then after some days will be a complete lack of. I feel that I should go out and replenish the supplies. So I picked up my cell phone and opened certain software, and found that Su Shan had already sent a lot of messages. Hubby, how are you doing? Why didn't you pick up my call? Are you okay? I'm really worried about you. Ooh, pick up my phone. I really miss you. Bring some supplies to me. And so on and so forth. There are several other messages. It seems that Sushan is really in a hurry. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and my eyes flashed with a cruel light. It's time to go and collect the debt from this green tea whore who killed herself in her previous life. The next morning I changed into a clean sweatshirt, handsome face without any expression, and then the three little brother issued a signal to go out hunting, and then drove the truck downstairs all the way to the women's dormitory downstairs, a brain on the drive. Three zombie little brother jumped out of the carriage. Fitness zombie, a pair of ferocious pupils, surveyed the surrounding area, and found that the scenery with the previous changes have occurred, but by virtue of my current IQ cannot understand. It is what's going on, so can only tilt his head and let out a monstrous roar. The sound shook the sky and earth. Will be around the women's dormitory glass are shattered. Some survivors heard was immediately frightened. Sushan is hiding in the quilt shivering. Is it possible that Lin Bei was eaten by the zombies? It's possible. I heard a car just now. It must be your boyfriend who disturbed the zombies. A male companion in the same bed said in response. So what now? This Lin Bei can be a real waste. Can't even send some food over. Wait a minute. Next to the boy's ears slightly move, and then copied the hand side of the steel pipe. The corridor seems to have movement. Someone up. Several people heard Shun instantly quiet down, listening to the situation outside. And indeed there are footsteps getting closer and closer, and vaguely came from the zombie low roar. Goo. It seems that your lick the dog boyfriend barged in, a boy said, showing excitement. The last few days of the bedroom food are eaten up. They have been starving, and even in the face of a beautiful woman like Sushan has been no longer. They were already hungry, and even faced with a beautiful woman like Sushan, they were no longer interested. Acting according to the plan, the three boys took steel pipes and hid on both sides of the door. They planned to take control of me when I came in and grabbed the supplies. They never wanted to let me live from the beginning. Knock, 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 knock. Soon outside the door sounded knocking. Through the cat's eye Sushan saw a pale handsome face. It is me. Come in. Sushan quickly opened the door. I walked into the dormitory. Sushan seems to be afraid that I ran as if the door was hurriedly unlocked. And the three boys also raised the murder weapon suddenly scurried out. Where is the food? Where did you hide the food? Quickly hand over. A boy took the lead to open the questioning. I was expressionless and very cold. My eyes to Sushan. Meet my gaze. Sushan is not the slightest sense of guilt. I admit to lie to you. But this time, I do not have to explain anything. You hurry to take the food out of it. And I still staring at her silence. Three boys are waiting for the impatient. You fucking talk Where did you hide the food? The hunger pangs made the three of them grimace. Where's the food? Do not say I killed you. One finally could not help. Swung a steel pipe straight to my face. But I raised my hand bang on the steel pipe hold. The boy's face was shocked, struggling to pull out the steel pipe. But at this time I opened my mouth and even spoke. After a few days of evolution I've regained some language ability, although it is very stiff. But in the throat, still spit out a few words. I'm the one who eats. A few people heard the words immediately scared face or frozen. Damn, he is a zombie. A boy threw away the steel pipe even back, but I casually swing directly into the mouth of the pipe boys. He died on the spot. Sushan and the other two boys face pale. The heart of the fear has reached the extreme. Run! I do not know who roared. The three rushed to open the door, rolled and crawled to the outside, but just turned around the three will feel hit a wall of meat. Look up, but it is a body height of close to 2 meters of muscular zombies. The first time I saw this, it was a muscle walker with a height of nearly 2 meters. Fitness zombie roar ripoff of 2 hands smashed down, instantly solved the 2 boys. Sushan was splashed with a face of blood. The whole person is scared silly. He never thought that yesterday as good as licking dog me. At this moment has become so ruthless. She hastily turned her head on her knees and begged for forgiveness. Lin Bei, you are not the most love me? I am your wife. Don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. Okay I stepped towards her. The face is still indifferent, but I do not know when a dagger appeared directly into Sushan's chest. I want to see your heart. With a hysterical screams resounded through the corridor. A few zombie minions began a bloody feast. Kill these people. My mood is very painful. At this time suddenly thought of the school cafeteria may still have supplies. where there is a freezer specializing in storage of raw meat. I led the 3 juniors out of the dormitory building. I stepped into the cafeteria. The first floor of the hall is very quiet. There are several bodies lying on the ground. They are all zombies that have been shot in the head. I can see that there may still be survivors here. I directly towards the direction of the warehouse, not long before the front of a closed iron door, and in the door came from the inside of a thin whisper. The sound is weak, but with my sharp hearing can be heard. Oh no! It seems like there are zombies coming. What should we do? Don't be afraid, said a girl in fear. I'll protect you. A boy put his arm around him and comforted him, but the girl was still worried. Why don't we just run away? If you two want to go, hurry up and leave. It's a waste of rations to stay here. A middle-aged man dressed as a chef disliked it. Boys frowned, would like to refute a few words, but see the chef holding a steel knife in his hand. He did not dare to say anything else. In this warehouse hiding a total of 4 people. In addition to the chef and the young couple, there is also a girl. Hearing the commotion outside, the girl's face is also full of panic. She looks very pretty. Thin lips pursed. Is my previous supermarket warehouseman Sue Sharo. After being dismissed by me last time, she came to the school cafeteria to continue to work and study. The zombies should not be able to get in. Sue Sharo trembled and said. The chef nodded at the words. The zombies are all very stupid. They are unlikely to open this warehouse door. The crowd heard and felt that it makes sense. The heart will be at ease a lot. But just at this time, clang, along with a tremor, a huge fist print appeared on the solid iron door. Clang. Then the whole door shook non-stop, as if the house would collapse in the next second. The few people inside were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on here? Have the zombies mutated? Quickly, run. A few people were instantly in awe. We've never seen such a tough walker. The chef had a boning steel knife in his hand, but he was the first to reach the freezer in front of him. Come on in. The walker's coming over. Ha ha ha. This is a more creepy laughter sounded in the corridor. The chef fixed his eyes and found that behind the male zombie, a figure rushed over with teeth and claws. And at this time, the boy and the small couple ran in the second place to also arrive in the freezer. But my girlfriend and Sue Sharo ran in the last. Wait for me. My girlfriend anxiously called out. But the boys found that the horror of the female zombie has almost reached behind him. It is too late. Close the door. Boys hard across. Turn around and follow the chef together with the door to push up. Bang. The cold storage door closed. The girl happened to run to the door as crazy as the general desperation to smash the door. Open the door. Quickly open the door. But let her fists raw pain. Inside the slightest sign of not open the door. The girl heart despair. She will never forget just boyfriend hideous shudder look. Obviously in the previous moment also claimed to protect themselves. Scum. However, at this time a gust of wind behind them. The girls looked back and suddenly looked horrified. A female zombie has come to less than 5 meters in front of the distance. Looking at the next second is going to pounce on their own body. She was in a hurry to reach out to her body next to Sue Sharo pushed to the front. Sue Sharo yelped and was pushed to the ground. The female zombie leaped up and rode in on her body, clawed and held his wrists. Dead on the ground. Let Sue Sharo how to struggle to no avail. How to struggle are of no avail. Hee hee hee. Female zombie mouth laughing. Probably because I followed me out to hunt and eat a lot of flesh and blood. So today's mood extraordinarily excited to see people laughing. But this weird laughter is really scary. Sue Sharo has been completely desperate, and now she only seeks to die a painful. So give up struggling. Simply close your eyes and wait for the big mouth to bite down. But the female zombie laughed at the end of the attack was not launched, but instead of the body leaped to the front of the girl body. Girls! At once a scream. Neck pain came. She stared wide-eyed full of despair. How can she not understand why the zombie gave up Sue Sharo directly to attack themselves? At this time Sue Sharo is still lying on the ground, still tightly closed his eyes, but the pain imagined in his mind did not happen. Doubtful, she slowly opened her eyes, then found a slender figure standing in front of his own body. The old boss. Sue Sharo's heart was surprised, has recognized the person as exactly their previous part-time supermarket Lin boss. I inclined my head to measure. Did not kill Sue Sharo's reason, not because of the previous friendship. Just think that this girl hands and feet numb. Work well, and their own precisely lack of a maid to use to clean up and so on. Up. My tone is hard. Sue Sharo at this time found that something is wrong. I seem to have turned into a zombie, and the tall and powerful male zombie is standing beside me. Due to the 2 legs are soft, Sue Sharo support leaning against the wall just barely stood up. Boss. Are you alright? I nodded my head. probably because I killed Sushan today. I was in a very good mood. So I asked, "Are you willing to come back to work?" "I'm willing, of course." Susharo is not stupid. Immediately reacted. This is to give herself a chance to live. So she nodded her head madly like a chicken pecking at rice. After getting the reply, I didn't bother her anymore, and went straight to the door of the cold storage room. "The supplies that I need are in here." The fitness zombie immediately swung his fist against the door. Bang bang bang. Each of his punches seemed to fall with a heavy hammer. The ground trembled. How is this zombie so fierce? Hiding in the cold storage of the boys, nervous to the extreme. And the chef is still a little bottom. Rest assured, this freezer door are made of 5 centimeters steel plate. Even if the trucks cannot be broken. The boys sniffed finally as a sigh of relief. The outside of the fitness zombie is still constantly smashing the door. But a few moments later or no progress. Roar fitness zombie anxious burst of roar. Become exceptionally frenzied. The back of the eye saw the situation and shook his head. Ready to personally strike themselves. But Susharo at this moment. But she walked away. She was not able to see the door. But Susharo walked over at this moment. Her eyes revealed a touch of firmness. For the two people who locked themselves outside. Her heart is equally resentful. "Boss, I have a cold storage key." I raised my eyebrows and thought, this is good. Save a lot of trouble. Worthy of the strongest wage earner. Just into the team on the merits. I ordered the fitness zombie to back off. Personally took the key and walked up. For my behavior. Fitness zombies naturally do not understand. Their own sandbags' big fists cannot be smashed. The boss of that small stick can be smashed open. And at this time the two inside heard outside suddenly quiet. The heart suddenly overjoyed. I said that the zombie cannot smash open it. Estimated to have given up. The chef smugly said. But just after the words fell, outside came the sound of the lock cylinder turning. What? The chef immediately stared wide-eyed. The zombie is actually opening the lock. The boys are equally incredulous. The face of death. Quickly move something to hold the door. The chef shouted in a hurry. Of course. Everything is just futile. When the lock was opened the moment. Fitness zombie fierce force. Clanging will be pushed open the door. Only to see a youthful figure stood at the door wearing a white shirt. Spotless. The chef straight stared. The eyes shocked beyond words. This is a human or a ghost's. The boys are also eyes a glance. Found that there is a girl figure standing in it. It is the Susharo who was previously locked outside. You actually did not die. The boys were stunned. Yes. Very surprised. Right? Susharo pretty face indignation. To these two people are also annoyed. Sharo, please save me. I do not want to be eaten by zombies. I really do not want to die. The chef sniffed a flutter on the ground to beg for forgiveness. The slightest bit of the shutdown of the determined look. However, Susharo just shook his head. You're dead or alive. I said it cannot count. Have to look at my boss how to dispose of it. You heard this chef and turned to my direction. Big brother, I can cook. I can help you cook food. But I looked at the chef, slowly opened his mouth. But there is no need to be so troublesome. Directly open the meal. The chef's eyes stared up, seemed to understand my meaning. Three little brother roared. Straight to a few people pounced over. Followed by the sound of tearing flesh and blood. And I am still immaculate walking in the cold storage. Like a leisurely stroll. Here things are very comprehensive. Beef, lamb, chicken, duck and fish of all kinds. And a lot of stock. I waved my hand between the total income storage space. Almost all of the 2 days before the consumption of all the fill up. I'm more than happy with the harvest. And at this time, 3 zombie little brother. At this moment, the 3 zombie minions are feasting. To say the pain is only Susharo. She is the only normal human on the scene. Seeing the picture of the zombie eating. Only to feel the stomach churning. But I don't care at all. After a few juniors finished eating, they went back to the residence in a puff of smoke. Due to Susharo's joining. The house that was originally cleaned by me became even tidier, and I could not see the traces of the zombies in the slightest. During this period of time I ate a large amount of meat. With the continuous evolution, the amount of meat that can be digested is getting more and more. A conservative estimate is that I have eaten 100 tons of beef alone. I can clearly feel myself getting stronger every day. I can feel myself getting stronger and stronger. As for the strong, to what extent, I myself is not very clear. Until 10 days later I evolved again. In my skull inside a crystal core condensed out. Head itchy. To awaken the ability. I thought of a moment. A field to my center to spread around. This is my awakening ability. Corpse domain. With my current strength, field range is only about 10 meters. At this time inadvertently, I will be aside to wipe the floor of the Sushioro shrouded in it. Sushioro immediately body stiff. The body began to shiver. A strong sense of fear madness, thus showing that the field of human beings have a huge oppressive force. What happened? Sushioro did not know what happened. A sweep of the afterglow found that I was originally sitting on the sofa at this time actually disappeared strangely. Another ability of the corpse domain is stealth, but more than that, only to see me reach out and touch the wall. The palm of my hand actually went through, and then my body went forward. My entire body went through. Another ability of the corpse domain is that it can allow me to ignore the terrain to walk. A good ability to sigh silently. I sighed. A zombie king who can be invisible and can penetrate the wall who can hold up. And I also found a problem. Now those zombies on the street running speed are much faster. It is obvious that the other zombies have also opened the evolutionary frenzy. Become stronger and stronger. I don't know what's the situation on the human side. I sat on the sofa and took out my cell phone and started to collect intelligence. Because living humans can still send out signals. And soon there was an official release that attracted my attention. After testing, some human bodies are evolving. 100 meters can run for 6 seconds. And a fist can punch with a ton of force. According to expert analysis, the root of the power comes from the head that grows from the head. And if someone feels that the head itches, it is very likely to be a precursor to evolution. Sure enough, humans are also starting to change. And the experts say that the head grows to a certain point will also turn into a crystal nucleus. And then humans will awaken their powers. Then another message appeared in the phone. We have sent rescuers. 2 awakened people are about to land in the university city. Please nearby survivors to wait for rescue. Originally I did not care much. But when I heard the name of the 2 rescuers, I could not help but look down carefully. Until I saw clearly the picture of the 2 awakened people. I was shivering. The previous life of the corpse king of the 2 dead, now how to become human awakened people, is wondering. I was wondering. Outside the door suddenly came a rough howling sound. How to also cry on. I came to the door to open a look. A burly figure into the eyes. Gnarled muscles. But all over the body are just healed wounds. It is my number 1 fighter. Fitness zombie. Whoops. Due to the evolution of the cause, Fitness zombie also appeared basic emotions. At this time crying very sad. He cried only conveyed a meaning. There are humans bullying me. The original zombie little brother listening to my instructions to go outside to practice. Originally has learned to use weapons. Fitness zombie. Outside will not encounter any danger. But unexpectedly encountered a group of people to hold a group of hunters. Among them there are also can manipulate the flames of the awakened. I nodded my head and already know. What's going on? The human head himself has not tried it. And at home for half a month should also go out. So I issued a hunting signal to the minions. I came to the messy street, followed by 3 minions. However, behind the 3 minions are thousands of brothers of the zombies. With the strength of the group of zombies, in this horrible post-apocalyptic world, I can also completely walk sideways. The whole army attacked. With my order, the tide of corpses wildly hostile to the group of people hiding in the direction of the prison. And at this time there are more than 100 people in the prison guarded. We are loaded with guns wearing combat uniforms. In a room there is a young man sitting on the sofa. In front of 2 beautifully shaped women is serving me. The youth is the fitness zombies mentioned, the fire system adept. Zhang Xiaoyuan. Before the end of the world came, he was still a 996 overtime worker. But now that he has become an awakened person, he has been invited by an organization that specializes in hunting zombies. And he is fed with good food and drink. Comfortable. Zhang Xiaoyuan could not help but sigh. Because there are not many awakened people who can condense a crystal core at this stage. Zhang Xiaoyuan absorbed a high-level zombie head. And he is definitely considered a strong person in the human camp. And he still has to hunt and kill more zombie kings to keep evolving. In the apocalyptic novels, am I not this protagonist? He pondered in his heart. But just at this moment a person hurriedly ran in. Brother Zhang. The drone we released captured a wave of corpses coming this way. Zhang Xiaoyuan is not afraid but is excited. If it's a wave of corpses, there must be a corpse king to guide them to hunt them down and get their heads. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. Then Zhang Xiaoyuan came to the high wall of the sentry tower, eyes far away, and saw countless zombies on the street running wildly, hissing and roaring. It is quite fierce. And so they enter the attack range on the fire shot. The next person promised, and then heard an order. The fire point on the high wall began to shoot. Bullets such as rain like sprinkle. But I hand under this group of zombies have evolved. Strong body. In a few shots is not a big problem. From the ground to get up and continue to charge forward. not long before the tide of corpses came to under the high wall. Hey, 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 hey. The female zombie mouth-airy smile, stepped on a zombie, leaped up, actually jumped directly to the high wall, waving claws between a guard will be disemboweled. Zhang Xiaoyuan vaguely feel wrong, found that this group of zombies is extraordinary, until a crossbow arrow shot over, will be beside the head of a guard pierced through the skull. Damn! Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyuan realized the problem. This is a group of highly evolved zombies, and will unite and collaborate with not bad intelligence. And Zhang Xiaoyuan also saw the fitness zombies are below the crazy killing. I previously fought with the fitness zombies and beat them away. This group of guys even still hold a grudge. Zhang Xiaoyuan brow tightly locked. Far brother, you look At this time, the guards next to him suddenly exclaimed, because in the midst of the tide of corpses, there was a young man wearing a white shirt. Immaculate. Out of place with the surrounding ugly zombies. Is it a human being or a ghost? Zhang Xiaoyuan was equally surprised. After the end of the world, there were few youths that clean even for humans, and he stood there giving a sense of unreality. Quickly shoot at it. Zhang Xiaoyuan immediately gave an order. The guards next to him immediately turned their guns. Countless bullets poured out, and I stood still and didn't move at all. The bullets that were originally shot at me even went straight through my body, all hitting the ground at the back. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoyuan was shocked. The picture in front of him was too weird. And as the guards on the wall were continuously killed, the firepower was getting weaker and weaker. Quickly retreat! Retreat to the safe house. Zhang Xiaoyuan hurriedly ordered. Originally those guards have long wanted to run. Heard the shout retreat have turned to flee. Zhang Xiaoyuan afterglow sweep but found that the tide of corpses in the I am step by step over. Zhang Xiaoyuan do not dare to stay. And quickly jumped down from the high wall. And now the outer wall has been captured. I do not rush to the building. I do not have the first time to strike, but also want to see the strength of the human awakened. Their own king of the corpses field is very strong, but if the full force of the unfolding of the words can only last 5 minutes, rush to the building, and I will be able to see the strength of the human awakened. I can only last for 5 minutes, and I may not be able to dirty my clothes. After a short encounter, there are less than 40 guards left in the prison, and I have almost no losses, leading the zombie army to drive straight in. And the fitness zombies follow behind me with a childlike smile on their faces. Finally taking revenge. Letting you bully me. Inside the prison, Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others finally let out a long breath after hiding in the safe house. This group of weird zombies make us not help but be a little afraid. Strict discipline will also use weapons. And that white boy. These are all we have never encountered before. Quickly contact the headquarters to support. Zhang Xiaoyuan hurriedly commanded. However, at this time, the fitness zombie smashed a few walls, straight to the front of the safe house, to see the enemy hiding in the shell of the king. My heart is very reluctant. Waved up a huge fist and smashed. The safe house trembled more than, but the alloy walls are too thick. The fitness zombie smashed open. Oh, stupid big man cannot get in. Zhang Xiaoyuan is not the slightest bit of worry. The construction of this safe house is to prevent Power Corpse's king. Fitness zombies, this IQ certainly cannot guide so well-trained zombie tide. The master must be someone else. Must be that clean youth. Feel safe. Zhang Xiaoyuan began to analyze. But at this moment, all the zombies were quiet at the same time. Like a noisy classroom teacher suddenly walked into the same. What happened? What happened? The sudden quietness surprised them. And it was the first time since the end of the world that they had seen such a situation. They only saw those zombies standing in their original position. And then they actually made a road automatically and tacitly. And then they only saw a young man slowly coming from afar. And the female zombie and the doctor zombie were following behind them. Brother Yuan. These zombies are too strange. One of his men was shocked. And Zhang Xiaoyuan was equally shocked as he stared at them. It doesn't matter. They can't get in anyway. Let's just wait for help. The men nodded and breathed a little sigh of relief. With the solidity of the safe house, even if the missiles come, they can't blow it up. So there is no need to worry about the zombies breaking in. Yuck! Son of a bitch, zombies come in to bite me A few guards' psychological pressure is too much. On the basis of the current safety would like to vent a little, and even to the fire ports to the outward shot. But just when the fire gulped, I walked into the figure suddenly disappeared. Stop! Stupid! Zhang Xiaoyuan hastily stopped his men, because in addition to wasting bullets have no effect at all, and has found that I disappeared, as if evaporated out of thin air. A strong uneasiness shrouded in the heart. Where did people go? However, the next second slender figure reappeared. But different from before. I even came directly to the house. Damn! The crowd stared with wide eyes. A look of disbelief. How did he come in? People immediately hair exploded. Like a frightened cat strawn. Intense fear. Someone subconsciously picked up the gun to pull the trigger. But I have launched the King of Corpses field. A huge sense of pressure came. The crowd's body instantly frozen in place. Zhang Xiaoyuan as an awakened perception is more keen. He seemed to see me behind the endless sea of blood. Under the enormous pressure, his hands automatically flames burned up. As an awakened person who condensed out the crystal core, he could barely move in the field of the Corpse King. Go to hell! He used all his strength to swing his fist wrapped in flames straight at me. I stared. I was also the first time I fought with an awakened person. Not much experience. And I don't know how strong I am. I should test it out. I pondered in my heart. But even though it is a test. But the opposite side is after all an awakened person who has condensed a crystal core. Absolutely cannot be taken lightly. So I similarly blasted out a fist with all my might. Only to hear a muffled sound. Zhang Xiaoyuan's entire body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. I raised an eyebrow. So dead? It seems that the awakened person who coalesced the crystal core is not good. And Zhang Xiaoyuan's men are all dumbfounded at this time. The boss who was previously regarded as the strongest, at this time was even killed by a punch. He is the devil. A group of guards are in despair. They can't move at all in the necrotic king field suppression. And even some of the weak willpower has already fainted to death. I lifted my step to walk up to the front, and gouge out a crystal core from Zhang Xiaoyuan's shattered head. The crystal core is different from the head. The whole presents a transparent shape. The head is different. The whole presents a transparent shape, such as the size of a pigeon's egg. Exudes a richer fragrance. I swallowed the nucleus into my mouth. The entrance is melted, and there is a warm flow into the limbs and bones. Pure energy is quickly absorbed, nourishing my body. The energy of this one nucleus is equivalent to at least 10 heads. I took out a tissue paper and constantly wiped my hands, turned around and walked outside, opening the security door in the process. Little ones, opened the meal. A crowd of zombies immediately growled with excitement, rushed into the safe house. A hunt is so over. Just occupied by the tech prison fell again. Zombies wandering in which a desolate peace. At this time I led the tide of corpses has returned to the lair. In accordance with the usual practice, the first soak a bath to change into clean clothes, maybe devouring the nucleus of the edge of the crystal, and not much hunger, and then took out the highball cup, poured some blood to drink themselves up. The boss, what did you do just now? Next to mopping the floor of Su Xiao chatting. After all, I can communicate with her only eye. Usually too boring. I did not return. The head said. Nothing. Go out to eat a hand-me-down. Su Xiao looked stunned. Have been the end of the world. Outside where there is what hand-me-down. With her clever mind. Of course. Can think of what? Forget it. It is better not to communicate. There is no common language. I have to live in my lair for a few days every time I finish hunting. Any outside swarms of demons and dangers. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Dong is ingesting energy every day and constantly evolving. And since the end of the world, the blood and flesh has not been broken. So it leads to some blurring of the concept of my own strength. I originally wanted to look for Zhang Xiaoyuan to experiment with it. And the result was that he was too weak. And he was dead in one punch. There is no stronger opponent. But I killed Zhang Xiaoyuan to make the prison fall again. This matter in the internet caused a huge sensation. Because whether it is the official shelter or Tektronics, on this matter are particularly concerned about the official website of Tektronics. The prison fall event once issued, under the convenience of a lot of people commented. This Tektronics cannot. Before there is not what the King Hunter action. It seems to be a failure. It seems that this is a failure. Zhang Xiaoyuan is an awakened person who has condensed the crystal nucleus. In our official shelter, it must also be the top 10 existences, right? Yes. He was killed without even waiting for rescue. It's really horrible. People are talking about it. For this matter, Tektronics is very unconvinced, and soon released a statement about the prison fall incident. Our company will not let it go. We have already found traces of the Corpse King who killed Zhang Xiaoyuan. We will soon find out the location of his corpse tide. We will send out a team of awakened as well as the ultimate killing machine, Hunter, to clear out all the corpses from his hometown, and hunt for the king. The operation continues. The corner of my mouth rose slightly. I think this is really a good idea. We should continue to hunt the human awakened, to obtain the crystal core to replenish energy. So I gave Hachi a command to go out and look for traces of human awakened. because Hachi is fast enough to be a qualified swift scout. Hachi smiled wryly, and swiftly left the lair and disappeared in the far street corner. Into the night, the darkness enveloped the earth. Due to the power paralysis in Jiangbei City, the streetlights are not bright, now completely dark. I stood in front of the window of my home, my eyes gazing out. The zombie night vision is extremely strong, even on the 20th floor. The detailed street scene below can still be seen. At this time, there is a ghostly figure rushed into the building. It is Hachi came back. Boss, I found a group of human beings. They hid in the Daihatsu supermarket to guard guarding a warehouse in Alphabet supermarket. And there are more than 10 awakened people wearing the same uniforms as those people today. More than 10 awakened beings wearing the same uniform? I don't need to think much to know that they are from tech, because no other force will be uniformed under this doomsday. They are guarding the supermarket warehouse. They probably found a large amount of supplies and are trying to find a way to transport them back. Transportation is definitely a problem in this doomsday. After all, not everyone has a storage space. Go and take a look. Hachi immediately excited. Night is the best time for zombie hunting, but this time with the previous different. A group of zombies did not make a sound, quietly followed me to the target location forward. The zombie army as if into the darkness of the ghosts. Alphabet supermarket there are more than 200 humans, of which more than 100 people are ordinary survivors. The rest of the tech employees, which awakened a full of 12 people. Because this large warehouse stores hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supplies, related to tens of thousands of people food. Visible to them is extremely important. Cannot have any mistakes. So many things? We can't transport them all back until the year of the monkey in the month of the monkey. And the 200 of us will be exhausted just moving the stuff. A young man on watch complained. What the heck? Wait for the top to send people. Anyway, we have food and drink. The key is not to go back to the company. Always feel unsafe outside. The youth heart is very unsure. The next person laughed and said, no. You will not worry about zombies come in. Right. There are 12 awakened. Zombies come in is a death sentence. I hope so. But they do not know is that at this time the supermarket periphery has been surrounded by thousands of zombies. They stand there quietly as stakes. As long as I give the order, they will not care about the charge. So many awakened. I perceive the human breath inside. Suddenly feel that this situation should not be attacked. Their own is not a problem. The key is easy to heavy loss of little brother. Today brought out these little brother are able to understand the command. Obey the instructions of the elite. Command. Obey the instructions of the elite zombies. So I decided this time by their own first shot, looking for an opportunity to assassinate a few awakened people, and then launch a general attack. Then I told my little brothers to wait for their turn, and walked up alone, accompanied by my footsteps. The figure of the hidden in the darkness. I used the ability of the zombie domain to go directly through the wall. Has entered the interior of the supermarket. I look around. After all, there are 12 awakened people here. I Corpse King domain unfolded at full strength. It could be used for a maximum of 5 minutes. It might be a bit troublesome if I was slowed down by a wheel battle. Lin Dong felt the human aura and slowly walked forward. Although he was in darkness, the surrounding scenery was clearly visible. The first floor of the superstore was an area selling gold and silver jewelry, and diamonds. In the apocalypse, these things were useless. And now that they were just placed here, no one had moved at all. Lin Dong continued to walk forward and arrived at the hall on the first floor. The sound of human breathing was even clearer here, and there were even faint snoring sounds. Lin Dong glanced at it. There were dozens of people bunking down here, and most of them had already fallen asleep. Of course, there were also those who had not slept and were playing with their cell phones, the shimmering light of the screen reflecting a bald face. His hair has all fallen out, and he's still here staying up all night? Like this large superstore, are equipped with generators, can play the phone is also normal. Lin Dong did not disturb them because these were ordinary survivors. Moreover, Lin Dong had already locked the target, which was in a single room not far away. There was the scent of 3 people there, an awakened, and 2 women. Lin Dong walked over noiselessly. Utilizing his corpse domain ability, he directly penetrated through the wall. This room, which was originally a store, but had moved the bed and transformed it into a bedroom, the air was filled with a lustful odor. On the bed was a youth, and 2 women, who were naked, all without clothes. Without thinking about it, one would know what had happened. In this apocalypse, awakened people naturally became the meat and potatoes. Countless women took the initiative to throw themselves at them. Moreover, they faced fierce monsters every day, their hearts were under tremendous pressure, and they did not know which day they would die, so they looked down on chastity a lot and were more willing to indulge. Lin Dong drew out a dagger and stabbed it straight into the youth's forehead. In order not to make a sound, He utilized his corpse domain ability to go through the brain shell and stirred his brain apart, and with a smooth pick, a braindan flew out. Obviously, this awakened person was relatively low level and had yet to condense a crystal core. Lin Dong was not picky either. He directly ate it into his mouth, and it still tasted like Cheerios. The two women, on the other hand, were still sleeping heavily and did not react at all. It seemed that they were indeed too tired before. If the two of them wake up later and realize that they are sleeping beside a dead person, they should be very scared. Lin Dong was more compassionate, and in order to not let the two of them be scared, the daggers that he drew out, stabbed into their hearts one by one. Lin Dong still used his corpse domain ability to directly attack the interior, so as not to let the blood flow out and the bloody odor disturb the other awakened. Their noses could be very smart. After finishing off these three people, Lin Dong came to the next room. There was a female awakened sleeping here, also sleeping very dead. Lin Dong did as he had done and took out her braindan. Just like this, Lin Dong killed 5 awakened in a row and devoured their braindan. This feeling. Suddenly, it reminded Lin Dong that when he was a child, in the backyard of the orphanage, there was a cherry tree, and whenever the cherries were ripe, he would go there with Chung Luoi, with a group of children, to pick cherries to eat. Even after so many years, Lin Dong still remembers it vividly, as if it happened yesterday. That was his lost childhood. Unexpectedly, on an occasion like today, it actually made him reminisce about that time. With fond memories, Lin Dong intended to continue killing. However, when he passed through the wall once again, he directly came to a large warehouse, in which there were quite a few supplies piled up: oil, salt, firewood, rice, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, beverages, instant noodles, sausages, bread, anyway, anything that could be found in the supermarket, it was all here. Lin Dong was not polite, and with a wave of his hand, all of them were included in the storage space. Going further. Still a large warehouse. Here is fresh meat, ice shrimp, crabs, etc. Because there is a backup motor here, everything is frozen intact. Lin Dong waved his hand to collect them all. Continuing forward, it is still a warehouse. Like this large warehouse, there are actually 4 visible storage of the amount of what household appliances, brooms, mops, detergents, everything. Only the storage of vegetable warehouses appeared to rot on a large scale. But Lin Dong said that it did not matter, because he is a carnivore. However, just at this time, the 2 awakened ones who were on watch outside had vaguely noticed that something was not quite right. Brother Nan, it's already 5 minutes past 2 o'clock. Why hasn't the dog left come to take over our night watch? I don't know. The middle-aged man was also rather strange. Cood, tired into a limp shrimp last night? I went to greet him, maybe deliberately not take over the shift, want to rely a little more. The youth looked indignant. He walked straight to the first room and knocked on the door with a thump. Doggy, get up to take over the shift, hurry up. Hey, did you hear me? Don't play dead with me. But no matter how he knocked, there was just no movement at all inside. The youth felt more and more wrong. Immediately using brute force, he pushed the door open hard. Entering the room and looking towards the bed, he found a man and 2 women lying, but their skin was pale and bloodless. Completely dead people. Crap! Something has happened. Quickly come to people. The youth immediately cried out in alarm. His trembling and panic-tinged shout was like a thunderclap that exploded in the hall, completely breaking the silence of the night. Countless people woke up in their sleep, sleepy and rubbing their eyes as they walked this way. What's going on here? What happened? It can't be a zombie coming in, can it? A group of survivors gathered over and discussed in 3 words. Only no one noticed. In the middle of the crowd, there stood a slender youth, expressionless and indifferent as he watched all this. Including the previous night watchman, Nan. His name was Li Nan, an awakened who had condensed crystal cores, and was considered the ringleader here. Xiao Lu, what's going on? Brother Nan, dog you. He's dead. The youth hurriedly said. What? Li Nan looked toward the house and instantly furrowed his brows. The survivors behind him also murmured. How did he die? It can't be that he was too excited and lost his hoof, right? Can't be. Those 2 women died as well. Could they have some kind of infectious disease? And Li Nan frowned deeper and deeper, with his keen perception, has detected that the dog left all the energy in the body. Obviously the braindan was dug up. But he did not have half a wound on his body. This can't be. The head is fine. The braindan was dug out. Where are the people who live next door to him? Call them out and ask. I don't road ah. Xiao Lu was at a loss. Li Nan looked forward and found that the doors of 4 rooms in a row were still tightly closed at this time, and his heart suddenly thumped. The awakened's perceptions were sharp. Making such a big commotion, it was impossible for them not to hear it. Unless, bang, 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 bang. Li Nan forced 4 doors open one after another. Inside, without any surprise, there was a cold corpse lying inside. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Dead. They were all dead. Right at this moment, there was a girl who ran over from the direction of the warehouse, her pretty face filled with eagerness. Brother Nan, the warehouse. The supplies inside the warehouse are all gone too. Ah! Li Nan's eyes went black and he almost fainted. He hurriedly ran to the doors of several large warehouses. It was discovered that the warehouses that were originally filled to the brim were now empty. Illusion. This must be an illusion. I must have fallen under someone else's mind control. Li Nan shook his head frequently, unable to believe the facts in front of him, because some awakened, or mutant monsters, did have the ability of mind control. But no matter how much he concentrated his mind, it was found that this was the reality in front of him, and it was definitely not some illusion. How is it possible? Li Nan's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if he was about to drip water. The rest of the people were also silent, hundreds of people, a silence, no one spoke. The original 12 awakened, 5 died for no apparent reason, and now there were only 7 left. Most importantly, the supplies in the warehouse were all gone. How could this live in the future? Something must have gotten in. Li Nan calmly analyzed. The woman next to him asked, Brother Nan, to be able to silently kill 5 awakened and loot hundreds of millions of supplies, what kind of ability is this? I'm not sure. Li Nan frowned, his gaze looking around, but he might not have left yet and is lurking in this building. Ha! The crowd was terrified in their hearts. The entire Dafabet supermarket had 6 floors, and they didn't dare to turn on the lights for fear of attracting zombies or powerful mutant beasts. At this time, they only turned on the weak lighting, with a visible range of no more than 20 meters. Everything around them was pitch black. Thinking of a monster that killed 5 awakened, lurking in the darkness, a strong sense of uneasiness arose in their hearts. People looked around, fearing that some monster would come out. But at this moment, Lin Dong was standing in the middle of the crowd. He was standing in the middle of the crowd. The other side also has 7 awakened, 5 of which have more vigorous blood chi, and are estimated to have condensed crystal cores with ominous abilities. Nowadays, there is still no rush to forcefully attack, so they can play with them. Such a thing happened. All the survivors were sad, their hearts were bursting with negative energy. Compared to the death of the 5 awakened, they were more concerned about food, and the monsters in the darkness. There's no food here, what will we do from now on? Snow, I gave you a chocolate yesterday, right? You hurry up and give it back to me. Brother Nan, why don't you take us back to tech? How about requesting some supplies for reinforcement would be fine, people said in a chorus. Li Nan nodded his head. I'll consider it. Although he said this with his mouth, he pondered in his heart that he had lost hundreds of millions of supplies, died 5 people, and then asked the company for reinforcements, which was definitely a big offense. If the company blamed him, there was no chance that he would directly test himself alive. The best solution now was to not talk to the company, hide it from them for now, and then in the meantime, find out that monster and take the supplies back. With that, the 7 awakened ones gathered together and began to discuss a plan. In the darkness, Li Nan was the first to speak. According to me, we can't report this to the company, we have to get the supplies back. The remaining 6 nodded, knowing the stakes. If the company's upper echelons knew, the consequences would be severe. But the youth from before hesitantly asked, Brother Nan, there's no clue at all now, how are we going to find it? Clues will definitely be found. Stealing so many supplies, it's impossible to have no traces at all. Li Nan analyzed, and that monster is probably still in the mall. We can mobilize the survivors to look for it together. I don't believe we can't find it. Survivors? They are all about to die of fear. How can they still have the guts to look for the monster? Those people will definitely not agree. Xiao Lu opened his mouth and said. Li Nan's brows furrowed. You have to agree even if you don't. Our company is not Notre Dame. Saving them is to carry supplies. It's the end of the world now. Only those with value deserve to live. As the words fell, the air steeply quieted down, and no one spoke again. The 6 awakened had already understood what he meant. Even if the survivors are used as cannon fodder, the monster must be found out. After all, it is hundreds of millions of supplies, not to mention in the end of days, even in normal times, is also more important than a few human lives. After deliberating, Li Nan once again returned to the survivors. Everyone listen to me, we just discussed, now that the supplies are lost, we can't just sit back and wait for death. In a time of crisis, it's more important to be united and get the stuff back. What? The people who were originally still whispering immediately quieted down. Going to look for supplies? There's no mistake, right? In this darkness, there might still be monsters in the mall. Whoever wants to go should go, I'm not going anyway. That's right, 5 awakened were killed, we're just ordinary people, we'll surely die if we encounter monsters. Solving monsters, that's what awakened people should do, I'm not awakened. Listening to the people's discussion, Li Nan's face was completely gloomy, his heart burned with anger, and he said word by word. You guys have to go even if you don't. I'm not obligated to protect you. If you don't want to contribute and just want a way to sit back and enjoy yourselves, I'll throw you outside the mall. People were shocked in their hearts, seeing his stance. It didn't seem like a joke. Moreover, the awakened one's sense of oppression was so strong that they didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Of course, there were some of them who were more agreeable. We can survive until now, all rely on the warehouse supplies, inside the things did not eat less, go and look for it should be. Well, there are so many of us, what is there to be afraid of? What if that monster just has weird abilities and weak combat power? Well, it makes sense, there has to be weaknesses, right, you can't be strong in everything. People whispered. Seeing that the crowd had some fighting spirit, Linan decided to slap them and give them a sweet date. Linan, promise that whoever can find supplies, or provide favorable clues, Tech will reward him with enough food for a year. Wow, go! A year? The crowd was astonished. In this apocalypse, even if they had guarded the warehouse before, they had always been frugal with their food. Only fixed rations were issued every day to ensure that they wouldn't starve. Food that could be eaten for a year was too precious. A few of the strong men among them immediately acted as if they were pumped with chicken blood. Go! I want to see where the monster is? Well, let's go find him. Sneaky, and only capable of sneak attacks. The crowd turned on their flashlights or used their cell phones to illuminate them, and countless columns of light intertwined, dispersing the surrounding darkness. In groups of 3 or 5, they began to disperse and search. Among the crowd, Lin Dong stared at the 7 awakened, intending to find an opportunity to kill them. His figure retreated backwards, blending into the inky darkness. This mall was too big. It could normally accommodate tens of thousands of customers. With 200 survivors, it seemed thin, and the more they walked, the more they spread out, and some of them even directly swung and secretly hid. However, Lin Dong's attention was not on them because these people were not tasty. Those 7 awakened ones, on the contrary, were very cautious and always gathered together, never separating. Brother Nan, why do I always feel that someone is following us behind us? A female awakened frowned and looked back. It was pitch black behind them, nothing. Li Nan opened his mouth to comfort. Don't scare yourself, you're just too nervous. Well, Brother Nan is right. Xiaolu nodded and responded, when I used to walk at night, I also always felt that there was someone behind me. The more I thought about it, the more scared I got. You just need to not think about it. Really? The girl expressed her skepticism. As they searched, from the first floor hall, all the way to the 6th floor, but there was never anything. It's really strange. Li Nan frowned, did he really see a ghost? Xiaolu pondered. I reckon. That monster must have left, looted so many supplies, killed 5 of us, and still not run to stay here for what? Well, that would be troublesome. Li Nan frowned and looked down from the railing of the 6th floor, where the view was very good, and he could directly see the hall on the 1st floor, as well as the situation on each floor. There were quite a few survivors, wandering around with flashlights. There were no casualties at all until now. Probably, it's really gone. Who dash? The female awakened person heard, long breath, taut nerves relaxed, looking for half an hour. I always hold urinate, just now did not dare to urinate. I first go a trip to the toilet. Go. Li Nan nodded, but thinking about it was a little uneasy. Chenli, you accompany Xiao Jing to go together, the two have a care. That's fine. Chenli spread her hands, her expression somewhat helpless. She thought to herself, what's the point? Going to the restroom and still have to take care of each other. The two directly turned a corner, did not go to the bathroom. Anyway, the world has ended, find a place where no one to solve the problem on the spot. In the unmanned corridor, the environment is even darker. But the awakened person's eyesight exceeds that of ordinary people, and can barely see clearly. You hurry up Chenli urged and turned around. After all, no one wanted to watch others go to the toilet. Aha! Xiao Jing agreed and came to the base of the wall. She had just unzipped her pants and was about to squat down, when suddenly, an inexplicable sense of unease surged through her heart. It was the awakened's intuition that told her she was in extreme danger. Filth! In the darkness, a whisper came out of nowhere. Subsequently, a youth figure slowly condensed, its face pale, ice-cold eyes, through a trace of contempt. As if it was accusing her, how could she urinate and defecate anywhere? You! Xiao Jing was extremely nervous in her heart, and between raising her hands, she was about to use her own supernatural ability. But a dagger had already been inserted into its temple. The woman's eyes stared roundly, still retaining the shock and fear of her life, her pupils slowly spreading, and her body softly collapsed on the ground. Xiao Jing! In the darkness, Chenli hurriedly turned her head to look, just in time to see a silhouette, stabbing into the girl's skull with a dagger. Her heart was horrified and her eyes were glazed over. The monster had appeared. Chenli's body exuded coldness, her awakened ability was frost. Between her hands, ice crystals condensed and 2 sharp ice cones stretched out. Immediately, her body swiftly moved and stabbed straight towards Lin Dong. Her speed was extremely fast, just like a cheetah pouncing. The ice cones cut through the air, sending out bursts of sonic booms, killing power stronger than bullets. Lin Dong did not want to receive it hard, his body dodged backward and directly concealed into the wall. Ha! This! Chenli instantly lost her target, and the whole person was a bit confused. Where is the person? But just when she was hesitating, a dagger, again, chopped out from the wall and stabbed straight towards its ceiling. The speed of that dagger was just too fast. Chenli was simply unable to react. By the time she tried to dodge, the blade had already disappeared into her skull and picked out her crystal core. Another body fell to the ground. This all happened very quickly, only in the blink of an eye. Xiaojing, Chenli, what's wrong with you two? At this moment, anxious cries came from the entrance of the long corridor. It was Li Nan's few people, who rushed here after discovering something strange, but unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Arriving here to take a look, there were only 2 corpses left. And again, there were no wounds on their bodies, but the crystal cores were dug out. The method of death was exactly the same as the previous 5. A strong sense of strangeness filled the hearts of several people. 2 more people died. Where's the monster? Where did the monster go? The remaining 5 people scanned around, their gazes extremely grave, fearing that they too had been sneak attacked. But the surroundings had already regained quietness, as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the 2 corpses under their feet, a few people thought they were hallucinating. It was too bizarre. This also made a few people realize that the monster did not go away, still hibernating in the darkness. As long as someone let their guard down a little, they would be killed by him. Li Nan also thought of a problem. The 200 survivors in the shopping mall. So far there is no casualty. That means that he was only targeting the awakened. Perhaps, Xiaojing's intuition is right, that monster is always following him behind. At this time, Xiaolu's eyes were red, gasping for air. The enormous pressure he was under in his heart was about to drive him crazy. Where is the monster? You fucking give me out. What kind of skill is it to play dirty tricks? Have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one. But no matter how he shouted, the corridor remained dark and dead silent except for the echoes, and did not get any response. Xiaolu, calm down. Li Nan persuaded in a deep voice, you don't have any effect like this, you might as well analyze how the monster kills people when you have time. Brother Nan, did you find anything just now? A female awakened next to him asked. She was also the only remaining female among the 5. Li Nan nodded his head. Well, there was some discovery. Oh? Several people's eyes flickered at his words, and they hurriedly looked at him, waiting for the latter. Li Nan gazed at him and said, don't you guys think that the location where Chenli died is odd? She was facing the direction of the wall, which means she was planning to attack the wall before she died. Attack the wall? The rest of the few felt strange, but a bizarre thought soon arose. Could the monster is in the walls? No, he's not in the walls, but has the ability to travel through objects, including, of course, human flesh. Li Nan analyzed. The 4 people thought it made sense, otherwise the dead people wouldn't have had no wounds and their brain dan taken away. In fact, they had also thought about it this way a long time ago, but found it unbelievable. Is there really such an ability? Of course there is, and the fact that he was able to move a large amount of supplies in a short period of time, the combination of the two suggests that he should belong to the spatial faculty, or even awaken to a domain. What? Domain? The 4 were surprised once again. The Tech Corporation had researched Armageddon and captured a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, sampling them and using them as experimental subjects. It was discovered that a very small number of them could awaken bizarre abilities. Among them were domains. Monsters that possessed domains could go out of their way and kill invisibly, and some researchers define such zombies as trickster zombies. Could it be that we've encountered a trickster zombie? Xiaolu's gaze was horrified. Well, and it's obvious that this zombie has a high level of intelligence and is good at hiding and dodging. This kind of zombie is extremely lethal. It must be snuffed out before it grows into a corpse king, otherwise it will become an insoluble existence. Li Nan said with a firm gaze. The remaining few people sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling that it was just too terrifying. Xiaolu seemed to remember something and opened his mouth to reassure. Everyone doesn't need to be afraid. The researchers have said that zombies with domains are generally weaker in terms of physical strength, and this is its fatal shortcoming. Oh, that's not bad. No wonder it doesn't dare to come out head-on and only dares to secretly engage in sneak attacks. The few people were slightly more relieved. Xiaolu nodded. The most crucial question now is how to find it out. Indeed, with our current strength, if that zombie doesn't want to come out, we may not be able to find it for the rest of our lives. Li Nan made an analysis, but quickly changed his words. But maybe there's a ruse we can use. Even if that zombie's intelligence is high, it's definitely not as good as humans. Humans were able to survive on Earth for millions of years, relying on intelligence. For example, if you can't catch a hare by hunting, you can design a trap to capture it. Thereupon, after the 5 people discussed, they worked out a plan to bait the enemy. First let a person be the bait, pretend to wander off, and lure the zombies out, then everyone will attack in groups. However, there is a certain risk of being the bait, so we must find a strong person. Li Nan was quite responsible. I'll be this bait. In a moment I'll go to the first floor hall, you guys will guard the 6th floor. Here is a good view. Once you find the target, immediately launch an attack. And remember, zombies with domains have weak flesh. Try to get in close and physical combat so that you don't get away from it again. Brother Nan, it's too dangerous for you to be the bait yourself. Why don't I go with, that zombie will also strike when it sees 2 people. A tall strong man was relieved. Li Nan nodded. That's fine, Li Tao and I will go to the first floor to be the bait. Xiao Lu, you take someone to keep an eye on the upstairs. You 3 should not scatter. Okay, Brother Nan, don't worry. Xiao Lu patted his chest. Previously, he had been led by the nose by the monster and had died 7 teammates. His heart was always suffocated. Now he finally blew the horn for a counterattack. Immediately afterward, a few people's fighting spirit was high, and they began to move. Only what they did not know was that Lin Dong, at this time, was right next door, less than 30 meters or so away from several people. With the zombie's keen sense of hearing, everything can be heard. Li Nan's plan to lure the enemy was truly heard. Plotting out loud is not bad. Lin Dong's figure flickered and reappeared in the corridor where several people had just left. He felt that these people had a bit of intelligence. But not much. There were still 5 awakened people left today. 3 of them had condensed crystal cores and were quite powerful, while the other 2 were still at the braindance stage and were just physically stronger than ordinary people. Even if Lin Dong resolved them head-on, it would not be a problem. At this moment, Li Nan led the tall man and had already walked to the first floor hall. When the crowd of survivors saw the duo, they rushed forward. Captain Li, we've searched the entire mall and we haven't found any traces of the monster. Of course you guys couldn't find it. That thing is weird. Li Nan looked at the survivors with more or less an eye roll. Thinking to himself that the monster didn't attack ordinary people and only stared at himself, the awakened. They are not doing anything. Ha! The crowd scratched their heads straight. Captain Li, what should we do then? Don't worry, we'll take care of him soon. Li Nan was quite confident. On the 6th floor of the mall, Xiaolu brought 2 people, a man and a woman, and the 3 of them stood at the railing, gazing intently, not wanting to miss any traces. Keep a close eye. If Nan is attacked, immediately go down to support him. No problem. The 2 men nodded heavily. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong's figure had already walked out from the long corridor and went straight behind the 3. However, the female awakened, whose intuition was quite sharp, suddenly had a sense of uneasiness, as if there was something behind her. Who? She immediately looked back. But the image in front of her made her look stunned. She only saw a slender young man, very cleanly dressed, handsome looking, slowly walking towards herself. This kind of looks could easily gain a girl's favor. Phew, scared me. I thought there were monsters. The girl let out a long breath and patted her full chest. Monster? Where is there any monster? Lin Dong did not agree with these 2 words. Xiao Lu and the other man also looked over, subconsciously treating Lin Dong as a survivor. You're doing well, you found your way to the 6th floor. Idle anyway. Lin Dong smiled faintly and lifted his steps forward, joining the 3 of them, propping his hands on the railing and peering towards the first floor hall. Due to the close proximity, the female awakened one smelled a faint scent of laundry detergent, and turned her head to look, just in time to see Lin Dong's handsome side face, with sharp angles and flawless. The girl's heart inevitably throbbed a little. If not for the fact that her life was now at stake and she was not interested in the affairs of men and women, otherwise she would have to let him serve her in bed. In Doomsday, female awakened were equally sought after, and polygamy was not a problem. There really are monsters in the mall, just follow us, the first floor might be dangerous later. The girl said. What danger can there be on the first floor? Lin Dong casually asked. Xiao Lu was hot-tempered and a little annoyed inside. You don't understand even if you say it, don't ask questions about the east and west, it affects us in doing our business. Why don't you guys think that the 6th floor is dangerous? Lin Dong said playfully. I said you. Xiao Lu opened his mouth to curse, but on second thought there was something wrong. This tone of his voice did not look like a survivor. Could it be that? Especially that girl, remembering that Lin Dong had just walked in silently, and in such a dark environment, ordinary survivors could not see anything clearly at all without using a flashlight or cell phone to illuminate them. He, however, did not take anything, and was still able to lie on the 6th floor railing, directly to the first floor hall to watch. Thinking about this, the girl's body stiffened, a coolness went straight to her scalp, and her sweaty hair stood up all over her body. Then beside herself. What in the world is it? Xiao Lu reacted quickly and grabbed straight at Lin Dong. Quick! That's him! Do it! However, Lin Dong's body retreated, like a ghost, and directly dodged away. Xiao Lu remembered the teachings of the researchers that zombies with domains had relatively weak physiques, and he himself happened to be a named strength-enhancing awakened. Still want to run? Give me death! Xiao Lu immediately caught up to him and raised his hand to blast out a fist, killing so many of his own teammates, it was time for revenge. His arm muscles bulged like small mountains, they were about to rise through his uniform. This punch was incomparably strong. All of his strength had been used. Lin Dong was pondering, testing his own strength. The last time he encountered Zhang Xiaoyuan, he ended up blasting him to death with a single punch. So this time, he used 5 points of his strength. Raising his hand, he blasted over with a punch. Bang! Between the two fists touching, it was like hammers colliding, and an airwave swept out, shaking the 6th floor railing with a clatter. Kaba. Accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, Xiao Lu only felt a sharp pain in his arm. The entire arm bone was shattered, showing a twisted arc and naturally dropping down. So strong. Xiao Lu's severe pain was unbearable, covering his arm with one hand, thumping back a few steps, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. At this time, he had already realized that this guy in front of him was ridiculously strong, completely unlike what the researchers had said. That punch he had just thrown could definitely blow up a tank. In a flash, a strong sense of despair rose in his heart. Damn it! Which scientific researcher researched the results in the end? If there is a next life, I will bark at him. This was Xiao Lu's last thought before he died. The two teammates beside him, who were only at the cerebral dance stage and had not awakened their abilities, were not as powerful as Xiao Lu when added together. Lin Dong stabbed the two men through the neck in one flash. At this time, at the first floor hall, Li Nan was still exchanging pleasantries with the survivors when he heard a muffled sound coming from the 6th floor, followed by the entire railing trembling and clattering. Something's wrong. Li Nan's brows wrinkled up and he hurriedly raised his head to watch, but he looked around. Neither could find Xiao Lu and the other's figure. Damn! The tall man with him similarly thought of something. It's little Lu and the others being attacked. We have to hurry up and help. Wait! Li Nan called him to a halt. At this moment he thought of another problem. He himself might seriously underestimated the other party's strength. Because Xiao Lu was already the strongest person in the team, second only to Li Nan in strength, was he and the other two awakened together not even a monster opponent? And, even if they couldn't beat it, how could they still stalemate for a while? But just now, it was clear that there was only a moment, and the 3 Xiao Lu people disappeared. The tall man remained anxious. Brother Nan, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to help Brother Lu? It's already too late. Li Nan's pupils shrunk violently, a strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart, feeling as if he was being stared at by something, with the possibility of death at any time. At this moment, a group of survivors looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. Due to the pitch blackness around them, they could not see anything. There was a strong man who suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, and a drop of water dripped onto the back of his neck. Ha! What is it? He subconsciously touched it with his hand, and it felt slimy and smelled fishy, vaguely pungent. The strong man hastily shone his flashlight, but after seeing it, he immediately turned blue, because his palm was scarlet. Blood! This is blood! The crowd was startled by the shriek, and turned their heads to look, surprised to find that not only the big man's body, but also the ground under his feet, had long converged a puddle of blood, that was dripping down from the 6th floor. People's hearts were terrified, and hastened to use the flashlight to shine upward, in the weak light mapping, vaguely see a black shadow at the railing. But the shadow flickered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ghost! Ghost! There's a ghost! I saw it! It was just there, then it disappeared out of thin air. But, where did it go? People were fearful in their hearts, and in their panic, they looked around with their flashlights, but they couldn't find the shadow they had just seen. Li Nan's face was grave, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. It's coming down! Ha! The crowd became more and more panicked upon hearing this, looking around, their spirits tense to the extreme. Li Nan knew in his heart that the strong sense of uneasiness just now originated from being stared at by that thing. He was an awakened person in terms of spiritual power, his perception was very sharp. At this moment, he had already sensed that the danger was getting closer and closer. This time, the monster was targeting himself. Utilizing the ability of the corpse domain, Lin Dong directly came from the 6th floor to the 1st floor and without hiding anymore, his figure slowly condensed in front of everyone's eyes. Clatter! As soon as Lin Dong appeared, people were like avoiding snakes and scorpions, hastily scattering in all directions, and there were even people who ran too fast and directly fell to the ground. However, it did not affect him in the slightest to roll and crawl, hiding as far away as he could. In an instant, a vacuum was formed around Lin Dong, where no one was allowed to approach. People stared at Lin Dong's face, their hearts were both scared and surprised. Surprised that the monster was so handsome and clean, completely different from the imagined hideous-faced, bloodthirsty and brutal villain. And Li Nan and the tall man did not hide. Because the two of them were like being stared at by a flood beast, they didn't dare to make the slightest movement at all. This feeling. It was like walking along a forest path and suddenly encountering a large tiger. If one turned around and ran, one would surely be attacked by the tiger. The correct way is that one should kneel on the ground and call his father, because a tiger's poison does not eat its children. Of course, Lin Dong was not a tiger. The two of them did not have any ideas in their hearts at this time. Brother Nan, why don't we fight him? the tall man said. Li Nan shook his head. The fact that he blatantly appeared means that he has full certainty that we are no match for him. If there is a chance, I will hold him back. Run if you can. Oh, the tall man nodded. Afterwards, Li Nan closed his eyes, focused his mind, and unleashed a mental faculty supernatural attack. The air around him seemed to freeze, and his mental power, as if it had turned into countless steel needles, swept forward like a tidal wave. This kind of ability was very powerful. If an ordinary person was attacked, it would likely cause a short period of disorientation, or fainting. In severe cases, it would directly turn into cerebral palsy, or a vegetable. Indeed, it is somewhat capable. Lin Dong realized that this kind of means was indeed a bit of a threat to himself. Thus, his eyes flashed with red light. The domain unfolded. The powerful Corpse King's domain spread out in all directions, immediately blocking the mental attacks outside. Li Nan's thoughts were blocked. Feeling a needle-like stabbing pain in his brain, his eyes went black and he almost fainted directly, but he bit his tongue and forcefully raised his spirit. Quickly! Get on, I won't be able to hold on. Ha! The tall man was a little hesitant, because in his eyes, ahead was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and once he fell into it, he was bound to die 9 deaths. Li Nan continued. Right now, my intentionality can still hold up, but I'm afraid I'll have even less of a chance later. Alright. The tall man's gaze firms down. Even if it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had to break through now. His body arched up like an arrow off the string and charged straight towards Lin Dong, while his muscles bulged and his skin turned hard as if it was rocky. This was his awakened ability, tough epidermis. However, after the man entered the corpse domain, his speed suddenly slowed down as if he was stuck in a quagmire, but he still clenched his teeth and with his powerful physique, he blasted his fist towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong took a step back to dodge it, and his 5 fingers grabbed towards his head. Damn! The man's brows wrinkled as he thought of what Li Nan had said, that this guy could pass through the body and directly attack the interior. That means, himself could not be touched by him, so he hastily dodged sideways. In the middle of the corpse domain, which was already under tremendous pressure, as if he was fighting with a small mountain on his back, the man barely dodged, his body stumbled, and he forced himself to stabilize his footing. Too close. Just now, in just a single glance, he almost died. This feeling of wandering on the edge of death made people feel extraordinarily exciting, adrenaline soaring. But just at this moment, the man's body sank once again, the corpse domain suppression force became even stronger, and his body became so stiff that he could no longer attack effectively. What's going on? Hastily turning his head to look behind him, the man was surprised to find that Li Nan was no longer there. Instead of launching a spiritual attack, the bastard turned around and ran towards the mall's main entrance. Obviously, he was running away. Your captain has abandoned you. Lin Dong's bland voice rang in his ears. The man was dumbfounded. He did not expect this to happen. Just now, Li Nan had said that he would stall his opponent so that he could find a chance to escape. However, he did trick himself into stepping forward to resist the pressure and escaped himself. The human heart is not the same as the skin. It is difficult to paint a tiger's skin. It's hard to recognize a person without encountering things. Normally, Li Nan is very caring. We all quite trust him. I did not expect the critical moment, even betrayed his teammates. Maybe from the beginning, he had planned it all along and didn't even want to let himself go down. And Li Nan didn't run away by himself. He was followed by a group of survivors. They had already seen that staying here was certain death, and even Captain Li had run away, so of course they had to follow. Screw benevolence and morality, it's the end of the world. What's the point of talking about brotherhood? To be able to live is the hard truth. Li Nan's face was grim and his mouth was broken. He thought to himself that the big deal was that tech company wouldn't go back. Anyway, he was an awakened. He could survive in this apocalypse. He was extremely fast and quickly arrived at the mall's gate, as the gate had long been sealed with steel plates and tied with many chains. Li Nan's hands were busy and he untied the chains. Captain Li, wait for us. A group of survivors hurriedly ran to him. They couldn't survive without Li Nan even if they went out, so they planned to follow him. People worked in unison to push the thick steel plate outward. Rumble. The steel plate fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. The mall doors opened. Outside, the night wind blew, with a slight coolness. Let a person's spirit, at this time, is already close to dawn. The distant sky, flooded with a smear of fish belly white. Dim light, barely clear the scene in front of me. But the door opened, people did not flee in joy, but instead stood frozen in place, expression horrified. Because, outside the mall, there are thousands of zombies, densely packed, will be surrounded by the door. At the head of the group were Tank, Hachi, Dr. Full of oppression. The most bizarre thing is that this group of zombies is like a stake standing, did not make half a bit of noise, a quiet. They seem to be waiting for their king's command. At this moment, in the dead silence, at the back of the crowd, a low voice came. Dinner is served. That voice was like the call of the god of death, making people's bodies chilled all over, while their hearts were dead and gray at the same time. The number of horrible zombies in front of them were like being activated, their mouths hissed ferociously, and their eyes flashed with the color of bloodlust. Especially the tank, the expression of extreme exuberance. Today, the boss had arranged for a buffet, and there were more than 200 dishes in it. Roar! Tank let out a strange cry, leading his minions to come barreling towards the crowd. The crowd shrieked, wailed, and began to flee in all directions, but the zombies pounced on them one by one, pressing them to the ground and tearing them apart. The scene was in complete chaos. The moment people opened the door, they had stepped into the abyss. Li Nan was completely desperate in his heart. Due to the excessive consumption of mental energy just now, there was no more power left to resist. It was only at this moment that he realized. It was this group of well-trained zombies that had stormed the prison and killed Zhang Xiaoyuan earlier. And Lin Dong had already grown into a corpse king. A corpse king with a domain was an almost insurmountable existence. Humans! How on earth can we survive? This was Li Nan's last thought before he died. A huge pain came to his body, he had already been disemboweled by Hachi. After the people of Tech died out, any resistance from the rest of the ordinary people was futile as they fell down one after another and were then divided by the zombies. This was the true end of the world, filled with blood and killing, leaving people helpless and lost. Not long. The sound of people screaming completely disappeared, replaced by the sound of zombies tearing and devouring. The entire shopping mall fell, and no one survived. Lin Dong looked indifferent and raised his steps towards the outside. Tank and Hachi, among others, followed behind him in a disciplined manner. It's time to go back. After killing Li Nan's group, Lin Dong obtained 5 crystal cores, and after he devoured 3 of them, he felt energized. It was as if he had reached the edge of evolution again. However, 3 of the crystal cores had a huge amount of energy and needed to be absorbed for a period of time, so the remaining 2 were left behind for the time being. On the way back, the sky was already slightly lightened. If it was before the end of the world, this must have been a bright sunrise and a morning full of hope. But in front of us, it was a mess, with corpses everywhere. The entire city was as if it was in ruins. At this moment, Lin Dong led his minions through a park, which was filled with mottled bloodstains, along with a pungent, putrid odor. Scattered zombies were scattered around, and there were even some, which still retained their pre-birth habits. For example, an old man was banging his back against a tree, exercising his body. Now that his flesh and blood are all rotten, he is still enjoying himself, leaving bloodstains on the dry and cracked bark. There was also an old woman, pushing a wheelchair with a stiff pace, walking in a circle on the square, tirelessly, week after week. Lin Dong glanced over, discovered that on top of that wheelchair, was actually a huge rat. Both claws did not know what they were holding, and were gnawing on it with relish. It did not take long. A few more youth zombies appeared in front, but these few were not as stiff as before, obviously having eaten blood and flesh. Roar! One of the zombies actually opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and let out a hiss at Lin Dong. Eh? Lin Dong glanced at it. He did not expect a tiny zombie to dare to roar at himself. However, from the zombie roar, a message was conveyed. This is the territory of one's own boss, no one else is allowed to step on it. Obviously, it was worshipping on another mountain, and this area belonged to another corpse king's territory. No wonder it dared to roar at itself. Lin Dong understood. Tank was hot-tempered. Seeing a zombie yelling at his boss, he took 2 big steps forward, reached out and grabbed the neck of the zombie, picking it up like a chicken cub and then heavily slammed it to the ground. Splat! The small zombie was wrestled in pieces, blood splattered far away. Tank, this is to take it as a drop gun to play. However, the tank still felt unrelieved and punched the zombies that were together by its side, 3 times and 2 times, and beat them all to death. Only then returned to Lin Dong, full of complacency, as if saying again, quickly complimented me in general. Let's go back. Lin Dong did not take it seriously and walked away with a group of juniors. However, on the distant hillside of the park, there was a group of zombies watching this place. The leader of the zombie was tall, with a stature of 2 meters. Its skin was light red in color. A black vein bulged on his face, the lines were clearly visible, and he looked hideous. And at his neck, there was a black, furry thing wrapped around it, looking like a large scarf. Your Majesty, the humans in the mall, they were hunted down by them. A zombie beside it passed the signal, apparently having evolved a notable intelligence. The intelligence was almost similar to Hachi. Ho! The leader zombie king let out a guttural low growl from his throat. He regarded that mall as his territory, and originally those humans inside could be slowly eaten up, but now it was being hunted by other zombies. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Killing is the instinct of zombies. They can devour each other's crystal cores and absorb energy. It's also time. Expand the territory. This corpse king had a bloodthirsty look in its eyes and had already regarded Lin Dong's group as prey. Moreover, if the group of corpses wanted to grow, the other corpse kings must be hunted down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big scarf that he was draped with suddenly emitted a squeaky and strange sound. It was actually a big rat, and what was even creepier was that it had a human head and was full of fine black hairs, which made it look extremely terrifying. Lin Dong returned home and changed into clean clothes after taking a bath. Su Xiaoro was quick on her hands and feet, tidying up the house and arranging various items neatly, making even the OCD feel very comfortable. After all, other maids work slack, the deduction is the salary, but if she does not clean up well, the deduction is life. Seeing Lin Dong change his clothes, he immediately took them to the wash. In the middle of the shopping mall, although Lin Dong did not have any physical contact with people, but his white shirt, still stained with a trace of blood odor, Su Xiaoro could clearly smell it. "Old boss, you went out to eat again?" "Well, buffet," Lin Dong said casually. "Hiss." Su Xiaoro shrank her neck. It seemed that the scene was not small this time, but she did not dare to ask more questions and hurriedly and honestly went to wash her clothes. Lin Dong took out his cell phone, checking the information on the internet. However, his own big case had just been completed, and tech had not yet discovered it. The official website was still announcing that the Operation King Hunt was being prepared smoothly and was about to commence. There were quite a few comments below. "It's best if we can get rid of the zombies, we can rebuild our homes, I hope this operation will be successful." Cut. Tech's human experimentation is not for the sake of humanity at all, and their hunting of zombies is only for the sake of developing themselves and their own selfish desires. "I don't know what will happen in this operation, let's wait and see." Tektronix was a global leader in technology, having once launched rockets into outer space, and had cooperative relationships with many countries, holding huge resources. In Jiangbei City, just a branch, now in this apocalypse, still mixed with the wind. It is estimated that this tech company should have quite a few good things. Lin Dong made a calculation in his heart. However, the Tektronix company had at least thousands of awakened. Although Lin Dong was very strong, he was not yet invincible, and relying on himself alone, he would not be able to take them all out. Even if he brought Tank, Hachi, the doctor, and the 2,000 elite zombies, he might not be able to charge in. Unless, one could command 1,000,000 zombie tides and charge whoever they wanted at that time. Perhaps. It is also time to expand the territory. Lin Dong's 2,000 or so minions were only from the area surrounding this building, and the reason they were collected in the first place was just for the sake of staying at home and not being disturbed. Nowadays, Lin Dong had the idea of recruiting and expanding his territory. The next few days, Lin Dong continued to continuously eat meat and drink blood, and absorbed all 5 crystal cores, increasing his strength by another large margin. The range of the corpse domain was expanded and could last for 20 minutes if unfolded at full strength and was even more powerful. Nightfall. Darkness enveloped the land, the blood moon hung high in the sky, coloring the sky a dark red, another night of killing. In the last few days, the area around the mansion was not peaceful, because there were always some zombies from other territories wandering here. Hissing at Tank's group of minions, provocative. The two groups of zombies often tore into each other. Of course, Tank was not a spoiled brat and smashed the heads of those foreign zombies. At this moment, Lin Dong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the darkness outside. On the wretched streets, there was suddenly a squeaking rattle, followed by the appearance of a pair of ghostly green eyes that flashed with a bloodthirsty light. In the sewer by the road, a group of large rats burrowed out, as big as a small piglet. The rats' mouths squealed strangely, their nostrils twitching, seemingly searching for prey, and quickly took aim at the zombies under the building, and then swarmed forward, scurrying onto the zombies, their sharp teeth tearing up. Roar! The zombie's body, hanging all over the big rats, staggered and hissed miserably from its mouth. It didn't last long. It then collapsed on the ground. Then it was split up by the rats, as if it had melted in the swarm of rats. These mutated beasts could treat the zombies as food. But the movement of tearing and biting immediately disturbed the other zombies, who furiously attacked those big rats. But the rats were agile, dodging back and forth, extremely flexible and hard to catch. Even repeatedly jumped horizontally, teasing those zombies. Will they angry while straight scream? But just when the rats were complacent, suddenly a wind-like shadow appeared, sharp 5 fingers waved, chopped those rats into 6 sections. It was the female zombie Hachi. With her body speed, she could crush those rats, with a weird smile on her face, treating killing rats as a game. Not only that. Under the night curtain, there is a lanky figure, his pair of big hands grabbed the rat, 5 fingers began to start to force, let the rat 4 feet in the air stomping, the mouth issued a piercing screams, but also to no avail, and finally was pinched by the hard burst. Tank licked the mouse blood on his hand, a face of excitement, then rushed forward again. A foot will be a mouse stomped into mush, or the mouse will be grabbed up, hands twisted, will be hard twisted into 2 halves. The Tank's posture action is almost like breaking a cucumber. Those rats were shocked and began to flee in droves, and in no time, they disappeared into the darkness, the entire group of rats scattering in all directions. He. Tank laughed nervously, carrying two big blood-dripping rats, trotting all the way to the side alley, then gnawing on them like watermelons. Blood splattered everywhere, making a face full of juice. He didn't dare to nibble brightly on the street because Lin Dong had said to eat less dirty things, those were junk food. If the boss saw it, he might be disliked. Incidents like this kind of rat attack and zombie provocation had occurred from time to time in recent days, and Lin Dong had already seen it and was simply too lazy to care. Early the next morning, heavy dark clouds covered the sky, dark as ink, and before long, it started to rain with a crash. But this raindrop was not ordinary. Among the water stains, it was actually mixed with a black worm, falling from the sky. This was a rain of worms. Those bugs were like the size of a small thumb, falling on the streets, or scrapped vehicles, making a crackling sound. Before long, they were densely packed in a large area. Hiss! Sushiro in the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, feeling her scalp numb. The strange things of the end of the world were getting more and more. It was even raining insects. I don't know what else will happen in the future. Lin Dong gazed out of the window and frowned. Today's weather is really bad. However, before the doomsday, the television had once reported that there were places where fish rain had fallen because of tornadoes that swept the fish up into the sky and then dropped them down again. It must be that this bug rain is roughly the same thing as it. But these bugs are different from ordinary ones. They have a circle of sharp teeth in their mouths, and will drill into the flesh of the zombies. The zombies that were originally in good shape, after being drilled into by the bugs, became stiff, as if their bodies were out of control. Fortunately, Lin Dong's minions are all elite, high IQ, did not wait for the bugs to drill into the body. They will directly pull it out, and even put it into the mouth, chewing up. Especially Tank's thick skin, not afraid of bugs at all, and grabbed a handful of them, like a child eating dry noodles, poured through into the mouth. It probably felt like it tasted pretty good. So he tilted his head, opened his big mouth and aimed it at the sky, just like drinking rainwater. Ah, thank you for the gift of nature. It was only a matter of minutes before the rain of bugs was over, and outside, on the streets, there were bugs everywhere. They didn't like the sunlight, and in order to avoid sunlight, they were burrowing into the sewers, the dirt, or the corners of the walls. In the alley next to the building, Tank's lanky body crouched at the base of the wall, reaching down to grab a handful of bugs from the ground, then feeding them one by one into his mouth like he was high. Hachi and the doctor approached and inclined their heads to survey him. Hey, the boss said no junk food. Shoo! Tank made a silencing gesture, meaning drop quietly and don't do it out loud, before handing Hachi the bugs in his hand. Hachi tilted his head, his eyes surveying it for a moment. It seems to feel quite appetizing. So he picked up a worm and put it in his mouth and tasted it. It smells really good. With that, she squatted in the corner with Tank and began to get high, like little kids stealing snacks. The doctor clasped his shoulders and leaned his back against the wall, expressing his bemusement at the two corpses. You'll be discovered by the boss. It won't be. The boss just loves to stay in the house and doesn't usually come out much at all, Hachi said. It looked like he knew Lin Dong very well. However, just as he was speaking, the entrance to the hut-on suddenly revealed a gloomy face. Eating? Lin Dong's tone was calm, just like a friend nagging a family friend. However, Xiaobachi and Tank hurriedly stood up from the root of the wall in a panic, their backs straight, just like elementary school students punishing themselves. During this time, Tank also wrapped his hand around behind his back and quietly threw the bug in his hand to the ground. Then grinned a big naive smile. Hey, boss, it's all from Hachi. Actually I don't want to eat it at all. Ha! Hachi turned his head towards him, his heart was speechless, and at the same time a little annoyed, his sharp nails poofed and clawed into the Tank's waist. In his heart, he cursed. Are you cheap or not? But the Tank skinned thick flesh, not pain, not itchy, already are not afraid of boiling water hot, by the small eight grabbed it a bit, not much at all, still full of naive smile. Lin Dong did not blame him much. I'm going out. You guys take good care of the house. Oh, good. Tank and Hachi agreed repeatedly, but were more or less curious as to what the boss was going to do. If he went out hunting, could he bring himself along? However, the two of them had already made a mistake and did not dare to ask more now. Lin Dong gave the two corpses a blank look. Don't you guys like eating bugs? Before I come back, clean up the bugs around the mansion. I don't want to see a single one. Aha! The two corpses nodded their heads repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Dong left the mansion. He had finished absorbing all 5 of his soul crystals, so he thought of going out to see if he could meet the lucky ones and hunt for a few more. The other thing was to investigate about the rat swarm attack, and the zombie harassment. As the specifics were still unclear, Lin Dong did not plan to bring along thousands of zombie minions, as it was more convenient for him to conceal himself, and if he encountered danger, the zombie domain would unfold, so he could attack, or choose to retreat, and come and go as he pleased. However, the little brothers could not. In case they encountered a mutated beast herd, or a larger-scale hostile zombie tide, they would easily fall in. At that time, Lin Dong would be a bare-bones commander. Moreover, Lin Dong was not without a clue regarding the rat swarm attack and zombie harassment. He guessed that it must have originated from the neighborhood, most likely from the zombie forces that he met in the park that day. Thus, he walked in the direction of the park. Since the apocalypse had come for a month, the scrap vehicles on the streets were already rusty, and weeds had begun to grow on the previously busy roads. The whole city was desolate and dilapidated. The only active thing is the zombies. They sometimes stand, sometimes wandering, aimless, but if the slightest wind blowing grass, as if activated, immediately dashed over. The horrifying faces, the low hissing in their throats, and the bloodthirsty eyes, all indicated an extreme desire for blood and flesh. When these wild zombies encountered Lin Dong, of course they would not attack. They would even instinctively fear him and actively make a path for him. However, as Lin Dong walked forward, the wild zombies became less and less. Corpses began to appear on the streets, and those zombies were bloodied as if they had been crushed by heavy trucks, and had become meat cakes. But, this was not a human masterpiece, but a mass zombie wave with a stampede. The low-rank zombies had no intelligence, and when they ran wildly, regardless, it was inevitable that a few unlucky people would be trampled to death. And the larger the scale of the zombie tide, the more people were mistakenly trampled to death. Countless flies were flying around the stinking corpses, and in the apocalypse, the size of the green bean flies had increased a lot, as big as the size of a thumb, emitting buzzing noises, which made people feel disturbed. At this moment, Lin Dong had already arrived at the territory of the other corpse king. On the streets, there were a lot of hairs scattered about, as well as black globular rat droppings, making people feel very disgusted. Lin Dong had already imagined it. Nowadays, in the sewers under his feet, there were absolutely thousands of rats lurking, and they still maintained their original habits, only coming out to forage for food at night. Not far away in the sky, there was a flock of pitch-black crows, quacking chaotically, circling around a tall building. Crows were a symbol of death and ominousness. They seemed to be attracted by what was in that building and couldn't wait to get inside. Are there survivors? Lin Dong made a judgment in his heart and walked towards the tall building. When it got closer, sure enough, Lin Dong could smell blood and there were indeed living people in the building. However, what made him strange was that next to the scent of living people, there were also zombies, who seemed to be living in a room. What's going on? Lin Dong directly used his corpse domain ability to enter a state of concealment, penetrating through the wall and heading straight above the tall building. He was hidden in the void and could not be seen by outsiders at all. In this crisis-ridden apocalypse, stealth was definitely a divine skill, but Lin Dong's stealth state had a drawback. That is, when he was in stealth, he could not launch an attack, and if he struck out and attacked someone else, it would definitely expose his body. Lin Dong came all the way to the 18th floor. He could sense that it was the room in front of him that contained 4 humans and a zombie. With some curiosity, Lin Dong once again went through the wall. The first room he entered was a cramped small bedroom, and the scene inside was shocking, with bloodstains on the walls, floor, and everywhere. A strong fishy odor stung his nose, and it was accompanied by the sound of chains clattering, which reached the bottom of his ears. Lin Dong turned his head to look. There was actually a female zombie. Her hands were bound and tied to the head of the bed, her mouth hissing as she tried to break the chains free. On its opposite side, there was another human man with small eyes and thick lips, his gaze staring at the female zombie obsessively. Ing, my goddess, even though you've turned into a zombie, I will still keep my promise and support you for the rest of your life. Remember? I once said that no matter what you become, my heart to love you will never change. Ho ho! The female zombie growled low and ferocious at the man, saliva dripping down from the corners of her mouth. It was all stretched out. The thick lips seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago, narrowing their eyes and smiling up. You're still the same, so like to be fierce. I chased you for 10 years from junior high school to college, woke up early every day to bring you breakfast. When you and your boyfriend lived together, I even had to bring 2, but you never looked me in the eye and often scolded me like this. Good guy. Lin Dong called out in his heart that he was a good guy, secretly saying, is there such a licking dog? Boiling Goat would have to pass him a cigarette when he saw him. But Thick Lips said, instead, with a sweet face, now it's good, you're finally with me, can always guard you, even if the world ends, so what? Ing baby, you're hungry, right? I'll go make you some dinner. After he finished speaking, he turned around and pushed the door out of the room. Lin Dong immediately followed. Due to being in a state of stealth, the man was completely invisible. Lin Dong had already sensed that the thick-lipped man's blood chi was exuberant and far beyond that of an ordinary person. He was actually an awakened. The thick lips came to another room. After opening the door, there were still 3 men inside, only that their hands and feet were bound, and their mouths were taped shut, so they could only make whimpering noises. Seeing Thick Lips at this moment, the 3 men were terrified in their eyes and twisted their bodies violently. But because the bundle was very strong, it was of no help at all. Thick Lips narrowed his eyes and smiled, sizing them up one by one. Let's see. Who is so honored to treat my family's Ing baby to dinner today? The three people's eyes were horrified because they knew that this person was a pervert who wanted to feed himself to the zombies. One of them's body trembled and desperately shrank back. Thick Lips saw this. Alright, that's you then. Ha! Oh. Since the man's mouth was gagged, he could only make whimpering sounds. Thick Lips stepped forward and grabbed him by the back of the neck, picking him up like a chicken before turning around and walking outside. No matter how much the man struggled, it was to no avail. He watched as he got closer and closer to the zombie room, and his heart completely plummeted to the bottom. When that door opened, the thick smell of blood came from it. Inside, the female zombie looked exuberant, and a burst of hissing came out of her mouth. Look, how happy my Ying baby is. Thick Lips sighed with an exclamation in his eyes. Oh. The man, seeing this, was already crying from fear, whimpering sounds coming out of his mouth. Thick Lips tore the tape off his mouth. What? Any last words? Woo please, let me go, I really don't want to die, woo. The man cried and prayed. Thick Lips shook his head. It should be your honor to witness the love between Ying and I. He carried the man and walked towards the zombie step by step. As he watched, the man was about to be buried in the mouth of the zombie. But just at this moment, suddenly a figure condensed behind the two men. Lin Dong no longer wanted to look any further as these were of little value to him, and the only thing of value was the soul crystal in the Thick Lips' skull. He planned to kill him directly and take the soul crystals to leave. However, Thick Lips was very sharp. The moment Lin Dong showed up, he had already noticed it and hurriedly turned his head to look. Why is there another person? Where did he come in from? However, as soon as Lin Dong appeared, the female zombie steeply quietened down. She felt the Corpse King's mighty pressure, and her original ferocious look suddenly changed to awe, and even a submissive color. Thick Lips saw this frown deeper and deeper. He suddenly remembered that once upon a time, the goddess that he had pursued so much and treated with respect, looked like she was groveling in front of others. A wave of intense jealousy spread through the air. Now that I'm unawakened, people like you deserve to die. Thick Lips growled. Lin Dong's gaze sized him up. Perhaps it was the doom and gloom and the long period of repression that had caused this person to be twisted inside. It was also unknown whether devouring his crystal core will it affect his mental condition? As for the Tide Man, when he saw Lin Dong, it was as if he saw hope again. Brother, save me, this man is a pervert, he wants to feed me to the zombies. Oh, Lin Dong did not care. What's wrong with perverts? They are zombies themselves. The Thick Lips had a hideous face, his hands were covered with a faint red light, his breath turned strong, obviously an awakened with a partially strengthened body. Let's show you the strength of an awakened. He stretched out his mutated hands and grabbed straight at Lin Dong. His speed was also extremely fast. However, in Lin Dong's eyes, it was just average, and with a thought, the Corpse King domain unfolded. A powerful pressure spread in all directions. The Thick Lips was instantly enveloped, his figure instantly stalled, as if he was pressed to pause, and his entire body froze in place. Due to Lin Dong's absorption of the 5 crystal cores, the corpse domain was even more powerful now. An ordinary awakened person would not be able to move even an inch in the corpse domain. Thick Lips was like carrying a huge mountain on his back, his legs were trembling. At this moment, in his eyes, the surroundings were scarlet, as if he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, while Lin Dong was the master standing on the top of the mountain. How is this possible? Thick Lips' gaze was horrified and his body trembling intensified. Normally, he was the one who dominated other people's lives and took pride in being an awakened person himself, but now that he was facing this man in front of him, he had no chance to fight back. Lin Dong did not care about that much and walked towards him step by step. Thick Lips detected the scent of death, as if the god of death was approaching him. He knew what was about to happen. Thus, using all his strength, as if he was a puppet on strings, he slowly turned his head and stared at the female zombie obsessively. If I can't resist death, then let me look at you one more time before I die. This was the last thought of the Thick Lips. Lin Dong's slender fingers, which had been inserted into his brain, went straight through the brain shell and removed the crystal core inside. The man immediately lost his consciousness. His eyes went black and he fell straight to the ground. Died just like that? The man next to him was dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened, only to see Lin Dong approaching the Thick Lips and killing it with ease. Brother, strong quick, come and save me, help me untie the rope. But Lin Dong glanced his head at him and was simply indifferent. Had he said that he would save him? Hey, what are you? The man read his meaning, and his heart, which had seen hope, fell into the abyss once again. Just then, at the bedroom window, there was a loud sound of waving wings. There was a huge crow landing on the balcony. The crow was a meter tall, with a pair of red eyes and feathers that flashed with pitch-black luster, as if it was a dagger. Obviously, it was attracted by the smell of blood. A pair of red pupils stared straight into the house through the gap in the alloy guardrail. Want to eat? I want to eat. Help me open it, please. Oh, Lin Dong's gaze was surprised. He did not expect this crow to be able to spit out human words. He did not know if it was crossbred with a pugilist or what, and it was quite polite. Lin Dong looked at the thick-lipped body on the ground. Anyway, it is not useful to himself. Out of curiosity, Lin Dong walked to the window and pushed his hands violently, opening the alloy guardrail. Thank you. Thank you. The pitch-black crow immediately crashed through the glass and directly drilled into the house, gnawing at the thick-lipped corpse. Its mouth was very sharp, like a gate knife, biting off the thick-lipped arm in one bite, and then swallowing it whole. Even the bone crumbs are not left. Very horrible. Next to the man are scared silly, did not expect the end of the day. In addition to zombies, there is such a monster. And that crow is not big in size, but it is extraordinarily able to eat. Thick lips of the corpse. It was soon eaten up by it, and it was still somewhat unfulfilled. Thus, with a pair of red pupils, the crow began to look at the man tied up next to it. However, as if there was Lin Dong present, it was somewhat embarrassed to go directly to eat. It used its unique bird voice to ask for permission. I'm not full, can I still eat him? Eat if you want to. Lin Dong expressed indifference. The crow surprisingly nodded with some gratitude. Thank you, you don't eat yourself and give me the meat, you are really a good person. You are welcome. Lin Dong said. At this time, the man next to him, hearing the conversation between the two, was already confused. This is called a good person? Are you polite? But in the next second, he only saw the red-eyed crow swooping towards him, and the man completely lost consciousness. The crow's sharp beak pierced through his heart, and then proceeded to feast on him. After eating the man, the crow seemed to be full, fluttered its wings, and flew away through the window again. Bye, I will repay you. In the middle of the sky, that unique bird sound drifted in, and then gradually faded away. This thing is somewhat interesting. Lin Dong found it interesting. He had obtained a crystal core, and his trip had been somewhat rewarding. At this time, he suddenly remembered that in the opposite room, there were still two survivors. At this moment, the two of them were still trembling and in shock. Although they had just dodged a bullet, they could not escape the fate of being fed to the zombies after all. The process of waiting for death made them suffer. It was even better to die immediately. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps that was approaching the room. Why is he here again? Did the zombies not get enough to eat? The hearts of the two men were once again in their throats. But when the door to the room opened, it wasn't the thick-lipped man, but a slender youth with a handsome face. Ha! The two of them were dumbfounded, and then as if they thought of something, their faces showed joy. Could it be that it was the rescue team from the sanctuary that had come to save themselves? Lin Dong's gaze sized them up, and in his heart, he thought about what to do with them. If they were to be killed directly, it seemed pointless. The two ordinary people, the only role, was to act as bait, because Lin Dong always felt there were not many zombies in the vicinity of this tall building. There were rat hairs and rat droppings everywhere, and there must be something lurking in the dark. The two people in front of him could be utilized to lure them out. You two hurry up and escape. Lin Dong drew out his dagger and cut the rope on them. The two of them were overjoyed. They were already waiting to die, but they did not expect that someone would really save them. A miracle had occurred. Thank you, really thank you so much. Woo woo, the man cried excitedly. The other man surveyed and asked, you're a rescue team, right? Can you take us to the shelter? No way. Lin Dong shook his head. I still have things to do, you guys go first. Ha! The two of them were hesitant as it was very dangerous outside, and they would not be able to survive without the protection of an awakened. But they weighed their hearts for a moment, and still decided to leave here first. After all, this ghost place could not stay for a moment. Moreover, before leaving, the two of them went to the kitchen to get some food, kitchen knives and boning knives and other weapons, which were quite well prepared. However, Lin Dong knew that the probability of them surviving in this area was no more than 1%. Whether or not they could walk out in the end would depend on the duo's destiny. In fact, this nearby area was not too dangerous for ordinary people, but if they were in their own territory, the two of them would definitely die. After they finished packing, they quietly opened the door and tiptoed downstairs. After all, in this hallway, one can faintly hear the hissing of the zombies. If they were disturbed, they would immediately be eaten by the zombies. At this time, Lin Dong stood on the upstairs balcony, watching the situation below, and pondered in his heart. The bait that I put out cannot die without leaving the building, right? That would be too boring. But luckily, about 10 minutes later, the two figures walked out of the unit door and onto the street. The duo's pace was light, their backs leaning forward against the building's wall, afraid of disturbing something. Already cautious to the extreme, Lin Dong surveyed with interest, wanting to see if they could survive or how they ended up dying. On the street, one of the men even complained. Brother Yang, that rescuer was too irresponsible just now, right? Surprisingly, he let us escape on our own. If we can get to the shelter, I'll have to report him. What are you thinking? It's already good enough for people to let us out, and have you thought about Is he really a rescuer? Don't forget how we got caught, the middle-aged man said. Hiss. The youth sucked in a cool breath, remembering the previous encounter. That thick-lipped man posted a message on the sanctuary's official website, claiming that he was a rescue team and that those who needed rescue should contact. As a result, a few people contacted him with full of joy, only to end up being tied up in that room, ready to be fed to the zombies. If he's not a rescue team, why did he let us go? How do I know, anyway? Live well, Yang said with staring eyes. He cautiously observed his surroundings and realized that there really weren't many zombies here, so as long as he was cautious and walked around, he wouldn't disturb them. If he could get out of the city and go to the sparsely populated suburbs, there was a high probability of arriving in the shelter. If only we could have a quantity of heavy trucks, Yang muttered under his breath. But his feet suddenly snapped and he stepped on a pile of rat droppings. Hee Jack, such a big pile of rat shit, it's so damn disgusting. But right at this moment, on the desolate street, a black mist actually began to spread, enveloping everything around it. That seemed to be a magnetic field of spiritual power. It has appeared. Lin Dong, who was upstairs, secretly said. He had already sensed that power, which could control one's mind, and if it continued to evolve, it would likely form a field as well. There really was something in this area. And the qualifications are not weak. Lin Dong was inevitably curious in his heart and wanted to see what it was. The two Yangs on the street did not notice anything and were still walking on the street, their bodies, which had been enveloped in the black mist. Ugh, I'm so hungry, let's eat something? The youth suddenly said. Yang's brows furrowed. What are you thinking about? Eating on the street? Want to die, don't you? Here, isn't a restaurant? The youth suddenly spoke. Are you crazy? Yang turned his head and angrily rebuked. The youth even took the street full of zombies, as well as rat droppings, as a restaurant. However, he soon realized that there was something wrong with the youth. In the youth's pair of eyes, there was a trace of bewilderment, and then the corners of his mouth grinned in an intoxicated manner. Little Liang, what's wrong with you? Quickly wake up. He, so much delicious food. Rio, however, laughed out dementedly. Oh no! Yang was terrified in his heart, thinking that he must have been hit by something. There were many monsters in the apocalypse that possessed bizarre abilities. It couldn't be that he had met a creepy corpse, right? As soon as he thought about this, he suddenly saw in front of him an old woman appeared, with a very familiar face, and was carrying hot dumplings, calling out to him. Son, come over and eat. Mom? Yang's eyes similarly confused up, looking at that kind face, intense longing surged to his heart. Although his mother had passed away for more than a decade, he still couldn't help himself. Immersed in the long-lost warmth. Eat dumplings. The dumplings are delicious. Yang cheerfully took the plate of dumplings. His intense hunger made him lose his mind and swallowed it in one big gulp. Next to him, Xiao Liang, on the other hand, saw a restaurant filled with delicacies. He was holding a pig's trotter and gnawing on it. However, what Lin Dong saw upstairs was very different. In his eyes, the two were just standing on the street and were hugging and tearing each other apart. A truly bizarre ability. Lin Dong stared silently, just not knowing where the culprit was. The two people on the street were gnawing at each other, blood was flowing, their life breath was getting weaker and weaker, and before long, they both collapsed to the ground. Originally two big living people, actually hard to bite each other to death. If ordinary people see this horrifying scene, it is estimated that they will be scared out of their wits. Just at this time, street side of the sewage well, drilling out a dark figure, mouth excited squeak straight screaming, to the two corpses ran. That was actually a large rat, the size of a wolf dog, with dark and dense fur all over its body, and two incisors that were sharper than daggers. It soundly hissed the blood and flesh of the two men and gnawed on it. Obviously, it was the originator of all this. A mutated beast that had condensed a crystallized core, possessing the ability to control people's hearts and minds, and the king of rats in this area. I wonder what the flavor of this mutant beast crystal core is. Lin Dong had hunted the mutant two-headed wolf last time, but that wolf was still stuck at the braindance stage, and it already tasted good enough to eat. Thus, he began to think about the Rat King's crystal core. But although that big rat was eating, it had strong mental power and sharp perception, and it seemed to notice that someone was staring at it. It hurriedly turned its head to look, and indeed, it found a humanoid figure on top of a tall building. Oh, discovered? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. A man and a rat, although separated by 100 meters, were gazing at each other. For a moment, the two looked at each other in all directions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat suddenly became violent, and a fierce light emanated from its dark red pupils. At the same time, a light black mist drifted away from its body and drifted straight towards Lin Dongfang. The range of its mental power attack was immense. But compared to Lin Dong's body domain, the gap is huge, a small witch to see a big witch, the difference between the two clouds and mud. Lin Dong's eyes flashed with red light, and the domain unfolded. Corpse domain spread in all directions. The light black mist was immediately dispersed, like ice and snow melting, completely unable to get close to the body. The rat's nostrils twitched, obviously somewhat alarmed. The eyes stared at the figure on top of the tall building. It was as if they saw a king who dominated the world and felt an unrivaled pressure. Rats, such creatures, originally the ability to detect danger is very strong. For example, earthquakes, tsunamis and other natural disasters are snakes and rats first perceived. At this moment, this big rat perceived that the breath of death was getting closer and closer to itself, so it simply abandoned the two corpses. Turning around, it wanted to escape. Wanna run? Lin Dong leapt down from the tall building to the street and was extremely fast, scurrying more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. It was like a ghost that could flash. A distance of several hundred meters was but a matter of breathing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King's mouth emitted a sharp shriek that was extremely ear-piercing and penetrating, resounding through the entire street. Squeak, squeak. Lin Dong immediately heard a burst of rustling sounds, accompanied by rat squeaks, coming from the dirt under his feet. Immediately, countless rats drilled out from the sewers, densely packed and dark, resembling a black fountain. The rats that came out of the well immediately surrounded towards Lin Dong. Not only that, including the streets and alleys, there were also rats running wildly, in all directions, as if they were rescuing him. So it is it that is summoning its little brother. Lin Dong was alone, surrounded by a tide of millions of rats. The rats varied in size, some were like dogs, some were like cats, with varying degrees of evolution, and all of them were ferocious at this time, charging at the enemy. However, Lin Dong's corpse domain was so powerful that once a rat intruded into it, it was like a watermelon that had been smashed by a hammer, shattering into pieces. Although the tide of rats was ferocious, a vacuum appeared around Lin Dong, making it impossible to approach. However, those rats were not afraid of death and continued to charge like moths to a flame. Lin Dong completely transformed into a meat grinder. Flesh and blood were flying around him, and in a few moments, the corpses were piled up layer after layer. As far as the eye could see, there were rats. Lin Dong's eyes gazed and realized that the initial Rat King, who had mixed into the rats, had run off somewhere and had lost his target. This rat is not too good to catch. Lin Dong scanned the circle, suddenly found the street bus stop, lying on a large rat, it half squinting eyes, wagging his tail, color leisurely, is smiling but not laughing, staring at himself, provocative meaning. Still dare to be provocative? Lin Dong could be certain that it was that Rat King and immediately charged in that direction. However, the rat did not panic in the slightest and leapt, drilling into the nearby sewage well and mixing into the tide of rats. Once again, Lin Dong lost his target and was unable to lock it down at all. It already vaguely felt that something was not right, because the corpse domain was in full swing, it would only be able to last for about 20 minutes, and now 2 minutes had already passed. If he continued to consume it, he would not have much chance of winning. Just as Lin Dong was thinking, the large rat reappeared. This time it was lying on the scrap car shed, looking at Lin Dong with a smile on its face. Lin Dong was just about to chase after him. However, the large rat repeated the same trick and escaped once again. And the endless rats around him continued to surge towards Lin Dong like a tidal wave. Obviously, the big rat wanted to exhaust himself to death. Lin Dong pondered in his heart that he should either forget about it because once the corpse domain was exhausted, the rats would pounce on him. Although with Lin Dong's physical strength, the rat's sharp incisors would not be able to break the defense, those creatures living in the sewers were too dirty. Lin Dong did not want to become covered in rats. The most crucial thing was that without the corpse domain support, it would be even more difficult for himself to hunt that Rat King. With one's own abilities, there is no guarantee that the hunt will be 100% successful. Lin Dong thought in his heart. But that hateful big rat appeared again. Like before. It was lying on a dumpster, narrowing its eyes provocatively as it gazed at Lin Dong. This time, Lin Dong did not intend to catch it. Instead, he was prepared to utilize the remaining time of the corpse domain to leave the area and wait for a chance later to finish off the rat. However, just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a strange change occurred in vain. The originally bright sky suddenly darkened, and a large mass of black shadows shrouded above. Ga. Miserable crows chirped, coming from the distance. It was mixed with a special bird sound. Good man, hello. Oh. Lin Dong looked up and realized that there was a large crow hovering above his head, the same one that he had fed earlier. It seemed to have come to help itself. The red-eyed crow gazed at the tide of rats, its ferocious light unabated and murderous intent revealed before it let out an ear-piercing shrill cry. The tens of thousands of crows in the air all swooped downwards. Their bodies were like a cannonball, falling rapidly, their sharp beaks easily piercing through the rats. The tens of thousands of crows actually helped Lin Dong block the rat tide. The big rat on the trash can saw this, no longer had the comfortable demeanor just now, his nose twitching, he was infuriated. How could it not expect that the group of crows would come to help this human? A strong sense of crisis struck again. Seeing the momentum is not good, the rat feels that this place is not suitable for a long time, thinking that you have to hurry to escape, get up and want to jump into the sewers. However, several crows swooped down and surrounded him in the middle of the area, and one of them crashed heavily into his body, causing him to fly tens of meters away. Lin Dong glanced and gazed at it, feeling that an opportunity had come. This crow brother can handle it, something is really up. He leapt up and the domain unfolded to its limit, during which the rats that were covered, their bodies burst into pieces. That rat king was anxious in his heart, got up and wanted to escape, but suddenly, it felt a huge pressure coming on. The body stiffened. It was already unable to move at all. Raising his eyes, he found a slender figure standing in front of him, his gaze cold and murderous. The large rat was covered by the domain and no longer looked rampant. Its body trembled. In its eyes, it even revealed a sense of supplication, looking somewhat pitiful. Lin Dong's mind moved and the pressure of the domain was concentrated to one point. The body of the rat directly shattered with a bang. One of the crystal cores crumbled and flew out, and Lin Dong reached out and held it in his palm. The moment the large rat died, the originally ferocious rat tide, having lost its mastermind, immediately went into disarray, their mouths shrieking as they began to flee in all directions. The densely packed rats immediately faded away again like a tide. Not a moment. Then all disappeared. Nowadays, the streets are even more messy, there are rat corpses and broken meat everywhere, and the smell of blood is pungent. There was a flock of large crows, pecking on the ground. Good people, goodbye. The very first large crow circled around Lin Dong for a few times before flying away with the flock fluttering. By now, the entire street was quiet again. Lin Dong watched the crows fly away and felt that this was a case of a good deed being rewarded with a good deed, and that in the future, he should feed the small animals more often and be a good person. He looked around, although the Rat King in this street had been wiped out. However, in the surrounding area, there must be something else. After all, the Rat King was not the real overlord, the real master here should be a corpse king. Lin Dong did not intend to continue exploring, having obtained 2 crystal cores, which were sufficient to absorb for a period of time. He should return to his own territory for a while. With that, his figure abruptly disappeared, turning on his stealth ability and returning to his territory. However, not long after Lin Dong had just left, on that street full of broken corpses, several zombies appeared. The leader of the zombie king had dark red skin with black veins bulging. It was the red-faced zombie king in the park. It had something furry and black around its neck, and at this moment, it raised its head, revealing a human face full of black fluff. Squeak squeak squeak. This human-faced rat jumped down from its neck and came to a pile of crushed rat corpses, letting out sounds of sadness and incomparable sadness. Wife, how did you die? Who in the world did this to you? I will definitely avenge you. The human-faced rat used that bizarre face and rubbed it on the crushed meat non-stop. Without a moment, it was stained with blood. Scarf, don't be too sad, I will definitely kill it if it dares to invade my territory. The red-faced corpse king's voice was hoarse, like rolling stones rubbing together. Behind it, there were a few capable cadres, evolved quite high, similar to Tank Hachi, and already had intelligence. Boss, I asked my men, this is the work of that zombie from the building. Oh? The red-faced zombie's eyes showed murderous intent. He had originally planned to finish him off and open up his territory, but he didn't expect to bully his own head first. His place. How many zombies are there? After this bout of probing, it's already been figured out, probably around 2,000. The rear corpse king said. Only 2,000? The red-faced corpse king cocked his head, feeling a bit incredulous. Thought he was much stronger. Because underneath himself, a tide of 20,000 corpses had already gathered. 20,000 rushing 2,000. Wouldn't that be a breeze? Scarf, get ready, I'll avenge you right away. However, at this time, Lin Dong did not know all of this. He had already returned home. As per the usual practice, he took a hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and then started absorbing the crystal core energy. That Rat King's crystal core was actually pitch black in color, just like a ripe Chelsea, and was even sweeter. The energy in it was extremely pure, and it was a great enhancement to oneself. Perhaps it was because the Rat King's spiritual magnetic field was somewhat similar to his own corpse domain. The next few days, Lin Dong meticulously stayed at home on a daily basis. Ever since he killed the Rat King, no more rats or zombies came to harass him. Only the occasional crow appeared hovering in the sky. During this period, Lin Dong used his cell phone to collect information from the outside world. The official website of Tektronics today was exceptionally lively. Because of the incident at the mall, it had been announced that the awakened were killed and hundreds of millions of supplies had disappeared. Many survivors left messages. More than 10 awakened people all died tragically overnight. What kind of monster did this? Yeah, what level of corpse king does it have to be? It's horrible. The key is that there are still over 200 survivors and hundreds of millions of supplies have been emptied. Tektronics can't do it either. They were talking about Operation King Hunt before, but it turned out that they were hunted by the zombies first. Is it possible that it wasn't the zombies, but some other human organization that did it? It's possible. I've heard that there are some unscrupulous awakened people out there who have set up their own organizations and have even robbed our official shelter supplies. The incident at the mall was confusing, and people were curious as to what exactly happened that night. However, there were no living people left to tell them the answer. It was on the verge of becoming the #1 unsolved mystery of the end times. But Tektronix did not give up. The key is hundreds of millions of supplies. It is too precious, unexplained, just lost, certainly not willing. So a statement was immediately issued. Our company will definitely investigate the mall incident clearly. In order to console the spirits of Linan and the others, the king hunting operation will start immediately. We will hunt down all the corpse kings and get the supplies back. This group of people, they are being dishonest again. Lin Dong chanted with his mouth. And right at this moment, Tektronix was deploying a battle plan, a group of awakened ones, sitting in the interconference room. On the large screen in front of them, a map of Jiangbei City was being placed. After a month of drone reconnaissance, we have grasped the basic distribution of zombies. In the area near the mall, there are roughly 10 zombie kings territories, and depending on the degree of danger, we have defined them as 1 star to 5 stars. Among them, 5 stars are the most dangerous, and 1 star is relatively safe, such as the vicinity of this building. A middle-aged man explained and drew a circle on the map. There are about 2,000 zombies here. It's considered the smallest of the Corpse King's territories. To hunt the Corpse King here, we'll set it as 1-star difficulty. The awakened ones under the stage looked at each other in dismay, feeling like they were messing with the same game as brushing a copy. But it was obvious that this 1-star difficulty was a good job. So they all raised their hands and scrambled for it. This place is good. I'll go. At the very back of the conference room sat a middle-aged man who was the person in charge here, named Ji Jian. At this moment, when he looked at the unproductive appearance of the awakened under his command, he could not help but feel a little annoyed in his heart, because the only way to evolve stronger was to hunt down and kill powerful corpse kings. But they were so passive and negligent that they even picked a 1-star difficulty to go to. But it was good. If this operation went smoothly, it would help grow morale and build up the company's reputation and gain the trust of the survivors. Lin Dong was still at home, drinking scarlet liquid from a tall glass. His demeanor was elegant and his life was cozy. Outside the building, a red-eyed crow, after hovering in mid-air for a few weeks, landed on the street lamp. Little black bird? In the alleyway next to him, Tank revealed half of his big head and secretly observed. He had a strong sense of territory. Long ago, he noticed this crow, often coming around this neighborhood, and being in his urchin's mind, he intended to catch the crow. So Tank tiptoed, doggy sneaky, slowly approaching the crow. He was as light-footed as if he were taking a cat's walk, and went forward little by little, without making the slightest noise. Because too cautious, a full 5 minutes of work, only to move 30 meters. But in his heart, he was glad that the crow didn't seem to notice, and still landed on the street lamp, with no intention of flying away. At this time, Tank was already less than 10 meters from the crow. He slowly bent his knees, made enough strength, and then leapt up. Bring it on you. The tank was extremely bouncy and cracked the ground. His body shape was like a cannonball as he swept straight towards the crow. Seeing that the crow was getting closer and closer, he stretched out his big hand to catch it. But at this critical moment, the crow suddenly fluttered its wings and flew straight up, pulling away a distance, just in time to avoid the tank's big hand. Can't catch it. Can't catch it. The unique bird voice of the crow in the air came out, with a somewhat smug and mocking tone. Roar! Tank let out a roar, was instantly infuriated, grabbed the roadside sewer manhole cover, arm swung round and threw it at the crow. But the crow reacted quickly and flew upwards some distance again. Can't hit. Can't hit. Ho ho ho! Little black bird, have the guts to come down. Seeing that he could no longer reach it, Tank could only open his mouth and growl. The crow didn't pay any attention to him at all, and instead fluttered its wings and flew away to a higher place, gradually moving away. Big idiot. Big idiot. Tank was exasperated and wowed, pounding his chest, but there was nothing he could do. The crow flew directly to the height of the 20th floor and landed on the alloy parapet of the place. The inside of the window was clean and spotless. It was precisely Lindong's residence. Hello good man, hello good man. Isn't this brother Crow? Lindong glanced at his head. He certainly had an impression of this big crow. If it was not for its help, it would have been difficult for him to hunt the mutant Mouse King. One must give brother Crow a chicken leg. Lindong was also generous. After opening the window, he took out a few large chicken legs from his storage space and threw them out. The big crows swallowed them one by one into their stomachs as if they were eating sugar peas. Thank you, good man. Thank you, good man. You are welcome. Lindong lay down on the windowsill and continued to make small talk. So free today, come to my place as a guest. There are people and zombies coming to attack you, a big batch. The crow spoke up. Obviously, it was the one that had discovered some situation while flying in the sky and then came here to find Lin Dong to report the situation. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. Hearing this news, he was not very surprised. After all, he had offended quite a number of people recently, and they had eventually come looking for him. If they dared to come and provoke themselves, then let them know what it meant to be cruel. It just so happened that the 2 crystal cores from the last hunt had already been absorbed, and was still thinking about where to go to replenish, and as a result, someone came to my door. However, one cannot be careless. One must be prepared for battle. Thus, Lin Dong transmitted a signal to his minions, informing them that someone was about to invade the territory. The tanks heard that someone was invading. What more could it be? Immediately, he became violent. Originally, he had been made angry by the crows. At this moment, he was even more furious. Roar! As he bellowed, a hissing roar came from the surroundings. An elite zombie minion came out in a line. Originally, in the daytime, the zombies were not active, but at this time, they were extremely exuberant, with bloodthirsty eyes, ferocious and incomparable, transmitting monstrous killing intent. How dare you invade the boss's territory? Not looking for death? 2,000 elite zombies, the momentum, horrifying, the tide of corpses standing in front of the tank, 8 Dr. 3 competent generals. The zombies are standing by, ready to start the bloody feast. Hachi's mouth he smiled weirdly, hearing that someone had invaded. She wasn't very angry, instead, she was extremely excited and seemed to find it very interesting. This was because her desire to kill was even stronger than Tank and the others. Lin Dong, on the other hand, stood on the roof of the building. The strong wind tore at his hair, and his pair of bright eyes gazed into the distance, with a somewhat will-o'-the-wisp, a glimpse of the mountains. In the distant sky, several small black dots first appeared, rapidly approaching this side. It was a Tektronix flight scout. On the street below, there was also a fleet of modified armored vehicles, led by a giant bulldozer to open up the road. No matter whether it was a scrapped vehicle or scattered zombies, they were all shoveled away. This was Tektronix's King Hunter action team, which included 10 awakened, 4 of whom had coalesced crystals. There was also an armed team of 500 people, who were heavily armed and wearing black nano-combat suits with a red Tektronix logo on their chests, which looked very cool. This kind of nano-combat suit is very strong, can prevent zombies from scratching and biting, even if the dagger can't pierce in, very effective. In addition to that, Tektronix also brought 2 biochemical transformation weapons, the Chaser. In one of the vehicles, there were 4 crystalline core awakened, 3 men and 1 woman, and they were the absolute main force of this operation. This operation is a beautiful job, and we're quite lucky to have caught it. A boy said proudly. The girl nodded. A 1-star corpse nest difficulty, it just happens to be used as an experience. It's also my first time participating in this kind of operation. Ha, then you should watch and learn. The boys responded and said. The captain next to him, Lu Hao, then reminded. Xiao, a lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Don't be careless, any zombie is dangerous. Team Lu, there are only 2,000 zombies here. I guess the Corpse King doesn't have any special abilities, just a strong physique, otherwise it wouldn't be this much territory. Xiao said with his hands spread out. The last tall man said in favor. As long as you don't meet a trickster corpse, simply having a strong physical body is considered one of the best types of zombies to deal with. Oh. The girl listened intently to the trio's discussion, as it was her first time participating in an action, and she realized that there were so many more things to be said about hunting zombies. It seems that she should indeed learn more from her seniors. In addition to the King Hunter action team, there was another party of forces that was also gathering here. It was the red-faced Corpse King from the park area. It had brought its scarf with it, intending to take revenge on the mutant Mouse King, and by the way, finish off Lin Dong and annex his territory. The red-faced Corpse King had quite a number of minions, a tide of 20,000 corpses, vast and black. They hissed and ran wildly, like a torrent. Among them, there were more than 100 elite agile zombies, running at the front, jumping up and down, as if they were apes and monkeys. And in the tide of corpses, there are also many mutated rats, red pupils flashing, ferocious. The scene of 10,000 corpses crowding the streets was also extremely spectacular. The red-faced Corpse King and a few juniors walked at the end. It felt that it did not even need to make a move of its own to level Lin Dong. 20,000 corpse tides against 2,000, there was no suspense at all. King, I guess the battle will end soon. You can just collect the crystal cores directly when you get there. A junior in its rear said. The red-faced Corpse King nodded. It loved to hear this. At this time, the King Hunter action team had arrived at the target location, and the armed personnel began to shoot the scattered zombies in the periphery. As the gunshots rang out, the zombies continued to fall. Lu Hao and the other 4 awakenings stepped out of the car, observing the surrounding situation. The scattered zombies scurried out from the streets and alleys, and without waiting to get close, they were shot and killed, so there was no need to care at all. With their eyes, they looked in the direction of the building. From afar, they saw a tall figure standing in the middle of the road, which was the incomparable tank. Roar dash. The tank smelled human scent and hissed in that direction. The roar shook the sky. The berserkness was unrelenting. If not for the fact that Lin Dong had yet to give the order, he would have been eager to rush forward. Sure enough, it is a power corpse king. Looking at its stupid appearance, it should not have any special abilities. Xiao Wen analyzed. Lu Hao nodded, but we have to be careful, maybe there are other corpse kings. Look at the group of zombies behind, it seems to be highly evolved. Hiss. So scary. The only female awakened, sucked in a cool breath, more or less fearful as she participated in the action for the first time. Xiao Wen took up a gentlemanly demeanor and opened his mouth to comfort. Don't be afraid, 1-star corpse nest only 2,000 zombies, the distribution is not very dense, it will be cleared soon. Well, hurry up and get rid of it quickly, go back and collect the reward, I've been starving for several days, the last tall man said. Although tech was technologically advanced, food was still in short supply. As the King Hunt action team slowly moved forward, the two groups of forces were getting closer and closer, the smell of gunpowder was strong, swords were drawn, and it seemed like a big battle was about to happen. Tank stood at the forefront, quite a bit of a one man, he clenched both fists, his arms exaggeratedly bulging with muscles, a pair of eyes fierce. Just waiting for Lin Dong's order, he would rush forward to tear those humans apart. Xiao Hachi also put away her smile as she inclined her head and stared straight ahead at the humans as her heart was a little itchy. Why hasn't the boss given the order yet? Can't wait to kill already. The crowd of zombies waited anxiously, hissing and roaring. However, Lin Dong was motionless. Seeing that the group of humans is about to arrive in front of them, less than 500 meters away. They were even about to enter the opponent's range. What is the boss doing? He wouldn't have gone to look for good food and forgotten about us, right? Tank's gaze was eager, and he turned back to exchange words. Dr. Walker glanced at him. Stupid, you think the boss is like you? There's no order, let's just wait. Still waiting? In a moment the wheels of the car across the street will be pressing on my face. Hachi scratched his hair with both claws, already on the verge of a seizure. However, the King Hunt action team also stopped after moving forward a dozen meters. Captain Lu Hao stared and observed. These zombies. There's something odd. What's wrong? Team Lu. Xiao Wen came forward and asked. Lu Hao looked ahead and said. If it was an ordinary zombie, being disturbed like this, they would have rushed over long ago, but they, however, haven't moved. Also the female awakened nodded, this zombie in front of her was different from what she perceived. The tall man also agreed. When this happens, it's most likely that there are highly intelligent zombies dominating them. What if they are just plain stupid? Not willing to step out of their territory. Xiao Wen speculated. The four of them observed from the periphery and began to discuss tactics, hesitant to step forward for several minutes. The tall man said. Could this an empty city plan? Put. Goddamn empty city plan, you think the zombies are zhuge still using schemes? Xiao Wen couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hao thought about it, now that he was here, no matter what happened to this group of zombies, he had to eliminate them. Anyway, it's only 2,000 zombies, even if something changes, we can still withstand it, get ready to do it. Okay. Xiao Wen promised, and had long been unable to resist striking. The rest of the personnel also took a deep breath, their eyes became firm, ready to deal with the ferocious zombie tide. But at this tense moment, the earth suddenly rumbled. Messy footsteps, accompanied by hissing, as well as squeaking and strange screams, came from all directions. Not right. Lu Hao immediately frowned, his face instantly grimacing. The crowd of armed personnel, glancing at each other, could all see the gravity in each other's eyes, as they had all experienced this kind of situation. Only a large-scale corpse tide could cause such an effect. As expected. First, a few agile zombies jumped onto the roofs of the surrounding buildings, landing on all fours and surveying them with fierce pupils. Then from the surrounding street corners and alley entrances, countless zombies emerged, as well as ferocious mutated rats. Where did so many zombies come from? Lu Hao's crowd was horrified. Looking at the scale of the number in front of them, it was already far more than 2,000. They really couldn't figure out what was going on and just assumed that they had been ambushed. Senior, what should we do now? The female awakened asked. The rest of the few people were stony-faced and didn't have any ideas now. Lu Hao looked around. Never mind that much, prepare to fight. Those zombies ran wildly, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of them. Fire! Lu Hao gave an order, and the surrounding area was filled with gunfire. 500 armed men set up a specific formation. The firepower was very dense, just like cutting wheat, instantly sweeping a large area. But the tide of corpses is exceptionally ferocious, continue to charge, even if tripped by the bodies underfoot, also tumbling forward, completely regardless. The most lethal ones were those elite agile zombies. They directly leaped down from the high building, extremely fast, catching people off guard, often pouncing on the armed personnel, and then pressed to the ground and tore into them. These zombies could only be solved by the awakened ones such as Lu Hao. However, the concrete pavement under the people's feet suddenly began to crack, and came squeaking strange screams. There was actually a large rat drilling out. The rats scurried onto the armed men, or tore directly at their ankles, put them in pain wailing. The two parties fought. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. At this time, not far away, Tank and Hachi, etc., were no longer in a hurry, looking at the scene in front of them, but instead, they were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Obviously their own home turf. How did the two groups in front of them dry up? Tank scratched his head. Could it be that? Did they come to fight on their own turf? As for Lin Dong's slender figure, standing on the roof of the building, he had previously seen that there was a tide of 10,000 corpses coming this way, so he did not let his juniors take action. Right now, the two forces are fighting fiercely. The dog bites the dog, a mouthful of hair. He can watch the fun. Cheer up! Even Lin Dong shouted for them, thinking that the worse the fight, the better. The red-eyed crow circled around Lin Dong. Good man, when will your family start eating? Don't be in a hurry, the pot hasn't been opened yet, Lin Dong said without looking back. It turned out that the crow brother came to be a guest, and he came in time for the meal, thinking to rub his mouth. On the distant battlefield, the sound of gunfire was loud, blood and flesh were flying, there were limbs and broken arms everywhere, and the smell of blood was pungent, just like a hellish shura. Because the humans had sent out the killer, 2 3-meter-tall biochemical reformers, the chaser. They were tiger-backed, and on their huge foreheads, there was a stitching scar, just like lying on a large centipede. The pursuer's body was wrapped in bullet chains, with a huge hammer on its back, and on its right hand was a Gatling heavy machine gun. At this moment, the 6 barrels of the gun rotated and tongues of fire began to roar. Countless bullets poured out. It turned into a metallic storm. Once the zombie was hit, it was directly cut off or blown apart, and its death was extremely miserable. If there is an elite zombie close to the body, the hunter is not afraid of tearing, backhandedly draw out a huge hammer, heavily smashed down. I do not know what material that hammer is made of, the density is extremely high, it looks like there must be 20 tons of weight, smashed into the ground as a deep pit, was hit by the zombies immediately into the mud. Lin Dong looked at the picture in front of him, and could not help but recall his childhood. Whenever the new year, the orphanage will make dumplings. Lin Dong was in charge of the garlic mashing work. He felt that the zombie situation was similar to garlic paste. The appearance of the two pursuers gave the humans an advantage, and even though the tide of zombies was fierce, they could not rush in. It was worthy of being the zombie removal program's big killer. The only thing people had to be wary of was the large rats scurrying out from under their feet. However, the armed squad was wearing nano-combat suits, and even if the rats had sharp teeth, they couldn't bite through them, and could only bite the humans. From this, it could be seen that the King Hunt action team still had some strength. In about 5 minutes or so, 6 or 7,000 zombies were annihilated, and the originally voluminous corpse tide was reduced by 1/3. And just at this time, the red-faced corpse king wore a scarf and walked slowly. He did not know what the situation was. Had his little brother taken down Lin Dong? But he gazed at it. He quickly realized that something was wrong. Those of his own juniors were actually fighting with the humans, especially the two chasers, who were particularly conspicuous, as if they were garlic pounders, and were pounding garlic there. Among them, there were also human awakened people, utilizing their own supernormal abilities, killing in all directions, simply unstoppable. What is this situation? Your Majesty, there are human awakened ones here, we're fighting with them, an elite zombie reported. Oh, there was no need for it to say this, the red-faced corpse king himself could see it. What about the corpse king inside the building? I don't know, it seems like it hasn't come out yet. What? Red-faced corpse king was enraged. He mainly came to attack him. Seeing the current situation, his side has been reduced quite a lot. As a result, even the other side has not yet seen. Outrageous! Boss, how come there are human awakened people here? The little brother from the rear asked. The red-faced corpse king couldn't figure it out either. Although he had evolved intelligence, he wasn't very smart. Could it be he colluded with the humans? King, do you think there's a possibility that the humans came to attack him as well, only to be met by us first? Another henchman analyzed. The red-faced corpse king's eyes glazed over, feeling that this one had a point. Wouldn't that be screwing up? The more he thought about it, the more he held his breath, squealing with anger. The little brother in the back asked, Boss, what should we do then? Should we retreat first? Retreat? Red-faced corpse king's eyes showed murderous intent. Now that he lost many men, retreating would only be more suffocating. He had already paid the cost of silence. Only by obtaining a complete victory in this battle could he make up for his battle losses. And the humans are equally enemies, their crystal cores are even sweeter. There is already no retreat to speak of. Give me a kill. Kill them all. Roar dash. With Red Face's order, the men behind him hissed. Since the boss said no retreat, then they would charge forward completely. They had red eyes and charged into the battle group with a brain. These zombies were extremely highly evolved and were considered Corpse King level, very strong. Squeak, squeak dash. Scarf let out a screech, jumped down from Red Face's shoulder, scampered 3 times, and came to a high building. At the same time, the black mist of its body began to drift away. It had the same bizarre ability, mind control. The Corpse King has appeared. Lu Hao's brow wrinkled, hearing that heaven shaking hissed just now. He already guessed something. With a corpse tide of this scale, a Corpse King must have appeared. Everyone be careful, the real battle is about to begin. Understood. The surrounding people agreed in unison. But wisps of black mist had already drifted out, enveloping the several armed men within it. Hungry, I'm so hungry. Me too. What do you see there? The ocean. I'm going to the beach, have beer, and eat gala. One of the armed men's eyes hazed up, mimicking the action of carrying beer, and actually took the grenade out of his waist. Hey! Stop! What are you doing? Lu Hao realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop it. But the man pulled the grenade's pull ring away. Cheers! Rumble! The grenade exploded and the fire engulfed it, while countless shrapnel biao shot, piercing through the surrounding companions. This kind of fragmentation grenade was extremely lethal. But that wasn't all. A few more armed men pulled out grenades at the same time. Cheers! They joyfully raised their glasses and then died together. Boom boom boom. Several explosions rang out one after another, countless sand and shrapnel, like a storm sweeping through. Lu Hao pushed his hands forward. He was an earth-awakened person, and earth condensed in his hands, forming a thick earth shield to resist the power of the explosions. The rest of the armed men, they hid behind the armored vehicles, avoiding being hurt by the shrapnel. But in their hearts, panic spread. The comrades who had just fought together had inexplicably mined themselves. Spooky. That ability to kill people invisibly was the most frightening. Lu Hao frowned tightly, having seen that they were under mind control. Xiao Wen, open the mental barrier and search for the enemy's location. Okay. Xiao Wen nodded heavily. He was a spiritual awakened, and with a thought, the spiritual barrier unfolded, isolating the black fog and quickly sensing the source. Found it! Up there! The crowd followed his gaze and realized that not far away, on the 3rd floor windowsill, there was a large black rat lying on its back and had a furry human face. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. There really was a weird monster. However, just at this moment, a zombie leapt down from a tall building and directly rode on the shoulders of an armed man. It was the right-hand man under Red Face, an agile zombie king, nicknamed Monkey. Monkey's body was robust and covered with pus. His arm strangled the man's neck and twisted it, directly twisting his head down. Quick! Attack! The surrounding people were just about to counterattack, but the monkey's body was athletic, and once again leapt violently onto the back of the pursuer's neck. The chaser was disturbed, and his figure shook violently, causing the right-hand gatling. It accidentally went off. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. Between the tongues of fire gulping, dense bullets shot towards the group of armed men. Duck! The people let out a cry of alarm and hastily lay down behind the armored car. The bullets hit the armored car, and sparks splashed everywhere. Of course there were also a few little unlucky people, who were hit by the bullets, and their bodies instantly burst into pieces. As the Corpse King joined in, the humans gradually fell into the wind. At this time, the red-faced Corpse King also struck, only to see it raise its hand, arm expansion to the extreme degree of exaggeration, in which the blood vessels swept out. Those blood vessels seemed to have life, like long snakes, entangling several armed personnel and immediately stabbing into their bodies. Ah! The armed men immediately screamed out, and then their bodies quickly dried up, all the blood being drained out, turning like dry corpses. So strong! Lu Hao glanced and gazed at it. Looking at the way it attacked, he couldn't help but think of a movie, Lethal Guardian, Venom. But it was also fortunate that this ability wasn't considered bizarre. It was still within the regular range, and couldn't be called a bizarre corpse. Watching the red-faced Corpse King's veins dance wildly, constantly harvesting people's lives, Lu Hao stepped on one foot. Several oval earth walls rose up in front of him, blocking out his attacks. Team Lu, the tide of corpses is rushing over, a person next to him reported. Due to the loss of intensive firepower suppression, the tide of 10,000 corpses had rushed forward. I know. Lu Hao glanced his head and stared, feeling that he was really pressing the gourd to raise the dipper, and was almost too busy under the zombies' intensive attack. But at this moment, the tall man in the team stepped in. His name was Su Jian, a lightning attribute awakened person with extremely strong attack power. He stood alone, in front of the tide of corpses. Thunder light surrounded him, and his hair stood up. The restless energy intensified. Die! He bellowed explosively and raised his hand to slam his fist into the ground. Rumble! Cobweb-like crack marks spread on the ground, while electric arcs leapt, and a 20-meter radius was covered in lightning. Once those zombies touched it, their bodies immediately convulsed, smoke rose in all directions, and they were burned into charcoal. "Captain, this isn't a solution, we'll be exhausted," Su Jian said with a glance back. Although the awakened were strong, their physical strength was limited, and now a few of the main combatants, with tired faces, were running out of energy. Well, this group of zombies, which came from somewhere else, is already comparable in strength to a 3-star corpse nest. Lu Hao had long realized what was happening. This. The female awakened, her face was ashen. She didn't expect to encounter such a situation on her first action. Then why did they come here? How do I know? The zombies in the 1-star corpse nest right now haven't come out yet. Lu Hao was a bit furious. The crowd was also silent, somehow caught in a crisis, and as a result, the mission objective was intact, not even touching a hair. But it's good, if the zombies in the 1-star corpse nest don't come out, it's easier for us to break out. Lu Hao analyzed. The crowd nodded. It's busy enough now, those zombies must not come out, Xiao Wen said in relief. Don't worry everyone, those zombies are stupid, they haven't moved even after hitting the doorstep, so they probably won't come out. At this moment, Lin Dong stood on the roof of the building, looking quite relaxed. By his side, quite a few crows fell, all of which were brother crow henchmen, waiting to dabble. I've kept everyone waiting. Is the pot open now? The red light in the crow's eyes flashed, already growing more and more excited. Aha! Lin Dong nodded his head. In the battlefield below, the armed personnel were almost empty of bullets, and the awakened ones were tired and exhausted of energy. The 20,000 corpse tides from before were only left with remnants. It's our turn to appear. Lin Dong gave the order. The thousands of zombies standing below seemed to be activated as if they were activated and hissed out. Their ferocious aura filled the air. Roar dash! Tank let out a roar, as if he was a brute, and took the lead in charging towards the front, and with his footsteps, the earth trembled. The crowd of elite zombies at the back was like a wild horse out of control. But to say the most excited, of course, is still Xiao Hachi. The boss finally gave the order. At this moment are some tears. Because before watching the front killing, the heart is very itchy. Long ago cannot wait to love those humans. Ha 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 ha. The corner of Hachi's mouth grinned to the root of his ears, revealing a big bizarre smile, then his body flashed, like a phantom rushing forward. At the top of the building, countless crows soared up. In the center, surrounded by the crows, stood a cold youth. A red light flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, he disappeared in place. The tank was the first to rush into the battlefield. His huge body type, as if a speeding locomotive, crashed a street of zombies into the 4 flying 5 scattered. It even made some zombies, directly hanging on the street light poles. The tank tore a gap in the tide of zombies. The elite zombies at the back moved swiftly, pouncing on the enemies, their sharp teeth directly biting off their necks. After flinging the heads to the side, they continued to look for the next target. Wait, what's that? Lu Hao and the others, having already felt the earthquake, turned their heads to look, and found a huge-sized corpse king, dispersing the tide of corpses, and coming straight at their position. Crap! Coming out. The crowd's faces were ashen. The female awakened was heartbroken. Brother Xiao Wen, didn't you say they wouldn't come? Xiao Wen was dumbfounded. The face slapping came a little too quickly. Could it be that it was a coincidence? At this moment, the crowd felt that the already difficult situation had snowballed. But soon, they realized. This is not as simple as adding frost. The tank's huge size had already rushed to the front of the human camp, and the trembling of the earth intensified. The sound was overwhelming and horrifying. We have to stop it, Lu Hao said in a hurry. The crowd of armed men, one after another, fired at the tank. However, the tank had thick skin and flesh and didn't care at all. Braving the rain of bullets and bullets, its speed remained unabated, but instead, it was a few points swifter. It's better to let me do it. The female awakened frowned slightly. Her ability was to manipulate metal. Between the swing of her hands, a heavy armored car crossed in front of the tank. Boom! Between the two colliding, the armored car spun several times in the air before flying out a long way. The crowd was shocked. So fierce? This zombie's physique was too powerful. It was simply a humanoid savage beast. Still, the heavy armored vehicle slowed the tank down a bit. But before people could breathe a sigh of relief, they only saw that behind the tank, another slender figure appeared, with a weird smile on its face, terrifyingly incomparable, charging towards the side at an extremely fast speed. Hachi's degree of evolution was extremely high, and now she had condensed her crystal core and awakened her ability, Rapid Diving Shadow. When her movement speed reached a critical value, she would enter a state of invisibility, and this ability was also quite bizarre, allowing her to approach her target without realizing it. One of the armed men was shooting ahead, only to see the oncoming female zombie. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and then in the blink of an eye, the female zombie even disappeared. Where did she go? The armed man instantly lost his target and was in a dazed state. He hurriedly looked around, searching for that terrifying figure. But the next second, a terrifying smiling face appeared in front of him, and the two were so close that they were close to the tip of his nose. The man was shocked and subconsciously dodged backwards. But Zayahachi's sharp bone claws, just like cutting tofu, gently touched, has not into his neck. Then the bone claws violently lifted, directly lifting a head far away. Shit! It's coming over! Several armed personnel beside him were immediately startled. Among them, there was also a brain-dan stage awakened, who reacted the fastest, holding an alloy steel blade, and went straight to hack at Zayahachi. Zayahachi's figure flashed and disappeared again, waiting for his next appearance. He had already arrived behind this awakened person. With a sharp bone claw, he inserted it into his back waist and yanked out his waist. Ah! The awakened one let out a miserable howl, convulsing and falling to the ground in agony. That's horrible. This is the creepy corpse. Run! The several armed men were all out of resistance and turned around to escape. Ha 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 ha! Hachi's mouth laughed strangely as she immediately chased after them, putting down a person every few steps. Her bony claws were stained with blood, dripping non-stop. Her eyes became even more hyperactive, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Lu Hao and the rest of the main force, sensing the strange situation over here, realized that even the brain-dan awakened were no match for Hachi. It has to be stopped. We can't let it slaughter anymore. I'll do it. Su Jian once again volunteered, feeling that with his own thunder system awakening, he should be able to keep up with its speed. The 500 armed men that had been brought along had now been killed 2/3 of the way through, leaving only 100 or so people left. Su Jian's body was surrounded by thunderous light, and his berserk energy fluctuated intensely. He was just about to go forward to stop Hachi, but suddenly, an even more powerful pressure filled the air, and in the distant streets, it was as if a sea of blood was rushing in. People's hearts all flinched as a sense of unease began to spread. It was a genetic suppression that made one's soul tremble. The true king had appeared. The crowd turned their heads to gaze, and realized that on the street, there stood a slender youth, wearing a clean white shirt that was spotless. He looked indifferent, his eyes were empty, looking at the eyes of the crowd, most a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at dead people. What is that? A zombie? The female awakened was a little unsure. Lu Hao's frown deepened. Well, this is the first time I've seen such a zombie as well, I guess. He's the real zombie king. It feels very difficult to deal with. As a spiritual awakened, Xiao Wen's intuition was very sharp. Now that the major corpse kings, one after the other, had appeared, it made their hearts anxious, feeling like they were taking a step into the abyss. Su Jian had the same urgency in his heart. If he didn't solve a few corpse kings, the situation would get tougher and tougher, so he was a bit anxious in his heart. Then let's settle you first. Su Jian gave up on Hachi and turned to run at Lin Dong. As the thunder awakened, he was extremely fast, and his body leapt with thunderous light, just like a bolt of lightning. Lu Hao did not stop him, because in terms of attack attributes alone, Su Jian was the strongest person in the team, equivalent to the tip of the blade in the King Hunt action team. However, the next scene left them completely dumbfounded. They only saw Su Jian approaching Lin Dong. His speed suddenly plummeted, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. His movements became heavy. Oh no, Su Jian is in danger. Lu Hao quickly realized something and thought about how to move forward to support him. However, Lin Dong's Corpse King's domain, which had already enveloped Su Jian, took advantage of his stiff body and sluggish movements, and in between passing by his side, he smoothly reached into his skull and took out a white bright-colored crystal core. This feeling. It was like pacing in your own living room, picking up the apple on top of the coffee table as you passed by, very easy and natural. Su Jian's eyes were wide open, his pupils began to lax, and on his horrified face, the color of disbelief was still retained. With that, his corpse softly fell behind Lin Dong. A group of elite zombies immediately pounced forward, splitting that corpse up. My god! Lu Hao and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't even see what was going on just now. Su Jian was killed, and that was the person with the strongest attack of their team. This zombie was too terrifying. Creepy zombie. It's a real ghost zombie. Lu Hao's brows furrowed into a Chuan shape, his mood falling to a low point. The rest of them heard about it and their sense of unease grew stronger. Elder, could it be that we're all going to die? Is that it? The female awakened asked with a sobbing voice. Lu Hao hurriedly said, no, if we can figure out his abilities, we might still have a chance of survival. We can't stay here now, let's hide in the building first. Good. The remaining few people agreed and headed towards the building next to the street. The female awakened used her control metal ability. It caused the wall steel to twist and break open a large hole. The three immediately drilled into it. Behind them, they were followed by several cerebral Dan awakened, as well as more than 10 armed men. Outside on the street, there were still 100 armed men fighting again, and it was already too late to withdraw in. Can't care about them. Lu Hao said with a stare, intending to leave them outside. The female awakened didn't question it either. Once again, she used her ability to make the hole in the wall repair. Feeling uneasy, Lu Hao used his own earth ability again, controlling the sand and soil to pile up in all directions, reinforcing the wall layer after layer. Whether it was the doors, windows, or walls, they were all sealed tightly. The wall alone was close to 10 meters thick. Such a sturdy fortress completely isolated the noisy outside, making them feel instantly detached from the battlefield and quiet around them. Phew! People breathed a long sigh of relief, finally feeling some security in their hearts. A few armed men in particular felt that they were too lucky to have the opportunity to hide in by staying by the awakened at all times. If they had been abandoned outside, the end would have been certain death. However, while they were enjoying a moment of peace, the outside had completely become a slaughterhouse. A group of armed men counterattacked and suddenly realized that the awakened one had disappeared, and their faces immediately turned ashen. Surprisingly, we've been abandoned. What about this? The two men's eyes showed eagerness. But in the next second, a few elite zombies pounced on them and gobbled them up, spattering blood. People wailing, screams, endless, they are no way to heaven, no door into the ground, heartborn a strong sense of powerlessness. They can only wait for death, in this cruel doomsday, helpless and helpless. However, Hachi quickly gave them love and affection, so that they no longer suffered, watching body after body fall. This was the price of coming to invade. More than 100 humans, it was only a matter of 3 or 2 minutes before they all died in the mouths of the zombies. Settling the humans in the center. The red-faced Corpse King's group finally met up with Lin Dong. Roar dash. The red-faced Corpse King was furious to the extreme, having suffered such a heavy loss today before finally meeting Lin Dong. As the saying goes, when enemies' corpses meet, they are all red in the eyes. The remaining zombies under his command also followed it and let out roars. For a while, the group of zombies roared, the sound shook the sky and the ground. The scene was extremely shocking. Of course, Tank and Hachi, as well as a group of elite zombies, were all militants, and seeing the other party provoking them, they weren't too angry, but more excited. Go play. With Lin Dong's order, the crowd of minions immediately charged. The two groups of ferocious corpse tides, running wildly at extreme speeds, charged up against each other, but Lin Dong's minions were too elite, like professional rugby players, charging ordinary people. In the instant of the encounter, the crackling crashed the opposite side far away. The tank, in particular, loved this kind of battle the most. He was like nobody's business, crashing the corpses into the ground. However, on top of a tall building, the Sphinx Ratscarf, squeaking strangely, saw the enemy who killed his wife, and his heart was filled with resentment. It once again exerted its bizarre ability, mind control. A faint black mist began to drift out, diffusing towards Tank Hachi and the other corpses. But in a nearby alleyway, the doctor is secretly observing, his eyes sinisterly staring at the Sphinx Rat. Probably because of the high IQ, the doctor does not have the kind of reckless strength of Tank. Instead, he is more old 6. Now the doctor has also awakened the ability, Spirit Penetration. In this battle, has not been used much. Now put the idea on the Sphinx Rat, while it mental energy drifting away, intending to control others. The doctor's mind coalesced, snap. Suddenly sneak attack. His mental energy, as if transformed into a steel cone. It stabbed straight at the human-faced rat. Ow ow. After the Sphinx mouse was hit, it only felt a stabbing pain in its brain, and it couldn't help but howl out miserably. Then it fell on all fours, foamed at the mouth, and its body convulsed violently, not knowing whether it was dead or alive. Scarf! The red-faced Corpse King was annoyed. At this moment, he realized that his party was really no match for Lin Dong. Their evolutionary degree was too high. The monkey, the right-hand man under it, jumped onto the neck of the tank at this moment, opened his hideous mouth, wanting to gnaw on his scalp. However, the tank stretched out a large hand and inserted it into its mouth, giving the monkey a deep throat, and then clasped its upper teeth chamber, and over-the-shoulder slam, dropping it heavily on the ground. Still want to bite my head? Tank was infuriated in his heart and added 2 more heavy kicks to the monkey's body. Lin Dong's minions, with a destructive force, dried out the opposite tide of corpses with almost no casualties. The red-faced Corpse King was furious. You all die for me. He pushed his hands forward, while his arms swelled and his veins gushed out, as if they were countless tentacles, sweeping through the entire street. Immediately, another group of zombies were penetrated by his blood vessels. However, Lin Dong's minions, defying death, opened their mouths and bit into the blood vessels, and some of them were even more courageous, completely disregarding their penetrated bodies, and still tried their best to rush forward. Just like ferocious wolf cubs, even if they died, they still wanted to bite off a piece of meat from the enemy's body. Roar! Tank let out an explosive roar, seeing that the opposite side took his own little brother as a candy cane to wear. He really couldn't stand to watch, and leapt to the side of Red Face, raising his fist to smash. But, with his strength, his not Red Face hand, only to see the Red Face chest, suddenly cracked, countless blood vessels gushed out, the tank will be entangled, and stabbed into his body, began to suck blood and flesh. Sensing the pain, Tank roared out and struggled violently. But those veins lifted him into mid-air, making his feet leave the ground, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Die for me through and through. Redface absorbed quite a bit of blood and his skin became even redder, while the veins on his face rippled, extremely hideous and gruesome. But just at the moment of his arrogance, suddenly, a black cloud drifted over from the sky. It was actually a flock of large crows, which quacked strangely, their red pupils flashing ferociously. Afterwards, the crows swooped down like cannonballs, sharp beaks hissing at the blood vessels. Those crow beaks, like scissors, easily cut the blood vessels. A stream of blood gushed out, and the fishy odor poured out of his nose. Damnable crows! Redface couldn't withstand the crows gnawing. His body was in severe pain, and he hastily retracted the blood vessels. Tank, who was originally under control, finally got out of the way. He looked up and saw a red-eyed crow, the very same little black bird he had tried to catch earlier. Tank didn't expect it to come to help. The little black bird returned the favor, didn't blame himself for catching it, but instead came to save his life. His heart was incredibly touched. Little black bird, you are really good, I promise. I will never catch you again. Big idiot. Big idiot. The crow flapped its wings and flew away like last time. Tank. With the help of the crows, Redface lost his killer weapon and was indignant in his heart, but when he raised his eyes, he realized that the dense crowd of zombies had surrounded him. These were all elite members of Lin Dong's men and were extremely strong. It's over. Redface immediately developed an ominous feeling. At this moment, Lin Dong, with a flash of his body, utilized his corpse domain ability to pass through the wall and enter the building where Lu Hao was hiding. This was originally a hotel, but now it was in a mess, and on the marble floor tiles, some bloodstains were everywhere. When the end came, there were quite a few people in the hotel, and this place belonged to the worst hit area. Nowadays, the walls of the hotel were sealed by Lu Hao and the others with their supernatural abilities, and their thickness was a full 10 meters. This kind of ability, it's a waste not to go to a construction site. Lin Dong spat in his heart. As it was a closed space, the surroundings were pitch black, half of the sunlight could not enter, only not far in front, there were a few light pillars swaying, which were tactical flashlights of the armed personnel. Lu Hao and the others were sitting on the ground to rest. We have to take this opportunity to recover some strength, we consumed too much just now, Lu Hao said. Xiaowen nodded, thinking it was wise to hide in. The zombies can't get in anyway, we have plenty of time. Just now, in order to block the human-faced rat's mind control, I feel like my entire body has been drained. Brother Xiaowen, you'd better stop talking. The female awakened one cried and was very worried in her heart. This was because she had just seen that Corpse King ability, completely bizarre, killing Su Jian in just a single glance, as if he was walking idly. She had once read the report about the bizarre corpse, once encountered the bizarre corpse, even if it was an awakened person, the mortality rate was as high as 80%. Who on earth gathered the intelligence, defining this place as a one-star corpse nest? The woman emotionally broke down a bit and said, the intelligence is indeed wrong this time, with that Corpse King's weird ability, it must be at least 4 to 5 stars of difficulty. Lu Hao said with a condensed brow. Thinking of the previous scene, he still had palpitations in his heart. That slender figure was just too terrifying. Faced with such a desperate situation, the female awakened could not help but cry, her tone choking. I don't want to die yet. It's fine, at least we're safe now, wait to recover some strength. Xiaowen just wanted to comfort her with a few words, but his tone suddenly stopped. Because, a sense of ominousness clouded his heart. As a spiritual awakened person, his perception of danger was exceptionally sharp. At this time, he felt as if there was something that was approaching himself. Xiaowen was like sitting on pins and needles, chills running down his spine. He subconsciously looked back, but realized that behind him, it was pitch black, there was nothing. Xiaowen, what's wrong with you? Lu Hao sensed that he was not in the right state. Xiaowen's brows were locked. It seems like something came in. What? The surrounding people were shocked and found it hard to believe. Brother Xiaowen, don't scare me. Right. This wall is so thick and hasn't been damaged, how could it have gotten in? Didn't you say it was safe just now? People were talking about it. I'm not sure, it might be because I was overly consumed just now and my nerves were too tense. Xiaowen pinched his forehead in the same disbelief. People were in a state of extreme nervousness. It was normal to have an illusion. Maybe it was his own intuition that was wrong. But just as Xiaowen turned his head back, behind him, there was a slender figure that appeared out of thin air, with a white shirt and a cold look, as if it was the god of sorrowful death. Lu Hao and the female awakened sat opposite him and saw it most clearly. The eyes of the two instantly glared as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions were shocked, even suspecting that they were hallucinating. He came in. The female awakened spoke with a stutter. Xiaowen looked puzzled. Who? But as soon as this sentence was finished, she realized that something was wrong. because the gazes of the people all looked behind themselves, their expressions horrified. There really was something. A strong sense of crisis arose again, he felt the breath of death, and didn't even dare to look back, for fear that his life would be fixed here. However, he still didn't suppress the urge to turn back, and slowly turned his head, but a large hand had already grabbed the top of his head, and traversed through his brain, directly taking out his crystal core. Thud! With the movement of turning his head, Xiaowen's body fell to the ground smoothly, and in the moment of death, he vaguely saw the clean white shirt. That life-supporting figure really came in. At the same time gave birth to one last thought. Everyone here. All must die. Lu Hao's eyes stared round, so close to see Lin Dong's killing method, only to feel chills all over his body. Although he had experience in hunting and killing Corpse King, it was the first time he had seen such a bizarre scene. The key was that the surrounding walls were fully reinforced, and he was able to sneak in silently. The feeling of weirdness in his heart was overwhelming. This is a real creepy corpse. As for the female awakened, her pretty face was pale with fear as she stared straight at Lin Dong's figure, her delicate body trembling. This graveyard is well built. Lin Dong swept his gaze. The walls of the hotel were 10 meters thick, giving the internal space an elliptical shape, which indeed resembled a grave. Lu Hao did not want to be a sitting duck. Quick, open fire. Da-day. A group of armed men pulled the triggers. The tongues of muzzle fire dispersed the darkness, and dense bullets shot like rain. Lin Dong's body flashed with red light as if he had turned into nothingness. Those bullets pierced through his body and all of them hit the wall at the back. People's liver and guts cracked. The tricky corpse was really extraordinary. The firearms were actually useless. A sense of despair arose. However, they still pulled the trigger. The muzzle roar was deafening. This was not just to shoot Lin Dong, but rather a final indictment of this cruel world. Why would it be like this? In the next moment, Lin Dong's corpse domain unfolded, covering the surrounding space, and those gunshots were instantly muted. The armed men were just ordinary people and could not withstand this pressure. Their bodies seemed to be hammered watermelons, bursting into pieces one after another. As Lin Dong looked at the blood splatters flying around him, he could not help but think of the garlic paste from his orphanage days again. When the firecrackers were finished, it was time to eat dumplings. Facing this group of remnants, it was a complete massacre. Lu Hao and the female awakened one had consumed a lot before, and at this moment, their bodies were empty and enveloped by the corpse domain, which was equally painful. The female awakened one clenched her teeth, feeling that when she encountered such a bizarre corpse, the mortality rate was not 80%, but 99,999%. Go to hell! The female awakened screamed, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, having already overdrawn her body, using the last of her energy. In the surrounding thick walls, countless steel bars immediately flew out, as if they were sharp arrows, cutting through the air and shooting towards Lin Dong from all directions. Due to the fact that these steel bars were mixed with awakened crystal core energy, Lin Dong did not receive them hard and waved his hand as the corpse domain power coalesced, sending those steel bars flying out. At the same time, he arrived in front of the female awakened. In her desperate eyes, he reached out and took out her crystal core. The female awakened's body fell softly to the ground. There was only one thought in her heart. Who the hell gathered the intelligence to call this a one-star corpse nest? May that intelligence officer meet such a zombie every day. After the death of the female awakened, the King Hunter action team was almost killed off, leaving only Lu Hao alone. However, this person's desire to survive was extremely strong. Taking advantage of the moment when the power of the corpse domain was just dispersed for a split second, he immediately erupted the last of his energy. Armor of Earth. Lu Hao's mind moved, and the dirt on the surrounding walls flew towards him and attached itself to his limbs and body, turning into an earth giant in an instant. Enhanced by the earth, Lu Hao's body size swelled and had reached 3 meters tall, with strong arms that were as thick as an adult's waist. It looked full of power. Resisting the pressure of the corpse domain, Lu Hao swung his heavy arm and punched at Lin Dong with a powerful wind sound. Lin Dong did not dodge, instead, he swung his fist out. This opponent was still somewhat interesting. He then used 8 points of his strength. In the darkness, the sound of sonic booms emanated from the air, and the iron fist was unstoppable like a trapped dragon coming out of the sea. Rumble. The moment the two touched, it was like a small mountain colliding. A rumbling sound entered the ears, followed by a click crunch. The earth giant's arm looked powerful, but at this moment, spiderweb-like cracks appeared, and it continued to shatter and began to fall off. It didn't take long to reveal Lu Hao's original arm, but it was already hanging down naturally, completely unconscious. So strong. Lu Hao clenched his teeth, his heart growing more and more grave. This corpse king in front of him not only had strange abilities, but his flesh was so strong. It was almost an insoluble existence. Lin Dong similarly analyzed that among the many awakened that he had hunted, Lu Hao should be considered the strongest. Earth-based ability, offense and defense. However, it was time to end it. With a thought, Lin Dong's domain unfolded to its limit and a powerful pressure struck him, causing Lu Hao's body to sink and almost fall to the ground. His body was severely overdrawn and he had already reached his limit. Lin Dong dodged forward and raised his hand to blast his chest with a fist. Boom! This blow caused the soil around Lu Hao to shatter, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and crashed through the back wall, flying outside the building. Cough! Cough! Lu Hao was lying on the ground, coughing up blood, unable to stand up anymore. The bright light outside made him feel extraordinarily blinding. A group of zombie figures had already surrounded him. Among them, there was Tank, who was weighing a head in his right hand, playing with it as a ball. That was the head of the red-faced corpse king. There was also Hachi, still dripping blood on his sharp bone claws, with a weird smile on his face, inclining his head to look at the man on the ground. Behind the two is more than 1,000 elite zombies. They just defeated the red face, experienced a killing. The heart of the exuberance has not yet disappeared. Is it going to die? Lu Hao gazed at that horrible mouth, his vision getting hazy. He had thought of such a day, he just didn't expect it to be a little too soon, about to leave this cruel world. From now on, everything would no longer have anything to do with himself. At this moment, Lu Hao looked somewhat relieved. Then, let us say a goodbye. Lin Dong raced his steps forward and gazed down, realizing that his eyes were complicated, yet there was still a sense of relief. Is there anything you want to say? Lu Hao was stunned, not expecting this zombie to speak, and his voice was low and magnetic, completely unlike the cold-bloodedness of the murder he had just committed. In his heart, he suddenly had the illusion that what was standing in front of him was human. Cough. Cough. Kid, I know you're strong, but don't be complacent. Tech Corporation. Not as simple as you think, they have a lot of confidential programs. Are not going to be announced to the public, those are the key points. Aha! Lin Dong nodded his head. In fact, he had already guessed that the real killer app, of course, would not talk nonsense on the internet. In fact, the zombie removal program Operation King Hunt was just to increase the credibility. Lu Hao's eyes became more and more trance-like, and his mouth began to chant two words. Creepy. Weird. They're feeding the zombies. Cultivating the bizarre. A cool breeze blew by, and Lu Hao's pupils were lax. Completely gassed out. The surroundings were quiet. The Tank also did not paw the red-faced head to play, turned his head to the side of the doctor, quietly asked. Hey, just now that human, what does it mean? With your IQ, I don't know how to explain it to you. The doctor pondered. Oh. Tank nodded with seeming understanding. But on second thought, something didn't feel right. Was he calling himself stupid? Little 8, a congregation of people, came to Lin Dong's side and inclined his head to survey Lu Hao's corpse. Your Majesty, I think this human, before he died, said something not bad. This is called a human's words are good when he is about to die. Lin Dong yanked out a literary word. With the intelligence of the surrounding group of zombies, it was even more incomprehensible, especially Tank, but he was particularly inquisitive. Boss, what do you mean by that again? It means, if a human speaks out of turn, you beat him until he's almost dead, and then he speaks well. Oh, so that's what it is. Tank was very happy to hear and understand this time, learning a new point of knowledge, and held it up as a famous saying. Worthy of being the boss, the words just make sense. At the same time contemptuous look at the evening doctor, meaning. And I can't explain it, it means it's your IQ that has problems. This big battle, so the curtain fell. The street is full of broken meat, everywhere is a broken limb, a glance, full of wolves. There was a group of pitch-black crows quacking, pecking at the ground to eat the broken meat. For scavengers, the meat of zombies was also extraordinarily delicious. Go back. Lin Dong conveyed the instruction. Roar. The zombies behind them let out a hostile roar, as they were like triumphant generals because they had won the battle. Their hearts were particularly exuberant. They finished off the red-faced corpse king and their territory was expanded. Now, from the location of the building, all the way to the park area, it was 3 times bigger. After this battle, Lin Dong obtained 6 crystal cores, which could be considered a great harvest. The next few days, Lin Dong meticulously stayed at home as usual. He absorbed the crystal cores, ate meat, drank blood, and continuously ingested energy. However, Tank, Hachi, and Doctor were quite busy recently, as the territory had become bigger and the 3 kings had received many new minions. From the previous 2,000 men, they had turned into 10,000 in the blink of an eye, and the number was still growing continuously. As a result, Lin Dong had also become the corpse king who commanded the tide of 10,000 corpses. However, he felt that it was still not enough. If he added the word 100 in front of it, it would still be barely enough. Moreover, those minions that were collected afterward were not elite enough. They were only distributed in the periphery of the territory. The previous 2,000 elites were still guarding the perimeter of the mansion and were considered Lin Dong's personal guards. After the territorial expansion, The tanks were the happiest, having nothing to do to roam around, patrolling back and forth. It had become a street skulking to see if there were any intruders, or things that had sneaked in. When he was lucky, he was able to catch a few survivors, and beat his teeth. The days were beautiful. As his little brother was so well off, Lin Dong was even more dashing. After that battle, no one dares to mess with him nowadays. And without realizing it, Lin Dong has become a nightmare for humans. On the official website of Tektronics, the photos of Lu Hao and the rest of the group had turned gray and white, indicating that this King Hunt action team had been completely annihilated. Ever since the tech company had launched its operation, casualties were frequent, but this was the first time that the team had been annihilated. Regarding this incident, people were extraordinarily concerned. Lu Hao is a B+ level awakened person, and he was actually killed by a zombie. Too tragic. A squad is dead. I really don't know, what exactly did they meet? Zombies. I heard that the drone took pictures. Really? Lin Dong scrolled down and realized that there was really a photo, which was not very clear due to the very distant distance. Only a youthful figure was seen, standing at the edge of the top of the building, surrounded by flocks of crows. It looked somewhat Dark System style. The comments about this photo had already exceeded the King Hunt action team reunion. I'll go. Is this really a zombie? It feels so depressing. It's just too blurry and blocked by the crows to see the face. This isn't just any zombie, this is a creepy zombie. I wonder how many people have been slaughtered. But I think he's so handsome, what's going on? People on the internet had many different opinions. At this time, in the tech company, the person in charge, Yi Jian, was very annoyed and cursed in his heart. Lu Hao and these people, what a waste. I can't believe they were destroyed by the zombie regiment, even if they survived one or two of them. However, he also knew that near the building, there was a powerful zombie king, and it was estimated that the strongest awakened person in the company might not be its opponent. It seems. Still, the zombies are stronger, and the one that can kill the tricky zombie has to be another bigger corpse king. The zombie breeding program has to continue. It's best to get a trickster zombie that can be manipulated. Yi Jian pondered in his mind. In fact, he knew very well that feeding the zombies was equivalent to playing with fire, but he was willing to take the risk for the sake of that kind of powerful force. Or, if there's a chance, we can cooperate with the Corpse King, just provide them with some blood and meat. We have to notify the rescue team and grab the survivors. Lin Dong remained at home and was unaware of the tech corporation's plans. Of course, he did not care either. Nowadays, people knew that there was a powerful Corpse King in the area of the mansion, which was extremely dangerous, and had already regarded this area as a forbidden zone. Therefore, during this period of time, no one dared to bother Lin Dong at all. In the past, there were still occasional helicopters flying through the air, but now there were not even any airplanes. This area had become a pure land for zombies. Lin Dong lived a very comfortable life, eating and drinking enough, ingesting energy every day, evolving constantly, and watching TV and playing games when he was bored. The horrible end of the world, living like a vacation, there was nothing to bother him at all. Shelter headline, our researchers, improved guanine earth, small amount of consumption, will not bloat and die, can be used as a temporary hunger filler. The water purification system has been fully repaired, please feel free to drink it. There will be no more situations such as large-scale parasites, or viral infections. Bad news, we went out to look for supplies for our personnel, and were looted by unknown forces. If there are people who know about this, please provide us with clues immediately. Broadcast on the TV, was the official shelter news. It could be seen that they were extremely low on supplies. It had gotten to the point where they were eating dirt, and the water situation was terrible. The most crucial thing was, it was so hard to find a batch of supplies, but it was also looted by unknown forces. It is really too miserable. Lin Dong took pity on them for a second before turning around to play the game. At this moment, at the edge of Lin Dong's territory, there was a group of people that were hiding in a building. This was originally a KTV, a small 3-story building, and now the doors and windows were blocked, leaving only a few gaps for observing the situation outside. Shoo! The zombies are coming, don't make a sound. A man lay on his back in front of the window, looking through the cracks towards the exterior. There were 2 people behind him, not even daring to breathe, only to see the street outside. There was a large body taking 3 steps, followed by a number of zombies. It was the tank that was patrolling everywhere. Unfortunately, the tank's perception was not strong, and did not find the humans in the building. He gradually went away with his group of minions. Phew! The few people in the room breathed a long sigh of relief and immediately felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, this power zombie is rather stupid. In the private room inside, there were still a few people sitting on the sofa. Due to the good soundproofing of the KTV, there was no fear of the zombies outside being disturbed. Let's hide here, the people from the official shelter will definitely not be able to find us. A big bald man said. Well, boss is wise, even if they know we're here, they probably won't dare to come and look for us. because this is a powerful Corpse King's territory. Another person concurred. Their group was the force that looted the official refuge's supplies, named Black Scorpion. The Black Scorpion organization had existed before the end of the world, often operating on the darknet like a cult, and they advocated extreme freedom, not being bound by anything and doing whatever they wanted. However, due to the repression of the social order at the time, it never caused much of a stir. Until the end came. It was the fulfillment of their wishes. People who have awakened their abilities gather together, looting supplies everywhere, killing people, and doing no harm. Hey, the end of the world is the time that belongs to us. The bald big man's eyes were shining. In the middle of this KTV box, there were 3 people kneeling on the ground, their hands and feet were tied together, their mouths were stuffed with rags, and they could only emit whimpering sounds. These 3 people, the awakened from the refuge, were responsible for transporting supplies, but as a result, they were robbed by the Black Scorpion as they walked. Big brother, what about the 3 of them? The lean man asked. The bald man thought about it. Keep them for now, if they are alive. Are our hostages, if they die, the brain elixir can be absorbed and the blood and flesh can be used as food. On the other side of Lindong's territory, a group of people also appeared. The one walking in front was a girl with big eyes, bangs, long straight black hair, very pretty in length, but that delicate face always gave people a sense of misanthropy. She was precisely the official Refuge 001 awakened, Chang Loi. Chang Loi really hates this world. She grew up in an orphanage, and then she was locked up in a mental hospital, and it was not easy to come out. To find that it was already the end of the world outside. It would be strange for someone with this kind of experience to like this world. The only thing worth remembering for her was the few cozy images she had in the orphanage. Next to Chan Loi, it was her partner, Sun Xiaochang with wise eyes. Gulp. Sun Xiaochang covered his stomach. The intense hunger was causing him great pain. If it wasn't for the awakened strong physique, he would probably have fainted from hunger. When are we going to find supplies? I haven't eaten for 10 days since I came out. Xiaochang, we've only been out for a total of 3 days. In its rear, there were also 4 braindance stage awakened following, mainly to assist the 2, carrying supplies and whatnot. Sun Xiaochang scratched his head, and the squinting one rolled its eyes. It's only been 3 days? I'm so starved and confused that I can't even check my numbers. Saying it as if you would have passed. Next to him, Chang Luoi said without looking back. The street in front of them was desolate, with scrapped vehicles crashed together, rusted, some of which had moss growing underneath. The surrounding buildings were equally dilapidated, and the hissing of zombies could be heard faintly from the shattered glass. A cerebral Dan awakened reminded. Ahead is the place where the tech company squad was reunited, and it is rumored that there is a bizarre zombie king with powerful abilities. Oh, Brother Chen, are the people who robbed our supplies hiding in that area? Sun Xiaochang asked. Chen Ming nodded his head. Based on the direction they were evacuating at that time, there is a high probability that they are in the front area. Then let's go and look for them. Sun Xiaochang was foolish and bold, not afraid at all. Chen Ming nodded and opened his mouth to exhort. Remember, our main objective is to find supplies, don't disturb the zombies here. The 6 of them were cautiously moving forward. They were all coated with special potions that could isolate the odor, as long as they didn't make any noise. And the peripheral zombies are not dense, avoiding them, they will not be disturbed. A long way away, Chen Ming saw a few zombies, standing on the street, their bodies shaking, and their demeanor was a bit demented. So the 6 of them stuck to the root of the wall. Their footsteps were gentle, using the scrapped vehicle as a cover, intending to go around behind the zombies. But just when they were halfway there, Sun Xiaochang's stomach suddenly came with a burst of gurgling sound. Chen Ming's several people instantly changed their complexion, their hearts and their throats, although the sound was not loud. However, the zombies' hearing was exceptionally sharp. The original few staggering zombies instantly stood still. They were alerted, their throats emitting gusts of low growls, as if they were sensing carefully. Chang Luoyi's beautiful eyes stared, already ready for battle. The remaining few people, all crouched behind the scrapped car, holding their breath, not even daring to breathe. But fortunately, those zombies were only slightly alert for a moment, and before long, they calmed down again and resumed their shaky and demented forms. Phew! Chen Ming and the others breathed a long sigh of relief and rushed around this dangerous area. Seeing that the zombies were far away, an awakened person said in hindsight, Xiaochang, you almost disturbed the zombies just now. Aren't I hungry? Sun Xiaochang said rightfully. Chen Ming hurriedly persuaded. Well, completing the mission is important. After we find the supplies, we'll have food. Aha! Thinking of delicious food, Sun Xiaochang was fully motivated. In his heart, he fantasized. When the supplies are found, first a mouthful of bread, then a mouthful of 6 nukes, gorgeous. Just like this, the 6 of them moved forward carefully. The journey was quite smooth, dodging wave after wave of zombies. Even when necessary, they would climb up to the roof of the house and walk on the tiles like ancient flying assassins. However, Chen Ming was still nervous in his heart. As the few people walked deeper and deeper, they had reached the center of the area, and the zombies below had become more evolved and had extremely sharp senses. According to the information that Tektronics added later, this place was defined as a 5-star zombie nest. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, a woman's cry rang out, a mournful and incomparable cry, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes low, as if it came from the 9 hells, completely bizarre. Just by listening to it, it gave birth to a chill. 6 people crept on the roof of a building, hastily looked toward the source of the crying, and found a female zombie figure, sitting on her knees, crying with her head down. Hiss! Chen Ming sucked in a breath of cool air, and his sweaty hairs exploded all over his body. It was really too terrifying. I didn't cry even when I was starving like this. What is she crying about? Sun Xiaochang stretched his neck and gazed. Chang Luoyi said, she's probably even hungrier than you. We can't go through this place, we have to go around. Chen Ming immediately judged. Because around the female zombie, there were still a large number of zombies that moved swiftly and were not demented, obviously highly evolved. In addition, the group of forces that looted the supplies could not be hiding here. Otherwise, it would have been eaten by the zombies. 6 people just want a detour, but Xiaohachi, perception's keen, has long detected a few people gaze. She cloaked her hair, covering the entire face, revealing only one eye, and violently turned her head to look this way. After Hachi realized her target, the pupil of that eye shrunk and turned into the size of a pinhole, looking even creepier. The original mournful cry instantly turned into a creepy laugh. Her figure flashed and she ran towards the several people like a gust of wind. Crap! Discovered! Chen Ming's face was grave and his heart was terrified, seeing such a terrifying zombie for the first time. When Hachi was running, it also disturbed the zombies around it. Roar! Hundreds of elite zombies hissed, already forming a small wave of zombies, swarming and running wildly. They were agile, under 3 scurries and 2 jumps, they could climb to the roof of the building. Even if the 6 people hid in the high places, it would not help. What now? In fear, Chen Ming was also out of ideas. Chang Luoyi's face remained calm. What else can we do? Prepare to break out. Humph. Chen Ming's group of brain dan awakened, pulled out an alloy knife from their waist, which was specially made by the researchers. The material was tough and sharp, and could cut and kill high-level zombies. However, facing so many elite zombies, the 4 of them did not have a clue in their hearts. Even though Chang Loi was the refuge's 001 awakened, known as the strongest person, but there were too many zombies. I'm afraid that a good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. Moreover, in that group of zombies, there was also a terrifying agile corpse king. Xiaohachi figure is flying close. Recently the territory is too comfortable, so that these militants, feel bored. Bored are anxious to cry. Today, they finally found their prey, so of course their hearts were exuberant. But just as he was approaching the target, in Hachi's mind, he suddenly received a command. Wait, don't kill it first. Xiaohachi's rapid figure suddenly stopped. It was the voice of the boss, although he wanted to kill, but he had to control it, so he glanced at Chen Ming's several people, and his body left horizontally. Chen Ming's body was trembling. He couldn't forget until he died, the female zombie's sultry eyes. But next, something that made them even more surprised happened. The zombies that had originally run ferociously and furiously had become quiet, and then dispersed in all directions, and in no time at all of them disappeared. What's going on? The 6 people were incredulous in their hearts, meeting this situation for the first time. Originally, they were all ready to fight, intending to fight to the death. As a result, the tide of corpses faded away instead. Oh, I see, they are deliberately scaring us. Sun Xiaochang analyzed seriously. Chen Ming was speechless. Scare you for what? There must be some special circumstances. What special circumstances? Chang Luoyi was also very confused. However, she suddenly realized that this world, not everything was as bad as expected, and occasionally there would be some small surprises. Just at this moment, a slender figure, whose face was handsome, appeared on the street and his gaze surveyed the crowd. Lin Dong gazed at Chun Loi. The appearance of the person in front of him gradually overlapped with his memories. Images from his childhood, one by one, surfaced in his mind, and he could not help but reminisce about his lost childhood again. Long time no see. Cheng Luoyi's gaze froze. After 10 years of living in the mental hospital, her heart had long been as cold as a bedpan, but looking at that figure, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated by a few points. The face in front of her eyes, likewise carried many memories. It was one of the few cozy images in her life. Sun Xiaochang was also extraordinarily excited. He was deeply impressed by Lin Dong, and in his unique eyes, he was already a little teary-eyed. In this pale end, it was actually possible to meet his childhood playmate. So he directly jumped down from the roof of the building and came in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong, it's really you. What a surprise to meet here. However, Chen Ming and the others, the more they thought about it, the more wrong it became, associating what had just happened, plus the photos on the internet. Although the photos were blurry, the resemblance to the figure in front of them was extremely high. Xiao Chang, be careful, he could be a zombie. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Xiaochang glanced at his mouth. There was something very annoying in his heart when his little friend, whom he had not seen for 10 years, was said to be a zombie. There is no way Lin Dong is a zombie. My eyes are the ruler. Ruler? Chen Ming and the others looked at his wise eyes and felt that this ruler was a bit crooked. It has indeed been a long time. Cheng Loi jumped down from the roof with a rare sigh in his eyes, not expecting to meet Lin Dong by chance in this cruel doomsday. It was just too coincidental. What are you doing here? I was passing by. Lin Dong casually said. Sun Xiaochang was excited and said with a smile, this is a 5-star corpse nest. Many zombies appeared just now. It is very dangerous. It is not easy for you to survive. Lin Dong looked at Sun Xiaochang, looking at those unique eyes, and realized that after so many years, he really had not changed at all. What are you guys doing here? Someone is robbing our supplies and is hiding in this area. We are here to find them. Sun Xiaochang explained. Oh? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He had understood the matter of the refuge supplies being robbed, but he did not expect the robbers to sneak into his territory. When did this happen? Surprisingly, he himself did not know. I'm familiar with this area. Maybe I can help you guys look for them. Really? That's great. Sun Xiaochang didn't even think about anything else. He only felt that it was a good thing to meet his hairy friend and join his team. However, Chen Ming and the others at the back sucked in a breath of cool air. They judged in their hearts that Lin Dong was most likely the bizarre corpse king and the source of all the dangers, while Sun Xiaochang asked him to join his team. This world is too crazy. Himself, this was the rat acting as a bridesmaid for the cat. Chang Luo also nodded in agreement and continued. Well, when we find the supplies, we can bring you to the shelter. It's safe there. Put. Chen Ming and the others almost spat out blood, thinking that Sun Xiaochang was already outrageous enough, but Cheng Luoyi was even more exaggerated, actually thinking of bringing him to the refuge. A few people thought. Whether the refuge was safe or not, it might not be up to the people to say. Lin Dong thought about it and did not reject it outright. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Aha! Cheng Loi agreed with a sound and turned his head to the 4 people at the back. All of you come over. What are you still hiding on the roof for? Good. Chen Ming's few people sounded hesitant and looked worried, but they still jumped onto the street and cautiously walked over. As they got closer to Lin Dong, they did not know whether it was a psychological effect or what, but there was always an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Moreover, they realized that Lin Dong's eyes were filled with indifference and did not carry any emotion, and when they looked at themselves, it was as if they were looking at cattle and sheep. Only when he was conversing with Chang Luoyi and Sun Xiaochang would his eyes flash with a momentary spiritual glow. Let me introduce to you, these 4 are the awakened from the sanctuary, Chen Ming, Su Tianhao. Chang Luoyi introduced them all one by one. Lin Dong just answered and did not even look at those 4 people, his attitude at this point, as if he had completely ignored them. Chen Ming stiffened his head and forced out a smile. Aha! Ha! Hello. The 4 people were nervous in their hearts, but at the moment, it seemed as if the other party did not have the intention to kill them, otherwise, the group of zombies just now would have been enough to take their lives. And so, the 4 people also did not poke through that layer of window paper, and continued to play dumb, as if Lin Dong was an ordinary human. But Sun Xiaochang was really stupid and very generous. Lin Dong, when we will find the supplies, I will treat you to a big meal. Let's eat delicious food and drink spicy food as a reunion gathering. Good. Lin Dong agreed. However, right at this moment, Sun Xiaochang's stomach began to grumble indisputably again, and his intense hunger made him dizzy, his limbs went limp, and he almost fainted. Lin Dong saw his state at a glance. He himself is hungry like this. Still thinking of treating me to dinner? Why don't I treat you to eat first? You have food right now? Sun Xiaochang stared up with intelligent eyes. A little, not much. Lin Dong waved his hand and took out bread, sausages, and packets of chili sticks for humans to eat from his storage space. These were all robbed from the warehouse last time, worth hundreds of millions of supplies, and there were plenty of them in the storage space, so they were of little use to himself. Sun Xiaochang looked at the food and his entire body froze. It felt very magical, as if Lin Dong had transformed it out of thin air. Uncontested tears could not help but flow out from the corners of his mouth. There were actually spicy strips inside, which was his favorite snack. Thank you, I won't be polite then. Sun Xiaochang took it, haphazardly tore open the wrapper and began to stuff it into his mouth. The grease of the chili strips fizzed out on the taste buds, trailing, numbing, spicy flavor. But it's so fragrant. Hunger was the best cook, and in Sun Xiaochang's current state, the spicy strips were a delicacy on earth. Looking at the image in front of him, Lin Dong could not help but recall his childhood again. When he was in the orphanage, Sun Xiaochang loved eating spicy noodles. He was afraid of other children robbing. When he slept, he hid the spicy noodles in the nest. The result was not surprising. The chili sticks were all squeezed out, making a nest of oil, and was scolded by the dean on the spot. Gudong. Chen Loi saw Sun Xiaochang eating sweetly, his mouth unconsciously secreting saliva, and subconsciously gulped, while a burst of hunger came from his stomach. Lindong glanced at him and did not say much at all. He similarly took out bread, sausages, pepperoni, and had more bottles of Nutrient Express than Sun Xiaochang and handed them to her. I'm not hungry. Chang Loi, however, shook her head and refused. Lindong sized her up, still the same as when she was a child, all soft, just hard mouth. It's okay, eat. Oh. Chang Luoi slowly took it, but still hesitated in her heart, because in the end of days, food was just too precious. Just now, Lindong said that he didn't have much, so he thought of letting him keep it for himself. What's wrong with you again? Lindong casually asked when he saw her twisting and turning. Her complexion was cloudy, and he did not know what was on his mind. Chang Loi looked at him dumbfounded and picked up the bread and said, "It's expired." Lindong was speechless in his heart, love it or hate it. The bread label was past its expiration date, but it was kept in the storage space and was completely edible. Chang Loi was not struggling, thinking that it would be good to return it to him later. So he opened the package and ate it. Chen Ming, 4 people at the back, staring straight, stomach churning, the same gurgling, looking very greedy. However, they did not dare to ask for it with Lindong. Looking at his technique of taking out food out of thin air, it was evident how bizarre his ability was. Just in case they were not good enough, they would become food themselves. The 4 of them simply turned their heads away. Seeing is believing. In no time, Chang Loi was full, and his entire body was quite refreshed. This food, I will return it to you, or exchange it with a brain dan or crystal core. In the shelter, a brain dan could be exchanged for a bag of instant noodles, and a soul crystal could be exchanged for a box. They were already used to this kind of value exchange, so they were embarrassed to eat Lindong's food. Right. Next to him, Sun Xiaochang's mouth was full of oil and expressed his strong agreement. Exchange, I am not eating for nothing. Chang Loi and the 2 of them finished eating, replenished some energy and continued to search for the Black Scorpion Organization's people. Due to the presence of Lindong, the road went very smoothly, and those ferocious zombies, inexplicably, disappeared. It even gave Chang Loi an illusion. It was just an uneventful afternoon, and he himself was taking a stroll on the streets. Lindong was catching up with the 2 of them, in which he mentioned cherry picking, making dumplings, etc., and was walking on the streets of Armageddon with a very leisurely demeanor. Chen Ming and the others looked at each other. They didn't dare to ask, they didn't dare to say anything, they only followed behind silently, trying their best to make themselves a transparent person. It was just that they realized that Chang Luoi, who had always been silent, had more words today. Extremely far behind the crowd, Tank, Hachi, the doctor, stood on a tall building, 3 pairs of ferocious pupils staring. How did the boss lead the human action? Hachi seemed a bit jealous. Don't underestimate that female human, I don't think you may even be her opponent. The doctor spoke up. Che. Hachi was a bit unconvinced. If it wasn't for the boss's orders, I'd already be eating her brains. The doctor didn't chime in again, instead looking to Tank. Boss is looking for the humans who sneaked in. The direction they went, it's the territory you patrol, right? Well, yeah, they must have gotten it wrong. I've sneaked in there several times. There's no way there's any humans at all. Tank said confidently. 3 little brothers, below 1,000 elite zombies, they are always on standby, but also eating and watching the show. At this time, Lindong had arrived at the edge of the territory, and it was the first time he had inspected this place since the territory had expanded. From afar, he could smell a bloody odor, and there was indeed the scent of humans. The street in front of him was originally lined with KTVs, once the most prosperous place with nightly singing and bright lights. Now it is in disrepair, the building cracked, the plaque fell, broken glass all over the ground, everywhere you can see the blood, with the mutilated corpses, parked in front of the scrapped vehicles, dense cobwebs. One of the buildings, the first floor of the glass door broken, the entrance steps on the weeds grow, inside the quiet, seems to be no different from the other. However, at the second floor, the windows had been blocked. Clearly there were signs of human remodeling. Found it. Chang Luoi's bright eyes stared, clearly sensing something as well. Chen Ming in the back frowned slightly. The Black Scorpion Organization was ruthless and extremely cruel in their hearts, so they really couldn't help but say something. According to the intelligence, the ones who robbed the supplies had more than a dozen awakened and controlled 3 hostages. The meaning from above is to retrieve the supplies while saving the people as well. Hostages? Lindong subconsciously underestimated the sentence. For some reason, it was very unfamiliar to this vocabulary, as if these 2 words did not exist in his mind at all. Eh? Chen Ming looked stunned and did not dare to squeak. Sun Xiaochang looked at Lindong. I heard that the Black Scorpion Organization is very cruel. Why don't you not go and wait for us here? Cruel? Lindong was familiar with this word. It's fine, I'll go in with you guys and take a look. Well, that's fine, follow me closely then. Sun Xiaochang nodded his head, confident in his own strength. After all, he was Sanctuary 002 awakened. With that, they headed straight to the KTV ahead. At this time, inside the KTV, there were a total of 13 Black Scorpion members, 6 of which had condensed their crystal cores, awakened their abilities, and were very powerful. Among these 6, there was a woman with short caliper hair, and on the right side of her face, there was a black scorpion pattern tattooed on it, which made her look perverted. She was a spiritual awakened, with powerful perception. Abruptly, the woman stood up from the sofa. Brother Yang, someone is approaching us. Oh. The eyes of the bald big man in the lead narrowed, his ferocious light revealed, he hid in such a place and was found? How many people have come? 6, only 2 crystal core awakened. The woman replied. With her ability, she could not yet sense Lindong's presence. The bald man snorted coldly. Only 2 crystalline core awakened, how dare they come to us? Too confident, right? Go, and meet them. Well, ha ha ha. The man next to them laughed wickedly, not taking it seriously at all. They only left behind 3 people to guard the hostages, while the remaining 10 people all walked outward. At this time, Lin Dong's group, stepping on the ground's broken glass and crunching, had walked into the hall on the first floor. It did not take long before rustling footsteps could be heard from upstairs. They're coming down. Chang Luoyi's expression was bland as he walked up alone. Chen Ming and the others were too weak to fight, she didn't count on them at all, so she might as well settle the fight herself and get it over with quickly. Only to see a group of people quickly appear at the stairway on the second floor. At the head of the group was none other than the bald man with triangular eyes, eyebrows shaved off, and a ferocious look on his face. He was the junior leader of the Black Scorpion organization, Song Yang. Behind him, several people had different images, some had nose studs, lip studs, or face tattoos, with a rather peculiar look, all of them gazing at Chun Luoyi with an unkind gaze. Hey, it's really her. A leather jacket youth in the crowd's eyes flickered, showing a look of surprise. The person next to him curiously asked, "What? You recognize?" "Well, I've seen her information on the Sanctuary's official website." The leather jacket had a lewd expression. At that time, when he saw Chung Loi's photo, at first glance, he felt particularly stunning. It was just too beautiful. In his heart, he began to fantasize that it would be great if he could meet her. I did not expect. Today hit the jackpot, but also really she came to find himself. Moreover, Leather Jacket remembered that under Chun Luoyi's photo, there was a profile that was very impressive. Me, gentle girl, afraid of pain. I just love gentle girls. Brother Yang, give her to me. Leather Jacket volunteered to help. You kid is quite good at picking, go ahead if you like it. Song Yang smiled evilly and didn't take it seriously. It wasn't that these people had a low IQ or were gullible and careless, because Chung Loi's aura wasn't strong in her normal state. She was just an ordinary B-rank awakened person. Ordinary people simply couldn't perceive it. Leather Jacket's gaze was hyperactive. Leaning down from his pants leg, he drew out an alloy dagger. The blade flashed coldly and was extremely sharp. Beauty, let me play with you. Leather Jacket's figure flashed, holding a vicious weapon and lunging head-on. His speed was also extremely fast. He was a speed-enhanced awakened. Chun Loi stood still, did not even move. Big eyes just stared at him, no intention to dodge at all. The cold aura, in its pupils, more and more big. See the dagger to the front, close at hand. Abruptly, Chun Luoi raised his hand and grasped the blade. Put! Scarlet blood gushed out, flowing down her wrist, leaving a piercing color on her fair skin. The intense cutting pain stimulated her nerves, every cell was active, and the killing factor in her body was about to bloom. This cut triggered Chun Loi's awakened ability, fatal pain. Her breath continued to climb, and on her right wrist, there was a bracelet. It showed, pain value 10%. Ha! The leather jacket man suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to draw back the alloy dagger, but Chung Loi's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard the man tried, it wouldn't budge. As the leather jacket struggled, the dagger cut deeper into the flesh, dripping blood, overflowing from Chung Loi's fingers. The pain value was still increasing. 15%. Click. Chung Loi lashed out, hardening the blade and snapping it, and holding the broken blade, stabbing it straight at the man's temple. Put. The man didn't react at all, only feeling a stabbing pain in his head and warm blood, flowing down the side of his face. His consciousness gradually blurred. This is the gentle girl? The man's pupils laxed, giving birth to his last thought before he died of gas, his body collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. In a short moment, Chang Loi resolved a crystalline core awakened. Song Yang and the others' pupils shrank, their hearts were surprised to the core, not expecting this seemingly weak girl to be so fierce. Killed it so easily? I feel there's something wrong with her. Everyone be careful, this person is actually very dangerous. The few people immediately became grave. Just now, when Chang Loi killed someone, her face was calm and unperturbed, and her strikes were steady. accurate and ruthless. It seemed like she was a recidivist, and she hadn't done this kind of thing a lot in her life. Chang Loi lowered her eyes to the corpse at her feet, as if she suddenly remembered something. She slowly squatted down and pried open the leather jacket man's head with a pry of the alloy blade, then her white 5 fingers probed into it and stirred up inside the skull. What's going on? Lin Dong was a little curious, as watching her movements, he could not help but recall, again, the days of stuffing dumplings with dumplings in the orphanage. Soon, Chang Lui touched the man's crystal core and then pulled it out hard. Her hands were drenched with dripping blood and brought out some red and white things. Then she turned around and walked to Lin Dong, handing over what was in her hand. You give me the bread, I will give you the crystal core. Oh. Lin Dong nodded. It turned out that she was thinking about this matter, and like before, she was still an acute person. However, on the bloody palm in front of him, there was still some unknown brain tissue hanging on it, and the blood mixed with other liquids, still continued to flow. Like, not too hygienic, right? Fresh out of the skull, still warm, clean and hygienic. Chang Loi knew that Lin Dong had a habit of cleanliness, so he explained one sentence. In Lin Dong's eyes, this was equivalent to soup puffed rice, but it was more or less unsightly to get soup everywhere. So he stood still and hesitated to move. Chang Luoi's beautiful eyes glanced at him with a somewhat puzzled expression. What else do you dislike? Not elegant enough, Lin Dong said. Chang Luoi's head was filled with black lines, mimicking his previous tone. Love it or hate it. Hiss. Song Yang and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. The man in front of him was too ferocious, and the gentleness the leather jacket said was not even close. His TM death is really not wrong at all. At the same time, they questioned in their hearts, is this really a person from the official shelter? Why do you feel that he is even more cruel than yourself? They, the Black Scorpion organization, had also eaten human flesh, and even abused and killed, but all of them had one less trait than Chang Loi, and that was that they weren't bland enough. Wait. Abruptly, Song Yang found another grim problem, the number of people on the opposite side. The number of people on the other side seemed to be not quite right. His eyes went from Lin Dong to Chen Ming, and he surveyed them one by one. How to count? There was one more. Yuan, didn't you say you felt there were 6 people? Why are there 7? The short-haired girl's brows were locked, her face extraordinarily grave. Brother Yang, there's one among them. Doesn't seem to be human. What? Song Yang's eyes widened. There was still more faith in spiritual perception. Not a human? Then what was it? Following the girl's gaze, Song Yang looked at Lin Dong and saw that he picked up the blood-stained crystal core and had placed it in his mouth, savoring it as if he felt it was very sweet. The answer came out more and more. Zombie. His heart instantly thumped. The people from the official shelter were actually mixing with the zombies. What happened today was too absurd. A strong sense of crisis arose. He looked around. The biggest thing he had to rely on today was his strength in numbers. Forget about the rest for now. Finish them off, everyone together. The people next to him nodded silently. Thereupon, the battle started at once, and the people from the Black Scorpion organization used their awakening abilities one after another. Several people were as powerful as tigers, and their aura was powerful. Chang Loi turned his head to gaze, his face still bland. You stand here first and don't move. I'll go fetch some more crystal cores. Ha? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. It felt that there was something odd about these words. But at this moment, Song Yang and several other main forces had already arrived in front of Chang Loi. Song Yang's awakened ability was skin metallization, and his physique was extraordinarily powerful. His skin was changing, his whole body was covered by layers of silver color, and between his movements, he made the sound of steel and iron, as if he was wearing a metal battle armor. When Song Yang swung his fist, it was mixed with the power of 10,000 pounds, and a sound of breaking wind rose up, heading straight for Chang Loi's face. Chang Loi was not afraid, and raised her slender arm across the front. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chang Loi resisted the huge force, but her feet slid back a distance, while her arm went numb and a strong shock of pain came. Pain value, 17%. Song Yang's silver-bright colored face laughed harshly and summoned his teammates. It's now. Good. The rear Yuan agreed with a sound, simultaneously launching a mental attack. Her mental power was like a tidal wave, squeezing Chang Loi's mind and opening brainstorm. Chang Loi felt as if his brain was splashed with boiling oil. Intense pain hit him. At the same time, he became delirious and his consciousness began to haze. Song Yang immediately seized the opportunity, and his huge fist smashed again. It seemed that this time, it was going to smash his head. At this time, Chang Luoyi's bracelet numbers changed. Pain value, 26%. She instantly stared, her eyes turning back to clarity, the power of pain, making her even stronger. Clenching her fist with one hand, she blasted at Song Yang's chest with a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Buzz. Even with Song Yang's metal body, his chest was dented and deformed, and the immense force made it as if he was hit by a truck. His body flew straight backward. Rumble. Song Yang collapsed a wall and was buried in the rubble. How is this possible? Yuan Yuan in the back was in a rage. She was clearly hit by a spiritual attack, but she sent her boss flying. Her face turned livid, the black scorpion tattoo on her face seemed to come to life. But right now, the situation was so urgent that there was no time to think about it, and she hurriedly turned her head, looking for Chen Luoyi's figure, intending to launch another spiritual attack. But a delicate white face had already appeared in front of her. In the next second, Chen Luoyi's 5 fingers were like knives, stabbing into its neck artery. Yuan Yuan's horrified expression was instantly frozen in place. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but only a stream of blood spilled out. A corpse, again, collapsed at Chen Luoyi's feet. If reaches 100%, what will happen? In her ears, a magnetic voice suddenly came. Turning her head to look, it was none other than Lin Dong's handsome face. Lin Dong had noticed the details on her wrist long ago and could not help but be a little curious, so he opened his mouth to ask. Chen Luoyi smiled faintly. Maybe I will die. The bracelet she carried, which was specially made by the researchers, was connected to the pain nerve, reminding her of the pain value she could withstand. Once it reached 100%, it was Chen Luoyi's strongest state, and at the same time, the limit of her life. On the other side, Sun Xiaochang was fighting with a crystalline core awakened. The other party was a strength enhancer, holding a huge alloy axe that weighed several tons, but it was as if it was light as nothing. The heavy axe was swung with a tiger-like wind, and smashed straight at Sun Xiaochang. Yikes! Chen Luoyi has paid off his debt to Lin Dong. He has to pay it back himself. His wise eyes turned, his body suddenly crackled, and his originally slim figure, his muscles bulged and became a little more robust. This was Sun Xiaochang's awakened ability, fearless berserking. The IQ was drastically sharply reduced and other physical attributes skyrocketed. Sun Xiaochang's originally wise look was now close to dementia. Looking at the incoming giant axe, he was not afraid at all, and raised his fist to strike a hard blow with it. Buzz! Metal clanging sound rang out, axe handle even deformed and bent. Even if it is a power-awakened person, the tiger's mouth was also shocked cracked. Under the severe pain, the axe flew out of hand. Ha! This! The man's expression was horrified. He didn't expect him to be so brave. Just as he was dazed, Sun Xiaochang had already arrived at his side, and another heavy punch blasted at his chest, and a click-crunching sound immediately came from his ears. The man's bones were shattered all over his body, and his entire body took on an extremely twisted shape, as if it was a broken sack, and flew straight out backwards. Take it! Sun Xiaochang clenched his fist. Black Scorpion's few minions, of course, were not a match for Chen Luoyi and the others. The two were simply not at the same level. After all, Chang was the awakened person of the sanctuary serial number 001, the person who was known as the strongest. Even Chen Ming's 4 people, their cooperation was also very tacit. They held alloy knives, set up a tactical formation, and fought with several cerebral Dan awakened ones. It didn't take long to decimate 2 of them. F***CK. They're actually this strong. Song Yang, who had been sent flying, had just struggled to sit up from the pile of rubble when he realized that his side had lost 2 of its major generals, and both of them were mainstays. In particular, Chen Luoyi was still chatting with Lin Dong again, and the 2 of them were talking and laughing as if they were chattering about family matters. This was clearly not putting himself in their eyes. Song Yang's strong sense of crisis enveloped him, as if there was a steel all hanging from his brow, and he could die at any time. He immediately felt a sense of withdrawal and thought of escaping from here. But he didn't think he could escape from Chen Luoyi. Then Song Yang remembered that there were still 3 of his men upstairs, watching over the hostages in the shelter. That's the last resort. Song Yang leaped and jumped straight to the 2nd floor. His men on the 1st floor, who were originally having a tough time fighting, when they saw that their bosses had fled, they were desperate, and a few words came out of their hearts. WCNMLGB. With that, they were beheaded by Qin Ming and the others. The battle on the 1st floor was over. Lin Dong did not even make a move as it was just some small minions, so he could just watch the fun himself. Here. These are for you. Sun Xiaochang handed over with a crystal core and a few brain pills. Lin Dong looked at him. There is no need for so many. Use. When I was young, I heard the dean say that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid when it springs from the spring. You gave me bread when I was the hungriest, so I have to repay you to the fullest extent. Sun Xiaochang spoke with a straight face. Lin Dong did not say anything else and accepted the crystal core and braindan. At the 2nd floor hall, the originally bustling KTV was now empty, and in the air, a hint of tension filled the air. In the middle of the hall, there were 3 people kneeling on the ground. They were tied by chains, and whimpering sounds came out of their mouths. Song Yang tore off the tape on their mouths, wanting to let them call for help later. Maybe Chen Luoyi will really let himself go once his heart is soft. It didn't take long for Lin Dong and the others to come. Sister Chang, save me. I don't want to die. Oh. A boy immediately cried and howled. Song Yang immediately warned. You guys stand still. Don't come over, or else I'll kill them immediately. Ha! Chen Luoyi looked up. only to see the three hostages trembling, still crying and begging for help. All of them were almost scared to death. Lin Dong silently watched the fun, wondering what Chang Loi would do when he encountered this situation. At this time, Chang Loi heard the words, but really stood still, did not move forward, his eyes showed a thoughtful color, his heart was calculating. Saving an awakened person to go back, can exchange 2 pounds of white flour. But killing Song Yang, can get a crystal core, how does this count? It's also appropriate to kill someone. When Song Yang saw Chun Luoi not moving, he really thought that she was threatened by himself. He was immediately delighted. The people of the sanctuary would just be limited by order, having long gotten used to being controlled. It was so stupid. Your higher-ups should have given you an order to save someone and return, right? Aha! Chang Luoi nodded. This was not denied. Song Yang sniffed and felt even more impressed. Good. Then if you let us go, I'll let you take them 3 away. No need, because I never obey orders from the top, Chang Luoi said. Ha! Song Yang was a bit dumbfounded and immediately understood what she meant. Even the 3 hostages were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought they were saved. A heart once again fell to the bottom. In a flash, Chun Loi suddenly snapped, and between the flashes of his body, he rushed forward with swift movements. Song Yang's teeth clenched tightly, feeling the immense pressure, and at the same time, the ruthlessness in his heart erupted. Brothers, fight them! He squeezed out a few words from his teeth, and with a stroke of his hand knife, he slaughtered a few hostages first. Even if he died, he still had to pull a few cushions. Right. Fucking spell it out. The 3 henchmen shouted with great vigor. They were all crystal core awakened, quite a bit of strength. Boom! Right at the start, Chang Loi threw a punch against Song Yang, with a powerful force that once again sent him flying, smashing 2 walls of the box before he finally stopped. But Song Yang, relying on his metal skin, wasn't hurt much and climbed out of the rubble again, continuing to attack Chang Loi. On the other hand, the 3 awakened, and Sun Xiaochang battle together. The 3 people cooperate with each other, with their own flexibility, but also able to hold back. A time will not be defeated. The entire hall was in chaos, the floor tiles exploded, the walls collapsed, and energy fluctuations overflowed in all directions. Chen Ming 4 people did not participate in the battle, standing far behind Lin Dong, because this was the battle of the Crystal Core Awakened. They were not qualified to be on the field at the Cerebral Dance stage. Among them, Chang Loi and Song Yan fought the most fiercely. Song Yang was sent flying time and time again, but always managed to tenaciously get up, just like the little strong man that could not be beaten. Because Chang Loi's strength, which was enhanced by the pain value, but Song Yang belonged to the defensive type, and couldn't inflict too much trauma on her, it was difficult to break the defense for a while. In that case, we can only use the old method. Chang Luoi's gaze stared. There were many ways to make oneself suffer, and one of the most convenient was self-mutilation. In the past, Chang Loi had done this kind of thing when she was in the mental hospital. However, just when she was planning to do it, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Hey, don't bother. Chang Loi was very strong, but she was different from Lin Dong in that she was not graceful enough and was more bloody and violent, making soup everywhere. She turned her head to look and saw Lin Dong walking step by step, with a calm pace and a bland face, so she understood his meaning in her heart. Her figure stepped back a few steps, handing over the battlefield to Lin Dong. Song Yang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and gazed, his heart thumped, by the intensity of the battle just now. Being beaten to the sky, he had forgotten about this most dangerous character. From the beginning to the end, he had never made a move. Nor did he know what the awakened ability was. Song Yang did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and strongly raised his spirits, placing all his attention on Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong's footsteps did not stop, still walking forward, the distance between the two, getting closer and closer. What is the meaning of this? Song Yang was puzzled in his heart, and as he watched Lin Dong come before him, he already had to strike. Die! He shouted violently, emitting the sound of steel friction as he swung his heavy fist and struck at him. In a flash, Lin Dong's eyes flashed red as the corpse domain opened. Powerful pressure filled the room, instantly enveloping Song Yang, and since Lin Dong had meticulously stayed at home for the past few days and continued to evolve, the corpse domain was even more powerful now. Song Yang only felt his body sinking, a huge pressure, as if he had fallen to the bottom of the sea. For a moment his body was difficult to move. Lin Dong made a sideways turn, bypassing his fist, and as he passed by his side, he smoothly reached into his skull with his 5 fingers. He directly penetrated his brain and took out his crystal core. A set of movements were flowing and clean, just like taking something out of his hand without any effort. Song Yang's expression was horrified as his life breath drained away extremely quickly, and his metallic skin then faded away, revealing his original form. Then his body leaned back and collapsed onto the ground with a loud bang. Already dying of gas. Song Yang's eyes are still round, staring straight at the ceiling. To the end, he did not figure out what is going on. Death does not close his eyes. The entire process was very short, it was the effort of Lin Dong to take a few steps, taking Song Yang's crystal nucleus, just like a bag of gold. Chen Ming and the others looked dumbfounded, seeing this killing technique for the first time. Nothing happened to Song Yang's appearance, but the nucleus was picked out. Weird. It was completely bizarre. A sense of fear arose, the hairs of sweat stood up all over their bodies, and in their hearts, they were even more certain that Lin Dong was the bizarre corpse king, who could kill people in an invisible manner. Song Yang's 3 men were also dumbfounded. The boss just died somehow. What the hell is going on? Taking advantage of one person's daze, Sun Xiaochang raised his fist and struck his chest, shattering his bones all over his body, and he fell to the ground with a miserable cry, and was no longer moving. Damn! The 2 remaining people could see that the big picture had been decided, and that it would be futile to fight back no matter how much they resisted. They had no will to fight, their mental defenses collapsed, and they quickly lost the battle and were settled by Sun Xiaochang. Up to this point, the entire battle ended. The surroundings regained quietness, the KTV was full of wreckage, corpses were lying all over the place, including the 3 hostages, 13 Black Scorpion members, all of them were dead. Lin Dong, you were so strong, you killed that metal man so easily. Sun Xiaochang stared in awe. You are quite powerful as well. Lin Dong indeed did not expect that with his IQ, could awaken such an ability. Sun Xiaochang laughed loudly. Ha, this was all discovered by you. The remaining few people, who were cleaning up the battlefield, Chung Loi came to the bodies of the 3 hostages and stared straight at them with lowered eyes. It seemed like she felt sorry for not being able to save the 3. Then she squatted down and inserted her fingers into their heads, picking out the 3's cerebral dan one by one. Enemies' crystal cores should be cherished, and don't waste your own people's brain dan. Cheng Luoi muttered under her breath, probably because she was used to living a hard life, so she was more frugal, a good girl who was diligent and thrifty. And on the side, Chen Ming and the others, holding their communicators, reported the situation to the shelter headquarters. The members of the Black Scorpion organization have been resolved, the total number of thugs is 13, and the actual kills are 16 people. At this time, Lin Dong was also thrifty as he walked upstairs and downstairs, putting 16 corpses into his storage space. Next to him, Sun Xiaochang looked straight confused and quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Where are the corpses? Were you put away?" "Well, packed up and brought back as dog food." Lin Dong casually coped with the sentence. "Good fellow." Sun Xiaochang scratched his head, feeling a bit strange. He put aside here to eat the banquet? And he even packed it to take away? In addition to this, Cheng Loi and others also found the looted supplies. In fact, the total is not much. Lin Dong probably looked at. There are 5 boxes of instant noodles, a few bags of noodles, there are 2 bags of rice, and a bag of white noodles. There were also some canned fruits, chocolates, and other snacks, but most of them had expired and were eaten by Song Yang and others. It could be seen that the shelter was really short on supplies. For such a small amount of stuff, Chan Luoi, serial number 001, and Sun Xiaochang, number 002, were sent, so it could be seen that the importance was attached to it. "Alright, let's go back," Chang Loi said. Sun Xiaochang's eyes showed excitement. He, we have food this time." The 4 of them, Chen Ming, in the back, acted as porters, carrying rice and noodles and lifting boxes, looking a little bit lousy. Moreover, the 4 of them, who were very afraid of Lin Dong, did not dare to approach at all, always following far behind. "Lin Dong, why don't you come back to the refuge with us?" Sun Xiaochang said. "No." Lin Dong shook his head and refused. Sun Xiaochang looked puzzled. "Why? I do not need refuge," Lin Dong said. "Oh." Sun Xiaochang nodded his head, seemingly understanding. At this moment, it had already gone to the street where they had met, and it was already time to go their separate ways. Chung Luoi looked at Lin Dong with wide eyes. "When will we meet again next time? If the shelter lacks food, you can trade crystal cores with me," Lin Dong said after a little thought. "Good." Chan Loi agreed dryly, and this was considered a trading partnership. The 2 of them, in order to facilitate contact, on the internet, added friends, and could usually chat online. After dealing with this, Lin Dong said goodbye to them. "That's it, see you next time." See you." Chen Loi finished and walked forward without looking back. Chen Ming and the few others, who were carrying large bags and boxes, bypassed Lin Dong from afar and hurriedly jogged to catch up with Cheng Loi's pace. "Bye, Lin Dong, go back to chatting online." Sun Xiaochang also turned around and waved goodbye. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the dusky sunlight stretched their shadows, as Cheng Loi and the others gradually walked away. Lin Dong watched them until they disappeared at the end of the street. Subsequently, a ferocious zombie began to come out from alleys, alleyways, or buildings, including Tank, Hachi, and Doctor, converging behind Lin Dong in a regular manner. "Boss, is that your friend?" "Aha!" Lin Dong responded and turned around to walk towards the building. Hachi cocked his head, seemingly feeling perplexed that the boss had a friend. But soon, an aroma of food greeted him. As Lin Dong walked away, he waved his hand and flung out a bunch of corpses, some of which were still warm. Ah ha 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 ha. Hachi grinned, not wanting to think that much. Chang Loi and the others walked for a long time without encountering any zombies, and it wasn't until they were out of Lin Dong's territory that the terrifying figure reappeared. However, they were only low-level zombies that ordinary people could take out. There was no threat to speak of to the awakened. Loi, did you find it? Chen Ming suddenly asked. What? Chang Loi turned his head to look at him. Chen Ming explained. We walked out of the 5-star corpse nest before we re-encountered the zombies, so it's almost certain that that friend of yours is the king of that 5-star corpse nest. Oh, Chang Loi nodded his head with no other expression. You? Chen Ming's expression was stunned. It felt different from what he thought. Wasn't she surprised? Next to him, Sun Xiuqiang scratched his head, although he was simple-minded. But after all the things that happened before, vaguely thought of something. Sister Chang, you said that? Lin Dong is really a zombie? Human, or zombie, does it matter? Chang Loi paused in her tone and continued, as long as we know that he is Lin Dong, it's fine. Near the building. The remaining sun was like blood, coloring the sky into a dark red, and a few pitch-black crows, quacking cawed as they flew around. Under the pale apocalypse, a few zombies were gnawing on the flesh and blood. Hachi's chin was covered in blood. The zombies next to him nodded their heads in agreement. In other necropolis nests, it was the younger brothers who hunted and then paid tribute to the necropolis king, while Lin Dong did the opposite, which made Hachi and the other zombies very moved. The zombies were eating happily, but Tank was the only one who was squatting beside him, alone in a daze, and there seemed to be some guilt in his eyes. Because there was really a human hiding in the territory he was patrolling and he did not realize it. He felt a little dereliction of duty, and the fact that Lin Dong not only did not blame him, but instead brought back food, made Tank feel even worse inside. Hachi looked up at him. Aren't you going to eat? No appetite. Tank hugged his shoulders and twisted his head in a very arrogant manner, silently thinking that he should go hunt some humans to honor his boss and make up for his mistakes. Although Hachi had some intelligence, he was far from guessing his heart. Of course he didn't know what he was thinking. If you don't eat again, it'll all be gone in a while and you won't even have any if you want to. Oh. Tank's afterglow glanced at the bloody meat. His heart was inevitably a little shaken, and he unconsciously licked up the corner of his mouth. I'll take a couple bites as well. In the next few days, the territory returned to peace, and nothing ever happened. Lin Dongo was at home, very leisurely, collecting intelligence and ingesting energy every day. Other than that, he occasionally chatted with Chang Loi online. It was as if the hunger, killing, and danger outside had nothing to do with him. This area of the mansion became his paradise. In fact, Lin Dong had also thought about the fact that Chang Loi and Sun Xiaoqiang were not weak, and as he had enough food, he could completely allow the two to stay by his side. When they encountered trouble, they could also be considered as two major helpers. However, Chang Loi and Sun Xiuqiang are the Refuge 001 and 002 awakened, and are themselves the most popular people in the world. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. Letting them stay behind would definitely not be peaceful. Therefore, Lin Dong gave up on this idea for the time being. Thinking that it was fine for them to stay in the refuge, they could become a partnership anyway. Downstairs, Xiao Bachi and his group of zombies were bored and wandered the streets every day, patrolling the territory, but unfortunately, there was never much to show for it. To say that the most sullen, it was still Tank. Nowadays, with his intelligence level, equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, he was still haunted by his previous dereliction of duty. At this moment, his lanky body sat on the street, his back looking a bit forlorn. Where to go to kill some people? I can make up for my own mistakes, but I mainly have to catch some prey to honor the boss, otherwise I always feel guilty. However, the main city has long fallen, completely the world of zombies, not a single human, at most from the sewers, catch a few big rats. But Tank felt that if he grabbed 2 big rats to honor the boss, he would probably waste himself on the spot. What should I do? Just when Tank was at a loss, the sound of fluttering wings suddenly came from his ears, and a red-eyed crow landed on a nearby street light pole. Under the dark red sky, the red-eyed crow's beak was stained with blood, and it was holding a human eyeball in its mouth. The picture here was completely grotesque. Tank didn't care that much. A pair of small eyes immediately looked away as if he had discovered a new continent. It seemed to feel his gaze. The crow tilted his neck, hastily swallowed his eyes, and cast a disgusted look at the Tank. Big idiot. Tank was speechless in his heart and was a bit annoyed, but at the moment, he had a request from the crow, so he didn't care that much. Little black bird, do you know where to hunt? No. Of course I know. The raven's red eyes blinked. Tank sniffed excitedly. Where? Tell me quickly. I'm not telling you. The red-eyed raven said. Tank scratched his head, thinking that this little black bird was too vindictive. Wasn't it just that he had caught it once when he first arrived? Turns out it hadn't even been caught. Where the hell? Tell me quickly, I want to hunt to honor my boss. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. You won't be able to come back if you go. Che, how can that be? Tankard of course do not believe, he is the nearby corpse nest famous corpse king, and also do not see with whom to hang out, how can still cannot come back? You quickly tell me, when the time comes to catch the prey, count you in. The crow didn't answer, his eyes dribbled, thinking for a moment, then fluttered his wings and flew up. Follow me. Follow me. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the raven agree, Tank laughed nervously, happy as a 200-pound child, his lanky body standing up from the curb. The red-eyed crow flew along the street, and his mouth kept chanting. There's treasure. There's treasure. Oh, Tank's big mouth opened into an O. It seemed that there was not only prey, but also treasure. Inevitably, his heart was curious. What kind of treasure? Could be a meaty prey? He immediately followed the crow. The crow soared in midair, and although his speed was fast, Tank's body was athletic, leaping and flying through the buildings like a nimble great ape. The two chased after each other, getting farther and farther away. Obviously, the location that the crows were talking about had already gone beyond the scope of Lindong's territory. The tank and the crow raced forward, flying through the wretched streets. There were zombies that saw them, tilting their heads and letting out low growls, apparently, having already gotten out of their territory. About 10 minutes passed. From afar, Tank saw a building in front of them, rising black smoke, has formed a black cloud, a helicopter crashed into the building half-waist, fire burning. The building's floor-to-ceiling windows were all shattered, and it could be seen that in the center floor, there were a few humans, fighting with the zombies. Not only that. Around the building, there were countless zombies, like a tidal wave, surging that way, and had surrounded the humans. The zombies rushed into the building, some directly climbed the wall, densely packed. The scene was particularly spectacular. There are really humans here, Tank muttered. There are babies. There are babies. Raven repeated as she fluttered her wings. Tank looked closer and realized that one of the humans was holding a box in his hand, and using handcuffs, handcuffed the box to his wrist. The rest of the humans were protecting that person. From this, it could be seen that the box was very important to them. What kind of treasure is inside? Tank was very curious. The man carrying the box, named Sundabiao, he was a senior member of Tektronics, and had just retrieved a very important thing from the company's headquarters, which was placed in that box. On his way back by helicopter, he coincidentally encountered a flying mutant beast. It was a big black bird, its body was like a cannonball, it smashed the helicopter's glass directly, and its sharp beak was inserted into the pilot's eye socket, causing the airplane to crash and land in zombie territory. Fortunately, they were all awakened, except for the pilot. The plane crash did not result in any deaths, but the zombies in this neighborhood put them in a fatal crisis. Quick! There are zombies climbing up. Sun Dabiao anxiously drank. Next to him, an awakened person, with coldness emanating from his hands, condensed countless ice picks and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, soaring towards the zombies climbing up the wall. These ice picks were incomparably sharp, and their power exceeded that of bullets. Immediately pierced through those zombies, causing them to fall from the tall building. However, there were too many zombies, climbing upwards, and in the distance, there was a corpse king sitting on the ground. On the roof of the 3-story building opposite the building, there stood a tall figure. It is full of sharp fangs, red pupils ferocious. Around this territory, it is responsible for the patrol area. As a result, I didn't expect. Today, there was actually a pie in the sky. A plane crashed down. So it immediately organized the little brother siege. Although the human awakened person is very strong, but the good tiger cannot stand the group of wolves. The awakened person uninterrupted use of the ability, simply cannot hold on for long. Consume also will be consumed by them to death. I just need to sit back and enjoy it. But at this time in the distance, Tanks and Crows wide-eyed, staring straight. Go on. Let's snatch the treasure back together. The red-eyed crow said. In fact, that helicopter was the one that it shot down, and seeing the treasure fall into someone else's hands, of course, it was not willing to do so. Let's go. Who's afraid? Tank is not a zombie, although in other people's territory, still surrounded by several zombies, also dared a corpse mouth to seize food. Immediately, a corpse and a bird rushed to the battlefield at speed. Tank's posture is robust. On the way, also knocked over a few zombies. A brain rushed to the building downstairs. He leaped and jumped directly onto the wall, like a Spider-Man, climbing upwards at a fast speed. His body shape was incredibly athletic. Be careful. There are mutated zombies. The tank's size, as well as its speed, quickly stood out from the tide of corpses, immediately attracting Sun Dabiao's attention. The ice-awakened person next to him immediately condensed ice cones in his hands and soared downwards once again. Roar! Tank roared, raised his right hand to cover his face. Those sharp ice picks, all pierced into his palm. But Tank's skin was so thick that the ice picks couldn't penetrate, and could only hurt some skin and flesh, which wasn't a big deal to him at all. Ka-cha! Tank was ferocious and incomparable, his big hand violently clenched, crushing the ice pick in his palm. Then his legs powered up and he scurried upwards for more than 20 meters, seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the floors defended by the humans. This zombie is strong. Seeing the tank approaching, Sun Dabiao's frown deepened. The tall corpse king who was watching the battle from the opposite side was equally surprised. He remembered that he didn't seem to have this character in his minions. Whose minions are these, surprisingly so brave? But see, the tank is attacking the human, also did not think too much, even let his own little brothers, with his action. Tank is indeed fierce. At this time, one of his hands has been on the windowsill, followed by one-handed force, robust body flipped in. Several humans saw the situation, immediately backed up. The windowsill was lost, the zombies at the back, one after another, climbed up. The corpses showed a bloodthirsty color, hissing at several people. I'll block them. The ice-awakened person, both hands against the front, bone-chilling coldness filled the air, frost began to condense, came click-click-click sound. In front of his hands, a wall of ice was about to take shape. But just at this moment, suddenly a strange change occurred. A black shadow swept in, extremely fast, launching a sneak attack from the side, like a dagger-like bird's beak, directly stabbing into its temple. Plop! Warm blood splattered out, and the ice-awakened person fell to the ground in response. Sun Dabiao's eyes rounded as he looked towards that black shadow and realized that it was actually the big black bird that attacked the helicopter. All of this was not a coincidence. Rather, it was premeditated. Brother Crow was not an ordinary bird. It could eat 2 people in one meal, so it was evident that it had great potential. After the Ice Awakener was killed, the zombies swarmed forward, and in groups of 3 or 2, they pounced on the other humans and tore them apart on the ground, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Hisses, growls, and miserable howls came one after another. Tank, regardless of anything else, rushed forward with a few healthy steps. His purpose was clear, reaching out and grabbing Sun Dabiao's box with one hand. Baby! Ha! Sun Dabiao's eyebrows wrinkled up, struggling hard. Get out of my way. But how powerful the tank's strength was, between a violent tug, he almost dragged the box, along with Sun Dabiao, into his arms. Sun Dabiao's eyes glowed red. Searing heat came from his body. He was a fire awakened, but due to too much consumption in the battle just now, there was not much energy left, and at this time, he used his last strength. Sun Dabiao's entire left arm, suddenly lit up with a blazing flame. A hand clasped the tank's wrist, wanting him to scatter his hands. Z-dash. The air was immediately filled with a burning scent, and a smell of burning pig's hair came from the air. You let go, baby. Tank only wanted to get the box at the moment, and even though he was burned painfully, his brain was so one-dimensional that he still forced himself not to let go. Bean-sized beads of sweat began to slide down from Sun Dabiao's forehead. His face was pale, his eyes were a little hazy, because his body was severely overdrawn. He could no longer support himself. Zira! Tank seized the opportunity and violently pulled the box, only to hear the sound of blood and bones breaking. Sun Dabiao's right arm was ripped off half. Sun Dabiao let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground. Losing the shelter of the flames, the surrounding zombies pounced on him, drowning him in a wave of corpses. The treasure has arrived. Tank held the box with the handcuffs on it, still hanging half of his arm. The few humans around him had all been divided. The zombies were extraordinarily exuberant as they had won this battle. Roar! Tank did the same, lifting the box and roaring as if lifting the World Cup, somewhat showing off, although he didn't know what was in the box. And interestingly enough, the surrounding zombies, also cooperating with him, let out low roars, celebrating with him. Big dumbass! What are you showing off? Hurry up and go! Crow's unique bird voice came out. Yeah. Tank snapped out of his excitement. This wasn't his own territory. It's dangerous now, gotta get out of here. So, he gathered his posture and kept a low profile, wrapped his arms around the box, and was about to quietly retreat. Hey! You stand still! Suddenly, a voice like a rolling stone rubbing together resounded from behind. It was none other than the tall corpse king who was in charge of this area. Ha! The tank's figure lurched and stopped in its tracks, but it didn't turn around, only leaving it with a backstory. Due to the corpse king's appearance, the rest of the zombie minions quieted down and followed the boss's gaze, looking at the lanky tank. For a while, the tank became the center of attention in the group of corpses. Sometimes getting too much attention. It's not a good thing either, Tank muttered in his heart. That tall corpse king had long since seen that he didn't belong in this area. Give me what you're holding. I'll give it to you, my ass. Of course Tank wouldn't give it, and yelled at the crow. Run! With that, he ran wildly without looking back, crashing through several walls along the way since he was still in the building. The tall corpse king's fierce pupils glared, immediately realizing that something was wrong. Catch him for me! Roar dash! The crowd of zombies got the order and hissed as they chased after the tank and the crow. But the two were extremely fast. Especially the tank, as if it was a humanoid bulldozer, crushing whatever it encountered, always running in a straight line. Until the end. The tank ran to the edge of the building and leapt, from dozens of meters high, straight down. Oh no! Mid-air, Tank realized something was wrong. He certainly wasn't afraid of falling, but on the street below, there were densely packed zombies, as if they were deliberately waiting for him here. Bang! Tank jumped into the pile of corpses, and with his powerful force, he cracked the pavement, and at the same time, shook off several zombies around him. However, the rest of those zombies all came flying towards him. The tank was like a brute, charging through the pile of corpses. Even if there were zombies lying on his back and tearing at him, he didn't care at all. But at this moment, the tall corpse king at the back had already led a group of elites to come. If he was caught by them, even if the tank was strong, he would be torn into pieces. Run towards the roof. Run towards the roof. The crow in mid-air gave him advice. Oh! Tank gazed up. There was a tall building in front of him, so he sprinted 2 steps, leaped, jumped off the wall and climbed. He was very fast, and within a few clicks, he was at the top. Those ordinary zombies didn't have the ability to climb the building, only the elites could keep up with him. Don't run! Turning around, the tall corpse king had already brought his minions to catch up. So the tank ran wildly on the roof of the building, jumping from one of them to the other, like the world's top parkour athlete. But that tall corpse king was even faster. After all, the tank is a power type. At the same level, the speed is certainly not advantageous. The tall corpse king is getting closer and closer to him. And behind him, there were hundreds of elites, like wolf cubs, chasing after him. Can't run. Tank wrapped his arms around the box, looked back, saw the corpse king approaching, and felt that he really couldn't, so he fought with them. Red-eyed Crow said again. You have to find a way to hide. Yeah. Tank felt that this was a good idea. Why didn't he think of it? Looking ahead, there was the edge of the roof of the building, a building that was more than 100 meters high. Tank didn't choose the roof of the opposite side of the building, but jumped straight to the street below. The tall corpse king in the back felt that something was wrong. The tank's figure fell down the building at great speed, instantly disappearing from its field of vision. It hurriedly came to the edge of the building and lowered its head to look down. But it was surprised to find that on the street below, it was equally empty, and the tank had disappeared. Boss, where did he run off to? The little brother in the back rushed to look downwards, similarly baffled. The tall corpse king thought for a moment. He should be around here, hiding. Hurry and find him for me. Yes. A group of elite minions scattered. At this time, Tank and Crow had already hid in a small room in the building. When he jumped off the roof just now, Tank didn't land on the street, but halfway there, he grabbed a windowsill with one hand and tumbled into the building. His huge body shrank, holding the box with both hands, hiding in a corner. That's a good idea, little black bird. That's for sure. The red-eyed raven was nonchalant. But, what's going to happen next? We can't get out. Tank was in a bit of a dilemma, because that corpse king wouldn't give up, and his minions would only gather more and more, eventually surrounding this place, and sooner or later, they would find themselves. As time passed, Tank's situation became more and more dangerous. Red-eyed Crow had always been very resourceful. It's okay, I'll go back and ask for help, you just hide here. How can you go back? The outside is surrounded by them, you will surely be discovered if you go out, they will eat you. Tank persuaded bitterly. Brother Crow's red eyes blinked, suddenly silent for a moment, then looked at him with a caring retarded look. I can fly, dumbass. It fluttered its wings and flew away through the window. Tank was speechless in his mind when it occurred to him. Birds could fly. Come to think of it, the little black bird was quite righteous. It didn't fly away directly before to help itself, and only went back to ask for help when it had hidden itself. It's a good bird. Tank was pondering over this, when he noticed the black figure outside the window, suddenly coming back after flying around in mid-air. Brother Crow landed on the windowsill, his red eyes surveying him. Tank was instantly puzzled. Why are you back again? Don't worry about me, hurry up and go. Give me the baby. Dang. Knock. Not long after, the window of Lin Dong's house was knocked on. Turning his head, he looked. The red-eyed crow was standing on the windowsill. However, what made Lin Dong strange was that it was holding a box in its beak, silver bright metallic in color with a red circle and AT pattern in the center. That was the exclusive Tektronix logo. Why are you so polite today? You even brought something when you came to my place. Lin Dong pushed open the window and asked in a lazy tone. The crow's red eyes flashed. This is a surprise. Surprise? Lin Dong was curious in his heart and thought about translating the translation. What is a surprise? That box was made of overall alloy and was sturdy, but in Lin Dong's hands, it was like Play-Doh. After taking it, it was easily opened with a gentle lift. Lin Dong gazed, found that inside the box, there are rows and rows of ampoules, which are filled with light blue transparent liquid. Next to it, there was also an experimental report describing the data of the liquid. Lin Dong picked it up and took a look. Z-virus. Experiment result: low-level zombies injected with Z virus can increase cell activity, possess rapid healing ability, and enter a state of hyperactivity, stimulate reflex nerves, and enhance reaction speed. Zombie experiment sample 1. After the D-grade zombie injects the Z virus, the decayed body starts to heal, and after 24 hours, the body reaches an optimal state and successfully integrates with the virus completely. Zombie experiment sample 2. Next, all the experimental process, as well as detailed records. The test was done 15 times, all successful. The zombie did not have any adverse reactions. This is a zombie evolution agent. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. He remembered that someone had said that Tektronix was cultivating zombies, so it was not surprising that they had come up with this kind of thing. It was quite a surprise. With Lin Dong's strength, of course he could not use these low-grade products as his own healing ability was extremely strong, and the most crucial thing was, he was not injured at all. However, these Z viruses can be used for his little brother. The experiment said that when a D-class zombie was injected, it would be able to increase its healing power and improve its reaction speed. So what if injected into an elite zombie? Lin Dong felt that Tektronix's experiments were not comprehensive enough, and that he should conduct more scientific research for him to add some data. Where did this stuff come from? Tank and I went to someone else's territory to grab it. Red-eyed Raven said proudly. It's quite impressive. Lin Dong complimented and asked, where's the tank? Oh yeah, the tank was blocked by corpses and couldn't return. I came to ask for help. The red-eyed crow seemed to have just remembered his mission. Lin Dong was speechless, feeling that he couldn't help but boast that he was blocked. The tank was a capable general and had brought back something useful. Of course Lin Dong had to save him. Thus, he immediately sent commands to Hachi and the doctor, among others. Hachi was currently sitting on his knees on the roof of a building, covering his face and howling. Because the territory was so peaceful recently, he was too bored and his heart craved for killing. After receiving Lin Dong's command, his howling stopped abruptly and his head immediately branched out, instantly revealing a bizarre smile. Ha 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 ha. As the doctor walked down the street, the zombies on both sides came out and followed him. A few of them roared hostilely, with extreme anger in their hearts. Good Big Brother was blocked by corpses. What's wrong with that? They had to be torn apart in order to quell the anger. A few moments later, 10,000 zombies converged on the streets, forming a decent-sized wave of corpses. The group of corpses' ferocious aura filled the air and was vast. Depart! At Lin Dong's command, the tide of corpses was instantly activated and rushed towards the target location. In the dim sky. First, a crow swept past rapidly, leading the way in front. In the rear, 10,000 zombies ran wildly, hostile and murderous, like a torrent. The entire Doomsday City trembled under their feet. The other side. The tank is still dog sneaky hiding in the small room. The huge body shrinks into a ball, looks very aggrieved. Why isn't it coming? Outside, the group of corpses hissed and howled angrily, apparently screaming and taunting. And at the doorway, a burst of footsteps sounded. Ha! Tank looked through the cracks in the cracked wall and found an elite zombie walking in, its nose twitching like a dog. This zombie's qualifications were mediocre, but its sense of smell had evolved and was very sharp, and it was approaching like the tank step by step along the faint odor. What about this? Tank scratched his head, seeing that he was about to be discovered. At such a crisis point, he had to use his intelligence to win. And very quickly, he thought of a way. One could throw a rock and create some noise to lure that walker away. This plan is good. Who said I'm a big dumbass? Tank was very satisfied. One big hand fumbled on the ground, quickly picked up a broken brick, and with a smooth hook, threw it towards the window. The sniffing zombie, whether it was attracted or not, did not know. However, after that brick flew out of the window, it drew a parabola in midair, but it just smashed on the tall zombie king's head. Who threw the brick? The tall corpse king was very annoyed and looked back and forth. A follower next to him saw it clearly. Boss, the bricks flew out of the building, there are corpses inside. The tall corpse king pondered and immediately thought of something. That guy is hiding in the building, give it to me. Roar! Several elite zombies hostilely roared, directly jumped onto the wall and climbed towards that window. Tank heard the rattling outside, his small eyes narrowed, vaguely feeling that something wasn't right, thinking slightly for a moment. Am I missing a trick? But in the next second, several horrible zombie mouths had appeared at the window. They found the tank figure, their mouths let out a growl, and darted towards him, extremely fast. At the same time, the corpses around the tall building also converged here. Damn! Tank raised his fist and punched away the zombie that only lunged at him, turning around and fleeing. He still used a violent method, crashing into one wall after another and escaping straight away, but just in the process of crashing into the wall, Tank was still reflecting on the fact that his plan was so perfect. Which part of the plan went wrong? Bang! Right after the tank crashed into a wall, suddenly there was a huge fist that hit his forehead head-on. The tremendous force caused him to stumble and fall backward to sit on the ground. How dare you hit me with a brick, child? The tall corpse king was filled with rage. Tank gazed at it with small eyes, vaguely guessing what had happened. The tall corpse king was raging and filled with killing intent, and then at the bones of its hand, a bone spur actually grew out, as if it was a wolverine. Tank saw this ability for the first time, and was a little curious in his heart. What is this? Bone growth? Go to hell! The tall corpse king waved his hand, and sharp bone spikes broke through the air, stabbing straight at Tank. At the moment of crisis, the Tank had to raise his arm to block, but although he was broken and thick, he couldn't block the bone spikes. A stab was a bloody hole. Hiss! 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 It hurts! Tank hastily dodged backwards. But the corpse king caught up to the front, the bone spikes again attacked. Tank had to change the other arm to resist, but his hand blocking the zap hand, arm blocking the zap arm, not a moment later, more than a few bloody holes. And at this time, behind a group of elite zombies, has roared and chased over. Spell it out! Tank instantly red-eyed, huge body, rushed straight to the corpse king, ignoring the pain of bone spurs piercing through the palm, a grip on its fist. The tall corpse king suffered a huge force and was pushed by the Tank, unable to stop moving backwards. Rumble! The two crashed through the last outer wall and fell straight down from the tall building. In midair, they were still tumbling, tearing, and twisting together, ferociously. Bang! Both of them slammed into the ground at the same time, and the entire street trembled, crack marks spreading below. Based on strength alone, the tall zombie king was no match for the Tank, and had been mounted underneath him, his heavy fists constantly striking. However, a crowd of zombies on the street immediately pounced on the Tank, opened their hideous mouths to tear. Roar! Tank roared out in pain, pinched the neck of a zombie on top of himself, and threw it out a long way between his hands. Then he turned back to deliver an elbow strike. The head of the zombie was spun 360 degrees, and blood came out of its mouth and eyes. But the zombie king underneath immediately seized the opportunity, sharp bone spikes, even stabbed the Tank ass. Ow! The Tank was in severe pain and jumped away from its body. But at this time, he could not see anything else in front of his eyes, all is a horrible zombie face, because the tide of corpses has drowned the Tank, and still keep pouncing up, stacked layer after layer. The sharp fangs of the zombies, constantly tearing the Tank's skin. He was in severe pain. Even if he was an Iron Man, he was about to be torn apart. Are we going to die? Tank was powerless to resist. His heart was completely desperate. Gah! 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 Big stupid asshole! Big idiot! Suddenly, a pitch-black crow flew through the air, and it let out a shrill mournful cry, as if singing the prelude to a killing. The earth shuddered as 1,000 armies rushed in. Bang! 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 A powerful pressure enveloped the Tank, and the zombies on the Tank kept bursting into pieces. Blood and flesh flew around, and a fishy smell filled the air. What's wrong? Tank only felt the pressure on his body getting lighter and lighter, and when the last layer of zombies burst apart, Tank regained his vision. He saw a handsome to the core face through the streaks of blood. Lin Dong was wearing a white shirt, but was spotless in the blood-stained cultivation ground, and with a bland expression on his face, he was sizing up Tank with lowered eyes. So miserable. Lin Dong realized that the Tank was all covered in blood, completely dyed red and had become a red Tank, and covered with teeth marks, and bloody holes pierced out by bone spikes. Zapping my little brother as his vi, it's too vicious, isn't it, boss? Tank was in tears at the moment. Feeling that he was like a divine warrior, he saved himself at the most difficult moment. Then he looked around, found two groups of zombies, already fighting together. They gnawed and scratched each other, inserting eyes, snapping necks, all ferocious to the extreme. Among them, Xiao Hachi's figure was like a ghost, his bone claws lifted off a head, his body flickered and instantly disappeared, and in the next second, he appeared in front of another zombie. The bone claws continued to swing, cutting off its neck. Hachi had a wry smile on his face, like a battlefield harvester. Wherever he passed, a head flew up and the zombie body fell to the ground with a bang. On the other side, the doctor was also fighting with the crowd of zombies. He punched a little friend or used his spiritual power to attack the enemy zombies. The brothers are all here. If the zombies had tears, Tank could cry into leaps and bounds right now. And that bone spur zombie king. At this time, the heart was horrified. I do not know how, around the sudden surge of 10,000 zombies, will be engulfed by their own men, and many of them elite zombies, as if the killing machine, wildly incomparable. Another look found that 10,000 corpses in the midst of the melee. There is a slender figure, a white, indifferent eyes looking at themselves. The bone spur corpse king could not feel his breath, but there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. It was a suppression from the depths of the soul. This feeling had also appeared when facing his king. You, how dare you step into our territory? The bone spur corpse king snapped. Lin Dong did not even bother to talk. After all, it was just a small minion, and with a thought, the corpse domain spread forward, unfolding tens of meters. The bone spur corpse king's body stiffened as if it was drowned in a sea of blood. Boss, let me do it. Tank thumped and jumped up from the ground, as if his wounds didn't hurt anymore, staring viciously at the Bone Spur Corpse King, wanting to avenge the zapping of the PP. Well, go ahead. Lin Dong nodded his head. The tank rushed forward with 2 strong steps, leapt up, and with a heavy punch, knocked the Bone Spur Corpse King to the ground. Then he pressed it to the ground with one hand, and his other fist kept smashing into its face. Bang! 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 As Tank's fist fell, the earth trembled along with it, and within a few hits, its head was smashed into the ground, with traces of cracks spreading around it. Feeling that it was not too much, Tank grabbed its arm with both hands again, as if twisting a rag, and twisted it with force. With the sound of kababa, the Corpse King's entire arm was strewn with blood and flesh, and the white stubble was exposed. Still dare to stab me? Let's see if I don't blow your dog's head off and break all your bone growths, Tank muttered under his breath. This Bone Spur Corpse King was not the absolute king of the nearby area, but only counted as a dryad, with a strength similar to Tank's and theirs. Even if Lin Dong did not come, Hachi and the doctor, they could easily finish it off. In addition, they also have thousands of elite under their command. The number of people crushed each other, so the current battle situation is completely one-sided, devastating victory. It didn't take long for those hostile zombies to be slaughtered. The surrounding corpses, stacked into small mountains, blood converging below, like a stream flowing, the air was fishy and pungent, wafting the stench of decay. In this horrifying picture, Lin Dong was spotless, standing only on his own as countless zombies gathered towards him. Boss, this is all my fault. The guilt in Tank's heart deepened. Originally, he had planned to come here to hunt down prey and make up for his mistakes. Instead, he ended up encountering danger and had the boss personally save himself, adding a lot of trouble to him, and his faults increased instead. Lin Dong, however, shook his head. You have performed well. Ha! Tank did not know about the Z virus, so he was puzzled in his mind as to why the boss complimented himself. I think I shouldn't have run out of the territory without authorization and caused trouble for everyone. It's all my fault. It's not your fault, it has to be the territory is too small. Lin Dong replied. Tank sniffed and was even more touched. It was great to have such a boss. He didn't even know how to repay him. Hachi inclined his head and scowled, blood still dripping vaguely from his sharp bone claws. I also think you performed well. I should save you a few more times in the future. Forget it. Tank shook his head like a rattle, thinking that once was enough. A few more times would be too much for his ass to bear. With that, looking up into the sky, a red-eyed crow fluttered its wings and flew down next to it. Little black bird, I have to thank you too. Thankfully you called for help in time, otherwise I would have been bitten to death, Tank said with great gratitude. The raven gazed with red eyes and pondered for a moment, saying, Violet, you're welcome. Lin Dong looked around. This area was not his territory. There was no chance that other corpse kings would appear, so it was not advisable to stay for a long time. He should go back to study and research on zombie evolution potions. Let's go back and give you guys a shot. Shot? Tank felt a pain in his butt when he heard those 2 words, and had already been psychologically stabbed. Back to the building area. The job of giving the injection, of course, had to be given to the doctor. During the battle just now, some of the elite zombies were injured, their skin and flesh were torn apart, dripping with ebony blood. Since the Z virus had the ability to heal, Lin Dong decided that he would start with them first, which was also considered as a way of recognizing the battle merit. That box of Z virus, there were 500 copies. The doctor picked up the syringe and first drew the agent into the needle and then stabbed it into the neck of the zombie as soon as he could. As he slowly pushed, the light blue agent was injected into the zombie's body. Lin Dong stood in front of the upstairs window, his eyes watching downwards, only to see that the effect of the potion was not bad. Just as soon as it was injected, the wounds on the zombie's body began to show signs of healing, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ho ho! The zombie let out a low roar from its mouth and its face was a little hyperactive, as the Z virus would also stimulate its nerves and enhance its reaction speed. Moreover, Lin Dong remembered that the lab report said that it would take 24 hours for the Z virus to completely fuse with the zombie. It was estimated that the effect would be more pronounced by then. Those elite zombies under Lin Dong's command were not weak in terms of qualifications. Although they had not reached the level of awakening their abilities, their body parts had evolved, such as sharp nails, hard bones, and a keen sense of smell, etc. Now that they had been injected with the Z virus, their strength was greatly enhanced. Now that they are injected with the Z virus, their strength has increased greatly, and each one of them can fight against a B-level human awakened person. These 500 zombies are already the elite of the elite, and can be called an ace zombie army, a major killing weapon in Lin Dong's hands. Today, Lin Dong led a wave of zombies and went to another corpse king's territory, killing off his minions and slaughtering all of his men, so he thought that the other party would definitely not let it go. The zombies are violent in nature and like to kill, and if they can become a corpse king, they are not the ones to be messed with. Lin Dong estimated in his heart that it would definitely come to retaliate. At this time, the atmosphere of Tektronics was sullen. having just received a piece of bad news. The Z virus retrieved from the headquarters was surprisingly lost. The person in charge, Yi Jian, was sitting in his office, his face gloomy. Tell me, what's going on? Where did the Z virus get lost? Chief Yi, according to the satellite location, the plane crashed in a zombie territory. An assistant at the front replied. Grass. Yi Jian couldn't help but burst into foul language. The evolution potion fell into a zombie territory. Isn't this a meatbag hitting a dog? Originally, he was still thinking if he could get it back, but now he felt that it was completely hopeless. Did Sun Dabiao and the others make a move? No. There hasn't been any movement yet, presumably, it's already too bad to be true. The assistant's tone was a bit weak. Yi Jian pondered, this is definitely cool, falling in the zombie territory can still be good? The most critical thing is that the zombies do not have the Z virus to increase cellular activity, they cannot inject the Q virus to transform their bones, and the cultivation program will not go on. Originally they had a complete zombie cultivation program, now the plan is all disrupted. The area where the plane crashed, which zombie territory is it? Yi Jian asked. According to the intelligence gathered, the Corpse King there is very powerful, a rough estimate. The number of zombies under his command is 30,000, and his strength should not be weaker than the Corpse King in the mansion area, which is also defined as a 5-star corpse nest. Shit! Mentioning the mansion area Corpse King, Yi Jian was furious, because the destruction of the King Hunter action team had caused the company to lose face. Sooner or later, he had to be scrapped to get the field back. Nowadays, it is impossible to cultivate the Corpse King, perhaps. Could talk to other Corpse Kings about cooperation or something. And the Corpse King in the area of the crash seemed to be a good corpse choice. It was powerful, its territory wasn't far from the building, and in the middle of the doomsday, survival of the fittest, either compete or perish, so it was probably eager to expand its territory as well. Having a common enemy, then it might become a temporary friend. I think I should go and talk to the crash zone necromancer. Yi Jian's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The assistant hurriedly advised. Mr. Yi, the zombies are bloodthirsty and will kill at the drop of a hat, if you want to go and talk. It's also too dangerous. Indeed. Yi Jian nodded, who knows what that zombie king thinks? Does it like to communicate with humans? Going to negotiate with it was tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger, it was extremely dangerous. So, one should send someone to try and test its attitude first, so Yi Jian looked up at his assistant. Then you go and talk. Ha? The assistant instantly had a black question mark on her face. Night fell and darkness enveloped the land. In the city of Doom, it was pitch black, almost unable to reach out, and a gust of night wind blew by, mixed with the smell of blood and rotting odor. A hostile roar of zombies rang out from time to time. They are killing each other, or are preying on mutant beasts, killing everywhere full of crisis. Lin Dongo was at home, holding a goblet in one hand, sipping the scarlet liquid from time to time, and holding his cell phone in the other hand, replying to messages. The screen shimmered, reflecting his handsome face. The message above was from Chang Loi, with only 2 concise words. Deal. How much goods do you want? Lin Dong replied asking. Chang Loi typed slowly as she had spent 10 years in a mental institution, had not gone to school, was a 9-leakage fish, and her pinyin was not very good. 200 pounds of white flour, is there any? Yes. Lin Dong's storage space had hundreds of millions of supplies, a mere 200 pounds of white flour was simply a drop in the ocean. A moment later, Chang Loi replied. Alright, 4 crystal cores to exchange with you. No problem. The above conversation arose because Lin Dong had said last time that he could exchange crystal cores with himself when he needed food. The two set the time for tomorrow morning, and the meeting place was in a square not far from Lin Dong's territory. The next day, in the shelter, Chang Loi got up very early. The place where she lived was an army green big tent. As a 001 awakened, only had this kind of treatment. Other survivors are even worse, some only live in small tents, or directly lay a few newspapers, sleeping in the open space outside. Chang Loi walked out of the door, bright sunshine, sprinkled on her fair face, looks particularly delicate. Outside, a group of awakened people were busy, some building houses, some digging tunnels, but when they saw Chang Loi, they greeted her. Loi, you said last night that crystal cores can be exchanged for food, is that true? A short young man with dripping eyes stopped him and asked. Chang Loi glanced at him and sized him up. It's true, I'm going out right now to find someone to exchange it with. Oh. The short youth was very curious. Although crystal cores were precious, without food, one would starve to death. What kind of person was the other party? Would trade food for crystal cores? Guess he must have a lot of food, right? Thinking of this, the youth's eyes turned around and said, I happen to have a crystal core here, can I go with you to exchange it? Can. Chang Luoi pondered for a moment and said. The corner of the youth's mouth suddenly curled up into an imperceptible sinister smile. Then thank you very much. This short youth, named Zhang Wensheng, was also an awakened, with a serial number of 023 in the refuge, and his strength was considered strong. However, his real identity was a member of the Black Scorpion organization, lurking in the sanctuary, gathering intelligence and acting as an eyesore. He was responsible for the robbery of supplies and the hijacking of people. Now, when he heard that Chang Loi was going out to exchange supplies, he started to think about it. Of course, for Chang Loi, he would never dare to rob, but the other side still dare not? Jiang Wenchang analyzed and felt that the opposite party was probably a small gang or a small organization. Immediately thereafter, Chang Loi called up Sun Xiaoqiang again. Once he heard that he was going to meet Lin Dong, Sun Xiaoqiang was still quite happy, and purposely stroked his greasy hair, feeling very handsome to himself. The three of them, together, left the shelter and rushed towards the target square. During this time, Jiang Wencheng purposely walked behind and took out his phone to quietly send a message to the organization. Brothers, there seems to be a live one. It's a big fish. Oh, what big fish? What? Did the shelter find supplies again? Hey, big fish, is it a beauty? A few people replied asking. Jiang Wencheng continued. It's the refuge going out and trading with someone. There's a lot of food across the street, and I don't know what's coming. There is such a thing? That person can get a lot of food. It's probably not weak, right? Well, I think so too. But we can go over and see what formation is on the other side first, then we can consider whether or not to make a move. I think it's fine. I'll go. The Black Scorpion members organized themselves. Jiang Wenchang also informed them of the location of the deal, as well. At the square, Chang Loi chose the trading location here, and of course there weren't many zombies. The fountain in the center had long since dried up, and inside the pool, it was filled with ebony bloodstains, as well as a few withered bones that had long since completely decayed. The fence around the pool had also collapsed, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of disrepair. Lin Dong's figure in a white shirt stood right at the edge of the pool, his gaze looking inward as if it was still the same fountain as before, enjoying the scenery. This square was not far from Lin Dong's house. Before the end of the day, he had often come here to walk at night, and of course the square was very lively, with balloons for sale, children's toys for sale, and the laughter of children everywhere. As a result, now, a scene of dead silence. Lin Dong turned back, scanning around, the surrounding buildings. Many have collapsed, or cracked walls, broken glass, revealing a black hole window. Occasionally, there were hostile roars of zombies coming from inside. At this moment, in the middle of the street between the two dilapidated buildings, there are three figures walking towards this place. It is Cheng Luoi, Sun Xiaoqiang, Jiang Wenchang. Jiang Wenchang stretched his neck and watched, and found that above the square, there was indeed a silhouette. No way. Just one? Now that it was the end of the world, there was no order to speak of, and a person who came out to trade would inevitably be killed and killed. Could it be his companion lurking in the perimeter? Jiang Wenchang looked around, but he couldn't find any traces of others. Coming? Seeing Chang Loi approaching, Lin Dong was the first to greet him. HM? Chang Loi nodded. Did you bring the goods? Brought it. Lin Dong waved his hand and threw out 4 bags of white flour out of thin air, 50 pounds per bag, totaling 200 pounds. Chang Loi walked forward, opened the bags, stretched out his fingers to pluck out a small handful and placed it on his nose to smell it. Not bad, quite pure. Sun Xiaoqiang next to him was speechless. You two are putting this aside to act out a movie? Jiang Wenchang, on the other hand, carefully observed Lin Dong's every move. The means of throwing white noodles out of thin air just now had really startled him. Could it be a spatial awakened? He judged in his heart. The abilities of the spatial department were generally very powerful. However, it was not invincible either. Jiang Wenchang slightly tilted his head sideways, and from afar, he saw several people in a building, secretly observing this side. The members of the Black Scorpion organization were in position. Ha, brother, are you just coming to trade by yourself? Just to make sure, Jiang Wencheng purposely asked. Lin Dong gazed at him. Just myself. Without knowing what was going on, the moment he was gazed at, Jiang Wencheng's heart twitched, inexplicably feeling a sense of uneasiness as he subconsciously took half a step back. What in the world is going on? Jiang Wencheng couldn't figure it out, but he still forced himself to pry. Do you still have food? I'd like to exchange some with you as well. Nope, Lin Dong said indifferently. Nothing. Jiang Wencheng was surprised in his heart, but quickly thought that he must have lied to himself. If the last 4 bags of white flour, it was impossible to exchange them for crystal cores. This guy was cautious, guarding himself. However, his caution most likely stemmed from the lack of confidence in his heart and his lack of strength. If he was strong, there was absolutely no need for him to be like this. People who can be secret agents are not ordinary. Jiang Wencheng is very smart. Through the words of trial and error, will analyze all kinds of situations. He currently believes this person in front of him can make a move. In fact, With Lin Dong's keen sense of smell, he had already smelled that there was a human scent in the surrounding area that was lurking in a building. Moreover, this human in front of him was not harboring good intentions towards himself. Sun Xiaochang said with a big grin. Lin Dong, I haven't seen you for so long recently, how have you been doing? Not too good, quite boring. Lin Dong said casually. Even if Sun Xiaochang was stupid, he did not believe it in his heart. With so many delicious food, is it still boring? Then he himself wanted to be boring. Chang Luoyi walked forward and handed him 4 crystal cores. If you're free, you can hunt zombies together and get some crystal cores or something. You should know a lot of targets, right? Not really for the time being, but I guess there will be soon. Lin Dong pondered. Chang Loi nodded. Alright, call me when the time comes. Yes, you can also call me if you have a suitable hunting target. No problem. A few people spoke briefly. Although there were no zombies in the vicinity of the square, but after all, it was in the end of the world, so there was no chance that any danger would pop up, so it was equally inadvisable to stay for a long time. With that, they dispersed separately. On the way back, Chang Luoyi and Sun Xiaochang were each carrying 2 bags of white flour. Although they added up to 100 pounds, they were as light as nothing. Now we can go back and steam big white buns to eat. Sun Xiaochang was very proud. Jiang Wencheng became more and more silent as he walked, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. I didn't exchange any food. I want to look around the neighborhood to see if I can gather some supplies. You guys go back first. Oh, go ahead. Chang Lu nodded. Well, don't worry, I'll return to the refuge very soon. Jiang Wencheng smiled faintly and turned to leave, and before long, he disappeared into the ruined buildings. Sun Xiaochang was still fantasizing about the big white steamed buns. His saliva was left behind. But suddenly thought. In the refuge, a crystal core was worth a box of instant noodles, but in Lin Dong's place, it was equivalent to 50 pounds of white noodles. Lin Dong exchanged with us like this, isn't he losing out? Don't worry, he's not losing out, I even gave it to him as a friendly gift. Cheng Luwei slightly inclined her head, revealing a perfect side face, bright eyes, looking towards the direction where Jiang Wencheng disappeared. Lin Dong was walking in the direction of the building. He had already sensed that there were 4 human auras behind him, approaching, and they were jumping on the roofs of the buildings on both sides, following him. Stop! Suddenly, a person landed behind Lin Dong and steadied himself with one hand on the ground as he drank. Lin Dong stopped his steps and turned to look. Discovering that it was none other than Jiang Wencheng, he stood up straight and patted the dust on his hands. The look on his face was completely different from before. The original warm smile changed to a grim and cold one, with a hint of a winning smile, as if he had changed into a different person. Don't exchange food with me, then don't blame me. Jiang Wencheng smiled faintly and continued, by the way, I'll tell you that I'm actually a black scorpion. Swish! 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 The remaining 3 people also leapt down from the upper floors and landed on the left and right sides behind Lin Dong, the 4 of them forming an encircling situation and blocking him in the center. Spatial ability, right? It's quite rare, don't let him get away. A burly man said. Lin Dong swept his eyes at the 4 people and remained silent. Is this scared silly? Ha ha ha. A lean man laughed wickedly. The Black Scorpion organization was indeed somewhat intimidating to ordinary humans as they were completely unethical and did as they pleased. Jiang Wencheng's gaze sized up. Spatial awakened, indeed a talent. If you give me all the food, perhaps I can consider letting you join our organization. No need. Lin Dong finally spoke. Oh? Jiang Wencheng raised his eyebrows, seeing Lin Dong's appearance. It did not look like he was intimidated. Then are you prepared to resist to the end? Don't think that we can't do anything about you because of the Space Department. Do you know why I did not exchange food with you? Lin Dong asked rhetorically. What? Jiang Wencheng was unsure. The big man beside him had long been impatient. Alright, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's hurry up and do it so that we don't have a long night. Because you guys are the food. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly spoke. The 4 people looked different and felt a little puzzled. There was something wrong with this guy. He spoke strangely and could not understand what he meant. But soon, they understood what was going on. The ground under their feet suddenly trembled, as if 1,000 horses rushed. The original empty streets began to have zombies emerge. They were extremely fast and agile, climbing from the roofs of buildings or walls. Ha 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 ha. Among them, Hachi's figure flickered and disappeared in place, quickly arriving in front of him. The tank was like a giant ape. Under 3 scurries and 2 jumps, he leaped down from the roof of the building, and with a snap, he jumped to a scrapped vehicle, smashing it to pieces. Corpse tied? Seeing this horrifying sight, Jiang Wencheng immediately realized what happened. Immediately dumbfounded, why suddenly came so many zombies? Quickly retreat! The 4 people realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape the same way. But the doctor brought the zombies around and blocked their way. At a glance, the neighborhood was filled with zombies. Some of them were on all 4s, lying on the roof of the building, or the wall, with fierce eyes and hissing sounds, completely surrounding them. Jiang Wenchang was almost stunned, and subconsciously looked back to find Lin Dong's figure, standing in front of several zombies, looking at himself with indifferent eyes. Hiss! He is the Corpse King! The four immediately realized something, their livers all trembled, and their hearts became even more fearful. Is this the fucking big fish you were talking about? The burly man's eyes were wide with fear, feeling that where was this a fish? It was simply a megalodon. Jiang Wenchang was also confused. I don't know. He couldn't figure out how Sun Xiaochang and Chang Luoyi exchanged food for a Corpse King. Shit. A fool and a psychopath are really unreliable in their work. The corpses surrounded the four of them in the center, hissing and roaring, like a pack of hungry wolves that were about to split them up. Among them, Tank was the happiest, his small eyes narrowed, thinking that every time the boss went out, he brought back food. He. Oddly good Lu. Jiang Wenchang saw that the zombies were constantly approaching, and he was about to be eaten, and under the panic in his heart, he hurriedly begged Lin Dong for mercy. Don't kill me. I can join you guys. Good. Lin Dong nodded and said, you are about to become one with them. As the words fell, the group of zombies were wildly hostile and swarmed up to them. These were elite zombies injected with the Z-virus, and without waiting for Jiang Wenchang and the others to use their awakened abilities, they pounced on them to the ground. Sharp teeth tore at them, and blood flew horizontally. Jiang Wenchang, four people wailed in pain and hysteria, but soon, they were drowned in the tide of corpses. Just as the swarm of corpses were feasting on the four. In the distant sky, a helicopter whistled past. On it sat a young man, who looked panicked and trembling at the moment, none other than Yi Jian's assistant, Yang Hao. He was ordered by his leader to go and negotiate with the Corpse King. Wannabe boss, wannabe capitalist. Yang Hao recited, his eyes looking out the window, his heart getting more and more nervous, as if he was going to the execution ground. Are we there yet? Brother Hao, we're almost there, just fly past the building in front of us. Pilot Xiao Zhang replied. Oh. Yang Hao answered, and after thinking about it, he added. Why don't? Let's fly a few more laps. Xiao Zhang. On the whole airplane, it was just the two of them. Because if the talk succeeded, everything would be fine, and if it failed, bringing more people would be sending food. With the propellers roaring, the helicopter swept sharply past the roof of the building, and they officially stepped into the five-star corpse nest territory. Yang Hao's palms were covered in sweat, his heart in his throat. He lowered his head and looked down. It was found that countless zombies were disturbed by the roar of the propellers, running wildly through the streets like mad dogs, gathering more and more, hissing and chasing. Brother Hao, we're here, going down? Go down, my ass. Looking for death. Yang Hao cursed. If he went down now, he felt that he would definitely die. So, he picked up the microphone beside him and shouted with the helicopter loudspeaker. Hey. I'm from Tektronix, representing the company to negotiate with your boss. Hello, can you hear me? This is Tektronix. The sound of the loudspeaker echoed over the city, repeating several times. Yang Hao always stared down below, and after a few moments, he realized that the zombies suddenly quieted down, and then dispersed in all directions. There's an effect. Brother Hao, it's not going to trick us into eating it, right? You shut up. Yang Hao chided. With that, the helicopter slowly descended and landed on a flat square. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang stepped out of it and looked around. There were not many zombies around, but an obese figure stood at the front. It was 1 meter 8 in height, full of big fat meat, just like an island sumo wrestler, with sharp fangs in its mouth and a fierce light flashing in its small eyes. This zombie is really too fat. Arm thighs fat pile up, one by one, just like Michelin tires. Here tentatively call him Michelin. Yang Hao hastily raised his hands to show that he had no hostile intent. We're here to talk about cooperation. If things work out, you're guaranteed to get a lot of benefits. Benefits? Benefits are delicious? Michelin crooked his neck with a mute expression, and it was obvious that he didn't have a high IQ either. With such intelligence, of course, he could not command a 5-star corpse nest. Michelin was just a dry general, a power meat shield, equivalent to a tank in Lindong's territory. Yang Hao was stunned and realized this as well. It turns out that he is not the master of the 5-star corpse nest. Human, come with me, Michelin said in a thick voice before turning around and walking towards the front, his body full of fat meat tootling and trembling as he did so. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang glanced at each other and hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Along the way, the two were trembling with fear. Their hearts were still very nervous, although the zombies didn't show any intention of attacking, but their temperament was so violent that they might have to kill and drink blood in the next second. Fortunately, the two did not meet other zombies. But the air is getting colder and colder, and there is always a fishy smell between the nostrils, and on the trees along the street, there seems to be something writhing. Yang Hao fixed his eyes and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually an arm-thick spotted python, spitting out its letter, fangs sharp, coiled on a tree branch. Just by looking at it, it made people shudder. Hiss! So many snakes. Yang Hao realized that not only one tree, but almost every tree had them, and with panic in his heart, he simply turned his head away, out of sight, out of mind. He was amazed in his heart that there were so many snakes in the center area of the 5-star corpse nest, and subconsciously felt that the corpse king here had bizarre abilities, and was probably a bizarre corpse. A few moments later, the two finally arrived in front of a building. Only the glass door had shattered, and on the metal doorframe, there were several giant pythons coiled. Their bodies were as thick as an adult's waist, their huge heads were like lanterns, and their scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Those big snakes raised their heads, have surveyed the guests, long letter gulping, as if to choose people to eat. What is this? A snake cave? Yang Hao got goosebumps. And the Michelin who led the way was quite polite. Please come in. Yang Hao's head was full of black lines, his heart panicked and at the same time, his mouth couldn't help but crumble. Fuck. Wannabe boss, wannabe capitalist. How? Ho, are you scared? Xiao Zhang from the rear asked in a trembling voice, thinking to seek some comfort. Gulp. Yang Hao's throat knots moved slightly, gulped and said stiffly, scared shitless. We're here, we have to go in anyways, cheer up. We can represent the face of the company. Oh. Xiao Zhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Together, the two of them walked towards the gate. Luckily, when they passed by a few giant pythons, they didn't attack, only their necks twisted with them as they watched the duo enter the interior of the hall. Phew! Yang Hao was just about to let out a sigh of relief, but the picture in the hall instantly made his hairs explode with sweat, and his entire body trembled more than a little as he rigidly held that breath back, because the entire hall was densely filled with snakes. They were entangled, writhing, and clustered in clumps, making one's scalp numb, and the pungent fishy odor emitted was even more disgusting. Well, Yang Hao wanted to vomit and forcefully held it back. The fear in his heart reached its peak, trembling like sifting chaff, feeling his bladder swell, he was about to pee. Xiao Zhang didn't want to stay here for much longer, and when he saw Yang Hao standing still, he hurriedly urged, Brother Hao, hurry up and go. You hold me up a bit. Xiao Zhang was speechless in his heart, the wall is not even holding you up. The two of them walked with support, carefully stepping over those snakes, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. Yang Hao felt. In addition to the boss's set, right now is the longest road walked in this life. The two were so nervous that the concept of time was blurred, and they did not know how long it had been, as if it was a second, and as if it was a century. Finally, they walked through the snake cave and came inside into the inner hall. Roar dash. The familiar roar of the zombies came from the surroundings, and a horrible mouth and face gradually came into view. These were elite zombies, considered to be the personal guards. At the forefront of this group of zombies, sitting in a magnificent figure, his skin was extremely pale, close to white-gray, with no signs of decay, and his features looked quite handsome, only in the orbital area, dense black blood vessels were intertwined and bulging, looking a little creepy. But the most frightening thing was his eyes. Scarlet yellow eyes with diamond-shaped pupils inside, just like those snakes outside. It was actually a pair of snake pupils. Hiss. Yang Hao only felt that his back was cold, his crotch was hot and wet, and he was directly scared to pee. Your Majesty, this human is quite cute. Next to the snake pupil corpse king, there was a woman, except that her upper body was a human, and her lower body was a spider, with a big belly, and 8 legs on the ground below. Each leg was like a steel blade, sharp and incomparable. This was the product of a zombie, fused with a bird catcher spider. The woman stretched out her long tongue and licked the corners of her mouth, sizing up the human in front of her with interest. Nima! Yang Hao cursed in his heart, not daring to move even once. At this moment, the snake pupil corpse king spoke, his voice hoarse, as if rust was rubbing. Come over and sit. Good. Yang Hao was stunned for a moment, tremblingly remembered to go, and soon realized that under that chair, the same number of snakes were coiled. The heart could not help but curse again. Wannabe boss, wannabe capitalist. Let yourself find the corpse king to negotiate. This is fucking worse than killing me. He forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and sat on that chair. The snakes below him quickly crawled to his calves and seemed to bite him at any time, taking his life. Yang Hao was coiled by the snake, his brain was blank, habitually pulled out his pocket, and took out a cigarette in the process. But his hand shook so much, like the aftermath of a cerebral thrombosis, that he put it back and forth several times before finally stuffing it into his mouth. However, the other hand's lighter, due to the substantial trembling, how can not be right, back and forth several times extinguished. At this time, the snake pupil corpse king took the lighter from his hand, and gently pressed it, and the fire jumped up. Thanks. Yang Hao fiercely inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, under the stimulation of nicotine, slightly calming his inner fear, becoming a bit calmer. Say, what do you want to talk to me about? Snake pupil corpse king asked. Our tech company, last time we shipped a batch of potions, crashed in your territory, right? Yang Hao was the first to inquire. Snake pupil first nodded, but soon the words changed. Dropped is dropped, but was snatched by the Mansion Region Corpse King, and he also killed one of my right-hand generals, and thousands of minions. Ha! It's him again? Yang Hao frowned and pondered the situation in front of him, different from what he thought when he came. It seems that the boss analyzed it wrong. The meat bag didn't hit the dog here. What did you say? No, nothing. Yang Hao hastily waved his hands, and under the tension, recited the truth out. What I mean is, that Corpse King is too much of a dog. How dare he kill your little brother? We should unite and wipe them out completely. Yang Hao forcefully explained. The snake pupil Corpse King had long had this idea. To come to his own territory to kill people and then walk away was too rampant. However, he didn't understand the specifics of the opposite side before and didn't make a rash move. Do you know the situation of their corpse nest? No. Yang Hao nodded his head repeatedly and continued. According to the intelligence collected by my company, he has 10,000 zombie tides under his command, of which 2,000 are elite, and now that he has gotten the Z-virus, the number has increased by at least 500. Those horrible zombies ate many of us, the earliest in the prison 200 people, shopping malls 200 people, the King Hunter action team, including 500 armed personnel, so the evolution is extremely high. The city's several famous battles are led by him, can be said to be invincible. Oh, the snake pupil Corpse King understood. That means you guys lost 3 straight? Theoretically that's true, Yang Hao said with an awkward expression, but that's because they engaged in a sneak attack, and that time the King Hunting action team, they encountered the red-faced Corpse King first, allowing him to fish for his own profit. Snake Pupil knew about the red-faced Corpse King, and had even fought with him once, and originally wanted to subdue him, but as a result, he was taken out by Lin Dong, and engulfed his territory. Your Majesty, the fact that Red Face was hunted down and killed off only means that he was too stupid. The spider female zombie next to her was arrogant. Because, she was originally also a party overlord, stronger than Red Face, only to be subdued by Snake Pupil and the two forces merged together. Nowadays, there were a total of 30,000 zombie tides under her command, and there were quite a few elite soldiers among them. Well, although they have more elites, we can rely on the number of ordinary zombies to make up for it. Besides, I still have a bunch of big babies. Snake Hitomi touched the head of the snake that was coiled underneath the chair. The snake spat out scarlet letters, its mouth emitting a hissing sound, its demeanor extremely hyperactive. Yang Hao wiped his forehead in cold sweat, thinking that this guy can be really perverted, and certain female anchors a fetish. However, he suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, that Corpse King often surrounds a group of crows around him, and his strength isn't weak, so he shouldn't be underestimated as well. Those crows over the city? Next to her, the spider woman's fierce pupil light flickered, and the corner of her mouth revealed a hint of evil smile, because she was a fusion product with the birdcatcher spider, and it could be said that she was the nemesis of all kinds of birds. They all have to hide when they see me, just leave it to me. Aha! Snake Pupil nodded, calculating in her heart, given the current situation, how it seemed that she had a good chance of winning. In addition to the help of tech, there was absolutely no reason to lose. Even. He was also thinking that after utilizing Tektronics, he would directly turn the tables on them on the spot and take them out as well, and at that time, he would definitely become the overlord of the entire central region. It seems it's time to expand the territory. On the other side, Lin Dong's minions divided the 4 black scorpion members, some grabbed an arm, some grabbed a leg, and even 2 zombies together, holding a head and gnawing on it. This bit of flesh and blood is also too little. Lin Dong realized that it was completely insufficient for his little brother to eat. Nowadays, his 500 ace zombie heavenly group was extremely evolved, and the amount of meat that could be digested had greatly increased, and the amount of meat from just 4 people wasn't enough to stuff their teeth. Why didn't Jiang Wencheng call more people? Lin Dong has some regrets, his eyes scanning, found a cell phone on the ground. The screen is bright, above the group chat message jumping. This cell phone was dropped from Jiang Wencheng's body. Since he doesn't call, then call for him himself. Lin Dong picked up the cell phone and began to watch the messages on it. He found that it was indeed a member of the Black Scorpion organization, who was discussing in the group chat. Brothers, how is it today? Anyone have any gains yet? Yeah, I found a lot of survivors in the eastern suburbs of the city. It's fun, hee. Well, the city is too densely populated. They all turned into zombies a long time ago. If we go to the outskirts of the city in the wild, we may still find living people. Did you find any live handsome guys? Send me a few. Want 1 meter 87 with abs. I'll go. Told you so. I got all the men dead. Do you want the dead ones? Cut off their ding-dongs and bring them back. I want to collect 1,000 of them. I'm still missing half of them. Grass. I'm not touching that. Come over here and cut them yourself. Before the Doomsday, the Black Scorpion organization was active in the darknet. They were bloody, brutal, or had special fetishes, often killing people for fun with various perverted methods, and would record videos to share. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth curled slightly as he watched them chat. These little guys, they are quite cute. Through the chat, Lin Dong learned that not far away, there was a small stronghold of the Black Scorpion organization, which was an underground shopping mall that was currently very well supplied. There were more than 20 Black Scorpion members there, keeping more than 100 survivors in captivity, living an imperial life, very dashing and cozy. What class are you guys? Lin Dong muttered under his breath, he just couldn't see others being good, and planned to bring his minions to rush it. But just at this time, suddenly there was a person who sent a private message to Jiang Wenqing's cell phone, and it was a distress signal. Brother, I met a ghost near the museum. It's a dangerous situation now, you quickly bring someone to save me. It is fine to bring someone from the shelter, just tell them that I am an ordinary survivor. Lin Dong saw the sender's name, Jiang Wenbin, and the relationship with Jiang Wenchang was already self-evident. The museum has seen a ghost? Lin Dong pondered a little. The location of the museum was not within his own territory, but it was not far away. How could there be a ghost around his own territory? What have you discovered? Lin Dong asked back. I don't know. That thing is as invisible as a ghost, as if it can be stealthy, and it has already taken out 4 of our people. Invisible? Divinely invisible? Lin Dong thought about it. He had never seen such a thing around his territory, could it? Is it from somewhere else? Perhaps one should go and take a look so as not to leave any scourges behind. Brother, you come quickly. I feel like that thing is getting closer to me, and I don't know when I'm going to die. Jiang Wenbin continued to beg for help. He was now very nervous and in a state of extreme fear, already on the verge of collapse. It was evident that what he encountered was truly terrifying. Ro, you must hold on. Lin Dong encouraged, but what he wanted to express internally was, don't die first, wait for me to go before you die. Brother will go save you now. With that, Lin Dong turned his head to the tank bunch and commanded, I'm going out, you guys take good care of the house, it might not be peaceful lately. Don't worry, boss. Tank laughed nervously. In the next moment, Lin Dong's figure was seen gradually moving away and soon disappeared into the distant street corner. Tank looked at the direction he left, cannot help but sigh a little. The boss just brought back a bunch of food, and now go out to hunt. The heart is full of moving. The strange hard-working Lu. After Lin Dong left the territory, he entered a state of concealment, silently, like a ghost, through the wretched streets, without disturbing a single flower or grass. A moment later, he arrived at the museum area and under his silent perception, he did feel that something was wrong. A cold wind blew through, mixed with the smell of blood, and a dark cloud shrouded above the museum, as black as ink. The clouds were almost on the verge of pressing down on the roof of the room, making it doubly depressing. Rumble! A silver serpent traveled through the clouds, sending out rolling thunderous sounds. The wind was even stronger at this moment. The whimpering winds, ghostly cries and howls scraped across the city, swirling up dust in the sky, flying with plastic bags. Lin Dong's bright eyes gazed ahead. The huge museum, as if it was a dormant beast, the surrounding bloodstains, scattered zombie corpses, everything was quiet, giving people a sense of dead silence. However, Lin Dong could sense that there were 3 living humans inside, and they were hiding around, exuding the smell of panic. And the thing that threatened the 3 people, Lin Dong could not even perceive it for a while. Very strange. What exactly is it? He raised his steps forward and directly utilized his corpse domain ability to penetrate through the wall. Due to the gloomy weather, the light inside the museum was even dimmer, and it was only when lightning occasionally streaked through the air that it could illuminate a piece. Lin Dong swept his gaze. The surrounding area was full of wreckage, broken glass, dried blood, and a corpse that had completely decayed into withered bones. This was the traces left behind when the doomsday had just descended, and there were quite a number of people in the museum that day, which was considered to be the hardest hit area. Through the bloody handprints of humans scratching on the walls, it was evident how desperate it was. Lin Dong continued to move forward, approaching the 3 living human scents. It did not take long. In a dimly lit long corridor, 3 panting and running appeared. Hurry up! I feel that thing catching up. Brother Bin, I think it's just trying to wear us out, like a cat teasing a mouse. A person next to him had a heavy brow. Jiang Wenbin comforted. It's fine. My brother said to hold on, he'll be here soon to save us. When will Brother Chang come? Estimated. Soon. Jiang Wenbin was able to hold on until now, relying entirely on the sliver of hope in his heart. But what he didn't know was, Jiang Wenchang was everywhere now, having become one with a single zombie. The 3 of them quickly ran away the end of the corridor. A room was connected in front of them. They had no choice but to directly push the door in. The room was large, 200 square feet, and appeared to be very empty. There were many paintings hanging on the walls, some of them fell on the floor, the glass of the frames shattered and fell in pieces, crumbling and splattering all over the place. There's no way out, a dark youth said. Hush! Jiang Wenbin made a silent gesture. Don't make a sound, let's hide. Okay. The 2 junior partners agreed to the sound and shrunk into a corner, with their backs against the wall, giving them a great sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, Lin Dong was hidden in the wall behind them, gazing down at the three of them. However, he did not intend to directly strike. Because killing the three was easy as pie, the most important thing was what was lurking in the museum. And he had sensed it. Ever since the three of them hid in this empty room, there was indeed an aura that was approaching, very ethereal, as if it was not solid. Is it really a ghost? In the Doomsday, there were indeed a lot of unexplained bizarre events, but a real spirit ghost had really never been seen before. Ka-ching-ching. At this time, it so happened that a lightning bolt broke through the sky. The light was blinding, reflecting the room in snowy light. Jiang Wenbin's heart, however, became more and more uneasy. Intuition told him that death was getting closer and closer to him. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message again. Brother, where have you gotten to? I'm at the end of my rope. But, after a long time, there was no response. Grass. Jiang Wenbin cursed, but in his heart, he trusted his brother very much. The two of them grew up together. He will definitely come to save himself. Definitely. Suddenly, a strange feeling clouded his heart. Jiang Wenbin raised his eyes. Starting to observe the paintings hanging on the walls, his eyes turned sharply, constantly scanning, and finally, he found a pair of paintings extremely odd. It seemed to be a black portrait. The face was as black as coal, completely unable to see the five senses, just fangs growing from the mouth, the eyes threw a ferocious aura, as if it was a demon from hell. Hey, you two take a quick look. Isn't that black portrait a little bit not quite right? Jiang Wenbin hastily patted his partner beside him. Ha! The two of them looked surprised, their gazes following the trend. Brother Bin, which one do you mean? Just the one in the very center. Which one? I didn't see it. Both of them felt puzzled. Jiang Wenbin was anxious in his heart and couldn't help but crack up. Stupid this is not it. But halfway through his words, he turned his head to look, and suddenly froze, because that black portrait had really disappeared. At this time, a person next to him weakly said, Brother Bin, you said that in the very center is a window. Ka-ching-ching. Another lightning bolt broke through the air, brightening the empty room. Jiang Wenbin could see clearly this time. The place where the portrait was originally hung was indeed a window. It wasn't a painting, but something was really looking at him. Crap! In this instant, goosebumps rose all over his body, a coolness that traveled from the soles of his feet to his scalp. A strong sense of fear was about to suffocate him. I saw it. I saw him just now. Run! Jiang Wenbin was like a madman, running towards the long corridor regardless. Ha! Saw what? The two companions, too, didn't know what was going on. But seeing that he had run and made such a big commotion, they could only follow him to escape. However, a black shadow actually drilled in through that window crack, and had completely merged into the darkness, like a ghost from hell. Between the flickering of the shadow, it went straight after the three people, and the speed was extremely fast, instantly catching up with the last person. Put! His shadowed claws, like burning black flames, instantly pierced through the back of one person, and warm blood shot out, splattering into the back of Jiang Wenbin's and the other person's heads in front of him. Ha! The two men's livers were scared, and they subconsciously looked back, only to see a tall black shadow, claws stabbing into the back of his companion's heart and lifting him up in midair. The man was still not dead, his legs stomping helplessly and haphazardly, blood bulging in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spilled a stream of blood. Save me. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Wenchang and the two of them were horrified in their hearts. After dropping the corpse, the black shadow stuck out its long dark purple tongue and licked the scarlet stained on its claws, looking extremely bloodthirsty. He was IB plus grade corpse king with the awakened ability, Sneaking Shadow, which allowed him to sneak in dark shadows and walk through small gaps, such as window cracks, door cracks, and wall cracks. He was also able to evade other people's perceptions while in the state of latent shadow, and his ability was quite bizarre. Not bad. Lin Dong silently sighed and felt that it would be a bit of a pity if he killed him to get the crystal cores, so he might as well take him in as a junior, as it was the time when manpower was in short supply. Thus, he stepped out from the wall and his figure slowly condensed. Ha! The moment Lin Dong appeared, the black shadow immediately sensed his aura and hurriedly turned his head to look at him, a pair of fierce pupils focusing on him. Although the black shadow's face was as black as charcoal and no expression could be seen, he could clearly feel that he was surprised at the moment. As for the two Jiang Wenbin, their eyes were even more glazed over. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that Lin Dong's figure had appeared out of thin air, and their hearts were extremely strange. What is going on today? Weird things have all stumbled upon themselves. The black shadow became very alert, directly ignoring Jiang Wenbin's two men, putting all his attention on Lin Dong. As a sense of crisis inexplicably arose in his heart, his intuition told him that the guy in front of him was not to be messed with. You, who is it? I am the corpse king of the mansion area, you can choose to submit to me, Lin Dong said bluntly. However, the black shadow shook his head. I know you are strong, but I will not submit to any creature. Oh, Lin Dong realized that this little black was quite stubborn and was a hard bone. In fact, Black Shadow was also a corpse king, with his territory on the other end of Snake Pupil, and originally had over 10,000 minions under him, but after a few fights with Snake Pupil, there were still 5,000 left today. Because of this, Snake Hitomi also intended to subdue him, but Black Shadow vowed not to obey, leading to disputes between the two. Black Shadow is not Snake Hitomi's opponent, and has lost many battles, and even once, was completely driven out of the territory, and then rely on guerrilla warfare, leading 5,000 minions to snatch back half of the territory again. His submerged shadow life preservation ability is extremely strong, Snake Pupil is very difficult to kill him, and finally simply do not care. However, the Black Shadow is living in a remote area, the days are very hard, other territories zombies, hungry can still catch rats, or bugs to eat. But the Black Shadow territory is too small, rats and bugs are not enough to eat. Even if you catch 3 flies, you can treat them as a meal. So, he had to rely on his sneaky shadow ability to wander around and search for prey. As long as I want to leave, you can't keep me. The Dark Shadow was very confident. Want to try? Lin Dong asked playfully. Without saying a word, the Black Shadow's body gradually hazed up as if it was ablaze with black flames, and after his body shadowed up, he instantly entered the submerged shadow state. As if he was a puddle of liquid, he moved on the ground and was so fast that he directly drilled into the cracks of the wall next to him. As for Lin Dong's figure, it also disappeared in place at this moment. The Black Shadow was as silent as a ghost, continuously passing through several walls, and then through door cracks and window cracks, twisting and turning in all directions, even dizzily himself, not knowing where he had escaped to. Until in a room, he broke away from his latent shadow state, his charred body, and reared up from the ground. Who dash? The Black Shadow looked at the direction from which he had come. There was no corpse chasing after him, and he could not help but let out a long breath of relief. He had heard of Lin Dong, who had killed Bone Thorn, the cadre under Snake Pupil, and was very powerful. A pity. The prey that was so hard to find is gone, the brothers at home are still waiting. Pity? It's not a pity at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind it. Eh? The Black Shadow was instantly startled and hurriedly looked back to find that it was none other than Lin Dong's slender figure, who was wearing a white shirt, spotlessly clean, with a slight smile on his face. You. How did you come over? Came over with you. Lin Dong said rightfully. The Black Shadow was shocked in his heart. Just now he clearly did not perceive a corpse following him, but as a result, Lin Dong had appeared out of thin air, completely bizarre. How is this possible? Could it be that? Is it possible that he was caught in an illusion? As the Black Shadow pondered on the possible reasons for this situation, his body once again shadowed over, intending to continue escaping. But in a split second, Lin Dong's eyes flashed red as his powerful corpse domain immediately unfolded. A huge pressure, like a torrential river, rolled in and instantly enveloped the Black Shadow. Crap! The Black shadowed body moved in a ripple-like rhythm, as if it was carrying a huge mountain on its back, making it difficult to move for a while. Lin Dong controlled the corpse domain and asked, "Serve or not?" "No." The Black Shadow's sharp teeth clenched as he said, his temper was very stubborn and belonged to the representative of the poor. "Even if I die, I will never submit." "Oh." Lin Dong nodded, his eyes showing a thoughtful look, and suddenly, he even directly put away the corpse domain. The powerful pressure receded in an instant, and the terrifying aura on his body was rapidly converged, and he became cloudy again, with a bland expression. In the dimly lit room, calmness was restored. Subsequently, Lin Dong waved his hand and took out half a fan of beef from his storage space, thinking that since coercion could not be achieved, he would use lure. Is this convincing? The Black Shadow immediately froze, his eyes staring straight. In the doomsday, beef is definitely a scarce material, especially for zombies. Beef is more delicious and contains more energy than human meat. In the territory of the Black Shadow, rats and bugs cannot be caught, and now see the fresh beef, where can still stand it? His indisputable tears flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Dong faintly smiled and directly threw the beef over. You don't need to rush to answer. When you go back, think about it, follow me, there is meat to eat. Ah, good. The Black Shadow picked up the beef and couldn't help but take a big bite first. Really fragrant. With that, he took the beef and left directly. At this time in the museum, there were still 2 humans alive. It was Jiang Wenbin and his accomplice. The 2 of them were still very nervous at this time. Just now they saw those 2 zombies. It was really too scary. Brother Bin, quickly escape, the accomplice hurriedly said, wanting to take advantage of Lin Dong and the Black Shadow's absence to leave this hellish place. Jiang Wenbin nodded, and with trembling legs, he began to run wildly down the long corridor. However, he knew that with the terrifying ability that the zombie had just displayed, he most likely wouldn't be able to escape, so he still pinned his hopes on his brother. So, while running, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Wencheng. Rapid footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, the two ran with all their might, and saw that they were getting closer and closer to the door of the museum. It was as if it was the dawn of hope. If they ran out, they might usher in a new turnaround. But suddenly, a slender figure slowly condensed in front of the gate, clear cold eyes looking at them. Stop! Jiang Wenbin roared in panic, and the two figures came to an abrupt halt. It still appeared. A strong sense of fear once again enveloped the two, the aura of death, getting closer and closer. Jiang Wenbin's heart was anxious, and he hurriedly looked down at his cell phone. But, brother still didn't reply. No need to look. At this moment, Lin Dong slowly said, and flung out his hand, throwing out a cell phone, the screen of which was lit up, and it was full of messages sent by Jiang Wenbin. My brother's cell phone? Jiang Wenbin was shocked and immediately thought of something. What about my brother? Where did you get my brother? Him? He's sublimated everywhere now. Jiang Wenbin understood what he meant. His heart was desperate to the extreme. His most trusted brother had already been partaken by the zombies. What a powerless doomsday this is. For a while, tears of aggression, grief and pain welled up from Jiang Wenbin's eyes. Don't cry, I will immediately take you to see your brother. Lin Dong said lightly, raising his steps towards the two. As he did so, the corpse domain unfolded and an intense pressure swept across, almost instantly obliterating the two. At this moment, Black Shadow returned to the barren territory with beef. However, on the way, he always couldn't help but eat the beef, and after taking a bite, he took another bite, each time thinking that it was the last billion bites. By the time he got to the territory, half a fan of beef was eaten with only the trimmings left. But, his poorer brothers and sisters were still surprised. Cow! This is a cow bull. Boss, where did you catch the beef? A mutated beast? No. The corpse king of the mansion gave it to me. Xiao He said truthfully. Oh? The henchmen were even more surprised when they heard this, that Corpse King had meat to eat and even gave it to the boss. Is there such a good corpse in Doomsday? Boss, I think that Corpse King is good. Do we have to repay people? Well, Black Shadow nodded, pondering in his heart. Perhaps, we really should have a reckoning with Snake Pupil. Roar dash. The henchman let out a hostile roar when he heard the word Snake Pupil. It was obvious that they were extremely indignant towards it. Boss, I've said it before, let's fight them. Don't be in a hurry, take your time with this. The Black Shadow thought in his mind that he could cooperate with Lin Dong and take out the snake pupils together to avenge his own expulsion. An elite zombie said, I'll listen to all of you, boss, just tell me what to do. Wait for the time to be ripe and watch my face when the time comes. Dark Shadow mused. The elite zombie looked at his dark as carbon face, and suddenly remembered in his mind that he lost the battle last time because of this. On the other side, in the museum, Lin Dong put away a few corpses, but did not return to his territory. Since he had come out for a trip, he had to collect more supplies. Thus, he remembered the Black Scorpion organization's small stronghold. Lin Dong felt that killing people could be much more interesting than killing zombies, as humans were full of emotions and would be fearful, sad, and desperate, whereas zombies, although they had evolved emotions, were still a little thinner than humans. How should I enjoy this delightful torture? After Lin Dong left the museum, according to the information collected from his cell phone, he quickly came to a square, where there were no zombies around, but only mottled bloodstains and rotting corpses. The surrounding area was full of dilapidated buildings, and was in a state of disarray as far as the eye could see. However, Lin Dong had already sensed the aura of the hiding humans. They were right under his feet. Lin Dong did not take the underground entrance, as it was guarded by awakened ones. Instead, he utilized his corpse domain ability to vanish into the ground and silently enter the underground mall. After his eyes went black, he regained his vision once again. Lin Dong appeared in a spacious room, and in the air, the smell of medication filled the air, and as he looked around, there were wooden shelves surrounded by rows and rows of transparent glass bottles, which were filled with formalin, and which were soaked with something. What is this? Lin Dong approached and observed, realizing that what was soaked inside was actually a man's ding-dong. I go. Worthy of being the Black Scorpion organization, there was also this special fetish, playing could be really perverted. Lin Dong pondered in his heart as he looked around, the number of such glass jars was in the hundreds. There isn't a single large one, he muttered silently. At this moment, a gust of chains rattling came from his ears, accompanied by a man's moan of pain. On the far right side of the room, there were two men, naked and in a big shape, with their hands and feet chained to a wooden frame. On the table next to them, there were all kinds of knives, as well as bottles and cans, so without much thought, one could already guess what had happened. Those two men had already been put in palace torture. Their crotches were dripping with blood, and their faces were in great pain. Lin Dong walked straight over. He did not use his concealment ability and his figure was directly revealed. The two men who were originally in pain to the point of confusion, suddenly came to a few moments of spirit when they saw his figure, and said in a weak tone, Brother, how did you run here? Come and save me. Who is your brother? Your brother is already gone, Lin Dong said casually. Obviously, these two men, both survivors, were brutally tortured by the Black Scorpion organization. The men were somewhat speechless, not expecting that at this time. They were still in the mood to be sarcastic. You quickly saved me, don't let that female devil see it, otherwise she will try to make you put up a tent and then cut it off with a knife. Simply not human. Well, I'm not human either. Lin Dong did not want to chat with him anymore, took out a dagger and directly stabbed it into his neck. The man immediately had blood pouring out furiously, his body convulsed a few times and he lost his breath. Since the demoness cut the bottom, she herself cut the top. Isn't this much gentler than her? When the man next to him saw this, his eyes immediately showed horror. Help! Murder! However, there were far too many of these types of sounds coming out of this place every day for anyone to care. It's the end of the world. What's the fuss about killing someone? That voice came to an abrupt end between another wave of Lin Dong's hand. He then put the corpse into his storage space. After doing so, Lin Dong silently sensed that there were currently more than 90 humans alive in the entire underground mall. There were some survivors that had been tortured to death. There were also some Black Scorpion members that were out and about and were not here for the time being. However, just at this moment, there was a famous awakened person that was walking towards the room. Not a moment later, the door of the room was pushed open, and the person who came was none other than the female devil that the two men had said earlier, who surprisingly had silver hair that hung down like a waterfall, a slender figure, with a convex front and curved back, and was dressed very coolly. When the woman saw Lin Dong, her gaze was suddenly struck with surprise, but soon, it turned into infatuation. What a handsome man, This was the most handsome man the demoness had seen since the end of the world, and being clean and tidy, it was simply the best for her. But where did he come from? Did the other brothers catch and send him from outside? Can really understand sister's heart. Handsome man, don't be afraid. The woman said in a delicate voice, and in her eyes, there was a charm that could compel the mind and mesmerize. Lin Dong could tell at a glance. This fellow was a spiritual awakened, he could not afford to be careless. What do you want? The woman nodded, the charm in her eyes became even more intense as she stared straight at Lin Dong, completely obsessed, her slender legs swinging as she walked towards him step by step. There are places where the sunlight cannot come in, but you can. Lin Dong guessed in his heart that the place this woman was talking about must be inside her skull. As the woman approached, the seductive intent became even more intense, and her mental power had been utilized to the extreme. However, she was soon surprised to find that Lin Dong in front of her was unperturbed, and her pair of eyes remained clear. What's going on? What a lack of emotion. Do you have to force me to dominate you? However, at this moment, Lin Dong's corpse domain instantly unfolded, spreading rapidly and enveloping the woman as a majestic pressure rolled in. The woman instantly stiffened her body and abruptly stared up. Her original colorful expression changed to one of horror. You. What? Aren't you quite happy? Lin Dong's tone was calm as he waved his dagger and stabbed straight at the woman's head. The woman's pupils shrunk violently, finally realizing something. This guy was not human. She immediately resisted with her spiritual power, but Lin Dong's corpse domain was too powerful, and before she could release her spiritual power, it was compressed back into her skull. This feeling was like a pistol blowing up. The woman let out a piercing scream as her brain felt a huge pain like a pinprick. However, the scream soon came to an abrupt end. Lin Dong's dagger made a pick in her skull, and a Chelsea freshly came out of her skull, and in a smooth manner, she collected her corpse as well. The woman's scream was very penetrating. It was heard by the two Black Scorpion members patrolling outside. However, both of them didn't take it seriously, instead, they laughed and discussed. She's having quite a good time this time. Well, over the top. I just don't know, whose lifeblood has been dismembered again. She didn't just chop off heads, but all of them. The two patrol officers, who were discussing, walked past the door. Only not long after, Lin Dong's figure appeared through the door, like a ghost, silently. He sensed that in the rooms on the left and right, there were members of the Black Scorpion organization. In the right room, was the small leader of this stronghold, named Duan Xiong. As his name suggests, he was long and thick, with exuberant body hair, truly like a bear. He was with 4 female survivors, doing some hooks that couldn't pass the trial. Brother Bear, I knew it, you love me the most. One woman said with a flushed face. Bullshit. Brother Xiong's favorite person is me. Another woman retorted. The remaining 2 women were equally defiant. You all came later, Brother Xiong still likes the 2 of us. The 4 women began to fight over their jealousy, and it wasn't because Duan Xiong treated them so well, instead he often tortured and abused the 4. This led to getting Stockholm Syndrome and creating a monstrous feeling. Duan Xiong looked at the 4 women's jealous appearance and let out a loud laugh, a feeling of satisfaction in his heart. Before this, the Black Scorpion organization was like a street rat, everyone was shouting at them, and they could only be active on the dark web, but at this time, they were not what they used to be, and they were living the days of the gods and goddesses. Therefore, Duan Xiang's heart is very refreshing, and he feels that the end of the world is also paradise. Lin Dong did not choose to make a move on Duan Xiang first, but turned around and sneaked into the room on the left. As soon as he arrived in the room, he smelled a strong odor of alcohol, and on the bed next to him, he was snoring loudly as if he was thundering. Empty bottles of alcohol were scattered everywhere on the ground, and there was a man with a wide, fat body who was snoring and sleeping. As the man snored, his nose was thick with alcohol spewing out, obviously drunk as a dead dog. This is a drunk. Lin Dong chanted in his heart, thinking that he had been marinated in flavor, and the alcohol could defish it, just like snacking on drunken shrimp, drunken crab. And Lin Dong thought that he had performed well, pickling himself first and waiting for himself to come and fetch it. Such practices are worth advocating. Lin Dong raised his step forward, easily took out the crystal core and instantly put the body into the storage space. In this Black Scorpion organization's small stronghold, some people are addicted to alcohol and some people are lustful. Lin Dong continued to walk forward. Coming over to the next door of this room was the place where the survivors were kept, and there were dozens of sense of living people there. After entering, a stench of feces and urine hit his nose, and a small warehouse appeared in front of him, with dozens of human beings, with yellow faces and dull eyes, either leaning against the corners of the walls, or lying on the ground. The confined space was extraordinarily depressing, filled with a dead air. But soon there are a few people, notice Lin Dong figure, their first reaction is subconsciously dodge, completely dare not approach. Because of seeing Lin Dong's clean and dry dress, they thought that he was a person from the Black Scorpion organization. Oh please, don't kill me, let me out, will you? As long as I can get out of here, I can do whatever you want me to do. Give a bite to eat. I'm starving to death. I want to join you. Being cannon fodder is fine, long live the Black Scorpion organization. Several people knelt on the ground, both male and female, and continuously kowtowed, their hearts on the verge of breaking down. Lin Dong indifferently gazed at them and suddenly nodded. Good. HM? Several people were stunned and looked at each other with disbelief in their hearts, even suspecting that they had heard it wrong. Really? Agreed? Lin Dong waved his hand and took out a bag of ham sausages, which contained a total of 10. This. Dozens of people stared straight, saliva continuously secreting in their mouths, a strong sense of hunger that was about to make them lose their minds. Although the underground mall had supplies, the Black Scorpion organization certainly wouldn't give them food. These people had already been starved to the limit, and even relied only on their will to support them. If they relaxed a little, they might faint. Now that they saw the ham sausages, their eyes immediately glowed green. However, Lin Dong once again turned over his hand, a sharp knife appeared in his palm, and then, threw the ham sausage and the knife together on the ground. Lin Dong just wanted to see. In such an environment, would the hungry people choose the sharp knife or the ham sausage? This is a question that peeks into human nature. At first, no one paid any attention to the knife at all, and they pounced on the ham and sausage like mad dogs. Among them, there are 3 or 5 people, look very excited, tear open the package, get the ham sausage into the mouth, and while eating, the hand action does not stop, continue to grab other ham sausage. Damn you! Let go! Oh, don't grab it! Give me one! Fuck off! It's mine! The warehouse was in chaos, cries and curses continued as dozens of people surrounded each other, frantically squeezing in, desperately wanting to get food. Lin Dong hugged his shoulders and looked at them, suddenly feeling that there was not much difference between humans and zombies. There was a woman who had already stuffed a ham sausage into her mouth, however, she was yanked out by a man and kicked her to the outside of the crowd. There were even a few people who were lying on the ground, licking the remains of the ham sausage that fell down. The entire warehouse has 50 or 60 survivors, 10 ham sausages are certainly not enough to share. It was almost finished by a few people. The people on the periphery saw this, their hearts were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, a woman turned her head to look, and suddenly realized that not far away on the ground, quietly lying a sharp knife. The woman was first stunned for a moment, then her breathing gradually became heavy, and a flash of coldness from the blade of the knife instantly reflected red in her eyes. All give me death. The woman squeezed out a few words from between her teeth, her face grimacing. She picked up the sharp knife on the ground and pounced on the crowd, stabbing at a man's neck, blood roared and splattered her face. Stimulated by the blood, the woman's adrenaline soared, the oppression of being locked in a confined space, the humiliation of being tortured, all the negative emotions in her heart, at this moment like a volcano erupted. The woman lost her mind, completely crazy, no matter what, to the front of the crowd stabbing. In the dark warehouse, the wailing sound exploded, a few breaths of effort, the woman stabbed down 5 or 6 people. One of the men felt a coldness in his belly, and a strong tingling sensation hit him. Shit! Dare to stab old man. I'll kill you. He clasped the woman's wrist with both hands and snatched the knife over with a hard grip, holding the handle with his backhand and stabbing the woman's chest 4 or 5 times. The woman let out a scream and collapsed in a pool of blood. Dripping blood dripped from the tip of the knife. At this moment, the man, also red-eyed, turned his head to look, and found that there were still people grabbing ham sausages. Go to hell! He was like a mad dog and continued to stab at the crowd in front of him. A few screams, another person was injured. They realized the man's threat. In order to save their lives, they rushed to grab the sharp knife. The situation in the warehouse evolved from the beginning of grabbing hams and sausages to grabbing weapons. Humans are never rational animals. Once their interests are damaged, or they fall into emotions such as despair or anger, they will completely lose their minds, as if they are possessed, with only one thought in their minds: kill each other. Even among them, there are a few people, in order to grab food, wrestling together, strangling, inserting eyes, completely evolved into a fight. The warehouse was chaotic to the extreme, wailing, cursing, roaring one after another. People fell one after another. Corpses lying around, blood convergence flow, the air covered with a layer of red mist, heavy fishy smell pungent. The air was covered in a layer of red mist, and the smell of fishiness was pungent. It was just like the scene of a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong remained all white and stood in the distance watching. Not long after, there were less than 10 people alive in the warehouse, and most of them were seriously injured, lying on the ground dying. There was only one man left, who still had some mobility, and he lay on his back in a pool of blood, climbing forward with gritted teeth. Endeavoring to come to a piece of half-broken ham sausage, he picked it up with his violently trembling hands, ignoring the blood that stained him, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. He. The man's blood-stained face unexpectedly squinted his eyes, revealing a smile that was as satisfied as could be. After experiencing these things, he was severely mentally stimulated and had gone completely insane. Lin Dong felt that it was time to end this farce. He raised his steps and walked over to help the few people who were still alive and completely put them out of their misery. However, because the commotion here was too great, the patrol officers outside were startled. What's going on? Is there another fight? Shit! Being dishonest day after day, starved these two-legged sheep to death. The two cursed and headed towards the warehouse. However, when the two opened the warehouse, the moment, the original cursing expression, abruptly stayed, even if the cruel black scorpion members, at this moment also hard panic. Because, the warehouse floor lying corpses, there are 50 to 60, the air thick bloody odor pungent. And in these corpses, there is a slender figure standing alone, wearing a clean white shirt, spotless. Those pairs of clear cold eyes were gazing straight at themselves. The picture here was extremely shocking. Crap! The two stared straight, as if petrified, while a strong sense of fear arose, a coolness rushed straight to the scalp. It felt like their own sheep pen, suddenly came in a fierce tiger. And also came to check when, just met. Now that all the survivors were dead, Lin Dong's identity was already self-evident. Quickly go find Brother Xiong. Knowing that they were no match, the two patrol officers turned around and were about to escape. However, in the next second, a huge pressure struck them, like a Tarzan pressing down on them, fixing the two of them. Their legs and stomachs trembled, as if they were deep in the mire, and were no longer able to move even half a bit. No need, I will find it for you guys. Lin Dong's magnetic voice sounded in their ears, after which the two of them lost consciousness and fell softly to the ground. Two more corpses. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong collected all the corpses, including the blood, and walked towards the final room as if he was taking a stroll. At this time, Duan Xiong was still fighting hot. Brother Xiong, I'm hungry. A woman said shyly. Good, I'll cook noodles for you to eat later. Duan Xiong said smilingly. But suddenly, he vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. He always felt that there were a pair of eyes, watching himself, so he subconsciously looked towards the door. Crap! Duan Xiong immediately shrieked out in shock, because he did not know when, but a young man appeared at the door, gazing straight at him. Lin Dong's sudden appearance had indeed frightened Duan Xiong so much that his entire body went limp. Grandma Li's, when did you come in? Duan Xiong immediately rolled over and got out of bed, and cursed, who the hell are you? Are you new here? Came in without saying anything to me. He was a strength awakened, his perception ability was very weak, and even though the outside was killing the world, he did not notice it, and was always focused on doing his own thing. Lin Dong did not reply, but instead, his eyes glanced over and suddenly said, it's not too big. HM? Duan Xiong's eyes glared as his heart raged to the extreme. You seek death. Even the four women in the back were dissatisfied at this time. Who is this person? How dare you disturb my brother Xiong's good deed? That's it. And insulting Brother Xiong. If you offend Brother Xiong, you will definitely die. These four women, suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, like Duan Xiong instead. It was just that the four people's words had just fallen. Duan Xiong had already charged towards Lin Dong. His robust body, as if he was a real male bear, was swift and fierce. However, just as he was about to approach Lin Dong for a split second, his figure suddenly stopped, his legs began to tremble, his eyes stared round, and his original arrogant face instantly turned into extreme fear. Ha! Brother Xiong, What happened to you? Sense hurry to teach him Right, let him know no. Who is the boss here? After teaching him a lesson, we can continue. The four women said in succession. But the next second, Duan Xiang's body trembling intensified. It was difficult to withstand the pressure of the terrifying corpse domain. His knees went soft, and he even plopped down on the ground. The four women in the back were stunned, all feeling that something wasn't quite right. What was the situation? Brother Xiong actually gave someone a knee. Wasn't that his usual posture? However, at this moment, Duan Xiong realized how terrifying it was to be confronted, and he was known for his physique, but he actually couldn't even get into his body. Roar! Duan Xiong exploded with a roar and used his last card. His ability was a kind of berserking, which could enhance his physique in a short period of time. However, there was an aftermath that would overdraw his body, and after each use, he would have to be paralyzed for a day. Only to see his muscles begin to swell, a blood vessel bulged, and strands of blood could even be seen flowing. After Duan Xiong had gone berserk, he forcibly stood up from the corpse domain and used his entire body's strength to slam to the left. Rumble! He crashed through the wall and came outside the room, thinking to move away from Lin Dong and get out of the range of the corpse domain. Duan Xiong was EB+ level awakened. His strength was not weak and it was difficult to kill him instantly with just the corpse domain pressure. At this moment, his neck veins were bulging as he anxiously shouted, "Come on people! Quickly come someone nah! Stop shouting, hillbilly, during your XXX just now, your little brother has already been taken care of by me." Lin Dong slowly walked out of the room. Duan Xiong looked around and realized that the surroundings were really empty, not even half a silhouette, only a dead silence remained. All dead? A strong sense of fear arose. He was able to kill everyone silently, and the bodies were all gone, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. It was really too bizarre. "I'll fight you." Duan Xiong erupted with his final ruthlessness, like a savage bear-like body, charging straight towards Lin Dong. Although he had an athletic figure and a rainbow-like momentum, he had a tragic feeling of a moth to a flame. Just like a fierce warrior, he launched a final charge. Duan Xiong gathered all of his negative emotions into his fist and punched towards Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong's expression was bland. He slightly sidestepped and dodged, then slapped his hand back on the back of Duan Xiong's head in what seemed to be a very casual and light action. However, it had already plucked out his crystal core. Duan Xiong instantly lost consciousness, due to the inertia of the body, fell forward to the ground, and slid out 5 or 6 meters away. The original inflated body size quickly shrunk and changed back to its original form, completely shriveled. Brother Bear! The four women in the back rushed forward, actually showing sad faces, and some even couldn't help but kneel down and howl. "Woo-woo, Brother Bear, wake up, don't leave us behind. We can't live without you." Their emotions, which had been completely twisted, fell in love with someone who abused them as if they were possessed. If there was no doomsday, they might be students, white-collar workers, good wives and mothers, teaching their children at home, and living the rest of their lives in peace. But now everything has changed. Lin Dong's corpse domain spread out, enveloping the four women and rescuing their deformed souls. Lin Dong felt that he had done another good deed. As of this moment, the entire underground mall was completely quiet, with not a single person surviving. Lin Dong began to wander around the mall. There were still many supplies, food, household items and so on, all of which were put into the storage space. In addition to this, Lin Dong also found a list of the members of the Black Scorpion organization in this stronghold. There were a total of 20 people on the list, but Lin Dong did not kill that many. This was because some of them had gone out to carry out activities, killing people, gathering supplies, and so on. Lin Dong guessed in his heart that there must be others like Zhang Wencheng lurking in the official refuge. Thus, Lin Dong took a picture of the list and sent it to Cheng Loi. It did not take long to receive a reply. "What does it mean?" Cheng Loi asked bluntly. "These are all Black Scorpion members," Lin Dong said. Cheng Loi didn't say much more and only replied with 2 words. "Thanks. You're welcome, a friendly gift." Collecting the useful items away, Lin Dong returned to his territory. With a wave of his hand, the collected delicacies were thrown out and doused with juice. A body, stacked on top of each other on the street, had formed a small mountain. Tank and the rest of the minions came out at the smell. In their eyes, these were like carp with juice poured over them. Wow, go! So many. Worthy of being the boss, it's too powerful to catch so much prey. The little brothers were in admiration. Especially Tank, his heart marveled. Now that the urban area had been completely occupied by zombies, it was hard for him to find a single survivor, but the boss had found so many. And there were also different flavors. In addition to pouring carp, there was also drunken. With that, they began to feast. A horrifying picture was formed on the wretched street, as groups of corpses gnawed on the corpses, and the sound of tearing flesh and blood was constant. Wei Zherner Sushara was cleaning the glass upstairs. Although she had been here for almost 2 months, seeing the scene outside was still very frightening, and her stomach was vaguely nauseous. And she discovered The clothes Lin Dong changed out of today, the smell of blood was extraordinarily strong, and it was obvious that Lin Dong's killing was heavier. Night fell and darkness enveloped the land. In the dark city of doom, there are still hostile roars, and, more than in the past, there will be more eerie cries, and no one knows what that is. Because, as the time of the doomsday advances, human beings, zombies, mutant beasts, and even plants, have evolved different abilities, and I don't know when there will be weird monsters. Survival of the fittest, competition or extinction. This is the law of doom. If you want to live, you must keep killing. So as doomsday continued, the killing would only intensify. Lin Dong took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and after devouring 2 crystal cores, he took out a tall glass and poured some juice to slip into his stitches. He meticulously stayed in his clean and tidy home and was very peaceful inside. As the crystal cores and blood energy were being absorbed continuously, Lin Dong's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and he even felt that he had already exceeded the limits of the official sanctuary and the rating of the tech company. This was because the strongest awakened he had encountered so far were the King Hunter Action Team LV Hao, the Black Scorpion Organization Duan Xiong, and these, B+ level. But a few people in their own hands, there was no resistance at all. Of course, the official shelter Chang Loi does not count. If her pain value reaches 100%, it is difficult to imagine how far it will reach. This awakening ability is considered a gift, but also luck. However, Chang Loi also has a limit. If you encounter absolute level suppression, awakening ability is no longer strong. It is useless. Moreover, the actual battle can not only look at the data, there are many other factors. The weak to win the strong situation is not unheard of. For example, in real life, there has been a case of a mouse biting a dead cat. Or, an adult strong man, when he swung his fist, twisted his ankle, fell down and knocked his head on a stone, thus losing in the hands of an elementary school student. Therefore, although Lin Dong was very strong, he was still very cautious, and when he encountered an enemy, he would kill them as soon as he could, without giving them any chance to threaten himself. Right at this moment, on the street outside, there was a dark as ink shadow that had merged with the night, silently, and came to Lin Dong's territory. He was none other than Snake Pupil's little black next door. And when he passed through Snake Pupil's territory today, he had discovered something and thought of looking for Lin Dong to have a chat. In addition, he had the idea of cooperating with Lin Dong to finish off Snake Hitomi. However, he did not know how strong Lin Dong's men were, how many elite, strong soldiers there were, and sought to come here to take a look. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Xiao He lurked in the darkness, wandering around, and not long after, he heard a burst of eerie laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hachi was probably in a good mood today because he had eaten his fill, and his laughter echoed in the dark night sky, appearing even weirder than the cries. Shit! Xiao He cursed in his heart. Even as a zombie, he detected an extremely dangerous aura. Strength is strong. As Xiao He continued to move forward, his heart became more and more surprised because some of the Ace Legion zombies wandered around, each with a powerful and ferocious aura. There was even one that sniffed as it passed by Xiao He's side, seemingly noticing something unusual and almost spotting him. What a keen sense of smell! Xiao He muttered in his heart, thinking that he would lose his corpse if he was discovered by Lin Dong's little brother. But just as he was about to move forward, a voice came from behind. Stop! Ha! Xiao He turned his head and found a clear-eyed zombie that clearly had a not-so-weak intelligence. It was none other than the doctor, one of the 3 kings under Lin Dong. With his spiritual department awakening, he was extraordinarily sharp and had already locked Xiao He in place. With the discovery of the intruder, a crowd of elite zombies darted this way. Among them was also the ghostly figure of Xiao Hachi, including the lanky tank. The crowd of zombies were fierce and quickly surrounded Xiao He in the center. Discovered! Xiao He felt that the punch in the face came too quickly. The point was, the zombies under Lin Dong were indeed very powerful. Big brother, one of our own. He hurriedly explained a sentence, fearing that if he was half a minute late, he would be eaten alive. Tank gazed at him, looking extraordinarily curious. Ha? Where'd you get that big black rat? I'm not a big black rat. Little Black hastily detached himself from his shadowed state, revealing his body that was as black as carbon. My name is Black Shadow, you can just call me Little Black. Tank looked at his black appearance and remained very curious in his heart. Isn't this still the big black rat? The doctor opened his mouth to ask. What are you doing here? I have something important to do. I came to find our boss Linden. Little Black explained. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding corpses automatically made a path, and Lin Dong figure walked over, his white shirt even whiter in the dark night. What is it? Big brother, today I found out that the tech company is sending food to the Snake Pupil territory, one box after another. There are more than 10 boxes, all of them are meat. Xiao He's tone was exaggerated, drooling as he spoke. It was almost flowing into a small waterfall, resulting in some slurred speech. You calm down first. Lin Dong skimmed his mouth, looking at his unproductive appearance. Yes. Xiao Hei nodded repeatedly and wiped his saliva as he continued. And Snake Pupil's men are gathering, they are definitely going to make a move against you. What? Dare to make a move against my boss? Tank was more than furious upon hearing this, thinking that little long worm had really eaten the bear's heart and leopard's gall. The Ace Legion behind him also hissed in succession. In their minds, Lin Dong was faith. They could not wait to rush over and tear the Snake Pupil bunch apart right now. Lin Dong then asked, what formation do they have? Snake Pupil in his right and left arms, Michelin and Spider-Woman, with 30,000 corpse tied under their command, of which there must be 2,000 elites as well, in addition to the mutated beast snakes that they have bred. The number of them is definitely quite a lot. Oh, that's still a lot. With the tank's IQ, all heard and understood, now their own territory corpse tied 10,000, but after the recent boss feeding, evolved a lot, the elite has close to 3,000, of which 500 injected Z-Virus Ace Legion. However, the number is really inferior to the other side. Snake Pupil also colluded with Tektronics. When the time comes, Tektronics will definitely make a move, they are not weak, and Snake Pupil has evolved to a Class A Corpse King and awakened the ability, Illusion Space, which is completely bizarre and powerful. Xiao Hei continued. Tank looked unconvinced. How powerful can it be? Why are you still bragging for him? I didn't brag because I was beaten by him before. Tank looked stunned, rendered speechless by Blackie's sincerity. Seems like quite the formidable opponent. It was 2 levels higher than the red-faced Corpse King from last time. The corpses all looked towards Lin Dong, waiting for his instructions. As long as he gave the order, no matter what enemy they were facing, even if it was a mountain of daggers, they would be brave enough to go forward. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and said, tomorrow, go and exterminate them. Roar. The corpses roared, all of them exuberant. The corners of Hachi's mouth grinned to the root of his ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, secretly saying that he was worthy of being the boss, making decisions that never disappointed. The territory had been too quiet for too long, and was in desperate need of a good fight. Tank's heart was also exuberant. He thought that it was still because of himself that he had formed a bond with Snake Pupil. Fuck them tomorrow. Xiao Hei looked at the corpses in full battle spirit, and his heart was filled with emotion. The strength of Lin Dong's minions is a lot stronger than he imagined, and tomorrow was bound to be a grueling battle. After the decision was made, the corpses dispersed, and after deliberation, Xiao Hei still had 5,000 little brothers and 1,000 elites, and would also rush there at that time. Snake Pupil would never have thought that the 2 of them would come together. He would definitely give him a surprise at that time. However, Lin Dong had a second surprise in addition to uniting with Xiao Hei. He planned to hire some external assistance, so he returned to his room, sat on the sofa, and sent a message to Cheng Luoi. I have a heavenly good deed for you. Oh? Cheng Loi heard that there was a good thing and replied quickly. What good thing? You can go kill zombies tomorrow. Lin Dong said. However, after a long time, Cheng Loi did not reply. Because at this time, she was a bit confused. How could she not understand in her heart? You call killing zombies a good thing? In this world nowadays, the last thing that is lacking is zombies. It's not like it's a rare creature. However, Lin Dong continued. Tomorrow, when we hunt the A-class Corpse King Snake Pupil, you can go to his territory to look for supplies. Chen Lai knew that the Corpse King, within his territory, did have supplies. There was once a squad that found many sealed crop seeds, but as a result, without waiting to be transported back, the Snake Pupil regiment was destroyed. To this day, no one has gone back to take them. Crop seeds, for humans, were definitely considered scarce resources. Oh, it's rather possible to go to. Cheng Loi put his purpose, briefly. Lin Dong indicated that there was no problem. Let her lead the people to go with confidence and boldness. If any situation arose, he himself would step in. The 2 then decided the matter. Lin Dong put away his cell phone, got up and looked out the window. It was already the early morning, the darkest hour of the night, and the zombies outside were still roaring and constantly killing. The next day, thick clouds covered the sun, making the sky gray and cloudy, with no wind, rain, or sunshine. Ga. 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 Several pitch-black crows chirped longingly, swept sharply through the air. On the wretched streets below, with Lin Dong as the leader, the 3 kings stood behind them, and behind them was a tide of 10,000 corpses, densely packed and lined up into a 100-meter-long dragon. The terrifying faces, suffused with a ferocious aura, were all exceptionally hyperactive at this moment. They have already reached the edge of the territory. Not far ahead is the Snake Pupil's territory. They were only waiting for Lin Dong to give the order. The crowd of corpses would rush towards the Snake Pupil's lair. However, Lin Dong commanded, "You guys stay here and don't move, I'll take a look at the front first." Lin Dong took a few steps forward and his figure slowly disappeared, having entered a state of stealth as he stepped into the territory of the Snake Pupil. He was mainly thinking of exploring the path, plus Cheng Loi had not yet arrived and did not know where she had gotten to. He had to take her to do something good. The The buildings on both sides of the street were like ruins, a piece of dilapidation, dried blood, and rotting bones everywhere. There are also a few zombies dragging a stiff pace, wandering aimlessly. These zombies are old, weak, sick and disabled. Their bodies are seriously decayed, emitting a foul odor, and have even developed maggots, which is disgusting to look at. Their combat power was only somewhat threatening to ordinary people, and they had completely become walking corpses. Of course, there is also an evolved zombie, holding a large rat, sitting on the street and gnawing. The corners of the mouth is full of blood, and stained with a lot of rat hair. In front, at the root of the messy wall, there was also a corpse lying, and there were several small snakes, weaving in and out of the rotting flesh and blood, which had become a paradise for snakes. Too dirty. Lin Dong felt that the snake pupil territory was not very hygienic, it was just too sloppy and built like a pigsty. Moreover, there were many cobwebs hanging between the buildings. It was stained with quite a number of flying insects, and even mutated sparrows, which were constantly struggling, causing the spider webs to tremble repeatedly, but they could not break free. The cobwebs were stacked on top of each other, and at a glance, they were densely packed, making one's phobia of densely packed cobwebs offended. Lin Dong disregarded that much and casually took out his cell phone and started texting Chun Loi. Where are you? Farmer's market. What about you? I'll be there soon. Okay, meet and talk, I'm busy. Chun Loi swung his sword and hacked a zombie to death, and after sending the message with one hand, he put his cell phone into his pocket. Beside him, there were more than 10 people, also fighting with the zombies, including his partner Sun Xiaochang, and Chen Ming and others, who were responsible for carrying the supplies. Sun Xiaochang's wise eyes looked at Chun Luoi, his face showing admiration. You actually know how to send text messages with one hand? It's good to be skillful. Chen Loi casually said, holding the knife with both hands, and chipped away another zombie head. Sun Xiaochang nodded, feeling that what she said made sense. Just like when he wiped his own ass for 20 years, he had not seen his eyes once, but he also wiped one right, there is no other. The only thing is that the hand is familiar. And before the orphan dean has educated him, as long as he is willing to work hard, the iron mortar and pestle grinds into a needle, the iron mountain relies on Qingkuan. Indeed should practice more. Chen Ming's group at the back, holding alloy knives, the same with the zombies to kill. The good thing is that the zombies are some low-level small karami, 3 or 5 very easy to solve, not much pressure. They cleared the nearby zombies to facilitate the transportation of supplies later. Next to the street, there is a farmer's market. At this time the roller shutter door is half open, above the bloodstains, vaguely visible human scratching blood. As the roller shutter door was rusted to death, Chun Loi walked up and swung down with both hands holding the knife, only to hear a swish sound, just like cutting tofu, cutting off the roller shutter door. Chen Loi is 001 awakened, the hand weapon is special, this is a chopper, both the blade and the handle are very long, and her height is almost the same. Moreover, on the hilt, there was a lightning system crystal core embedded, faintly flickering with electric light. When fully activated, the electric light would cover the slender blade, increasing the speed and lethality. This is the new technology developed by the Sanctuary, the crystal nuclear weapon. It was currently the only one of its kind, and it looked very cool. Who could refuse a knife that glows? Cheng Loi carried the long knife on his shoulder and walked straight into the farmer's market. The light inside was dim, the air emitted a strong smell of decay, and in some dark corners, low roars of zombies were faintly heard. Chen Ming touched his backpack at the back, pulled out a bomb, and threw it forward with force. This bomb was also specially made. There was a red light flashing on it, and after it landed on the ground and rolled around twice, it also made a drip 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 sound. That sound was extremely penetrating, and instantly spread throughout the entire farmer's market. Roar! A crowd of zombies were disturbed by the sound and ran to pounce towards the bomb. At this time, the bomb's red light flickered more and more intensely, and the dripping sound became more urgent with it. Dripping 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 boom. With a final tremor, it exploded, dazzling fire rising and engulfing the group of zombies. Broken limbs and flesh crackled and fell, rising with green smoke and the stench of charred stench pungent to the nose. Hey, done. Chen Ming was very proud of himself. With the development of the shelter, many weapons were developed to target zombies, which were very practical. Of course, it was currently limited to low-level zombies only. With that, the crowd headed straight to the warehouse where the seeds were stored. The journey was smooth. It seemed that the zombies were really cleaned up. They didn't encounter any danger, and before long, they came to a room. Although the light was dim, they could still see that there was a large box stacked in front of them. Developed. Let me see if there are any surprises inside. A youth with an excited face monkeyed forward, wanting to confirm the supplies in front of him. He grabbed the lid of the box with both hands and violently lifted it open. But there was actually a pair of scarlet and yellow eyes in the box, glaring straight at him, with 2 sharp fangs and a mouth constantly spitting out letters. For a moment, the two were facing each other in all directions. Oh no! The youth's face was horrified, and he found a snake coiled in it. Now he wanted to hide, but it was too late. Whoosh! The snake snapped out and took a bite on the youth's neck. The intense stinging pain caused him to wail. The surrounding people were equally frightened when they saw this scene. Surprisingly, there were snakes? Chang Loi was quick on his feet and swung his shoulder-length knife, slashing straight at the snake's head. The sharp blade broke through the air, but it was precise and incomparable, almost cutting against the youth's skin and scraping off his sweaty hairs. The ferocious snake was also chipped away in response. The youth covered his neck and stomped back a few steps, feeling dumbfounded by the brush with death. However, the sharp pain in his neck reminded him to take his hand down to see that it was actually stained with ebony black blood. This snake is poisonous. Last time the search team was reunited here, of course it's dangerous, everyone be careful. Chen Ming hastily reminded. As soon as the words fell, rustling sounds came from the entire warehouse, and countless long black snakes, crawling out from the bottom of the boxes, or from the gaps, surrounded the crowd in the center. For creatures like snakes, human beings have an instinctive fear that is engraved in the genes. When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, they felt their scalps numb. Kill! Seeing a few snakes twisting and crawling, Cheng Luoi swung his sword and chopped it, the sharp long blade slicing in two. The rest of the few people also gripped their weapons and fought with the snakes. But just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there was also a gust of writhing sounds. Chen Ming looked up, immediately showed horror, because the beams of the room coiled more snakes, a group, at this time have launched an attack, like a shower of snakes fell. The people, fear in their hearts, hastily waved up the blade, resisting the snake rain, just like the small game fruit ninja, the long knife or fast swinging sparks, simply cannot stop. Snake corpses soon piled up layer after layer, blood flew horizontally in mid-air, as if a frenzied dance song. The snakes seemed to be endless and continued to fall. People's physical strength was drastically depleted. Especially the young man who was bitten just now. His name was Sun Yuhang. His face had gotten paler and paler, his breathing was rapid. If he didn't suck out the snake venom, he would surely be buried in the rain of snakes. What to do? And the others were not doing well either. They were able to kill hundreds of snakes, but as long as they missed once, they would be caught in a deadly situation. This place is just too dangerous. It's simply not a place for people to come. Just when a few people were in despair, a sudden change occurred. Those pythons suddenly stagnated, as if they were frozen, and then they even exploded one after another with a bang, 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 bang. Surrounded by broken meat flying, blood fog filled, just like the cultivation field in general. In just a few short breaths, the original thousands of snakes were almost completely slaughtered. Even if there were a few snakes that didn't die, they retreated in panic, as if they had encountered something extremely frightening. What's going on? Chen Ming and the others showed surprise on their faces and stopped their hands, but at this time, they were confused. What was happening in front of them was somewhat beyond their cognition. Right at this moment, a slender figure, slowly condensed in front, in the midst of the spilling blood rain, his white shirt remained spotless. Nowadays, Lin Dong's corpse domain was extremely wide and could almost cover the entire warehouse, so he was able to suppress the snakes instantly. When Sun Xiaochang saw that figure, his eyes were instantly filled with joy. Lin Dong, you have come to help us. Aha! Lin Dong nodded his head. The crowd then reacted to the fact that it was a friendly army. The ki was also so strong. The hearts were instantly relieved. Especially the injured Sun Yuhang, he had a feeling of having survived a robbery and his face was filled with gratitude. Thank you, for saving me. You are welcome. Lin Dong's handsome face actually revealed a smile, as if he was a big boy next door, giving people a sense of spring breeze. This was too gentle. People's gazes were a little straight. However, when Chen Ming looked at that smiling face, his heart thumped and his body involuntarily shivered because he had seen Lin Dong once before when he acted with Chang Luoi and knew that he was the absolute master of the mansion area, a bizarre and powerful corpse king. He actually came. However, Chen Ming knew that Lin Dong did not have any hostile intentions and had indeed saved himself. Fearful as he was still very grateful in his heart. Uncle Chen, why don't you help me inhale the poison? Next to him, Sun Yuhang suddenly said. Okay. Chen Ming came back to his senses and looked at his neck. Black blood was still flowing. If it wasn't for the awakened one's strong body, he should have gone to his death long ago. But that horrifying wound made it a little difficult for people to get off their mouths. But right now, his life was at stake. Chen Ming hardened his head and sucked up against the side of his neck. The two of them hugged together. And for a while, the posture was still a little ambiguous. Chang Loi sized up Lin Dong with wide eyes and suddenly remembered something. The black scorpion list you gave me last time, where did you find it? An underground mall. Lin Dong answered truthfully. Oh. Chang Loi nodded her head and frowned slightly because, at that time, she could see that Zhang Wenchang was plotting against Lin Dong and did not know that he was a member of the Black Scorpion organization. A loss. Don't be so petty. Lin Dong casually said, but his eyes stared at the long knife in Cheng Luoyi's hand. feeling very cool. The shape of the small thing is quite chic. The rest of the people, on the other hand, began to check the surrounding boxes. It was found that most of them had been destroyed by the python, but in the individual boxes, there were still some seeds that were still well preserved and should be able to be planted. Getting these supplies, people were elated in their hearts. Only Chen Ming and Sun Yuhang were the only two who were still hugging and sucking on the venom. Chen Ming spat out several large mouthfuls of black blood before he finally sucked it clean. His lips were swollen, like two sausages hanging from them. It should be fine. Thank you, uncle. Sun Yuhang thanked him. The two of them turned back and leaned against the corner, sitting on the ground to rest up. The consumption just now was really too much. Especially Sun Yuhang. His face was still pale, his body trembled, glad to be saved. However, his own life is really big. This is not even dead. With a trembling hand, he took out his cell phone and gave a peace message. Chen Ming next to him glanced sideways and asked with some curiosity. Who is it? My online girlfriend, although I haven't met yet, but I've seen the photos, white skin and beautiful long legs. Sun Yuhang full of happiness said. Oh. Chen Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. Hangzi, you can be careful, maybe that's the Black Scorpion organization posing as, specifically to cheat you. It can't be. Why wouldn't it be? Nowadays, not only human beings, even monsters have evolved divine intelligence, and can also connect to the internet to cheat people. Who knows whether the chatting with you on the internet is a human or a ghost? Is a human or a ghost? Chen Ming said in a serious manner. Sun Yuhang heard, immediately scared. Think there is indeed such a thing. Now there are too many demons and monsters behind the network. It is better to be cautious. Uncle, then what should I do? Hangzi, listen to uncle's advice. The network water is too deep, you can't grasp it. Why don't you give your cell phone to uncle? Uncle will chat for you. Since the commotion they made was not small, they had already startled Snake Pupil's group of zombies. Boss, someone has come to appear in our territory, right in the farmer's market. A zombie reported. Humans? Snake Hitomi raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of zombie tides and many elite soldiers. He had assembled his men and was planning to attack Lindong, but he did not expect that at this juncture. A human actually appeared. The corner of Snake Pupil's mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. It was simply sending food and provisions to himself. When a zombie had just eaten blood and flesh, its cells were the most active, whether it was its physique, speed, or reflex nerves, it would be at its peak. Let's go, take care of those humans first, it's on the way anyway. As he gave the order, the tide of zombies began to move, loud and oppressive like a torrent of gusts. Amongst them was the wide-bodied Michelin, and the arrogant-looking Spider-Woman. On Lindong's side, he had already rested. Chen Ming and the others carried the supplies and walked out of the farmer's market. It was quiet and dead silent as the surrounding zombies were cleared. Brothers, step up, we are already halfway through our plan, bringing so many seeds back, the sanctuary will definitely give rewards. Chen Ming encouraged. Sun Yuhang nodded, his footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points. This kind of bad place, he really didn't want to stay for even a moment. You stand still. Suddenly, Lindong's voice from the back rang out. Ha! Sun Yuhang's expression was stunned as he looked back, somewhat unsure. What's wrong? There is something in front of you. Lindong's calm voice came out. With a puzzled expression, Sun Yuhang carefully looked forward and found that under the sunlight, there was a thin thread, reflecting a faint luster, right across in front of him. That is a spider silk, although thin, but tough. Sharpness is no less than a weapon. If a little bit of attention to walk over, will certainly be separated from the human head. And Sun Yuhang, horrified to find that this deadly spider silk has been less than 5 centimeters away from himself. As long as he took another step forward, he would surely be separated from his head. As his line of sight gradually relaxed, he realized that the spider silk was not just in one place, but was strewed across the street like a cutting laser line. How could this happen? Several people were horrified in their hearts. The 5-star corpse nest was too dangerous. As long as they were not careful, they would be buried here. It was simply not a place for humans to set foot in. It wasn't there when we came. When did this appear? Sun Yuhang remembered that he had clearly traveled this road. Lindong calmly gazed into the distance. Because they had not appeared when you came. Who? Chen Ming and the others became even more nervous as a strong sense of crisis arose. Yo! What a surprise, perception is quite sharp. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came through the air. The crowd hurriedly looked up and found that in midair, a woman's figure was hanging down upside down, her lower body, with 8 spider legs and spider silk on her buttocks, connected above the buildings. In broad daylight, a woman hanging upside down in the street, her hair hanging down, fluttering back and forth, pale face, hung with a bloodthirsty smile. This picture looked completely bizarre. The crowd was in awe, sucked in a breath of cool air, and subconsciously took a few steps back. This is the Spider-Woman, Chen Ming said in a terrified tone. Because Spider-Woman had once been a party overlord with a fierce reputation, and was later subdued and merged together by Snake Pupil, the people in the refuge had all learned about it. Surprisingly, it was her who had appeared. However, that wasn't all. On all sides of the street, low roars of zombies suddenly came, one after another, one after another. Like a torrent of zombies began to pour out, densely packed and blackened. The most conspicuous among them was Michelin. His chubby body trembled with fat, and the earth trembled with his footsteps. Corpse tide. When Chen Ming and the others saw this, their faces were even more deathly gray. The tide of corpses numbered in the tens of thousands. Among them, the elite zombies, 3 scurrying and 2 jumps climbed onto the roofs of the surrounding buildings, all 4 limbs on the ground, their gazes ferociously looking at them, had surrounded the crowd. They're all here. Including Chang Loi, they have never seen such a spectacular scene. Even if their individual ability is strong, they can't face the tide of 10,000 zombies. Even if there are many ants, they can bite an elephant to death, not to mention that this is a single zombie. Consuming can also consume people to death. With the tide of corpses, the figure of Snake Pupil appeared, his tall figure, standing in front of the tall building, scarlet pupils sweeping, really have a few points of out-of-this-world aura. Being watched by his gaze, the hearts of the crowd seemed to have been viciously stabbed. To think that even the snake pupils had appeared, he was the overlord of this area, the absolute dominator. As for that, Chen Ming grimaced bitterly, thinking to himself, what bad thing did he do? Did he dig up his family's ancestral tomb or something? But just came out to find some seeds. As a result, the entire army of others attacked and surrounded this place here. It was simply like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Their deaths were not unjust. They have completely despaired, without the slightest intention to resist, and even had the idea of committing suicide, so as to avoid the pain of being eaten by the zombies. Under great pressure, Sun Yuhang took out his cell phone again, trembling, wanting to change the piece that he had just reported into his last words. What a desperate world this is. Chang Loi carried a long knife on her shoulder, her beautiful eyes gazing, her face still bland. This is the hunting target? Well, pretty much. Lin Dong inclined his head and surveyed. Oh. Chang Loi nodded and changed to holding her sword with both hands, crossing it in front of her body. Prepare to fight. What? Chen Ming and the others were surprised. This was still a battle? The snake pupil's gaze stared, although he had never seen Lin Dong, but with his breath perception, he could tell that he was the mansion area corpse king. I really didn't expect that you have fallen so low as to be in the company of food. There are many things that you have not expected. Lin Dong said without a care in the world. The snake pupil's mouth grinned widely, the corners of his mouth grinning up to the position of his apple muscle, and the scarlet-yellow pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a bizarre smile. Seeing that he had come to his territory alone, he felt that he had already won. It seems that I have overestimated you, actually being stupid enough to come here to die, then I will fulfill you. What do you have to be ho-hum about? Lin Dong's calm voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, in the sky behind him, a black cloud actually surged up, dense and dark. The crow's long chirping sound rang out, its figure swept sharply like a fighter, quickly coming to the sky above. For a time, covering the sky and the sun, the sound was overwhelming. My God! Chen Ming and the others marveled, what's going on here? However, the next thing that happened was that the shards of glass on the ground around them began to shake, and the earth tremors intensified, as if there were 1,000 armies attacking. Roar dash! With a loud bellow in the distance, Tank's lanky body appeared, and behind him, he brought a bunch of minions, wildly hostile and incomparable, including Hachi and Dr. Hachi, speedily approaching this way. The tide of 10,000 corpses was coming. The sight before them was truly shocking. Chen Ming suddenly understood at this moment, this was a battle for supremacy between the corpse kings, and he himself was nothing but a minor supporting actor. How could he catch such a scene? However, a thread of hope was rekindled in his heart. If Lin Dong defeated the snake pupil, he himself would be able to survive, perhaps infected by the atmosphere. His heart's desire to fight rose, and he reared his alloy blade, his gaze flashing with a tough light. So it was prepared. The snake pupil on the top of the building gazed and realized the problem, but it didn't matter, anyway, ready to fight to the death. 30,000 against 10,000, the advantage is mine. Kill for me. With his order, the surrounding zombies went berserk and rushed forward. The two sides of the zombie tide charged against each other, like turbulent waves, colliding together. The zombies roared and trampled, pouncing on each other and tearing each other apart. The killing factor was completely ignited, completely unafraid of life and death, as if they were mad dogs, only aiming to tear off pieces of flesh and blood from their enemies. The scene instantly became chaotic, blood flying, fishy air filled the air. However, amongst them, there was a group of zombies that were exceptionally valiant and battle-hardened. It was Lin Dong's 500 Ace Heavenly Troop, who were like a sharp knife, tearing apart the opposite tide of zombies. After the ace zombie was bitten, it was not moved at all, and hardened its head, and threw it to the side. Immediately, the bite wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding zombies fell one after another, however, they seemed to stand as if they were the god of war, constantly charging forward, invincible. What kind of monster is this? Snake Pupil squinted and watched, almost not recognizing the zombies, his heart vaguely feeling bad. However, among them was also the phantom of Hachi, with a wry smile on her face, once again transforming into a battlefield harvester. Wherever she went, corpses littered the landscape. Stop her! With Snake Pupil's order, Michelin's obese body, like a meatball, rushed away, during which it crashed through a bunch of zombies. But just halfway there, a huge fist smashed into his face, full of fat flesh, like ripples trembling. The tank figure appeared next to him. Ugly fatty, your opponent is me. Roar dash. Michelin staggered back 2 steps and let out a roar, having been completely enraged, swinging his fist at Tank. The strength of the two of them was half a catty, power meat shield, like a humanoid savage beast, punching to the flesh. So fierce. Snake Pupil watched the general situation and realized that the opposite side had an extremely high degree of evolution and was strong, and right after the battle started, his side fell into a state of disadvantage. However, Lin Dong still had 2 major external supporters. Changloi incarnated the slaughtering machine of Mordor's feelings. Her face was calm, no waves, waving the 40-meter large knife, tiger-like wind. Where the blade passed, the zombies were shattered into several sections, the ebony blood stumps flew, and began to and dumpling stuffing. Again. Sun Xiuqian was very exuberant, experiencing this grand scene for the first time, seemed to be colored by the atmosphere, and punched the zombie, sending it flying dozens of meters away. Bang 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 bang! As he went down with a few punches, the zombies around him flew out backwards, some smashing into the stores on the street, some smashing into their companions and crashing into a large area. Chen Ming and the others at the back were also fighting in earnest. They were all cerebral dance stage awakened, their strength was comparable to the zombie elites, and with their backs to each other, they set up a battle formation. Their cooperation was very tacit, and their killing power was not small. Thinking that as long as they helped Lin Dong win this battle, they might survive, their lives were at stake and they did not dare to slack off. Why haven't the people from Tektronics come yet? Snake Pupil began to mutter in his heart, feeling that if this continued, he would lose sooner or later. Whatever. Snake Hitomi leapt, directly jumping down from the tall building, already intending to join the fray. If he didn't go to help, his little brother would be killed. But as soon as he landed on the ground, he felt a powerful pressure coming in, as if the sea of blood was churning and spreading out, as if it was plunging him into a quagmire. What? Can't help it? Lin Dong's figure appeared in front of him. Humph. The Snake Pupil snorted coldly, his ferocious pupils vicious. It is mainly because you have humans helping you that you have the upper hand. Didn't you just say that I was with food? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. The Snake Pupil was actually speechless for a moment and was choking very hard. His heart became irritated. Go to hell. As a grade A corpse king with a strong physique, he did not lose his mobility despite being enveloped by the corpse domain. With a ferocious aura around him, he raised his fist to strike at Lin Dong. Lin Dong had already sensed that whether it was a human or a zombie, Snake Pupil was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. However, he did not dodge and swung his fist to strike a hard blow with it. Bang! The 2 zombie kings fought as if they were small mountains colliding with each other. Intense air waves swept between their fists, shaking the surrounding zombies into the sky. Snake Pupil only felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his body couldn't stop taking several steps back. Under the corpse domain suppression, he was not Lin Dong's opponent after all. To have evolved to this extent. Snake Pupil was shocked to realize that there was clearly a huge gap between himself and him. Lin Dong calmly said, "Not bad, you are the first opponent who can receive a punch from me." You. Snake Pupil's eyes were enraged, feeling that he was too arrogant and at the same time, he was also showing contempt for himself. His heart was furious. However, at this moment, Lin Dong once again approached, the pressure of the corpse domain rolling in as his 5 fingers grasped towards his head. The Snake Pupil bared his fangs, his scarlet pupils contracted violently, and his mental energy flared dramatically, having used his awakened ability, Illusion Space. Ha! Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and realized that the surrounding area was instantly quiet, the zombies roaring, all disappeared, and he was standing in the pitch-black space, if the vast dome, quiet. The next moment, in the darkness ahead, there seems to be dark figures wriggling, and then a huge incomparable snake appeared. Its body was 1,000,000 feet, its head was as big as a star, and its fierce pupils gazed at Lin Dong. Next, such huge snakes appeared one after another, raising their heads and surrounding Lin Dong in the center. The giant snakes were like gods in the sky, looking down on the living beings, and their pressure filled the air. Lin Dong felt that he was blocked by several huge mountains, compared to which he was like a drop in the ocean, and a strong sense of oppression spread. In the face of such a horrifying scene, ordinary people would have been scared out of their wits. However, Lin Dong's expression remained calm. He could not even resist the urge to spit out a sentence. This illusion of yours is too fake, right? Because before, Xiao He had said that the Snake Pupil's ability was to hallucinate space, he was prepared in his heart. In the face of those terrifying giant snakes, he did not have any tension in his heart. Instead, he silently closed his eyes. Anyway, it was all fake, so why not just not look at it? Lin Dong's mental energy was all placed on perception. A moment later, he then captured the snake pupil scent. Behind us, Lin Dong punched back as if he had struck the void, but there was a muffled sound, along with the sound of crisp bone cracking. Put! The snake pupil figure flew away in response to the sound, while at the same time, all the illusions shattered like mirrors and Lin Dong returned to the battlefield, only to see the snake pupil flying straight backward for 100 meters, his body crashing into several walls before finally coming to a stop. This is impossible. He was shocked beyond belief. Just now, Lin Dong had clearly fallen into the illusion, yet he was still able to hit himself. The snake pupil's illusion space was indeed very strong. Even if a B-level awakened person fell into it, he would be paralyzed with fear, only to meet Lin Dong. Would appear to be rather dull. Snake pupil just crawled away from the ruins, turned his eyes and found Lin Dong figure, again walking towards himself. Its surrounding body is like a sea of blood churning, filled with pouring pressure. It was about to envelop snake pupil here. He felt a fatal crisis, as if he saw the god of death approaching him. But just at this time, on the street in the distance, there was suddenly a burst of gunfire, and two tall chasers fell first into the eyes, and the Gatling fire tongues in their hands roared with fury, and the bullet shells were flying, and they were opening up the road in front of them. Behind them were 2 rows of armored vehicles, slowly advancing to cover. In the middle of the armored vehicles, a group of awakened ones appeared, headed by Yang Hao, leading the awakened ones squad. They were dressed in black nano battle suits, but they were also very cool and imposing. Let me see how the battle went. Yang Hao's face was complacent. In fact, he came late on purpose. After all, he was not sincerely cooperating with Snake Pupil, thinking that he would let him and Lin Dong fight a losing battle, and then reap the benefits himself. Just like how Lin Dong dealt with the King Hunter action team last time. When the big battle was over, it would be best to take out Snake Hitomi along with him. Humph. A small zombie, still wanting to fight me? Don't you know that what humans are best at is scheming? Yang Hao's hands didn't shake anymore, snapped and pressed the lighter, lighting a cigarette, taking a puff of it beautifully, completely forgetting that he was a bit villainous when he was scared to pee in Snake Pupil's lair. Ahead of the eye as far as possible. The battlefield is indeed a mess, everywhere killing constantly. Of course, he cannot tell which side of the zombies are a gang. Anyway, the fight is very tragic. Where did little Snake Hitomi run off to? Text people are here. Snake Hitomi glanced and gazed, and between his thoughts, countless pythons surged out of the darkness behind him. Those snakes squealed strangely and went straight to pounce on Lin Dong, but before they could get close, they burst into pieces, flying broken flesh and blood, blocking the line of sight. Snake Pupil took advantage of this opportunity, turned around and flew away, running straight to Tektronix, extremely fast, with the thought of woe in his mind. Yang Hao was observing the battlefield, only to see a tall figure, darting towards himself, his expression panicked and very wretched. Yo, pretty badly beaten. He sized up Snake Pupil, seeing his ashen face and collapsed bones in his chest, clearly having suffered a heavy blow. Quite well, quite well. A dog bites a dog with a mouthful of hair. Yang Hao was very satisfied with the situation, thinking that Snake Pupil, as a grade A corpse king, had been beaten so badly, so I guess that Lin Dong would not be any better. After they were both defeated, it would be a good time to finish them off. Yang Hao thought in his heart, but did not show it, and feigned a concerned expression. Brother Snake, are you injured? And how is Lin Dong doing? They are very strong. We are no match for them. Luckily you came in time. Hurry up and make your move. Hearing Snake Hitomi's words, Yang Hao vaguely felt that something was wrong. Carefully observing the battlefield, he asked worriedly. Those who are being pressed and beaten, they can't all be your subordinates, right? Not all of them, but they're pretty much the same. Put. Yang Hao almost spat out old blood when he heard this. Then where is Lin Dong? Over there. Snake Pupil glanced at his head. He only saw a slender figure, strolling in the battlefield, his shirt white and still spotless, his body intact, not even half a bit injured. Grass. Yang Hao heart cursed. This Snake Pupil is too lame. People have nothing to do. He hit him into this kind of bastard. It seems that the fisherman's advantage cannot be collected. Lin Dong saw that Snake Hitomi fled to the tech company camp, which had more than 20 awakened people, so he did not rush to catch up, but took one step at a time. He's coming, he's coming. The crowd tensed up. Moreover, with Lin Dong's pace, there were quite a number of elite zombies that ran towards the human camp with a wild and ferocious aura. Quickly strike! Yang Hao immediately gave an order. The awakened behind them had their energies converge, and there were several elemental system awakened behind, earth walls, ice cones, and fireballs, one after another, started to appear. Some of them were responsible for defense, and some of them focused on offense. The cooperation was very tacit. The strength of these 20-odd awakened ones was truly not to be underestimated. Among them, there was a woman, wearing a black nanotight combat suit, which outlined her plump body in a concave and convex manner, with a ponytail on her head, making her look very competent. Her name was Shui Ting. She was a water awakened, one of the captains of the King Hunt squad, and her strength was particularly strong. Just by waving her hand, light blue energy gathered, and a water dragon roared out, sending a group of zombies flying and scattering in all directions. Humans still have some strength. Snake Pupil muttered in his heart, to deal with those elite zombies, the awakened person will make a move, the other ordinary zombies, the chaser will be able to solve it. Gatling fire tongue roar, like a metal storm, directly churning zombies. If there is a zombie close to the body, the hunter will pull out the sledgehammer behind him, a hammer down, directly smashed into mush. There is a show. Snake Pupil heart secretly happy, seems to see a ray of victory. But at this moment, suddenly a black shadow, like a ghost, quietly sneaked into the battlefield, and circled around to the back of the tech company's camp, and the shadow on the ground of an awakened person, fused into one. The black shadow was silent, simply a born killer. The small black shadowed body, as if it was burning with fire, slowly stood up from the awakened's shadow. A spiritual awakened, who seemed to sense something, subconsciously turned his head to look, and immediately his eyes showed shock. Sister Ling! You! Behind you! What? The awakened person looked surprised, but the moment he was about to turn his head, the intense pain of being penetrated came from his body. Put! Xiao Hei's clawed hand had been inserted into its back. The woman's body trembled violently, blood gushed wildly, her eyes stared roundly, and then she died of gas, and her body fell softly to the ground. Gg. Xiao Hei laughed strangely, licking the sweet blood on the claws of his hands. For the poor and accustomed to him, this is definitely a delicacy on earth, a face of satisfaction. Hiss. People sucked in a breath of cool air, the picture in front of them, really some horror, really too bizarre. How did another corpse king appear? Quick! Attack him! People shouted anxiously, and hastily exerted their awakening abilities and attacked the little black position. But Black Shadow didn't even care about the battle, and after a successful sneak attack strike, he retreated backward in a hurry, and at the street corner behind him, another burst of zombies rushed out. It was Black Shadow's poor buddies, a total of 5,000 zombie tied, 1,000 elite. They were poor and scared, as the saying goes, they were poor and vicious, seeing so many humans in front of them, they were like hungry wolves, fearlessly pouncing. Damn! Lin Dong unexpectedly has helpers as well. Yang Hao realized the problem and hurriedly ordered his men to stop them. And of course, Snake Pupil recognized the Black Shadow. So it's you, the defeated one, who actually messed up for me at this juncture. Snake Pupil, your time to die has come, the Dark Shadow said in a low voice. Yang Hao and the other awakened, battled with Blackie's group, but they never forgot about a major enemy, and a fatal crisis, Lin Dong. Wait! Yang Hao suddenly frowned, a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart, his eyes anxiously searched around, but he could not see Lin Dong's slender figure. Lin Dong has disappeared. What? The partners beside him, who were equally shocked, hurriedly turned their heads to look and realized that Lin Dong had indeed disappeared. It was not right. He was clearly walking this way just now. Where did he go? However, there were constantly horrifying zombies pouncing in all directions, so there was no time to worry about them, and they could only focus on killing the enemy first. Due to the appearance of Tektronix and Blackie, the war had reached an incandescent stage. There was just one more place in the battlefield that was more anxious, and that was Spider-Woman, who, as a former party overlord, was very strong. The Spider-Woman was constantly launching spider webs, strangling or restricting the zombies, and there were many crows on the dense spider webs. Brother Crow was in an extraordinarily sorry state now, tossing and turning in those spider webs, dodging in terror. Don't run, little baby. Spider-Woman was in hot pursuit at the rear. Big pervert. Big pervert. Brother Crow was terrified, fluttering its wings, looking to get out of the range of the spider web and trying to rise high into the air. But the Spider-Woman was indeed its nemesis. Between her open mouth, countless spider silks erupted, above the crow, weaving a giant spider web. The Crow brother had nowhere to hide, and was rightly covered by the falling web, and with a thud, it fell from the sky to the ground. It desperately struggled, but the spider web was very tough and got tighter and tighter, making it impossible to break free. The Spider-Woman's face showed excitement as she leapt up. Her 8 spider legs were like sharp blades, stabbing straight at Brother Crow. Crow brother's red eyes flashed, the Spider-Woman's figure, in his pupils grew larger and larger, seeing death approaching. Damn cool. But just at this urgent moment, suddenly a burly figure appeared, blocking in front of Crow brother, like a human wall. Put. Tank crossed his arms and helped Crow block the fatal blow. But Spider-Woman's sharp long legs, stabbed into Tank's body, several bloody holes appeared, and strands of blood flowed out. It was stabbed into Zvi again. Tank clenched his teeth, he looked back to the crows, forcibly endured the severe pain in his body, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Hey, at the very beginning of the meeting I arrested you once, and now save you once, now count it as even, right? Can the grudge be written off? Brother Crow looked at him with a pair of red eyes and blinked. Little fool. P.S. Hello everyone, I'm 2 tails of wine a day, not much going on, brushing up on my presents underscore. The tank was slightly stunned. Why is it still cursing me? Tank's arm shot up, enduring the intense stinging pain, and pushed Spider-Woman away. Ha 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 ha. Spider-Woman bared her 2 rows of fangs and laughed evilly. She was a former party overlord with a slightly higher rank than Tank. Neither of you are my opponent. But as soon as the words fell, a young girl figure with a large sword on her shoulder slowly walked this way, blood still dripping from the slender blade. Changloi had a pair of large eyes that stared calmly at the Spider-Woman. Let me come. HM? You seek death. The Spider-Woman's fierce pupils shrunk violently. It was clearly a battle between zombies, and this food in front of her dared to come and provoke herself. Moreover, she felt that Changloi's aura was not considered strong. Swish! The Spider-Woman opened her mouth and spat out sharp spider threads, which came flying like arrows. Changloi swung his large sword and chopped continuously, cutting those spider silks. However, there were still a few spider threads that cut across her cheeks or shoulders, and the sharp spider threads cut through her flesh, and a stream of scarlet blood began to spill out. Brother Crow and Tank stared straight ahead. Changloi had once been to the Lindong territory. That was the time when Tank's patrol missed. Tank felt very guilty in his heart, so he remembered it vividly and had a deeper impression of Changloi. He remembered that the boss had said that Changloi was a friend. Finished, the boss's friend dripped soup. However, Changloi's expression remained calm. Instead, she had a few moments of enjoyment. A strong cutting pain, stimulating her nerves, fatal pain, was unleashed. Roar! The Spider-Woman roared, stimulated by the human blood, as if she was doped up. Her face was wild and hostile as she lunged at her, wanting to swallow her into her stomach. Changloi's white face, blood flowed, her eyes stared straight. The hand holding the knife suddenly tightened a few points. Strong energy catalyzed, the hilt of the blade's lightning system crystal core emitted a blazing light, and it spread rapidly, quickly covering the entire blade. The entire long knife seemed like a bolt of lightning, and the thunderous light constantly leaped. Chop! Chang Luoi lightly spat out a word, his figure abruptly disappeared. His speed was extremely fast, the long mane in his hand broke through the air, cutting the air with a hunting sound. The Spider-Woman could not react at all. The sharp blade, like cutting tofu, entered her abdomen and emitted the sound of metal rubbing against bone. Swish! The two staggered in midair, and in the next second, Changloi had already appeared behind the Spider-Woman. And the Spider-Woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She slowly lowered her head and looked at her abdomen in a daze, realizing that there was a thin line of blood, and then, her body began to misalign, and black blood gushed out furiously. The Spider-Woman's head lolled and she planted herself on the ground. Her upper body, which had been separated from her lower body, was cut off at the waist. Changloi walked forward, holding the knife with both hands, as if playing golf, picking diagonally and chopping the Spider-Woman's head open. A crystal core flew out. Changloi held it in his hand smoothly, his movements very dashing and self-effacing. Strong! Tank's small eyes exclaimed, worthy of being the boss's friend. He had easily decapitated the Spider-Woman. At the same time, both he and Brother Crow came to a conclusion in their hearts. This is a good guy. The entire battlefield was like a Shura hellfield. Blood mist filled the air, limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. In some places the corpses were stacked up into small mountains, and foul-smelling blood was converging and flowing below. As they continued to kill, the number of snake pupils men plummeted, almost becoming a lopsided trend, and Lin Dong's elite zombie army was more than able to fall back on their efforts to besiege the tech company. Now that Yang Hao and the others were surrounded by the zombies were attacking frantically. Fuck! Something's not right. Yang Hao's face was bitter. He said that he was sitting on his hands, but with the development of the situation, he somehow fell into danger. The surrounding awakened ones were in a fierce battle. The bullets on the hunter's body were about to run out. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wry laugh sounded, and a famous braindance stage awakened turned his head to see Hachi's ghostly face, close at hand. With that, a sharp pain in his abdomen, he had been disemboweled, and his waist was yanked out. Blood gushed wildly as the body fell to the ground. Xiao Hachi's figure flickered, instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the next target again, continuing to attack the vitals. In this battle, if we were to go by quantity alone, it was definitely Hachi who had killed the most enemies, and she had already earned a title waist-catching master. Quickly stop her! Yang Hao shouted loudly, feeling that it was just too bizarre. The surrounding awakened ones erected earth walls and ice walls and the like to fend off Hachi's attacking footsteps. There was Hachi in the front, and a black shadow in the back. Both were tricky targets for humans, but they could kill without being seen, calling them creepy corpses. Did you guys forget about me? Suddenly, a magnetic voice rang out in the crowd again. Yang Hao looked at the voice, and immediately his eyes glazed over. It was none other than Lin Dong who had just disappeared, and at some point, he had already lurked to his side. In the next moment, Lin Dong's corpse domain unfolded, spreading out a heavenly pressure that enveloped the crowd. With a casual lift of his hand, Lin Dong probed into the brain of the awakened person and easily plucked out his soul crystal. Nima! Yang Hao's scalp was numb as he watched. This was the final boss. Lin Dong picked out 3 or 4 more awakened soul crystals as he walked away, as if he had really entered an orchard. Captain Shui Ting clenched her teeth and forced herself to endure the immense pressure as she used her awakened ability. Water prison. The light blue energy around them began to coalesce and a water curtain appeared in the air, resisting the terror corpse domain and surrounding Lin Dong in the center. This water curtain, which was composed of pure energy, Lin Dong's corpse domain ability, could only traverse objects, so he could not directly walk out from the water curtain. However, his personal guards, the Ace Legionnaires, had already taken advantage of the gap and scurried out one after another, pouncing on several awakened and pressing them to the ground to tear them apart. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Snake Pupil clenched his teeth, to such a point, also had to cooperate with humans. Due to just rest for a while, his spiritual power to recover a lot, at this time like a tide of water out, will be those ace zombies around. The original ferocious zombies, the expression was suddenly stunned, became uncertain, and even some directly kneeling trembling up. As long as the spiritual power is touched, it will fall into the illusionary space and be interfered with sanity. Snake Pupil got a respite. Gazing at the battlefield, he felt that the momentum had gone. How about bugger off? Staying in the Green Hills, not afraid of no firewood, as an A-class corpse king himself, although he could not fight, he still had the ability to protect himself. Snake Pupil fought in his heart, his body shaped slowly backward, intending to quietly retreat. But at this moment, suddenly a figure rushed, extremely fast, like a brute, raised his fist and hit the Snake Pupil in front of his chest. The huge force caused it to fly backwards more than 10 meters away. It was Sun Xiaochang who rushed to help. Yang Hao was attracted by the sound and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to realize that there were humans in Lin Dong's camp. In his heart, he felt that it was unimaginable. Moreover, the human in front of him had a distinctive appearance. He had read the information on the official website of the sanctuary and quickly recognized it. Are you Sun Xiaochang? You've heard of my story? Sun Xiaochang's wise gaze surveyed him. But at this moment, the Snake Pupil was furious to the extreme, and he hastily controlled his spiritual power, surging towards him furiously. However, Sun Xiaochang was not moved at all. As long as I give up my sanity, I won't be disturbed. As the words fell, the bones around him crackled, instantly entering the fearless berserking state. Sun Xiaochang was as powerful as a tiger. Flying forward, a fist hit the Snake Pupil's chest again, only to hear a muffled bang. The Snake Pupil's body flew backwards more than 10 meters away. Shit! This retard! Snake Pupil muttered through clenched teeth, being infuriated, as Sun Xiaochang's ability did have a restraining effect on him. Yang Hao was also flustered at the sight. Not only did the opponent have tricky corpse kings such as Hachi and Black Shadow, there was also Sanctuary 002, Sun Xiaochang. Turning his eyes to look, finding that Lin Dong had already shattered the water prison, the light blue light spots around his body drifted away as he continued to approach, and as he did, the terrifying pressure struck again. Moreover, not far away, there was also a slim girl figure with a large sword on her shoulder, walking this way unhurriedly. Grass! Yang Hao cursed, the opposite side's lineup was too luxurious. Originally, he still wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, but he didn't realize that the opposite side was a big shark, and now he wanted to eat it all. It's over. Everything is finished. As for Shui Ting and the other group of awakened, they were like enemies at this moment. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Dong, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Everyone be careful, when fighting, make sure to wrap your body with energy to avoid his bizarre attacks. Yes, the few people around them agreed in succession. The energy around them was restless, and their aura became more and more intense. On some people's bodies, ice armor was condensed, emitting an eerie coldness. On some people's bodies, the flames were vaguely rhythmic, permeated with a scorching breath. When it came to the moment of fighting for their lives, all the awakened ones used their full strength, but of course, this kind of state extremely consumed energy, and simply could not last for too long. Quite clever. Lin Dong muttered, and at the same time, his eyes were covered with a red light as his corpse domain unfolded at full strength. A strong and absolute pressure swept in all directions, and the range was close to 100 meters in circumference. The street was shrouded in debris, instantly burst open, as if automatically disintegrated, such as garbage cans, street lamp poles, scrapped vehicles and so on. The scene before them, destruction came. Shui Ting and the others were as if they were caught in the middle of a storm, their hair flying, their faces stony, and they were doing their best to resist, as if the slightest slackening would be torn apart by that strong and absolute force. Too terrifying. How could he have such powerful energy? Cood. He's an S-class corpse king. The crowd's scalps were numb, they didn't dare to imagine it at all, and the pressure on their bodies increased as the slender, clean white figure approached. I can't hold on much longer. A fire-awakened person burst out, releasing the last of his energy. The flames around him burst into flames, instantly turning into a fireman. Then with all his strength, he swung his fist towards Lindong. Lindong did not dodge and raised his hand to strike a hard blow, very dominating. In this corpse domain, he was the true master. Boom! Only a roar could be heard. The powerful force caused the fire-awakened's body to burst into pieces. Of course it exploded. The scorching flames then extinguished, becoming the last splendor in his life. A red crystal core collapsed and flew out, and was grabbed by Lindong in his palm in a smooth manner, and then placed in his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. The warm energy was continuously absorbed and flowed into the limbs and bones. After all, the corpse domain was unfolding at full strength, and the consumption was quite large. It could be replenished on the spot. Hiss! The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. The fear in their hearts reached its peak, feeling that death was about to come. Some even collapsed in their hearts and had completely given up on resisting. As for Lindong, he launched a rare strong attack, and between flashes of his body, he arrived at the side of another awakened, lifting his hand and blasting his head to pieces. He continuously harvested lives, just like an ice-cold killing machine. Seeing her teammates fall one after another, with no resistance at all, Xueting gave birth to a deep sense of powerlessness. Looking around, she found that the zombies at the back, such as Xiao He, had also slaughtered all the humans, and on the right side, there was Xiao Hachi constantly killing. The sound of people wailing and screaming, mixed with that kind of wry smile, seemed extremely terrifying. When Xueting turned back again, discovering a handsome face had already arrived in front of him. On that fair face, a pair of red pupils shocked people's heartstrings. Immediately afterward, only to see a large hand grabbing at him, his eyes went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Xueting's body fell to the ground. Lindong had an additional light blue crystal core in his hand and smoothly stuffed it into his mouth. The crystal core melted in his mouth and was incomparably sweet, the pure energy, nourishing his body, as Lindong enjoyed this wonderful feeling to the fullest. The human awakened, were almost killed by him. Lindong put away the corpse domain, and the red light of his eyes dimmed as he regained his calm demeanor. At this moment, Snake Pupil was still being blasted and hammered by Sun Xiaochang. After all, he was considered to be a spiritual awakening, and in terms of physical fitness alone, he was a little bit worse than the berserk state of Sun Xiaochang. Surprisingly, I was beaten up by a fool. Snake Pupil was indignant, looking around, still thinking of escaping, but soon realized that a group of elite zombies were surrounding themselves, including Black Shadow, Hachi. There was also Tank, with the doctor. Just a moment ago, the two of them combined their efforts to take care of Michelin, and quickly headed here for support. In the sky, there were also many red-eyed crows hovering around, some with beaks stained with blood, which had been completely dyed red, and half of a snake carcass in their beaks. After Chang Loi resolved the Spider-Woman, these crows ate those pythons as if they were gnawing on chili fries. The snake pupil mouth was desperate in his heart. His men had been killed off, and now there were Lindong's men and women in all directions, a party of overlords, and now he was at the end of his tether. Moreover, Lindong's figure also came this way. The snake pupil's liver trembled and was struck out of shadow by him. It seems I can only use my final killer weapon. Snake pupil struggled for a moment and finally made up his mind. Then both knees bent, and with a plop sound, he directly fell to his knees, and buried his head deeply down. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender. From now on, I will submit to you. Oh, Lindong nodded. The snake pupil's heart was delighted when she heard that he had agreed. Quietly glancing up, he realized that Sun Xiaochang, Black Shadow, and other zombies, all standing behind Lindong, did not continue to attack themselves. Still that, when there is a green mountain, there is no fear that there is no firewood to burn. Anyway, zombies have endless life. As long as they do not die, there will be a day when they will come out, and big zombies can stretch and bend. I promise to follow you for the rest of my life and never have second thoughts. Snake Pupil said again. It's better to be in the next life. Lindong suddenly said. Roar dash. The crowd of corpses behind him let out a roar that shook the heavens and swarmed towards Snake Hitomi, quickly drowning him in it. Snake Pupil was gnawed by the crowd of corpses, just like a drowning person, desperately reaching out a hand, grasping upwards, and in his heart, he was probably cursing Lindong. You bastard! However, very quickly, the snake pupil's hand hung down softly and had completely lost its breath of life. Lindong no longer watched, but turned around and walked away. Because in a corner, there was another human, who was holding his head with both hands, squatting on the ground, burying his face between his legs, like a chick in the cold wind, his body shivering. This person is of course Yang Hao, who was scared to death in his heart. Lindong intentionally did not let his little brother kill him, thinking that maybe it is still a little useful. At this moment, when he heard footsteps coming, Yang Hao raised his head trembling and saw Lin Dong's cold face, followed by Tank, Xiaobao and Doctor, exuding a ferocious aura. Yang Hao immediately felt a wet heat in his crotch and was scared to pee again. Don't kill me, spare my life, I can cooperate with you. Cooperation? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, somewhat curious. Yang Hao explained in a trembling voice. I know a lot of secrets about tech company. As long as you let me off the hook, I can tell you all of them. Alright, then go ahead. Lin Dong sized up with interest. Gulp. Yang Hao's lips were dry and he subconsciously gulped his saliva. Reaching out and touching his pocket, he pulled out another cigarette and tremblingly placed it near his mouth. Just like last time, how can the lighter not ignite? The hand is not at all obedient. After several consecutive times, finally snap a sound, a trace of flame leaps up. Phew! But with a casual blow, Lin Dong blew out the flame again. Smoking is prohibited in public places. Yang Hao was very speechless, but tried to calm down and opened his mouth. Tech is planning to cultivate zombies. This I know. Yang Hao nodded and continued, the Z virus that you got last time is only the first stage, enhancing cell activity and speeding up reaction speed. In fact, there is a second stage to the test, the Q virus, which improves the bones of the zombies. Yang Hao, as the assistant of the person in charge, Yi Jian, was considered management and did no more than the others. Lin Dong found this information useful. Where is the Q virus? At the company's headquarters, it will be shipped over in 10 days. Yang Hao raised his eyes and said. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The Q virus would be transported by helicopter just like the Z virus last time. If he could get his hands on it, his own army of ace zombies would evolve once again and reach an extremely terrifying level of strength. However, this shows that the headquarters of Tektronix has a deep heritage, to be able to come up with something so advanced. Is there anything else? There's also. Yang Hao gritted his teeth and spoke out a secret only known to the top management. Tektronix will not only use ordinary people to do human trials, but will also use some awakened people to conduct human trials. According to the report sent by the headquarters, preliminary results have been obtained, and it is possible to transfer, graft, or concentrate the awakened abilities on the same person, which we call remodeled man, considered the second-generation version of the chaser. Reformers likewise do not have a mind of their own, and act entirely according to a set program. Lin Dong pondered in his heart, the remodeler should be quite strong. After all, aggregating multiple abilities in one, wouldn't that be? Crystal cores also have many of them? Yang Hao organized his thoughts. In fact, the purpose of the headquarters to support the cultivation of zombies is to obtain bizarre abilities, and then transfer them to the reformed people to cultivate real killing machines. In addition, the headquarters has already set up squads that specialize in hunting and killing bizarre zombies, all of which are made up of awakened people of A rank or above, and are equipped with extremely expensively built reformed human warriors that are extremely powerful. That's so. Lin Dong nodded his head, thinking that Tektronix could not really be underestimated, although he himself was constantly getting stronger. They were developing just as fast. Yang Hao felt that he had said everything that needed to be said and raised his eyes to ask tentatively. Now then, can I go now? Well, go. Lin Dong said casually. Yang Hao, however, muttered in his heart, how does it feel that he said this? Since why is he so bottomless? You, really not kill me? Really, when I say I won't kill, then I won't kill. Lin Dong's tone was a little more serious. Only then did Yang Hao believe a few points, and a glimmer of hope for life flared up in his heart. Then I will leave. He hurriedly stood up, thinking to quickly leave this awful place, so he quickly walked towards the street outside. But, he hadn't even taken a few steps before he felt a strong wind coming, followed by a put sound. A strong and sharp pain sensation came from his back waist, and drenching blood gushed out. Yang Hao's eyes were wide open and his body was trembling. Having realized something, he slowly turned his head to look and first saw Xiaobaqi's smiling face. Lin Dong was standing right behind it, surveying himself with a calm face. I did not kill you. Lin Dong opened his mouth and said. Yang Hao was speechless in his heart as scarlet blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth and his consciousness became more and more hazy. In your next life, never speak honesty with a zombie. Thud. Yang Hao's corpse fell headfirst to the ground. At this point, the entire battle was over. In fact, since Snake Pupil's death, the remaining zombies under his command had already given up resistance. After all, they were not advanced enough to evolve the quality of loyalty. Including those pythons, those that should have fled, those that should have run, dispersed in a flurry. The crowd of zombies cleaned up the battlefield, nibbled on the flesh and blood, and collected the crystal cores. Cheng Loi slowly walked over. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and it's over? If you're idle, I'll call you next time. What's the next plan? Not much of a plan. Lin Dong did not have the ambition to dominate the world. As a tiny zombie, he only wanted to live comfortably without worrying about food or drink. Before the end of the world, this was how he had planned. However, a person can't help himself. If he doesn't kill snake pupil, he will come to bother him, so he has to be forced to swallow his territory. Chung Luo turned his eyes to look at him. Hey, now that your territory has gotten bigger, how about letting me scavenge around? Trade with crystal cores. Lin Dong was nonchalant. Chang Loi's large eyes rolled. Next time for sure. After saying that, she raised her steps and walked forward before leading Sun Xiucheng and Chen Ming and the others, leaving the place and fading away. Nuts! Looking at her distant back, Lin Dong could not help but mutter. At this moment, the sun pierced through the dark clouds and sprinkled back onto the earth, and the blood aura that permeated the surroundings rendered the sunlight red. It was as if a thin red line was falling vertically from the canopy. The blood flowing on the ground reflected with that sunlight, reflecting a demonic red aura, adding to the scroll of the City of Doom. Lin Dong's figure stood in the midst of it, followed by the three kings behind him, commanding a tide of 10,000 corpses. Let's go, home. With his command, the zombie army surged away. Ga, go home. A flock of crows swept sharply in the air, covering the sky. Just in the rear, there was a crowd of zombies. It was Xiao He and his poor buddies. Big brother, what do we do? A little brother asked. Xiao He pondered for a moment. After this battle, he had been completely convinced by Lin Dong, and the most crucial thing was, there was still meat to eat. Go home with your big brother. After Lin Dong defeated the snake pupil, the territory was once again expanded, and since the other end was connected to the little black territory, the three places were now completely connected. The entire territory area, which was a full 50 square kilometers, almost covered the entire central area of the city, becoming a dominant party. The tide of corpses under Lin Dong's command had more than doubled in number, from the once 10,000 people to 25,000, of which there were 5,000 elites, including 500 ace legions. They had killed and evolved in battle, devouring quite a lot of brain elixirs and flesh and blood, and had become even more powerful. The three kings in the territory now had the addition of Little Black, turning them into 4 kings. Each of these 4 corpse kings guarded one side of the territory. Blackie was responsible for the north side, which was his former territory and was very familiar with it. The doctor guarded the south side, Tank and Hachi, and so on down the line. The 4 kings can be abbreviated as North Black, South Bo, East K, West Hachi. Initially, Hachi had expressed her refusal to this title, but nay, the other 3 kings were unwilling to exchange with her. Lin Dong was still at the building location. 500 ace legions were spread around the perimeter. Then there were thousands of elite zombies, spreading outwards in a circle. As for the airspace over the territory, of course it was handed over to Brother Crow, which had absolute air control. Nowadays, this area was extremely tightly guarded, especially the center, which could be described as watertight, and had completely become a forbidden area for humans. Of course, there is one exception. That was the wage earner Su Xiao. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground and seriously wiping the floor with both hands, and everything around her was neatly cleaned up, pleasing to the eye and making even OCD feel extraordinarily comfortable. Lin Dong was sitting on the sofa in front of him, holding a drink cup in one hand and fiddling with his cell phone with the other. It was extraordinarily lively due to the vicious battle from earlier, which had already fermented on the internet. Shocking explosion. Tech senior personnel died in battle and the awakened who led them were all wiped out. Is this a planning error or is it too weak? Revealed, the mystery of Yang Hao's death. According to people in the know, he had once reached the 5-star corpse nest territory. Inventory. What are the great crises lurking in Jiangbei City today? Yang Hao's death caused a lot of people to panic, as it was enough to prove that the outside world was too dangerous. Below it, there were many people commenting. Does anyone know exactly what's going on? I'm going to start a rumor if no one knows. I heard that Yang Hao was negotiating with the Corpse King and ended up failing to negotiate, then he was killed. Ha! Is upstairs starting rumors so soon? Then tell me what's going on. It was clearly Tech who wanted to find Corpse King to cooperate and destroy another force together, but ended up not fighting. ID, handsome boy. I'll go. No way, that good? The comments section was full of opinions and all sorts of claims. Just like what Chen Ming said, the internet was all fake. Who knew what demons and monsters were behind it? Those who commented were not necessarily survivors of the sanctuary, but could be members of the Black Scorpion, or other organizations, or even monsters, or zombies that had evolved their sanity. Some demons and monsters would also take the initiative to post, fishing for law enforcement, using lust and greed to lure human awakened people into the abyss. For example, CPDD, you're the one. Have a relationship. You decide what kind of relationship. Mama Mia, love me? Love me private chat. Begging for a sweet little brother to protect me to live together. I found a large amount of supplies, those who are able to hurry over to pick them up. Posts like this, a big messy pile, and will be accompanied by sexy pictures of beautiful women, all with white skin and long legs, black silk and white silk dead library water. These are the usual means of phishing law enforcement. If you believe, you will be deeply hurt. Of course. Now people have learned to be smart, almost will not fall for it, and even some idle boredom, will also flirt with a few words under the post, deliberately angry at them. Hey, I'm looking for an object principle is only one, there is an object not to touch, and I don't want what others don't want. Sister, only sticker? Is it okay to post something else? Lin Dong often rummaged through these posts. It wasn't because he was too bored or wanted to look at pretty pictures or anything. The key was, there was always an idea in his heart. Could he himself counter phishing law enforcement? Since they wanted to seduce people to go, he himself could completely pretend to cooperate and see what demons and devils were behind all of this. Anyway, nowadays, after getting rid of Snake Pupil, there is nothing to worry about. The next plan is to loot the Tektronix Q virus. There are still 7 days left before the operation. There is nothing to do during this period. So, Lin Dong continued to check the posts, intending to randomly pick a lucky netizen. It was best to find one that was close to his territory. The ones that were far away could not go. There was no need to take a big risk for this small profit. It did not take long for Lin Dong to set his eyes on a seeking supplies post. Sister found a large amount of supplies, now trapped, surrounded by a lot of zombies, requesting everyone to come and save me, oing oing. The bottom was accompanied by a picture of a little loli, with big eyes and baby fat, looking very cute, the kind that could inspire a man's desire for protection. Lin Dong casually replied with a sentence. Where are you? Brother, how many of you are there? This place is very dangerous, please be very careful. Soon after, a private chat message was received. It was obvious that these people were very cautious and did not reveal their location right away, but first probed the other party's situation. Lin Dong continued. I'm one. At this time, in a dark basement, the cell phone screen shimmered, reflecting the face of a bearded man. On the back of his hand, there was a black scorpion tattoo pattern. Brother Rock, it's coming alive. He said he's alone. The big man turned his head and said in a jar. Around him, there were more than 10 other people, each with a ruthless face and a cruel gaze. The middle-aged man at the head of them, with a thin face, raised cheekbones, and long, sinister eyes, gazed thoughtfully and said, a person. Now I'm afraid that no one is so stupid, right? That's not necessarily true, the world is so big. What kind of people are there? Maybe he is just looking at my beauty? Oh no. It's the beauty in my picture. The bearded man analyzed. The middle-aged man obviously also had concerns. What if he attracted the refuge awakened and deliberately came to surround himself? However, this was a gamble in itself, and it really couldn't. Plan B could also be implemented. Alright, you tell him the address. Alright. The bearded man grinned, revealing a few cruel colors, then picked up his phone and replied. Boing boing, Luanjia is in the underground square of Furniture City. Now I'm so scared. You quickly come to save Luanjia yo. The middle-aged man continued to command. Sulu, later on, we will hide first. You go to meet that person alone and see what strength he has. If it's really stronger than us, you'll go with him and stay by his side as an eyesore. If it's not as strong as us, you'll lure him into the encirclement and we'll finish him off together. Okay, no problem. In the midst of the gloom, a little girl came out, and her appearance was actually exactly the same as the post photo. This was their plan B. Furniture City? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. This place, which was not really far from the territory, was right on the eastern fringe. Of course, Lin Dong did not know whether the man was telling the truth or not. It was not possible that he had reported a false address. However, there is no harm in being fake, just as a tour of his new territory. So Lin Dong took his cell phone and replied with a sentence. Okay, wait for me, but it's really dangerous there. I might have to slow down a bit to get there. Oh? The other party took a look and immediately felt that there was something in it, as it showed that the strength of the person coming was not very good, and he could mostly be eaten directly. Lin Dong of course said that on purpose, just to paralyze the opposite party. He had interpreted the falsehood of the internet, which was like a game of chance. With that, Lin Dong got up and left his home, descending the stairs and walking all the way to the east. Ga. Several pitch-black crows flew overhead. The street underneath his feet was still in a state of disarray, and when the surrounding fierce zombies saw Lin Dong, they lowered their heads, revealing a submissive color. Lin Dong traveled through the city of doom as if he was taking a stroll. It did not take long. On the road in front of him, a burly figure appeared, and it was none other than Donka who was responsible for guarding the east. The tank was followed by a crowd of zombies, and a few crows hovered above his head. What's the boss doing here? I don't know. He usually doesn't go out. Could it be that the condolences are here for us? Well, that must be it. Tank walked forward with a silly smile on his face. Boss, you came to see me? I'm looking for a few humans. Lin Dong said without stopping his footsteps. Tank's expression was stunned, feeling that something was not quite right. Humans? Where were there humans? How could there be that kind of creatures in the realm he was patrolling? Boss, you're not mistaken, are you? It's really uncertain at the moment. I'll go over and take a look before I say anything. You guys wait here first. Lin Dong instructed. Oh, okay. Tank agreed repeatedly while feeling a little apprehensive in his heart because if a human really appeared, would he not be derelict in his duties again? Looking at Lin Dong's back as he walked forward, this feeling. It was like a teacher was correcting his homework. It did not take long. Lin Dong then arrived at the furniture city. The dilapidated building in front of him had tilted, crack marks spreading, and weeds growing out of the cracks. When the breeze brushed by, those grass blades shook with it, making the whole building, as if it was going to collapse with it. Lin Dong silently sensed that there was indeed a human aura underground. There was only one on the surface, but there were many hidden in the dark, and due to the spiritual barrier isolation, exactly how many were not known. Very good. Lin Dong muttered under his breath. This was because as long as he was made aware that this address was true, then the other party's defeat had been finalized and had been sentenced to death. Lin Dong walked straight towards the underground entrance, and the downward steps were strewn with rotting and withered bones, along with mottled bloodstains. The roller shutter door in front of him had been corroded to a reddish-brown color by rust, and some plastic garbage blown by the wind was piled up underneath the door. In that plastic garbage, there were still hidden worms wriggling. Lin Dong did not go through the door. He decisively used his corpse domain ability and moved his body across into the wall next to it, directly entering it. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed down, and a gloomy aura came from it. This underground mall originally sold furniture, but on the day of the doomsday, it was still under renovation and did not open, so it was empty. Lin Dong's slender figure appeared in the long corridor. He did not continue to remain hidden, but walked directly forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, completely breaking the silence around him. Really came alone? Su Lu, who had been waiting for a long time, detected the movement coming from the front. Just a little curious. When did he come in? Ahem. Brother, is that you coming? She purposely clamped down her voice and called out to the front, only to see that in the dimness, a figure gradually came out, wearing a white shirt, spotless, white face, very handsome. However, in a pair of eyes, there was a slight color of indifference. Lin Dong measured the girl in front of him. It is indeed a human being, and it is surprising that she looks the same as in the photo. The food matched the picture. I just don't know how many people are still hiding around. Gotta trick them out. Hello, I'm here to rescue you. Oh. Sulu looked at that handsome face and was suddenly stunned, her heart seeming to flutter a little. Originally, she was kidnapped by the Black Scorpion members and later joined the organization due to their lechery. She had previously planned to kill Lin Dong and take the crystal cores or brain pills or whatever, but seeing how handsome he looked, she could not help but think of something else. Little brother, I am so scared. Sulu daintily approached Lin Dong and tried to wrap her arms around him. However, Lin Dong dodged directly away with a dodge. What about the supplies you said? Sulu was very speechless, and thought to herself, is that so insensitive? Why on earth did you come here? Really only for the supplies? However, it was quite upright. Supplies, inside, you come with me. Sulu had no choice but to lead him forward into the circle of his accomplices. Lin Dong walked forward, silently sensing the surrounding aura. The sound of the two people's footsteps echoed in the long corridor. Other than that, it was silent, and in Sulu's mind, a few moments of embarrassment actually arose. And it seemed that there were really a few moments of meeting an online friend. No one said anything. A moment later, Sulu broke the silence. You're not afraid that I'm lying to you? Not afraid. I will starve to death without supplies anyway. I might as well choose to believe you. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh. Sulu silently lowered her head and pursed her lips. Then have you ever thought about joining some organization or something? Haven't thought about it, but if I can survive, maybe I will consider it. Lin Dong said with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Sulu's eyes flashed with a bright color, expressing great agreement with this. Wasn't it exactly what happened to him? It seemed that the three views were quite compatible. Yeah, living is the most important. Have you ever killed anyone in Doomsday? Not yet. Lin Dong shook his head. At this time, Sulu, obviously moved to pull him into the gang. The pitch to join the Black Scorpion organization was to kill a few humans first, which indicated a defiance of the order, and from then on, exaltation of absolute freedom. He hasn't killed anyone. Like his own self back then, he's also a kind person. Sulu secretly pondered, a few more tenderness in her eyes, after spending a long time with those perverts from the Black Scorpion organization, and then meeting someone like Lin Dong, she felt that he was really good. One of Sulu's heartstrings seemed to be plucked at this moment. She was fleeing around in the doomsday, enduring humiliation. Her heart had long been exhausted, and she wanted to find a shoulder that she could really rely on. Suddenly, Sulu had a strong obsession and did not want Lin Dong to die. Maybe we can let him join the organization first and find an opportunity later. The two of them to double up. Later on, if there are any changes, you must listen to me. perhaps it will allow you to live. What change can there be to this? Lindong asked with a smile, meaning that hunting them was already 10-1. The two came to an empty hall. The surroundings were dark, and in the center, human supplies were placed. There were several cases of mineral water, instant noodles packed in cardboard boxes, with some instant food cans. These were all collected by the Black Scorpion organization. The supplies are here, Sulu said. Lindong nodded his head. He could not look at this point at all. His real supplies had yet to appear. Silently sensing the surroundings, the mental barrier became even stronger. Apparently there were quite a few humans lurking nearby. Indeed, in the surrounding darkness, quite a few pairs of eyes were staring at him. Sulu has lured this great injustice seed over here. It's really a person. This guy has too much guts. Wait. Suddenly, a young man next to him frowned. He was a spiritual awakened, with sharp perception, and detected something strange. I didn't sense a living person's aura from his body. What? The surrounding people showed shocked faces. What is this if not a human? Is it haunted? A zombie? Is there such a zombie? In my opinion, this is most likely his awakened ability to shield his breath and interfere with other people's perception. So amazing? The crowd whispered. The middle-aged man at the head of the group swept his sinister gaze. He also could not detect Lindong's aura, but seeing that he was alone, he was not too worried. After all, he was outnumbered. Moreover, since he had chosen to fish for law enforcement, he could not shy away from it. Brothers, strike! The crowd next to them agreed, and without hiding their forms, their energy began to gather, emitting a biting aura. Two of the speed-enhanced awakened people, like arrows, scurried out directly from the darkness, holding alloy short knives, rushing straight to the target, only to take their lives. Lindong turned his eyes to look around and realized that more than 10 auras had instantly appeared in the surroundings. It seemed that the number of people was still quite large. Seeing that the two of them were the first to rush in, their momentum was like that of a tiger, and they were about to arrive in front of them in an instant. Suddenly, a girl figure blocked the center. Stop! Sulu opened her arms and protected Lindong behind her. Brother Rock, don't kill him first. The two speed awakened, seeing the sudden decrease in speed, immediately stopped, their faces extremely unhappy. Hey! Little bitch, what do you want? Don't kill him first. Sulu's complexion was a little tense. Amidst the dimness, Fengyan walked out with the others. What's going on? I don't know, this little bitch suddenly stopped us, saying that she won't let us kill him. One of them said in annoyance. Fengyan's sinister gaze stared at Sulu, clearly wanting her to give an explanation. Sulu forced herself to calm down and said, Brother Yen, just now we talked, he is also someone who hates the order and wants to join our organization. The girl said, but also turned back to give Lindong a wink, meaning that she had instructed him to listen to her words. Oh yes, I do dislike any order. Lindong nodded his head and said, because one's own rules were the rules. The surrounding crowd sized him up, some skeptical, some suspicious, with different looks on their faces. In this terrorist Armageddon, the Black Scorpion organization did not mind having too many people. The bearded man from before frowned and questioned. Sulu, you can't really like him, right? Sulu wanted to say something. An adult's silence was the best answer. The bearded man snorted at this. Ha! Crap, you little slut, last night you said I was the best, and the next afternoon you're in love with someone else. Alright, stop it. Fengyan interrupted their conversation, wanting to join the Black Scorpion organization. Of course it wasn't that easy, one had to show attitude. If you want to join us, you have to kill at least one human, preferably a survivor of the official refuge. It was because people from the official sanctuary were the symbol of abiding by order. Also, after killing a human, you have to go through our chief's vetting. Can you do that? Fengyan asked. Chief? Lindong muttered, it seems that the Black Scorpion organization has quite a strict hierarchy, and there is even a chief. Who is the chief? You will know when the time comes. Obviously, at this time, Fengyan did not believe him, so he did not continue. Oh, right. What is your awakened ability? Fengyan pried. My ability is to hide my breath, and I can also help others to hide their breath. Lindong casually said. Indeed. The surrounding people looked in awe and looked at each other, no wonder. Felt that his aura was not right just now. For the Black Scorpion organization, roaming around every day, doing things like stealing chickens and dogs, being able to hide one's breath was considered a great divine skill. In the future, wherever you go, you don't have to worry about being discovered. Fengyan remained skeptical. Can you still help others hide their breath? Can you show it? Of course. The corner of Lindong's mouth curled slightly as he aimed his gaze at the bearded man and raised his steps towards him. Do you mind if I use you to demonstrate? You. Just come. Who's afraid of you? But if you lie to us, I'll immediately dismantle you. As Lindong approached, the bearded man inexplicably felt a sense of uneasiness, but with so many people around, it was expected that he would not dare to play any tricks, so he hardened his heart. Go for it. Besides, Sulu clenched her fists, her complexion quite tense. As things had developed to this point, his plan had initially succeeded. If Lin Dong showed his own value, then he would be able to join the Black Scorpion organization after going through the vetting process. Therefore, in his heart, he prayed for Lin Dong, hoping that his ability to hide his breath was true. Thinking about the last time he was so nervous, it was still the time of the college entrance exam. At this moment, Lin Dong stood in front of the big man, and the arc of his mouth rising up, grew bigger and bigger. In full view of everyone, he slowly raised his slender hand and utilized his corpse domain ability to directly reach into the big man's brain. Eh? The big man stared, his eyes suddenly stunned, the aura of death enveloped him, and a sense of extreme unease arose in his heart. In this instant, he suddenly realized something and just wanted to resist. But it was too late. In the next second, his eyes went black and he directly lost consciousness. As the body of the bearded man fell to the ground, a crystal core appeared in Lin Dong's hand. Look, he's out of breath, right? Hiss. The crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of bizarre ability was this? Theoretically, Lin Dong did succeed in making the bearded man lose his breath, however, Feng Yan and the others reacted. He was playing with himself. Shit! Kill him! Feng Yan let out a bellowing cry, his arm muscles bulged and his skin was actually covered in a layer of brown color, clearly a physique enhancement awakened, petrified body. Lin Dong similarly attacked with a punch, while the corpse domain then unfolded. Boom! The two exchanged a blow. Feng's petrified body was indeed very hard, and between the two fists, the muffled sound of a small mountain colliding was emitted. However, he was ultimately no match for Lin Dong, and his body was sent flying 10 meters, crashing straight into the wall, spiderweb cracks spreading. As for the others around him, they were all plunged into the corpse domain, feeling a suffocating pressure. However, the Black Scorpion awakened, all of them were ruthless and violent in nature. Die! They clenched their teeth, forcibly harnessed their energy and attacked Lin Dong like mad. For a while, the flames roared, the wind blades howled with fury, and the frenzied energy exuded a destructive aura. Lin Dong did not want to carry so many people's attacks hard, and his figure retreated backwards rapidly. Rumble! All the energies burst apart as powerful air waves swept through the hall, shattering several pillars within the hall as thick smoke and dust filled the air. Clatter! Clatter! With the boulder rolling sound, the roof of the shed dust rustled down, the entire underground hall all began to tremble. What's going on? Crap! The building above seems to be collapsing. Where did that person run off to just now? Is he dead? The Black Scorpion awakened, began to search for Lin Dong's figure, but apart from the dust that kept falling, the surroundings were empty, and he had unexpectedly disappeared. The crowd's brows were locked tightly as they felt a sense of grotesqueness in their hearts and felt extremely uneasy. That person was too strange. At this moment, a spiritual awakened, with a grave expression, his spiritual power dispersed, trying to perceive. And very quickly, it detected a strange aura. Brother Zhao, he's next to you. A middle-aged man's face was grave, while flames ignited in his palm, and with a wave of his hand, a wall of fire appeared. Discovered. Lin Dong's figure appeared, and his terrifying corpse domain power, like a hurricane surging wildly, instantly blew the wall of fire away, followed by a punch attack. Amidst the flying sparks, a fist appeared in front of the man, growing larger and larger in the pupil. Boom! Despite the energy shield, the head was still blown apart. A crystal core crumbled out. As the battle continued, the terrifying energy stirred, and the building, which was already in disrepair, collapsed even more violently. A huge boulder fell and was about to bury the place. Lin Dong glanced upwards. In a single leap, his figure disappeared once again. This time, the crowd of awakened persons could see clearly that Lin Dong had disappeared out of thin air, as if he had vaporized. Crap! I am really convinced by this old six. The crowd cursed, but their hearts were terrified and they had the feeling of seeing a ghost. Feng Yan's teeth itched with hatred. Where did he run off to? It seems. Has left. That spiritual awakened sensed and said. Right now, the rubble kept rolling down, the rumbling above, the earth shook more than once, it was indeed impossible to stay here. Let's go out as well. Relying on their own abilities or strong physiques, the group of awakened ones stepped on the rolling stones and climbed upwards. Looking far away, the furniture city building completely collapsed and became a ruin. Amidst the smoke and dust, a huge slab of stone lifted up and was pushed to the side. Cough! The Black Scorpion awakened ones were grimy and crawled out from inside. Damn, where did that guy run off to? Old me will waste him today even if I fight to the death. Right. Fight with him. People cursed, their hearts outraged. Wait. Feng Yan suddenly realized that something was not right. According to reason, making such a big sound should have attracted the nearby zombies. Why is it not quiet now? But when the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, he found that the surrounding streets, building roofs, scrapped vehicles, began to appear a horrible face. There were even a few zombies, like spiders, climbing on the walls. The crowd's eyes widened and their pupils quaked. Because at this time, it was discovered that the zombies that kept appearing had completely surrounded this place. Humans. There really are humans here. Hundreds of pitch-black, red-eyed crows, circling overhead. The scene was shocking. And not far away from the corpses, there was a clean white figure standing inside, followed by a tall and sturdy zombie behind it, with small eyes flashing ferociously and with an extreme sense of resentment. Brother Rock, is he a corpse king? And Awaken's jaw dropped to the ground. Those who had previously said that they were looking for Lin Dong to fight for their lives were also dumbstruck and their bodies could not stop trembling. Surrounded by such a formation, the fear in their hearts reached the extreme. Feng Yan suddenly reacted at this moment. This fishing law enforcement, fishing out what play should. Only Su Lu face in addition to shock, but also some disappointment, which carries a little sadness. You are the corpse king of this area? That's right. Lin Dong nodded. No wonder. Sulu understood, and at the same time remembered that he had once said that he believed in himself, and also said that he had not killed anyone, so obviously, it was all a lie. So you lied to me. Didn't you lie to me too? But Sulu wanted to say something, because for a moment, she had taken it seriously and really did not want Lin Dong to die, even at the expense of offending Feng Yan. Actually, I didn't lie to you, I really came here to look for supplies. Lin Dong's tone paused for a moment as he swept his gaze over the crowd, because, you guys are, roar dash. Lin Dong's last words were as if he was ringing the death knell for them. The tank let out a loud roar and charged forward with thousands of zombies. Humans are actually appearing in the territory that one is patrolling. Tank was indignant at the humans in front of him, his own homework this time, and did not pass, only to tear them apart to make up for the wrong questions. Seeing the rabid zombies running, Feng Yan and the others' livers were trembling, wanting to resist, but also completely futile. Among those zombies, most of them were elites, and there were also ace legions that were extremely strong. Before Feng Yan and the others could create a single wave, they were drowned in the tide of corpses. Especially Su Lu. The despair in her heart made her not resist at all, feeling that in this world, there was no place to stay. If there is a next life, don't trust anyone gullibly, once you get serious, you've lost. This was the last thought in her heart before she died. A few moments later, the sound of human screams completely disappeared, leaving only the sound of zombies gnawing. There were also a few crows, pecking at the debris. At this time is already close to dusk, the remaining sunlight blood, reflected in the scene in front of me, forming a bizarre picture. After the bloody feast was over, the corpses dispersed one after another, each returning to their own places. Lin Dong did not go home, but wandered around the edge of the territory, accompanied by the tank behind him, a few crows circling overhead, quite a bit of leadership inspection. Tank prayed in his heart that there wouldn't be any more humans, or any other creatures, popping out at this time. As he walked forward, the sound of waves and flowing water came from the distance, and Lin Dong arrived at the edge of a river, which was long and continuous, like a giant python running. The name of Zhangbei City also came from this. Before the end of the world, this place was a gathering place for people to gather after dinner, small couples dating and walking, big moms dancing in the square, and even old men playing music by the river. What was once a lively occasion is now dead, except for the bloodstains, is the corruption of the withered bones. The river in the sunset reflection, sparkling, but more than a smear of crimson color, often with floating corpses, or limbs floating past. On the opposite side of the river, there were a few zombies wandering around. Although they were hundreds of meters away, they saw Lin Dong and let out a wild roar from afar. The roars echoed on the river for a long time. It was no longer Lin Dong's territory there. Am I violent temper? Seeing the opposite side provoking his boss, Tank was annoyed to the core and wanted to immediately jump into the river and swim over to fuck them. Come back you. Lin Dong called him to a halt. A few small minions are just a few minions, just think of it as a dog barking, there is no need to care at all. Moreover, wanting to cross the river from the water was not that easy. Because there were quite a few water creatures in the river, and nowadays, they had all mutated, and there was no chance that there was some kind of monster hibernating in that rolling river water. In the end times, the waters were extremely dangerous, especially the sea. The number of sea creatures, far more than the land, and many of them are huge. The sea is not short of prey. It is hard to imagine what deep-sea giant monster has evolved. The tanks were stopped, so they had no choice but to stop. They continued to walk along the river, and before long, they saw the bridge over the river, which was very congested and full of scrapped vehicles, some colliding together, some overturned on their sides, and even having exploded, leaving behind the blackened wreckage after being scorched. On the opposite side of the bridge, there are also a few zombies wandering around, horror face fears, eyes showing ferocious color. It could be seen that their evolution was not low, and they belonged to the elite of the zombies. Is this a defense against me? Lin Dong muttered in his heart. The opposite side had placed a few elite zombies at the end of the bridge. The purpose was already self-evident. Perhaps, the opposite zombie king knew clearly in his heart that he and Lin Dong would eventually have a battle. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Either you die or I live. After crossing the river bridge, continuing to walk along the riverside, the front was connected to a mountain forest, with layers of mountains and peaks that could not be seen to the end. This was the famous North Mountain in Jiangbei City. The mountain forest was vast and lush. Before the end of the world, many famous tycoons, entrepreneurs, and big stars lived in the mountaintop villas on top of North Mountain. Those villas were extremely luxurious, beyond the imagination of the poor, overlooking the river, backed by the mountain, depending on the mountain and the water, can be called a real feng shui treasure. But after the end came, it was a very different story. Because animals, plants, etc. also mutated, making the northern mountains a place of complete chaos. In addition, during the outbreak of the apocalypse, humans in the city fled to the mountains to avoid the zombies, numbering at least a few tens of thousands. But after those people went in, they never came out again, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. And in the northern mountains, there's no signal from the shelter. It was equivalent to being completely disconnected from the outside. According to Lin Dong's analysis, the mountain will not form a corpse tide, but it is very capable of breeding powerful individuals, and in addition, it is estimated that most of the members of the Black Scorpion organization are active in the mountains. The northern mountains are mixed with fish and dragons and are very dangerous. Bad places like this. Even the Bull Demon King had to plow the ground when he went in, and the Monkey King had to perform a big circus when he went there. From afar, Lin Dong saw that the woods were densely covered with patches and patches of creepers. This plant was very strange, much thicker than the day before the end of the day, and on the rhizomes and vines, it was vaguely scarlet in color, as if there were blood vessels growing inside, and a stream of liquid was flowing. Dense creepers, hidden trend of outward expansion, some have spread out of the mountains and forests, about to reach the city streets. This thing is not right. Lin Dong pondered in his heart. Turning his head to look at it, the tank was dull. It seemed a little unreliable to let him guard this place alone. Brother Crow, go and call Hachi here and let her guard with the tank from now on. Lin Dong raised his head and said, "All right, going now." The red-eyed crow in the sky made a few long cries and swept away sharply with fluttering wings. "Little Nishi Hachi, little Shiba, I've come to find you." The entire sky above the territory echoed with Brother Crow's unique bird sounds. It wasn't long. It flew to the western part of the territory, and as its red eye scanned, it distantly saw a slim figure standing on top of a bell tower. "Little West 8. Little West 8. Brother Crow called out in a hurry. Zayahachi raised his eyes and looked. In fact, he had long heard it call himself, just a little reluctant to take care of, feeling that this little black bird has been a little bit bitchy lately. "Can you not call me Little Shihachi?" "Okay, Little Zihachi." Brother Crow agreed. Xiao Hachi was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that this little black bird flew high, he would have had to pull out its bird feathers. "What are you doing here looking for me?" "The boss said for you to go to the eastern part of the town." Brother Crow replied. "Oh?" Xiao Hachi's eyes flickered at the words, and without saying anything, he directly jumped down from the bell tower, and in the twinkling of an eye, his speed reached its limit, and like a gust of fast wind, he swept straight to the east. And very quickly, entering the rapid sneaking shadow state, his figure instantly disappeared. The crow brother in the sky fluttered his wings, not yet reacting. "Ha! Where did it go?" Lin Dong had returned home by now after inspecting the edge of the territory for a round. The house was spotless, clean and tidy, just like a paradise, isolated from the horrifying post-apocalyptic world outside. "It is still comfortable at home, ah." Lin Dong sat on the sofa. Although his own strength was very strong, it was still too dangerous outside the territory. For example, in the North Mountain, there were crises lurking everywhere, and some monsters might pop up. In the perimeter of the mansion, there were 500 ace zombie legions stationed, as well as thousands of congregation elites, and security was full. Lin Dong still planned to surf the internet and fish or something. It was more reliable and there was little risk. Thus, he picked up his cell phone and after thinking about it, like Chang Loi and Sun Xiaochang before him, he filled out a profile in his social account profile. "Me, timid boy, insecure." However, fishing on the internet was not that good, as most of them were too far away and not within their territories, and there were not many good targets for the time being. Not long after, Lin Dong received a private message. It was from Chang Loi. "This profile style of yours is good. Are you praising yourself?" Lin Dong asked in return. Chang Loi continued. "I'm planning to go to Jiangqiao district. I wanted to borrow a ride from you, and I brought you something on the way." "So polite." Lin Dong replied. Jiangqiao district, which was exactly across the river, could save a lot of time by going from Lin Dong's territory without having to make a long detour. However, Lin Dong was a little curious. "What are you doing in Jiangqiao district?" "Rescue, the shelter's material search team is stuck there." "Why? Are you interested?" "You come first, we'll talk about it then." After replying, Lin Dong placed his phone on the coffee table and leaned backward on the sofa, thinking in his mind. Since sooner or later there would be a battle with the Corpse King on the opposite side of the river, this was an opportunity. Why don't we mix in with the refuge team, disguise as a human, and go to the opposite side to poke around first? After all, we currently know nothing about that area. The key is, how would Cheng Loi and the others cross the river? Did they kill them from the river bridge? About an hour later, inside Lin Dong's territory, a group of people came, Cheng Loi and Sun Xiao Cheng, with 2 girls behind them. These 2 girls were both B+ grade crystal core awakened, strong and ranked very high in the refuge. Sister Chang, this is a 5-star corpse nest a clear girl reminded. Don't worry, I brought the toll. Cheng Loi did not look back and walked forward, and did not hide her breath in the slightest, walking in the middle of the road, obviously already familiar with the road. Only on its back, it was carrying 2 large swords, crossed in an X shape, with a very cool look. Oh, the 2 women nodded and followed her footsteps. And on this journey, indeed did not meet a zombie, then the previous road is even smoother. Not long, we'll come to the building near. From afar, look at the street stood a figure, wearing a white shirt, handsome face, eyes are staring at them. Hiss. Regarding Lin Dong's identity, the 2 women knew it by heart and knew that it was a partnership, but they were still nervous in their hearts. Cheng Loi and Sun Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, easily went forward and greeted them. We're here. Aha. Lin Dong looked at the sky, the sun was about to set, leaving a red haze in the sky. It seems like you guys are in a hurry for this operation. It is indeed quite urgent because it is very dangerous there and the search team is going to die out. Sun Xiaoqiang explained. If they were not in a hurry, they would never have acted at night and borrowed the road from Lin Dong. Let's get going, it's best to hurry back in the dark. Chang Luai said, but suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, this is for you. She took off a long knife from her back and handed it to Lin Dong. The blade was long and slender, nearly 1 person high. On the hilt of the knife, there was a red fire crystal core embedded, in which light flowed like a dream. Lin Dong's gaze sized it up. This is the toll? Well, it also includes the last time. When I said that I would definitely give it to you next time, I would definitely give it to you. Chang Loi said. After finishing off the snake pupil last time, when she went back, she scavenged something else on the way, and this long knife was used as payment. Good. Lin Dong was not polite at all and reached out to hold the hilt of the knife. A reddish aura flashed across the blade, emitting a scorching aura as if it was about to ignite fire at any time. It is a good knife. With a thought, he put the knife into the storage space. Then he raised his eyes and looked, his gaze crossing over to Process Loi and Sun Xiaoqiang, looking at the 2 girls behind them. Why isn't it Chen Ming this time? Because it's about rescuing people, it's not about moving things, they can't help. Chen Luoyi explained. In her mind, Chen Ming was the equivalent of a porter. The 2 girls could not stop their bodies from trembling as they were stared at by Lin Dong, forcing back their fear and squeezing out a smile. Duh. Big brother, hello, my name is Joeen. One of the girls with a clear face and short hair introduced herself. The other short girl hurriedly followed. Hello, my name is Zhao Meiling. Well, hello guys. Lin Dong's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he revealed a warm smile. Joeen and Zhao Meiling were stunned, suddenly having an illusion that they remembered the neighbor's big boy. The sun was shining just right that day, and you were wearing a white shirt. With that, they walked together towards the river, and the path was certainly smooth. It didn't take long to hear the sound of running water again. The river was still flowing and sparkling, only the limbs and arms floating by were a bit of a distraction. How do we get there? Lin Dong opened his mouth and asked. Chan Luoi and the others had come to rescue them. If they went directly to the river bridge, it would be a little too blatant. There were elite zombies wandering there. Come with us, Cheng Loi said, walking downstream, stopping after about 200 meters or so. The river was relatively narrow here, and it was closer to the opposite bank. Let's start. Aha! Joeen and Zhao Meiling had firm gazes as they raised their steps to the shore. The 2 women slowly bent down, propping their hands on the ground. At the same time, a cold breath began to emanate, like a white mist, sweeping forward. The moment the river water touched it, it began to condense, and before long, an ice bridge was formed and laid on the water surface. Oh! Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, and it was only then that he realized that both women were actually ice-awakened. No wonder. Cheng Loi brought them here. Let's go. Cheng Loi was the first to jump onto the ice bridge and strutted forward. The ice bridge was very solid and stable, and even though the river flowed below, it didn't sway by half. The picture in front of him suddenly gave Lin Dong a hint of inspiration. If he really fought with the opposite Corpse King in the future, one could use this method to launch a surprise attack and directly rush up to his territory. Not bad. The more Lin Dong thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Moreover, on the way across the river, it was very smooth, and even if the water creatures attacked, they were not very powerful. There were a few fish with mouths full of fangs that leapt up from the water, but Cheng Loi juggled a few knife blades, slicing them into several pieces. The movements were clean and sharp. Unfortunately, this fish has nibbled on zombies and has a virus in its body, so it can't be eaten. Chang Loi regretted. You don't want it? Then I can pack it up and take it away. Lin Dong was not polite at all, and with a wave of his hand, he stored those fish into the storage space. As his little brother was not a picky eater, being a zombie himself, he was not afraid of the zombie virus at all. Moreover, these fish were not small, each had more than 10 pounds. In the shallow water, there weren't any powerful mutant monsters. A few minutes later, they arrived at the other side of the river, and the moment they stepped onto the bank, the ice bridge behind them instantly melted, leaving no trace behind. Lin Dong looked towards Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling, feeling that they would be useful to him in the future. So he lifted his step and walked forward, pulling out his cell phone in the process. Come on, add a contact. Ah. The two women opened their mouths, looking extremely surprised. They didn't hear it wrong, right? When the two were in the refuge, they were often accosted, but how could they not expect that one day they would be asked for contact information by the Corpse King? What is this for? Ordering takeout when you're hungry? But right now, of course, the duo didn't dare to refuse, and with a stiff smile on their faces, they added their contact information. Chang Luoyi's beautiful eyes surveyed. What for? You want to abduct our people on the first meeting? Don't be so petty, borrow 2 builders to use, it's not bad anyway. Lin Dong said casually. Builders? The two women looked at each other in disbelief, but at the same time, they also understood what he meant, and in their hearts, they also breathed a sigh of relief. A builder is a builder, it's better than a deliveryman. After adding the social account, the two of them saw Lin Dong's newly changed profile and couldn't help but feel a little speechless in their hearts, secretly saying that they were worthy of being friends with Chang Luoi and Sun Xiaochang. After a few people went ashore, there were a few zombies, which were swimming along the riverside. Their faces were hideous, their clothes were tattered, and they had already been stained with dirty blood and turned blackish-brown. At this time, a pair of turbid pupils saw Chang Luoi and other figures, immediately let out a hostile roar, darted towards them. These are just ordinary zombies, their level is not high. Chang Luoi drew out his long knife, casually waved it twice, and accurately cut off their heads. His movements were clean and sharp. Sun Xiaochan walked forward and kicked the bodies of those zombies, one by one, into the river water. Plop! Between the water splashing and churning, black blood drifted out, and a few strange fish were immediately attracted and swam to nibble on those corpses. He. Sun Xiaochang squatted at the riverside and giggled. Next to him, Zhou Yin's pretty face was astonished, with some admiration. Brother Xiaochang, you're quite thoughtful, knowing to destroy the corpses. No, I just thought it was fun. Sun Xiaochang said. Zhou Yin's head was full of black lines. What's so fun about this? Boy's happiness was really confusing. Let's go. Chang Loi greeted and took the lead to walk forward, about to step into the range of the corpse nest. The two women looked nervous. Lin Dong remained sparse and normal, walking forward frankly. The streets were in a state of disrepair. In the scrapped vehicles, there were quite a number of zombies. Their bodies were shaking, frozen in place, their skin and flesh appeared grayish-white, and their cheeks were already rotting, which made them look nauseating. These were all low-level zombies, completely devoid of sanity, no threat to speak of. They acted on instinct alone, and when they were lucky, they could catch some rats to eat. However, Chang Luoi did not want to disturb them, and remained careful to avoid them. Alarming these low-level zombies would easily trigger a wave of corpses, and it was likely that the elites would appear. Several people relied on scrapped vehicles or building ruins to avoid the zombies' vision and walked forward cautiously, while Lin Dong did not need to do so at all, and walked directly on the street, as those zombies did not have any sanity, and in their world, everything was only categorized into 2 types, edible and inedible. Obviously, Lin Dong belonged to the inedible kind, so he would not launch an attack. The journey was very smooth. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the target location. In front of them was a white sugar factory, forested with many large tanks that had rusted. In the middle of the factory, the zombies became much denser. Lin Dong silently sensed that there were elite zombies inside, as well as mutated beasts, which exuded a demonic aura. It's strange. However, he did not detect any humans, most likely utilizing special means in hiding, otherwise it would be impossible to survive amongst these zombies. Meow. Just when thinking, the factory area came from a cat's cry, as if it was calling for spring, and the sound of a child crying was the same, and it sounded like it sent chills down the back of people's spines. What is it? Sun Xiaochang hand-picketed the fence, through the gap to gaze inside, found a large iron can, actually lying on a body black cat. In its surroundings, there were actually quite a number of elite zombies, wandering around, seemingly looking for something. This black cat is very strange, you guys be careful. Chang Luo-yi reminded. Aha! Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling nodded their heads repeatedly, growing more and more nervous inside. Next to them, Sun Xiaoqiang also nodded along, his face instantly grave. Things like black cats are the most evil. What? You can see it too? Zhao Miling asked curiously. Sun Xiaochang explained seriously. I saw it with my own eyes in the orphanage when I was a kid. A black cat used a pistol to knock a mouse's ear off. Do you think it's evil? Zhao Meiling had a big speechless expression on her face. What? You still don't believe it? Sun Xiaochang said in order to prove it. Lin Dong, do you remember? We saw it together at that time. Don't ask me. Lin Dong said in disgust. Chang Loi was fiddling with his cell phone on the side, sending a message to the search team, asking for their exact location, but after a long time, he did not receive a reply. No movement. They wouldn't have gotten cold already? Sun Xiaochang asked. It shouldn't be. Chang Luoi analyzed, because seeing those zombies inside the factory, obviously looking for something, there must still be living people present. Mostly, they have encountered some kind of trouble. At this moment, in a dark factory building, there was a youth that was squatting in a dark corner, not daring to move. In his heart, he constantly recited silently, I am a tree, I am a tree, I am a tree. The youth's hands and feet had transformed into root and beard shapes and were inserted into the ground soil, and the skin around his body was drying up as if it was like the bark of a withered tree. This man's name was Li Xian, and he was the leader of the search team. He was a wood-awakened person, and at this time, he was casting plant camouflage. On the roof of the plant shed, there were a few elite zombies crawling upside down like spiders, their noses twitching as they were searching with their keen sense of smell. Not far away, there were also several zombies kneeling on the ground and were partaking of a corpse. Li Xian's search team originally consisted of more than 20 people, but more than 10 had already died, and there were a few others who had similarly gone into hiding, and it was currently unknown what the situation was. Why are there so many elite zombies? Li Xian was tense in his heart, as there was a zombie that had just crawled over its head. He now very much regretted coming here. Originally, he thought that white sugar was an important strategic material, high in calories, and could be used for medical treatment and even making ammunition. Moreover, this sugar factory happened to be on the fringe of the zombie nest, so he felt that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, so he brought people here, but he didn't expect an accident to happen during the process of gathering supplies. One of the team members suddenly blew up as if he had gone crazy and attacked his teammates, then alarmed the zombies and appeared quite a number of elites, besieging them here. During the hiding period, many companions were found, all died horribly in the mouth of the zombies, but Li Xian could only watch, did not dare to move. Because as long as he moves, the plant camouflage will be ineffective. Watching his teammates die horribly was an incomparably painful torture for him. At this time, the elite zombie that had originally climbed away from the roof of the shed, actually climbed back, the zombie's nose constantly twitching, his mouth emitting a ho-ho-lo roar. The saliva with blood filaments slid down from its mouth and happened to drip on Li Xian's face. Mouth area. A strong feeling of vomiting rushed to his heart. The extreme stench of the zombie saliva made Li Xian's stomach churn, almost breaking. I am a tree. I am a tree. I am a tree. He hurriedly recited in his mind as if he was self-hypnotized. Good thing. Li Xian eventually endured it, and the zombies above his head, who did not notice any abnormality, continued to crawl away into the distance like spiders. Phew. He took a long breath. But just at this moment, suddenly a sound, a girl screamed and the dark factory interior exploded. The next thing that happened was a zombie hiss, and the surrounding elite zombies rushed towards that place. Crap! Another teammate has been discovered. Li Xian was anxious in his heart. With his remaining light, he found a girl, desperately running outwards, her pretty face anxious, with a group of zombies chasing after her. Sister! Li Xian's heart was horrified, because this girl was his own sister, Li Yun. In front of Li Yun, there were still zombies surrounding her, and in the dimly lit factory, there was nowhere to escape. Between her fear, the cold air around her body exudes, water vapor condenses rapidly, appearing a wall of ice to protect herself in the middle. However, there were more than 20 elite zombies surrounding her. Roar! They kept roaring hostilely, their claws were especially sharp, and they madly scratched the ice wall, and immediately ice shards flew. There were also quite a few zombies in the vicinity, disturbed by the sound, constantly rushing towards this place. Li Yun heart despair. Once exposed, there is no doubt that she will die, there is no room for survival. Li Xian in the corner, saw the situation and became even more agonized. Having watched several teammates die tragically before, his heart was already guilty, and now that his sister was also going to be eaten by the zombies, he struggled inwardly. Remember once said that it would protect her. The ice wall was more and more scratched thinner and thinner, Li Yun energy then exhausted, her life is about to come to an end. Li Yun used the last of her energy to condense an ice cone in her palm, her gaze turned determined, and she was about to stab herself in the throat. Don't! In the corner, a roar suddenly came from the corner, followed by countless roots and whiskers sweeping in like long snakes, wrapping around the zombie's waist, legs, or directly stabbing into the body. Between the wild dance of the roots, the zombies were thrown to pieces. Li Xian's figure appeared and ran towards his sister in a hurry. Brother! Looking at the figure running towards her, as if time was frozen at this moment, Li Yun's entire body froze. But those elite zombies, whose life force was exceptionally tenacious, had to completely destroy their heads in order to die. They rose from the ground and pounced right behind Li Xian. "Brother, be careful!" Li Yun cried out in alarm. Li Xian's gaze was firm, and after coming in front of his sister, he turned around and opened his arms as if to stop those zombies. Swish! 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 His body lignified once again and countless roots stretched out, weaving into a wall to protect Li Yun. Roar dash! The zombie didn't care about that much, pouncing on Li Xian and tearing and biting. Hiss! Li Xian felt the pain, like the skin of a dead tree. Although it was not bitten through, the energy was constantly being consumed. This feeling was like the muscles all over his body had to be taut, not being able to have a hint of slackness. Even Li Xian's sphincter had clamped down by now. "Brother! Why are you doing this?" 2 lines of tears gushed out from Li Yun. She knew that her brother couldn't hold on for too long. Li Xian clenched his teeth and said, "I can't watch my own sister get bitten to death by a zombie. I can't do it. I really can't do it." Woo woo! Li Yun burst into tears. As a wood-awakened person, her brother had the strongest camouflage ability and could have waited until the rescue team, but she exposed herself to save herself. Li Xian was bitten with severe pain all over his body, as if he was constantly being stabbed by pins and needles. He could not hold on anymore, but he still opened his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay, hold on, let's hold on together until the rescue team arrives." "Really? Can?" Li Yun's lips trembled. "Ah." But as soon as her words fell, she heard Li Xian let out a miserable scream. His small arm was bitten in by the zombie, and it had already gone into the wood, reaching the limit of his body. He was completely relying on his will to support himself, and his sanity was a little blurred. The pain in his body continued to increase, but he still persisted. Even if he died, he had to maintain this position. Li Xian's eyes went black and he was about to lose consciousness. But suddenly, a strange change occurred. A long knife broke through the air and swept across the zombie's head, instantly cutting it into 2, blood gushing out wildly. Those zombies instantly fell to the ground, through the flying blood flowers. Li Xian's sibling saw a handsome face, with sharp angles and 3-dimensional features, as if it was a perfect artifact, a hint of indifference in his eyes, and a few more cold temperament. "Not bad, not dead." Lin Dong muttered under his breath. The long knife in his hand was precisely Chang Luoyi's passing fee. After hacking the zombies, the blade was stained with quite a lot of tainted blood, which was dripping non-stop. Lin Dong immediately injected energy and catalyzed the fire crystal core on the hilt of the knife. The scorching flames rose up and covered the entire blade. The blazing flames burnt the tainted blood into black ash, which drifted in the air. With a casual flick of Lin Dong's hand, the flames of the long knife were extinguished, and the sharp blade of the knife became chilly and bright again, without a trace of stains. Lin Dong's series of movements were flowing in a single motion, looking very dashing and ethereal. The Li Xian siblings stared in dismay, staring straight on, already looking a little dumbfounded. So handsome. At the same time, there was a burst of ecstasy in their hearts, already realizing that it was the rescue team that had come. He hadn't even shed a single tear when he was torn by the swarm of corpses before, but at this moment, he let out a loud cry. Chang Luoyi and Sun Xiaochang, a few people, were fighting at the entrance of the factory building, stopping a group of zombies. Previously, Lin Dong had sensed the awakened one's aura. He quickly rushed over to rescue them. Although the zombies were fierce, they were no match for Chang Luoyi and Sun Xiaochang, plus the assistance of the 2 ice awakened. Dozens of zombies were quickly cleaned up. They raised their steps and came this way. Of course, Li Yun recognized Chang Loi and felt a surge of gratitude in her heart, but her afterglow surveyed Lin Dong with some curiosity. Seeing his handsome face, even after killing several zombies, his white shirt was still spotless, so it was evident that his strength was extremely strong. In the refuge, I had not heard of this character. Sister Chang, this is. Oh, his name is Lin Dong, my friend. Chang Loi said casually. Oh. Li Yun nodded her head repeatedly, her face flushed a little as she turned her head to Lin Dong. Thank you for saving me and my brother. You are welcome. Lin Dong's tone was indifferent as he continued to ask, are you also an ice awakened? Yes. Li Yun answered truthfully. Lin Dong saved her, of course it was beneficial, so he took out his cell phone. Let's add a contact. Li Yun's pretty face was stunned. Her face turned even redder and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him at all. Although the hero saved the beauty, but this was too direct, right? Now is still in danger, want contact information, feel very sudden, they are not ready, or not. In the future, if you have a child, you can call it Lindsay. We should go, grab the others. Chang Luoyi turned around and walked away. Due to the sound of the fight just now, many zombies were disturbed, and the hostile roars outside the factory building were constant, and a large wave of zombies were rushing in. Li Yun assisted Li Xian and walked forward. Her heart is worried. I don't know how the other teammates are doing. But at this time, Lin Dong vaguely felt that something was wrong. He felt that there was a demonic aura that was enveloping the crowd. It was as if there was something that had crept closer. Right at this moment, Sun Xiaochang suddenly shook his head, looking somewhat confused. Did you guys hear the sound of a cat? Where is there any cat calls? The few people around them were unsure. Brother Xiaochang, have you watched too much Black Cat Sheriff and are hallucinating? Zhao Meiling said. For Sun Xiaochang, they were all used to it, always doing strange things or saying something irrelevant, so everyone didn't take it seriously. But Sun Xiaochang knocked his forehead with the palm of his hand. His expression became more and more confused, and in his head, a cat's cry faintly resounded. It was like a child howling, and it was distracting. The next instant, Sun Xiaochang abruptly stood in place, and his originally wise eyes suddenly shrunk violently, turning into a pair of scarlet-yellow cat pupils. Meow! A howling cry, emanating from his mouth, exploded in the pitch-black plant, appearing creepy and incomparable. Ha! This time, the crowd heard the so-called cat's cry. They hurriedly turned around to gaze, and immediately looked horrified. A coolness rushed straight to the back of their spine, and their sweaty hairs exploded all over their bodies. Only to see Sun Xiaochang's hair standing on end, a pair of cat's eyes slightly narrowed, a smile on his face, and a whimpering sound coming from his throat. It was not a human movement at all, as if it was the low roar of a wild beast. Brother Xiaochang, you. Zhao Meiling's eyes were round, already about to be scared silly. Meow. Sun Xiaochang's mouth once again emitted a cat's cry, this time appearing particularly mournful. His figure then flashed and raised his fist to blast towards Zhao Meiling. Dodge! Chang Luoyi flew forward and raised his arm to fend off. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard, like the collision of hammers. Sun Xiaochang's power was not small, knocking Chang Lui back a full 5 or 6 steps before she could barely stabilize herself. Her wrist bracelet number jumped, pain value, 27%. This fool, his strength is quite strong. Chang Luoyi muttered under her breath. Seeing that, Sun Xiaochang was about to attack again as if he was crazy. Chang Lui struck first, and between the flashes of his figure, his speed became faster as he lifted his fist and blasted at Sun Xiaochang's face. Boom! Sun Xiaochang suffered a huge force, like being hit by a car. His body flew backwards more than 10 meters, rumbling and collapsing the walls of the factory before finally stopping and being buried by the collapsing rubble. The surrounding people were anxious to see the situation, not knowing why Sun Xiaochang had become like this, and at the same time, they felt that Chang Luoyi's hand was a bit ruthless, and a wave of worry ran through their hearts. Sister Chang, why did Brother Xiaochang attack us? Don't know. Chang Lui shook her head. However, I did want to beat him up a long time ago. The crowd was speechless for a while. At this time, the collapsing rubble rolled. Sun Xiaochang figure stood up. Although he had been beaten up, it was as if he couldn't feel the pain, squinting a pair of cat's eyes, grinning at the crowd, obviously somewhat pleased. Li Xian's eyes were horrified at the sight, instantly remembering something. Right. My previous famous team member was like this, frantically attacking us. That's why he was discovered by the zombies and besieged here. Could be mind control? Zhao Meiling frowned. No. Lin Dong, who had been silent for a long time, shook his head and thought carefully for a while after carefully analyzing just now. He should be possessed by a cat. Possessed? The crowd was stunned, hearing this argument for the first time. What kind of bizarre ability was possession? Sun Xiaochang's brain was one-dimensional, and he wasn't afraid of mental interference, or control at all. It was like a broken computer. It was a struggle to turn it on, not to mention the interference, and others could not control its use. But possession is equivalent to connecting to a new host and running a new program. It was a restraint of sorts for Sun Xiaochang. What should be done? The crowd frowned, anxious inside. Because, the hissing sound outside was getting closer and closer, there were more zombies about to arrive. And Sun Xiaochang's cat eyes stared as he once again attacked Chang Luoyi. The two battled against each other. For a while, they were stalled. Lin Dong's eyes surveyed. He also did not expect the black cat to have this kind of ability. It was really bizarre. The outside world was really still dangerous. He also did not know how to break this ability. But looking at the essence through the surface, everything had to start from the root. Killing that black cat should be possible. Well, just kill that cat. What? The crowd turned their eyes to look at him, and on his handsome face, his countenance remained calm, as if he was stating an insignificant matter. Is it really possible? And now Li Xian and Li Yun, energy exhausted, lost combat power. Chang Luoyi by Sun Xiaochang hold, can fight only Lin Dong and 2 construction workers. In the minds of the crowd, saving their lives in this situation was a luxury. Not to mention killing the black cat. Lin Dong's gaze was fixed as he walked towards the corpses with his long knife. His pace was steady and strong, and his gaze remained calm. Facing the swarm of corpses alone, he truly had the aura of a man who could not be defeated. Lin Dong's eyes flashed red as his Corpse King domain instantly unfolded. The pouring pressure was like a monstrous sea of blood as it surged wildly towards the corpses. In an instant, The corpses that had been madly rushing towards him suddenly lurched, as if the pause button had been pressed, and they were abruptly frozen in time. The world lost its voice at this moment. Immediately, some of the low-grade zombies, their bodies directly exploded, with broken flesh flying and blood splattering. Lin Dong held his long knife in his hand, and under the energy boost, the fire crystal core lit up, and a scorching aura filled the air. Hula dash! Raging flames ignited, covering the slender blade. Lin Dong held the blazing flames and his body flashed as he rushed towards the group of corpses in front of him. His speed was so fast that a trail of stumps had appeared. When the long blade was waved, the sound of breaking wind rang out, carrying a brilliant tail flame, directly cutting off the zombie's head. Wherever the blade passed, blood flew horizontally and was vaporized by the flames, turning into black ash that drifted away. In a few slashes, Lin Dong decimated a crowd of zombies. It was as if he was in no man's land, sweeping across thousands of zombies like a scroll. The location where he was immediately formed a vacuum area where no zombie could approach. A single blade chopped the head of a zombie, or directly split it in half. Wherever the long knife went, there was no disadvantage. Li Xian and the others at the back were dumbfounded by what they saw before their eyes, extremely shocked, and their hearts marveled. He was also too strong. Zombies could still be killed like this? All of this happening in front of them had already subverted their cognition. In the crowd's astonished gazes, Lin Dong continuously killed zombies, and in about a few breaths of effort, he had decimated hundreds of them. Moreover, he was silently searching for it, where the black cat was located. It should not be far from here. Found it. Soon after, Lin Dong sensed an aura that was just outside the factory building, underneath a large iron canister. At the same time, between raising his eyes, two more elite zombies rushed in front of him. Lin Dong swung his sword horizontally and slashed the brains of the two zombies, and along with the flying dirty blood, two brain pills crumbled out. The evolution level of these zombies was not low, thus showing that the strength of the corpse king in this area was not weak either. Lin Dong continued forward. All the way to the outside of the plant, wherever he passed, the ground was filled with corpses and dirty blood. Outside the light is dim, because the sun has completely set, the long night will come, but it has no effect on Lin Dong. A sweep of the eyes, in a large iron canisters under, found really lying a dark figure. It was the black cat that he saw when he came, his body curled up into a ball, motionless, as if he was asleep. This is a major disadvantage of possession. Now that its soul is in Sun Xiaochang's body, the body can no longer move. However, the number of elite zombies around was even higher, seemingly purposely protecting the black cat, and in the dimness, a horrifying face appeared. After discovering the target, Lin Dong no longer held back, and with a thought, the corpse domain unfolded to its limit. Bang! 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 The zombies that were close by were the first to burst into pieces. The strong and absolute pressure reached its peak. Some of the surrounding debris was squeezed and deformed, even the tall tin can also followed the buzzing, as if it was kneaded by an invisible hand. The liquid stored inside spewed out at great speed. The black cat figure below shrunk into a ball. Meow! It let out a mournful scream, sensing that its main body was experiencing a crisis. It decisively gave up on Sun Xiaochang and returned to its own body. But just as the black cat opened its eyes, it saw a slender figure walking towards it. With his steps, the pressure on his body intensified, as if he was being squeezed by a millstone. Not complacent anymore? Lin Dong's gaze stared. The black cat felt the aura of death and its black fur exploded. Its ears stood up and its cat eyes were filled with fear as its body retreated backwards, wanting to try and escape and leave this horrifying corpse domain. However, with its physique, it simply could not do so. Lin Dong swung his long knife and chopped across its head. The sharp blade, like cutting tofu, instantly disappeared into it. Ow! The black cat let out a wail as its body fell to the ground, a stream of black blood flowing out from the skull that was cut away. At this point, the battle was over. Lin Dong put away the terrorizing corpse domain and unfolded it at full strength, still consuming a lot of energy. After the series of battles just now, about 1/10 of the energy was used up. However, Lin Dong noticed a problem at this moment. Inside that black cat's brain that had been slashed open, there was surprisingly no crystal core. What's going on? He stood in place and pondered silently. Could it be that possession was not a black cat awakening ability? Perhaps. It could be explained in another way. That is, there is some other creature that took the black cat soul and attached it to Sun Xiaochang's body, or it can be said that it was the one that bestowed the black cat possession ability. That's quite bizarre. Lin Dong muttered in his heart. It felt that this trip had not been in vain. Fortunately he had discovered it early. If he had been in an uninformed situation, he would have probably suffered a great loss. Especially his own little brother Tank, and Sun Xiaochang all the way goods, all belong to the CPU necrosis kind, corpse stupid strength. Roar! Right after Lin Dong killed the black cat, in the depths of this area, came the roar of 10,000 zombies. The sound shook the sky and the ground. It seemed that the entire urban area trembled with it. obviously the killing in the sugar factory, alarmed the corpse king inside the corpse nest. It was estimated that the zombie army was gathering and was charging this way. Gotta go. Lin Dong did not have the intention of engaging in a full-scale war with them yet. At least after obtaining the Q virus, he allowed his ace army to evolve again, because if the fight was too heavy, even if he obtained the final victory, it would be easy for the other zombie kings to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention anything else, there was at least Tektronics eyeing them now. At this time, in the darkness ahead, there was another burst of rapid footsteps. It was the other members of the search team. Sensing the battle over here, they stopped hiding and rushed over. They thought that if they had the opportunity, they could help out and do their part. However, Lin Dong was standing alone outside, surrounded by zombie corpses, broken debris, and twisted tin cans. The entire picture was as if a natural disaster had washed over the area. Hiss! Several people sucked in cold air, too shocked to speak. At this time, inside the plant, Sun Xiaochang's cat's eyes diffused, restoring the previous wise light. Only his face remained blank. Because just now the host lost connection, just like drinking a broken movie, lost part of his memory, couldn't remember anything. Right now, he just felt that his body hurt everywhere, there was no good place. Subconsciously touching his cheeks, the swelling and pain came, and he was already bruised and swollen. What happened to me just now? Why does it suddenly hurt so much? Sun Xiaochang asked blankly. Chang Luoyi's gaze surveyed. It's fine, you just fell asleep and fell. Ha? Sun Xiaochang's expression was stunned. Then what happened to the shoe prints on his own body? We should leave. Chang Luoyi stared, similarly hearing the hostile roar from the center of the corpse nest. The remaining few people nodded their heads in succession, their faces fearful. If they were surrounded by the tide of corpses, then it would really be all doom and gloom. Are all the people saved? Sun Xiaochang asked. Hurry up and go, don't worry about following blindly. Zhao Meiling urged. Afterwards, the crowd hurriedly left the sugar factory and ran towards the river. Fortunately, they were on the periphery of the corpse nest, and it didn't take them long to hear the river linger. It was just that under the dimness shrouding the river in front of them, it was pitch black. Cheng Loi looked backward. The tide of corpses had gotten closer and closer, even as the earth trembled slightly, and on the streets in the distance, a terrifying figure began to emerge. Several builders rushed forward, their bodies' coldness dispersed, and they built the ice bridge again, just like when they came. Only this time, the ice bridge had some curvature, similar to a slide. After the crowd jumped on it, they slid all the way to the other side of the river. Well, this is fun. Sun Xiaochang found the joy of childhood again. Once they were on the shore, they hastily removed the ice bridge. Phew, still alive. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, especially Li Xian and the other searching team. They had the feeling of escaping from life, walking from the ghost gate and picking up a life. The horrible doomsday was so menacing. People lived in fear every day. On the other side of the river has begun to appear Dao Dao zombie figure. They chased to the river, but now, the zombies can only look at the river. To the crowd of figures, roars constantly, looks extremely angry, but there is nothing to do. The dilapidated sugar factory, completely shrouded in darkness. Coal ball, coal ball. There was a pale calling voice, echoing under the night sky, hoarse and ghostly, and the figure of an old crone slowly stepped out from the dimness. Her body was stooped, her white hair was messy, but the most frightening thing was her face. Surprisingly, half of it is a human face piled with wrinkles, and the other half is a horrible pitch-black cat face. As the old crone called out and didn't get half a response, she knew in her heart that the black cat was already dead. Ah ha ha. In the back of the old crone, and then came a burst of eerie laughter, a thin figure slowly out. He is skinny skin and bones, especially a pair of hands above, surprisingly no skin and flesh, completely bare white bones. Dead good all dead is good, save a day screaming let me upset. This corpse king grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. The old crone's eyes showed her indignation, and she turned her half-cat face to stare at him sorrowfully, but after a moment's thought, she didn't snap. It's humans, there's a scent of them left behind here. It's just food, it can't turn up any big waves, but we should pay attention to the corpse king across the river. He has been expanding his territory madly recently, the wind is strong, be careful not to take our turn. White Bone Corpse King said. The old crone looked at him with slanted eyes. Humph, still need you to say that? I've already prepared for this, they won't be able to get through. Alright then. The White Bone Corpse King was unwilling to bother with her anymore. Apparently, there was something that didn't go well between the two, and then he turned around and hummed a little song and walked away. Let's learn to purr like a cat and meow together. The old crone terror face gritted her teeth, always feeling that he was deliberately angry at himself. On the other side, Lin Dong had returned home after separating from Chan Loi. As per the usual practice, after soaking in a hot bath and changing into clean clothes, he swallowed 2 crystal cores and poured a drink. At this moment, the night had completely fallen and it was pitch black outside the window. Every night, whether it was zombies or mutant beasts, they all stirred up, and the entire Doomsday City was filled with hissing sounds, and the killings continued to be staged. Within Lindong's territory, it was not always so peaceful. Especially in the fringe area, around the North Mountain, the creepers in the forest had spread to the city. They entangled the ruined buildings or climbed on top of the street lamps. These plant vines were translucent with a scarlet color, as if they were a blood vessel in which blood was flowing. In the darkness, the creepers on the streetlight seemed to have suddenly come to life, and the vines, like long snakes, began to move slowly. Below the street lamp, there stood a zombie, clothes torn, face full of blood, is shaking his head. Unbeknownst to him, the vines above his head were quietly approaching him, about a meter or so away. Suddenly, the vines were like a python pouncing on it, and with a whoosh, it violently wrapped around the zombie's neck. Ah! The zombie was attacked and let out a wild hiss, its hands continuously scratching up. But the vines were extremely tough, and for a while, they couldn't stop scratching, and with a violent tug, they hung the zombie up. The zombie, as if hanging, was hanging in mid-air, feet stomping randomly, hissing repeatedly. However, in the next second, several vines crawled around it, piercing into the zombie's body with a pff sound, as if they were straws, gurgling and sucking its flesh and blood. Ebony blood flowed down the stems, translucent with an ebony color. This situation is not isolated. In the surrounding there are several zombies, were attacked by vines. Some were wrapped around the waist, some were wrapped around the ankles. The originally silent night was instantly broken, and the zombies howled continuously. Howl. With a loud roar in the distance, the tank's lanky figure appeared. Between the small eyes staring, they couldn't figure out what was going on. Is this under attack? He rushed forward, grabbed the vines entangling the zombie with both hands, and violently yanked. With a pff sound, the vines were ripped off, and the ebony blood that had originally been sucked from them gushed out. However, those vines didn't die, and quietly crawled dozens more, actually winding towards the tank. Some tied around his ankles, some tied around its wrists. Only. Tank Corp's stupid strength, a body of brute force, is not comparable to the vines. He 3-pull-5 tug under. Those vines have been torn off, black blood flying. The vines realized that the enemy could not be defeated, pulling the other zombies, quickly retracted, dragging in the direction of the North Mountain. Ah! Those ordinary zombies were lying on the ground, desperately crawling forward, but they were too strong to break the vines free, and they were dragged more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, a strong wind figure attacked. Slender sharp nails are like steel knives, between a walk and a pass, cut the vines and saved those zombies. Hachi transformed into a lawn mower, his claws constantly waving. Wherever he went, the vines were broken into pieces, and dirty blood kept flying. The reptiles realized that they were unbeatable, and faded towards the mountain forest like a tidal wave. Hachi and Tank chased after them all the way, and soon chased them to the edge of the mountain forest. However, due to the number of vines, it is too dense, or will be a few zombies, being dragged by them into the mountain forest. The zombies seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, and their hissing sounds became more and more distant, until they finally disappeared completely. Roar dash. Tank, of course, was unconvinced and was still planning to chase after them into the mountains and forests. But it was quickly stopped by Hachi. Hey, don't chase after it. Ha! The tank's figure lurched, his face very indignant. A small plant dares to come to us and spread wildness. I'm going to go in and thoroughly weed them out. The plants inside are too dense. Do you still want to let the boss bring a corpse to save you like last time? Xiao Hachi said. Mentioning the embarrassing incident last time, Tank suddenly calmed down a bit. Okay, then I'll let them off the hook, but what should be done about this? This is not simple. Hachi calmly analyzed and thought seriously. Go find the boss. That night, Lindong was informed of this matter, and in his heart, he was not very surprised. He had long seen that those creepers were not right, and had a tendency to expand into his territory. It's really coming. Lindong silently pondered. In order to hustle the outside world, one must first secure the inside. Sooner or later, that creeper will still make a comeback. This matter needs to be thorough. Due to the battle at the sugar factory during the day, some energy was consumed. Lindong did not rush and instead rested for the night to restore his body to its optimal state. The next morning, he arrived at the place of the incident. Tank and Hachi followed behind respectfully. Boss, it was first this, then that, then my little brother was dragged into the grove. Tank gesticulated as he recounted the incident, wanting to reenact the case and try to express it as clearly as possible. Lindong's gaze swept over the scene. Before his eyes, there was a mess of broken plant roots, and dark bloodstains everywhere. There were also traces left behind by the zombies being dragged, long bloodstains that were shocking to the eyes, spreading all the way to the direction of the mountains and forests. In the lush forest in the distance, there were also many creepers clustered together, one mass after another, and at this time, the grass blades were swinging in the wind, as if they were just ordinary plants. There was nothing unusual at all. Lin Dong had already seen that those vines did not have an autonomous consciousness, they were similar to tentacles, with a mastermind behind them, controlling them. The real mastermind was hidden in the dense mountain forest. I will go in and take a look, Lin Dong said. Oh, good. Tank nodded his head nervously and originally wanted to express his concern and remind his boss to be careful. However, when he turned his head, he realized that Lin Dong's figure had already disappeared. He directly used his concealment ability and took a step towards the mountain forest. It was as silent as a ghost. The forest was dark, damp and silent, with occasional rustling of leaves and unknown strange birdsong. Lin Dong did not touch the creepers, but instead followed the traces of their growth all the way inwards, using an exact word to describe it, following the vine to find the melon. He was also curious in his heart, what exactly was in the deepest part of these creepers? The journey was smooth. During that time, he saw many corpses, some of small animals, some of humans, and even zombies, and those corpses emitted a foul odor, with varying degrees of decay. Some of them were covered with maggots, and thumb-sized flies danced around them. As he moved forward, the creeper became denser and denser, and it could be seen that this mountain forest had been completely occupied by it and belonged to its territory. After about 10 minutes had passed, Lin Dong walked out of the jungle and came to a forest highway. This highway was leading to the top of the mountain, where was a rich and powerful residential area with many hilltop villas. Nowadays, this highway, too, was completely deserted and occupied by plants. On the side of the road, some overturned scrap vehicles could still be seen, which were caused by the humans who fled into the mountains when the doomsday broke out. Lin Dong walked up and found that in the rusty car, there was a corpse that had rotted into dead bones, and there were a few spiders that had made a lot of webs on the dead bones, crawling back and forth. The car's storage compartment, trunk, and even the gas tank, had all been pried open, obviously showing signs of having been scavenged. There are humans in the mountains. During the apocalyptic outbreak, people in the city, in order to escape the zombies, fled into the mountains and began to survive in the wilderness. Although the depths of the dense forests were full of crises, mutated beasts, and mutated plants, there was a probability that the human awakened ones, too, could survive. Lin Dong turned his head and gazed, noticing the creeper vines, spreading along the highway and moving forward. He continued to follow it. And it was obvious that the corpses became denser and denser, they were entangled and had been completely sucked dry, becoming a dry corpse. After walking for a few more moments, a villa appeared ahead. The original luxury building now has been dilapidated, the yard fence, villa walls, are full of creepers. And those leaves are wide, to bushel-like, showing a purple-black color. The plant's rhizome also become extraordinarily thick, a strand of dirty blood flowing inside. Is this inside? Lin Dong had already detected a strange aura that was hidden in the villa. He glanced his head to gaze. The scene in the courtyard was found to be exceptionally spectacular as well. A corpse, buried in the earth, only revealed a head, with the roots of creepers, growing from the brain shell. Some of the heads had already rotted into skeletons, but some of them were still fresh, not long after they had died, and I didn't know where the reptiles had grabbed the humans from. The courtyard landscaping is quite chic. Lin Dong muttered in his heart, realizing that the creeper was quite artistic. He raised his steps and walked into the courtyard. Due to the corpses everywhere around him, the courtyard was filled with the scent of death, cold and depressing, with a strong putrid odor piercing his nose. Anyone who came at this moment would be able to tell that this was an ominous place. I'm afraid it's too late to avoid it. They would not dare to approach at all. It was also Lin Dong, who had only walked into it, and the floor-to-ceiling windows of the original luxurious villa had long since shattered. When he looked in, he saw a horrifying scene. There are a lot of corpses, was hanging in the roof of the house, densely packed, as if hanging sausage-like. Among them there are human beings, there are also animals, a gust of wind blowing, some also slightly shaking. Organizing a corpse exhibition here? Lin Dong silently spat in his heart. However, just at the moment he wanted to continue forward, the nearby blades of grass suddenly began to rustle, just like a rattlesnake, giving people a sense of sinister venom. The ground creeper vines wriggled, like a python with its head raised, and stood up behind Lin Dong, looking about to launch an attack. Discovered. Lin Dong's mind moved, the corpse domain instantly unfolded, and the vines at the back that wished to attack, bang 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 burst into pieces one after another. As the corpse domain dispersed, the pressure spread in all directions. All of the nearby vines, like loaches that had fallen into a frying pan, stood up and began to twist violently. Immediately afterward, one after another, they exploded into pieces. Before Lin Dong's eyes, there were twisting vines and flying blood everywhere. The originally dead silent courtyard immediately became chaotic. Ah! A shrill whistling sound rang out in the villa, like a witch howling, with a mournful and hysterical voice. The shriek lasted for a full 3 seconds, echoing in the lush valley, stirring up gusts of flying birds in the distance. Is it coming out? Between Lin Dong's wave of his hand, a long knife appeared out of thin air, the energy catalyzed, and a raging blaze ignited, covering the entire blade. Flames, the nemesis of plants. Lin Dong swung his chop forward, causing countless vines to turn into ashes, and the rest of those, too, began to retreat. Without the plants blocking his view, Lin Dong regained his vision, and as far as his eyes could see the villa in front of him, the dense grass blades on the walls unexpectedly highlighted a human figure, and slowly walked out from it. "You shouldn't have come here." The grassman issued a non-male or female voice. Lin Dong's gaze stared. The person in front of him was wrapped in green, as if it was made up of grass blades, and he did not know whether it was considered a plant or an animal. However, it was certain that it was the mastermind controlling the creeper. "You're allowed to go to my territory and spread your wildness? Can't I find you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you." The light green light on the grassman's body flared out and surged wildly around, while at the same time, the creepers in the entire area grew wildly, and countless vines rushed in from all over the sky. Lin Dong's vision was once again obscured by the plants. It was as if he was plunged into a world of plants. His eyes flashed red as his Corpse King domain unfolded to the extreme. The overwhelming pressure once again attacked, like a monstrous sea of blood furiously surging forward. Rumble! After a tremor, everything around was shattered, including the dense vines, as if they were swept by a storm. Countless blades of grass flew and turned into pieces under the strong pressure. The grassman's body trembled, seemed to have suffered a shock, obviously did not expect the other party's field, actually so strong. However, he strongly stabilized his body and continued to push out his energy. Endless growth. With a soft shout, the vines that had originally burst into pieces actually reissued new shoots and became thicker in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with plants, once again enveloping Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing that this grassman ability was, indeed, very evil, and with its strength, it was definitely not weaker than any of the Corpse Kings outside. Moreover, this type of attack was quite a bit like forming a domain. The wild energy stirred, the forest completely messed up. The two have a stalemate situation. But the grassman was confident, because since it grew up, from small insects, ants and mice, to large beasts, including zombies and humans, sucking many flesh and blood, to develop to such a point now, the energy it ingested on its own definitely exceeded that of most creatures. "Let's see how long you can last." Lin Dong was surrounded by the roiling vines, chopping and killing them, but his face remained calm and collected. According to his judgment, the strength of the strawman was definitely at a level, or even above, and it was indeed a little difficult to deal with, but it was also limited to being a little bit. "Well, that's about it." Lin Dong fiercely stepped forward, using his strong physical strength. The moment his foot landed on the ground, he only heard a loud rumbling sound. Traces of cracks spread on the ground as if it was an earthquake. The land began to collapse and the corpses that were originally buried in the ground were shattered. Carrion corpses and bones flew across the ground, and at the same time, there were grass roots growing inside. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. After Lin Dong took a step forward, the terrifying corpse domain moved forward with him, and the intense pressure instantly dispersed more than 10 meters away, about to envelop the grassman in it. The powerful physique, combined with the corpse domain, the Lin Dong at this moment was unstoppable. The grassman was instantly startled, sensing something strange, that destructive power that gave it a sense of foreboding. The creature in front of it was powerful. The growth speed of those vines slowed down a lot in an instant, and the grassman's energy continued to disperse, but it had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. However, Lin Dong was still strong and his chi was as strong as a rainbow. Such a violent confrontation, it is indeed very energy-consuming. At this time he has already consumed 2/10 of it. However, he could clearly feel that his opponent's resistance had become much weaker. Lin Dong took another step forward, his knees were slightly bent, his body was bowed, and he changed his hands to hold the sword, just like a cheetah pouncing, ready to strike. The corpse domain in front of him continued to spread, and had covered the strawman, and the villa at the back, as if it had automatically disintegrated, collapsed in an instant, and drifted away as pieces of powder. Chop! Lin Dong gripped his long knife tightly, and under the energy catalyzing, blazing flames, gushed out at the blade. His legs powered up and violently stomped. The huge recoil caused the ground under his feet to continue to collapse. Lin Dong's body was like a cannonball, carrying the momentum of the corpse domain's terror as he hurriedly rushed forward. The scenery on both sides flew back, grass roots, branches and leaves, as well as dirty blood flying around. At this moment, what the grassman saw, it was as if a storm was coming towards them from the front. A heavenly calamity descended. No! A strong sense of uneasiness was born in the grassman's consciousness. The smell of death was approaching. "I don't want to die." The grassman was unwilling inside. It had grown from a small grass, starting from devouring ants, to its current size, and was restless with the current situation in the mountains, wanting to move towards the urban areas. It dreamed of growing all over the world one day. I didn't expect that just as soon as it left the mountain, it would invoke such a powerful existence. In the blink of an eye, the scorching breath had already arrived in front of him, and the sharp edge was about to cut itself off, but under the shroud of the terrifying corpse domain, the straw man was unable to dodge at all. Swish! Lin Dong held his long knife and slashed across the straw man's body. Ah! The grass man once again let out a hysterical scream, looking extremely agonized. At the same time, all of its resistance energy disappeared, and the vines, which were like long snakes, began to rapidly shrink, wither, and rot. In an instant, the forest was so chaotic that it returned to tranquility, leaving only a ruin. The straw man's body was chopped into two, lying on the ground. It was not easy for him to give birth to his consciousness, and he was gradually fading away. Lin Dong surveyed it up close, wanting to take a good look at what kind of monster it was. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was indeed a mass of grass, only that it had woven itself into a humanoid shape, and in the chest area, there was a round crystal flickering. That was the source of its energy, which looked like a crystal core, but was somewhat different. You! Just how powerful are you? A signal was transmitted from the straw man's consciousness. I don't know. Lin Dong did not know how to reply. Anyway, so far, he had not encountered a flagging individual. The straw man's soul was deeply shocked. Were all the creatures outside the mountains this terrifying? It is a pity that one cannot grow to the entire world anymore. A small grass, which also had the dream of domination, gave birth to one last thought on the occasion of its complete demise. The city is too dangerous, one should stay in the mountains. Immediately thereafter, its remnant body began to shrivel, rot, and turn into flying ash floating away. After the grass man died completely, a crystal emitting a halo of light was left in its place. Lin Dong picked it up and observed it back and forth. The energy in it was powerful but rather messy. It was indeed not a crystal core. The inside of the crystal was not completely transparent, but was distributed with something similar to fibers, looking more like a seed. Can it be eaten? Lin Dong inwardly analyzed. The essence of being a zombie was still concerned about edible and inedible. The flesh and blood devoured by this grass was very mixed, with nutrients from insects, animals, zombies, and even other plants. It won't be poisonous. Lin Dong did not arouse any appetite when he was faced with this seed-like thing, as he was not a herbivore. Thus, in his heart, he pondered that perhaps he could go home and plant it to see if it could grow anything and what extent it would eventually develop. With an inquisitive and curious heart, Lin Dong put the seed into his storage space. However, just as he was dealing with this matter, between the slight movement of Lin Dong's nostrils, he could smell a human scent that was approaching the area. In the middle of the northern mountain, there were certainly humans surviving, and it was obvious that the party had fought against the grass man and made too much of a commotion to lure the humans in. At this time, there are indeed two people, his dog Sneaky, quietly lying behind a rock, eyes to the front watching. In the end, what's going on? Those man-eating vines have all withered. I don't know, the vines are indeed gone, you see. There is still a person standing there. A youth said. Aha! Another person nodded repeatedly. If the man-eating vines were still there, it was impossible for a human, or any other creature to appear there. Could it be taken out by him? What are you thinking? The youth asked directly in return. In his cognition, the man-eating vine was terrifyingly incomparable, all over the mountains, and by no means could be solved by a single individual. It is estimated that he was attracted by the commotion just like us. But why did that man-eating vine somehow die? The other person found it unbelievable. The youth pondered and said, plants? Some of them stop growing when they mature and just die. Or, that man-eating vine ate some poison and was poisoned to death. Oh, these two were both brain-dance stage awakened, and didn't have much perception, and before the end of the day, they worked as security guards for the rich and powerful in the villa area. At this moment, the two of them thought in their hearts that the man-eating vine had sucked in countless amounts of blood and flesh, ingesting many energies, and had definitely condensed a super crystal core. If this is obtained by themselves, then wouldn't it take off in place? However, when they encountered a person in these wild mountains, they did not dare to be careless and secretly observed Lin Dong, analyzing his origin. Seeing that he was alone, he should not be from the Black Scorpion organization, as that group of perverts, most of them acted collectively. Moreover, this person was neatly dressed and clean, but he had a few big boss, or rich second-generation temperament. It's probably a survivor of the villa area, and has a large amount of supplies. Whether it was for the crystal cores, or the supplies, the two felt the need to leave him behind. Go! After making up their minds, they no longer hid and directly walked forward. Lin Dong glanced at his gaze. He thought to himself that he had finally come out. It has been waiting for them for half a day. Meeting Lin Dong's gaze, the duo first raised their hands and said with a smile on their faces, "Don't you be nervous, we have no ill intentions." Oh, Lin Dong nodded. Seeing that the duo were wearing light blue security half-sleeves, which were already tattered and torn by the tree branches, their hair was long, their beards were unshaven, and their faces were full of grease and mud, just like savages. One of the youths, named Wu Daji, opened his mouth and asked, "Brother, where did the man-eating vine go?" "I don't know." Lin Dong shook his head blankly. The two of them exchanged a glance at what they heard, and it was similar to the guess. He had also rushed here at the sound of the news and explored the situation. His heart was immediately relieved a little. Wu Daji's small eyes turned a bit reckless, glancing back and forth. Then did you pick up anything? No. Lin Dong said. As for the other person, his eyes looked around on the ground, seeing that the surroundings were full of withered vines and rotting roots, and there was no imagined super crystals. Could it be there isn't any? Wu Daji was a little smart, and in his heart, he did not believe it, thinking that Lin Dong must have lied to himself, because in these wild mountains, as long as one was not a fool, no one would pick up a treasure and then tell a stranger about it. Cough. Okay. Wu Daji nodded and did not show anything else, but changed the topic and asked, Brother, this mountain forest is very dangerous. Where have you been hiding for the past half of the month? I didn't hide. Lin Dong answered truthfully. Wu Daji's small eyes narrowed slightly. The reason why he asked this was because he wanted to find out about Lin Dong's secret base, estimating that there must be a lot of supplies stored inside. Unexpectedly, this person was quite cautious and did not tell himself anything. It's the end of the world now, one more person, one more strength. We should work together in order to survive. I think you can join us. Wu Daji continued. You guys? Is there anyone else? Lin Dong pried and asked. There are. Before Wu Daji could reply, the person next to him nodded and said, Our security team originally had more than 20 people, but now more than 10 are dead, and there are still. Halfway through his words, he suddenly fell silent. It seemed that the next words were a little hard to say. However, Lin Dong had already guessed what was going on in the hilltop villa area. Apart from the security guards, maids and so on, it was the rich people with a lot of family money and a distinguished life. But now it is the end of the world, whether it is rich people, rich second generation, white rich beauty, all were pulled to the same starting line. It can be said that all beings are equal and everything is based on strength. The security guards used to serve the rich and were at the mercy of the people, or scolded. Some of them even have a strong hatred of the rich, and were originally jealous and envious. Now that they have gained power, it is not difficult to imagine what they will do, and it is estimated that those rich people will be tortured. This was the inferiority of human nature. Lin Dong has seen a lot of it. Wu Daji said. Our captain is a crystal core awakened person. He is very strong and treats people well. It is because he protects us that we have survived until now. The meaning of this sentence was obvious. It was telling Lin Dong that he had a crystal core awakened person sheltering him, so don't make any crooked thoughts. However, Lin Dong asked in return. Then, didn't you guys still die more than 10 people? This. Wu Daji opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. The companion next to him hurriedly said. Anyway, just join us. The captain will definitely protect you as well. Oh, I can instead go to your place first. Okay, no problem. If you feel bad, you can leave any time. The corner of Wu Daji's mouth curled slightly. With that, Lin Dong was in no hurry and followed the two of them as they walked towards the dense forest. In their hearts, of course, they each had their own thoughts. What Wu Daji was thinking was that this person was dressed so cleanly, he must possess a large amount of supplies, perhaps a small refuge. Because some rich second-generation people were idle and bored, before the end of the world, they loved to build those things, so it could be said that they were crooked. In addition, the crystal core of the man-eating vine was probably picked up by him. He just didn't know where it was hidden. So decided to stabilize Lin Dong first, later slowly set out the words, or, can quietly track him, when he is hungry, will certainly go to get food, then find out where he hid the supplies. As for Lin Dong's ghost tire, naturally, there is no need to say more. Originally, he had come to deal with the creepers. But on the way back, wouldn't mind picking some small fruits to eat. Wu Daji smiled and said, in fact, this mountain there is really no lack of food. Food is not the only criterion for survival at the end of the day. Those man-eating monsters are evolving, so the strength is, don't you think so? Well, finch food. This Lin Dong did not deny. At the same time, he also heard his words, meaning that it was useless to have food if he did not improve his strength. Sooner or later, he would be eaten by the monsters, so it would be better to take it out, share it with his teammates, and then everyone hunts the monsters to become stronger. In short, he's sidestepping and infiltrating ideas, a bit of PUA. But, he was clearly looking for the wrong person. After about 20 minutes of walking, traces of human activity began to appear around him. Lin Dong saw a wire snare set under a tree that was specifically for hares. There were many other small traps like this in the neighborhood. A few moments later, a dirt hill appeared in front of them, and this was Wu Daji's hiding spot. Lin Dong silently sensed that there were actually more than a dozen living breaths inside, half of which were awakened. Here we are, let's go in, Wu Daji said. However, the earthen hill was overgrown with weeds and did not even have a door, just like a giant graveyard. Only to see him walk up and open his mouth to call out. Third brother, we're back. Cypher. A muffled voice came from inside. Heavenly King over Earth Tiger. Wu Daji immediately said. With that, only a rumbling sound could be heard, and the dirt in front of them unexpectedly slowly cracked and moved to the left and right respectively, and in the blink of an eye, a hole with a length, width, and height of about 2 meters appeared. This was the ability of an Earth-awakened person. And the hole is not dark, there is a hidden firelight leaping, dispersing all the gloom and humidity. Got it right. Lin Dong sighed in his heart. Moreover, this place was indeed very hidden, and even for himself, if he did not deliberately look for it, it would probably be very difficult to find it. Wu Daji took the lead and walked in. The one who came out to greet him was a middle-aged man, bare-chested, and powerful. It was that Earth-awakened, third brother. Daji, what exactly is the situation outside? Third brother asked eagerly. The man-eating vine is really gone, it's already withered, I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Daji's face showed joy. It was indeed good news for them, making it easier to go out hunting and searching for supplies. That's great. Third brother was equally elated. Once encountering that thing was like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and many of his brothers had died in its hands, and now that it was finally gone, it was as if a huge stone had fallen to the ground in his heart. At this moment, third brother quickly noticed Lin Dong. His gaze swept over and revealed a hint of caution. Who is he? He is the one we met when we went out to scout the situation. Wu Daji recounted what happened, narrating the story, and in the end, he even secretly made a wink. Oh, Sango immediately understood. Then let's go in and tell the captain the good news. Several people headed deeper into the cave. Sango turned back and used her earth energy again, controlling the cave entrance to close. The surrounding light instantly dimmed, leaving only the torches on the walls, freckling with light, reflecting the faces of several people in a bright and dark light. Lin Dong moved forward inside and realized that the entire mound, which was hollowed out in the middle, became more and more spacious the further in he went. Not a moment later, they came to a hall in the middle of the belly of the mountain in front of them. On the surrounding walls, there were still torches burning, and there were also some simple furniture such as earthen tables and chairs. In the very center, there was a large bench, spread with a bearskin. A young man was half leaning on it. He was only wearing a big pant, holding a roasted rabbit head in his hand, placing it in his mouth and gnawing on it, while his eyes kept staring at Lin Dong's several people. Looking at his stance, he was quite a bit of a bandit leader. Obviously, the youth is the leader here. His name is Zhang Zihang. Before the end of the day, he became a security guard when he flunked out of high school, and took 40 years less detours than ordinary people, not to mention that at the age of more than 20 years old, he has already had 5 or 6 years of working experience and has mixed up to the position of captain. Captain, it's us who came back. Wu Daji stepped forward with the fawning expression of an interpreter. Well, how is it outside? Zhang Zihang opened his mouth to ask. Wu Daji repeated what happened, in its entirety, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Hearing that the man-eating vine withered, Zhang Zihang was also happy. In his heart, he also pondered. Perhaps he could develop outwardly and make the gang bigger and stronger. His eyes began to measure Lin Dong, but he did not directly tear his face off and grinned. Welcome to this place. Oh, thanks. Lin Dong said his thanks. His attitude was quite sincere. After all, it was considered to be from the heart. Sweeping his eyes around, in the entire mountain belly, of course, Zhang Zihan was not the only one, there were also several members of the security team. In addition, in the dark corners of the place, huddled a few people, men and women. Their clothes were tattered, or even naked, grimy, like refugees. Zhang Zihang sensed Lin Dong's gaze, directly jumped off the bench, walked to that corner, pulled up a girl and threw her into the center. The girl cried out in pain and knelt on her side. Her body was slender and delicate, displaying perfect curves. Come on, lift your head up. Zhang Zihan leaned down and with one finger, picked up the girl's chin, as if showing off his trophy. Does she look familiar to you? Who is it? Lin Dong curiously surveyed, found that the girl's face, although a little dirty, but still very beautiful, melon face, high nose, a pair of large eyes, at this time thin lips pursed, show the color of humiliation, look choo-choo to attract people's pity. Big star, Jiang Shua, Zhang Zihang said. Oh. Although Lin Dong seldom paid attention to the entertainment industry, but the name Jiang Shui had heard of it. It is indeed quite red, a big star, so he re-observed the girl and realized that it was really her. Only, the once glorious star, at this time has been extremely down and out, to the point of being at the mercy of others, wantonly tortured. It's no wonder that others can't recognize her, the gap is just too big. Obviously, before the end of the day, Jiang Shui lived in a luxurious villa on top of the mountain, and later fell into the hands of this group of people. Come on, big star, sing a song and listen to it, relieve the brothers of their boredom. Zhang Zihang said playfully. Because Jiang Shui started out as a singer and sang very well, known as a walking CD, when she had nothing to do here, she would let her sing and listen. Jiang Shui's eyes reddened, as if the 3 words big star had become a mockery, piercing her deeply. But she understood these people's methods. If she slightly disobeyed, she would be welcomed with inhumane torture. Thus, Jiang Shui really sang a song. Every time in, wandering alone and strong. Every time, even if it is very hurt, also do not flash tears. I know. I have a pair of invisible wings, take me to fly through despair not to think. Due to not drinking water for a long time, the song has a hint of hoarseness. Jiang Shue's singing skill is really good, just right to express the despair at this moment, with the melodious song. Her eyes 2 lines of clear tears flow. From a big star in the limelight, in a day's time, she was reduced to someone else's plaything, and still a security guard who used to watch the door for herself. This huge discrepancy seemed to make her fall from heaven to hell in an instant. Hey, to say that I doomsday quite good, before people high above, will not even look at us, but now have to obediently listen to our words. Next to him, Wu Daji said with a smile. His companion next to him nodded repeatedly, his eyes glancing to that corner. There is also a billionaire who was worth $10 billion, especially his wife. Damn, as if she is a deep-rooted bitch, she used to make things difficult for me every day, giving me small shoes. Now she is being cleaned up by me honestly. She finally got out of a mouthful of bad anger. Lin Dong's eyes looked along. There was indeed a middle-aged man, next to him was a woman. When he heard them talking, his body had begun to tremble. It was not known what kind of torture he had been subjected to before. Wu Daji, they are still sighing. The wind and water turn, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. Feel that they are really a reversal of the cool article protagonist template. At this time, Jiang Shui finished a song. It was hugging its knees, burying its head in its arms and crying in pain. Zhang Zihang felt that the display was almost done and turned his head to Lin Dong. If you want to join us, now take out the cannibal vine crystal cores, and the stored supplies, we can still be brothers, otherwise. Your end will be the same as those people. What result you want, measure it yourself. Oh, okay. Lin Dong nodded and slowly raised his eyes, and in the dimness, his pupils mapped the light of the sparrow fire. Want crystal cores, right? I will get them for you. Oh, the crowd all came to their senses upon hearing this. Is there really a crystal core? They all knew that the vines had killed countless people and sucked in many blood and flesh. The crystal cores condensed must be very high grade, and was considered a rare treasure. You still said you didn't have a crystal core before? Hurry up and bring it out for me. The nearby third brother was impatient and immediately opened his mouth to roar. Lin Dong looked at him. Come over here, I will bring it to you. Alright. Third brother did not think much at all and walked straight over. Unbeknownst to him, he was getting closer and closer to death. Next to him, Wu Daji and the others also stared straight ahead, curious about what the man-eating vine crystal core looked like, while also muttering secretly. He said outside that there is no crystal core, but now he has it. It seems that he has no deterrent effect, or the captain is stronger and stronger, able to deter him. Where is the crystal core? At this moment, third brother walked in front of Lin Dong, less than 2 meters away. In the next second, he only saw Lin Dong lifting his slender hand and suddenly probed forward, actually reaching directly into the big man's brain. Then with a gentle grab, he pulled out an earth-brown crystal core. Here, isn't this the crystal core? Lin Dong lightly said. As he was not slow, the most crucial thing was that no one around him expected that he would come this way. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, realizing at this moment that something was wrong. As they watched, Sango's lanky body softly collapsed. You. A companion beside him was staring in disbelief, and was just about to say something. However, as Lin Dong waved his hand, a long knife appeared and chopped at his neck in a smooth manner, and with a p sound, his head was chipped away, and the rest of his words could no longer be uttered. Shit! This guy engaged in a sneak attack. Quick! Kill him! How dare he fool us! Several people around them burst into fury and rushed up. Lin Dong was as quiet as a virgin and moved like a rabbit. Once he started his killing spree, he simply left them with no chance at all. Between the flashes of red light in his eyes, the terror corpse domain came. The two people who took the lead in rushing forward, as if they were cast under a fixation spell, immediately froze in place, their original angry expressions instantly turned into fear and horror. Lin Dong's long knife chopped horizontally, reaping 2 heads once again. So fierce! Wu Daji was deeply shocked, feeling that this guy was killing people like slaughtering dogs. His movements were skillful, obviously this had not been done too often, and was by no means an ordinary survivor. What in the world had he attracted? A sense of horror arose in his heart. He quickly backed up and hid beside Zhang Zihang. In his mind, the captain was the strongest existence. Captain, what do we do? This guy is dangerous. Zhang Zihang, as a crystalline core awakened, had already sensed it. Wu Daji's eyes glared. Even the captain said so? At this moment, there was chaos in the belly of the mountain, and the security team continued to die, with a head flying and a mist of blood drifting away. Under the sparrow firelight reflection, it was covered with a layer of demonic scarlet. For these low-level awakened, Lin Dong was almost a lopsided slaughter. They were completely without a single enemy. In the blink of an eye, they would be slaughtered by Lin Dong. As for Jiang Shui and the others, They were attracted by the sound and looked up with the same unbelievable look in their eyes. In the corner, the rich man's wife's eyes shone with renewed hope. "Hubby, look, those beasts are being killed. Are we going to be saved? Well, let's hope he's a refuge coming to the rescue." Richie prayed the same in his heart. In short, the security team was killed, giving them great joy. Zhang Zihang's teeth were clenched as he watched his own people being killed off, and although he sensed extreme danger, there was no turning back now, so he had to go even if he didn't want to. He emitted a scorching aura around him, and flames began to rise, encircling his entire person, clearly a B+ grade fire awakened person. The attack Zhang Zihang used was also quite conventional. After wrapping his entire body in energy, he leapt up and raised his hand to punch towards Lin Dong. His fire-burning fist, grinning in the air, had made a series of sonic booms. From an ordinary person's perspective, it was swift and fierce. "Captain, go for it!" Wu Daji shouted in his heart. After all, he was only a brain dance stage awakened, this kind of battle could not participate. However, seeing the captain strike, he felt that he should be able to usher in a turnaround. However, Lin Dong sensed that the fireman was attacking, and between his gazes, the corpse domain dispersed as if a monstrous wave was sweeping across the sky. Zhang Zihan's body stagnated as if he had fallen into the deep sea. He clenched his teeth. Under full strength, it was possible to manage to barely move. However, it was not helpful. Lin Dong swung his sword diagonally, the sharp edge sliced through his body and easily cut him into two. Hula dash. The original blazing flames instantly extinguished as Zhang Zihan's body crashed to the ground and a fiery red crystal core crumbled out. "Ha! This!" Wu Daji looked dumbfounded at this point. The strongest captain in his mind had been killed with a single slash. It was as if it was no different from killing an ordinary person. How could this happen? At this moment, he was as if his faith had collapsed. Lin Dong swung his sword several times to finish off the human awakened, and the entire process did not take long, only a few breaths. Since he had killed the earth awakened, the rest of the people who wanted to leave this graveyard had become a major problem, and death was destined to be their end. After killing Zhang Zihan, Lin Dong carried the bloodstained long knife and walked towards Wu Daji step by step. Wu Daji's liver trembled at the sight of the situation, shivering like a chick in the wind. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question. "Man-eating vine. Was it killed by you? Well, you are the only one who guessed the truth, but there is no reward." Saying this, Lin Dong swung his sword and chopped away another life, lost in the Yellow Springs. By now, the security team had been killed off, and in the entire graveyard, tranquility returned, with only the crackling sound of the flames burning around them. The wavering light mapped the surroundings brightly and darkly. The ground was littered with headless corpses, blood flowing, the fishy odor pungent, and the confined environment made it feel even more depressing. Lin Dong looked at the corner survivors and raised his steps towards them. "Good killing. Those beasts deserve to die." The woman's face grimaced as she said, and it could be seen that there were indeed some shadows of a spiteful shrew. Quickly save me out." "Oh." Lin Dong did not show too much as he raised his hand and slashed her throat. The woman's eyes were rounded with incredulity as she tried to say something, but could only make a whimpering sound. Blood gushed into her windpipe and she suffocated hard. Her body collapsed into the arms of the rich man next to her, and she continued to twitch twice. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The rich man is almost scared silly, snot and tears. "I have plenty of money, I can give you all of it. Just please let me live." "Look at you, you're starting to talk nonsense." Lin Dong glanced at the murmur. In the end of days, money was no different from waste paper and was of no use at all. It seemed that these people were not able to provide any other value for themselves, so they helped him out in passing. Lin Dong settled a few humans. In the entire grave bag, only Jiang Shui was left. She looked at all of this with a blank expression, no fear, no panic, more numbness, and a hint of relief. From a dazzling star, reduced to a prisoner, tortured by others, this huge discrepancy was hard for her to accept. She had already lost the courage to live. Lin Dong read her eyes and was clearly begging for death, so he returned his hand and ended her life, redeeming another suffering soul. Lin Dong muttered in his heart, "I, reborn Corpse King, Redeemer of Doom." After doing so, he put away the corpse and blood and used his corpse domain ability to directly walk out of the burial mound through the wall. Outside, it was midday, and the sunlight passed through the gaps in the leaves, dropping down like thousands of threads, creating a Tyndall effect. Strange birdsongs came from the forest from time to time, and everything seemed exceptionally tranquil. Lin Dong looked back. It was estimated that there were probably still survivors in the villa area at the top of the hill, but Lin Dong did not intend to go there at the moment as there was no need to rush to the end of the world. That would not mean much to him. Thus, his figure abruptly disappeared, using his concealment ability to return to his territory the same way. About 20 minutes later, Lin Dong walked out of the mountain forest. Hachi and Tank were waiting respectfully at the periphery with a group of elite juniors, and not long before, they had noticed that the dense creeper had withered. "Boss is back," it seems that he has finished off that little grass. Little 8 said. That's right, the boss has never failed in his strikes. Tank said admiringly. Dinner is served. Lin Dong just succinctly uttered 3 words before waving his hand and flinging out more than 10 corpses. The eyes of the corpses glazed over, and smelling the aroma of blood, they all became hyperactive before pouncing on them like hungry wolves. Boss even caught prey. Is this a windfall? It's so good, eh? Lin Dong paid no more attention to the feeding group of corpses and returned directly to his home. After taking a shower, he sat on the sofa and flipped his hand. A seed appeared in his palm. The energy inside was mottled, but it was very powerful. How should I plant this thing? Lin Dong pondered in his heart. Obviously, this grass seed crystal core was not something that could be planted by digging a hole and burying some soil. Conventional methods would definitely not work. Lin Dong suddenly recalled that when he was in the mountains, the roots of the creeper were growing in a head. Perhaps one should grow it that way as well. He got up and looked out the window at the street, where a zombie was roaming around, and a peculiar idea suddenly popped up in his heart. In the past, when attacking other zombie kingdoms, he had seen many fusion monsters, such as human-faced rats and 8-clawed spider women. It showed that zombie compatibility was strong. Then could one build a fusion monster? It was only a matter of using mutated plant seeds and fusing them with the zombie. Lin Dong said that he would do it and directly used his corpse domain ability to come downstairs to the street. When the surrounding zombies saw him, they bent their heads. Lin Dong swept his gaze and stared at an elite zombie, and one that had been injected with the Z virus, the Ace Legion. You, come here. HM? The zombie raised his eyes, curious in his heart. The boss actually called himself alone in an unprecedented manner. This was the first time this had happened. However, he still respectfully walked over. The reason why Lin Dong had chosen the Ace Elite was because he was afraid that the seed energy would be too strong for ordinary zombies to manage and would be completely devoured by the seed as nourishment. However, even the elite zombies could not guarantee 100% success. If it fails, it loses an elite minion. If it succeeded, a powerful fusion monster would be gained. The tech company often conducted human trials, and this was considered a zombie trial by Lin Dong. He took out the seed and used his corpse domain ability to raise his hand and place it in the zombie's brain. The zombie had not reacted and stood in place in a daze. What just swelled? Didn't you feel anything? Lin Dong curiously surveyed. No feeling. The zombie shook his head, but between his shaking, clicks sounded in his skull, as if he was sprouting roots. Hiss. The brain is so itchy. The zombie suddenly itched strangely and scratched its head with both hands, as well as kneeling on the ground, looking extremely agonized. Lin Dong frowned. Was it going to fail? Roar dash. But the zombie roared up to the sky and let out a deafening hiss, while the moment it opened its eyes, its pupils turned into a ghostly green color. Then with a click crunch, there was a small green grass seedling that grew out from the top of its head. The zombie's breath became much stronger, the strange itchiness disappeared, he opened his hands, and his 5 fingers unexpectedly turned into vines, sending them out to the surroundings. The other zombies in the vicinity were given a jump. Why is this dude growing grass? Then the vines contracted and turned back into 5 fingers, and the zombie clasped his hands, looking somewhat surprised. Boss, I've got an extra strange energy that's gotten a lot stronger. Oh. Lin Dong nodded, but his gaze was fixed on the tender green seedling above his head. Obviously, his own test was successful, obtaining a fusion monster ministry. However, it always felt a bit odd what was going on. Other people's fusion monsters were all scary in appearance, or had a domineering and majestic image, but this one of his own had a blade of grass growing on top of its head, which seemed a bit comical. It's okay. In order to live a decent life, one had to carry a bit of green on their body. Lin Dong accepted this reality. However, this zombie breath did become quite strong and had unlimited potential. If he sucked in enough blood and flesh in the future, he would also be able to achieve the endless growth effect of the straw man. Thus, he became the 5th member of Lin Dong's staff. Lin Dong gave him a very fitting name, Flowerpot. Nightfall. The sky was a little overcast, a cool breeze blew through and before long, it started to drizzle, with dripping sounds coming from outside the window. But the rainy night also cannot stop the killing of the city of Doom, under the dark dome, still ringing from time to time manic hissing sound. Lin Dongo was at home, very much at ease. He was sitting on the sofa and was watching his cell phone, gathering some intelligence. Recently, Lin Dong had been paying more attention to Tektronix, thinking of getting his hands on the Q virus. After logging onto the official website of Tektronix, it was indeed updated with a few announcements. According to our company's research, we have mastered the soil-less planting technology, which allows us to place crops in nutrient solution, maturing faster and solving part of the food problem. Happy announcement! Our company is about to transfer A-rank awakened powerhouses from the headquarters to shelter the survivors' safety. These two announcements appeared to be sparse and ordinary, nothing more than a king's wife selling herself, touting her strength on a daily basis to enhance her credibility. However, Lin Dong pondered in his heart. Class A awakened person. It wouldn't be with the Q virus, would it? Class A awakened one was definitely considered a strong person at this stage. Below that announcement, there were quite a few comments. Wow, a Class A awakened, it must rank in the top 10 in our sanctuary, right? Most of the corpse kings have only evolved to level B+ now. Level A is indeed very strong. Tektronics is so good, there's food, there's strong people, it makes me want to go there for refuge. Upstairs, be careful of using you as a human test and feeding you to zombies. I don't know if the Class A awakened can change the pattern of Jiangbei City, let's wait for the follow-up. Lin Dong closed his cell phone and stopped watching. It was estimated that it would not take long before he would encounter that Class A awakened. At the same time, was also ready to devour the A-class crystal core. The continuous drizzle had continued for several days, making the entire Doomsday City a little more humid. On this day, the rain finally stopped, and after the rain, the air was much fresher, and there were a lot of bugs scattering in the muddy soil. At the edge of Doomsday City, a propeller roar came from the sky, and a helicopter slowly landed. A small team of awakened people from Tech, with a few armed men, greeted them below. This time, they had learned their lesson and didn't fly the helicopter directly over the city, as it wasn't safe for humans to be in the sky. After the helicopter landed smoothly, the sound of the propellers gradually subsided. A tall youth, wearing a nano-combat suit, walked out from inside the helicopter. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, his nose was high and straight, he was actually a foreigner. The youth was the Class A awakened from the Tektronics headquarters, named Don Senna, and was responsible for the escort of the Q virus. In his left hand, he was carrying a silver bright-colored alloy case. Hello, Mr. Tang Senna. The leader of the receiving awakened squad walked forward and shook his hand. Tang Senna nodded. Well, let's get going. Alright, I've planned the safest route into the city for you, there are fewer zombies. The squad leader said. His name was Ken Kai, a speed-enhanced awakened. Tang Senna didn't care at all. It doesn't matter if there are many zombies, just finish them off. Oh, Jian Kai responded, feeling that this foreigner was arrogant. Mr. Tang Senna, you may not understand the situation in Jiangbei City, it's better to be careful. There's nothing I don't understand. The city I used to live in has a population of 20 million, it's very dense and evolved many powerful zombie kings, no one understands zombies better than me. Tang Senna said. Bull batch. Several members of the team marveled, they were indeed people who had seen great scenes. Then you must have encountered trickster zombies, right? One of the girls asked curiously. Of course, I've even taken out more than one once, and I'm very experienced in facing creepy corpses. Tang Senna said. Kai Jian and the others nodded, feeling that this foreigner was unusual, and probably because he was a foreigner, his personality was more high-profile and ostentatious, unlike the nationals, who were about being low-key and introverted. A few people chatted as they walked towards the city and stepped onto the streets of the city. If they walked according to the normal route, they still needed to pass through the previous snake pupil territory, which of course, had now been annexed by Lin Dong. Nowadays, the tech company did not dare to provoke Lin Dong, so they planned to take a detour and pass through the edges of the other Corpse King territories. However, on the streets, there were still a few zombies wandering around. After they discovered a few humans, they rushed towards the few people like mad dogs. However, these low-level zombies did not have the ability to threaten them, and a few armed men armed with alloy long knives hacked those zombies to death. During this time, Tang Senna also made a move. His awakened ability was body part reinforcement, underworld ghost hand. On his right hand, black gas rose, like a fire, and between his hands, he clasped the neck of a zombie. The original ferocious zombie, to his hand instantly became quiet, body motionless, as if paralyzed. The ghostly hand of the underworld does have a paralyzing effect. As long as it touches the creature, it can make it lose its ability to act. Tang Senna's 5 fingers exerted force, and with a click, he removed the zombie's head. It's really strong. Ken Kai and the others quietly watched, sighing inwardly. A few zombies, easily solved by the humans. It's not bad, as long as we don't encounter the zombie king in the building area. A female team member sighed, clearly having a heart attack. Kai Jian opened his mouth and said in relief. It won't happen this time, we've circled around so far. How can it be so coincidental that we're still met by him? That's right, unless he deliberately came to block us. Another male team member said. Obviously, they did not realize that Lin Dong had obtained the Q virus intelligence. It was just that no one noticed that at this moment, in the sky, a black-bodied crow flew by extremely fast, with a pair of small scarlet eyes flashing, taking in the street scene below. After Ken Kai and the others finished killing the zombies, they continued to walk forward, while asking a question to Tang Sena, seeking to find out that he had seen a lot of things and might be able to answer it. Mr. Tang Sena, do you think there will be a limit to the evolution of zombies? For example, if the strength reaches a certain point, it won't get any stronger. I think there will be, limits exist in any species. Tang Sena pondered. Oh, that's good. Jin Kai's heart was slightly at ease. If the zombies continued to evolve endlessly, it would be too terrifying. However, Tang Sena's words changed. If the zombie reaches its limit, I'm afraid it will dominate the world and become the god of the entire blue star. With your strength, there's no need to think about that much. Well. Kai-Jen nodded in a daze, feeling that the situation was still very grim, and it was very hard for humans to survive. Tang Sena continued. In addition, for those corpse kings who have evolved a super high level of sanity, it's no longer accurate to describe them with the word zombie. I'm more willing to call them undead. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. The name undead race, it sounded like it was not a good kind of people, and it made people's hearts fearful. Just at this time, Kai-Jen suddenly realized that the surroundings had quieted down a bit. On the street in front of him, there were no zombies, only garbage everywhere, as well as scrapped vehicles. And both sides of the dilapidated buildings, there are bright green vines twisted, has been spreading street lamps, or climbed on the scrapped vehicles. Strange, it's so quiet here. Kai-Jen vaguely felt something was wrong in his heart. A team member spoke up. It's not good that there are no zombies, save yourself the trouble. Saying that, they continued to walk forward. And Tang Sena didn't have much to say. He was a body part reinforcement awakened. Although his level wasn't low, his perception was very limited. The group of them quickly entered the range of the vines. At this time, a gust of breeze whisked by, the dense grass leaves swung neatly with it, and the vines below, actually slowly wriggled. They followed behind the two armed personnel, silently. Not long, it was wrapped in the two people's ankles and wrists. Between the two armed men's steps, they suddenly felt their ankles tighten, as if they were being pulled by something. What's going on? They looked down and realized the green vines on their ankles. Immediately afterward, they only felt a huge force coming, and the vines violently pulled backward, like a giant snake's head, hanging the two of them upside down in midair. Help! Help! What the hell is this? The two men were head down, struggling continuously. But around them, several more vines rose up, as if they were sharp arrows, shooting towards them. Put! The vines pierced into the bodies of the two, and sucked on them like straws, and their bodies dried up as far as the eye could see, and they were about to become two dry corpses. Kai-Jen and the others reacted and hurriedly looked back, just in time to see this horrifying scene. Those vines had sucked up a large amount of blood and had been dyed a scarlet color, hanging the two corpses upside down, as if they were blood snakes dancing wildly. What kind of monster is this? Even though Tang Sena had seen a lot, he had never seen such a strange scene. And those vines around them, as if they were activated one after another, stuck to the ground and rustled towards several people. Defense! Kai-Jen immediately barked out an order when he realized that he was being attacked. Hurriedly, he drew out his alloy longsword and chopped those vines off. The several awakened were not considered weak, and the vines alone could not kill them. It seems that it's just a mutated plant. There must be a mastermind behind it to manipulate it. As long as it's eliminated, it's fine. Tang Sena was not the least bit panicked. Jin Kai and the others nodded and looked in the direction where the vines were growing, also intending to follow the trail. But as they looked away, they found a slender girl standing in front of them. Ha 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 ha. The corners of the female zombie's mouth grinned up to the base of her ears and bared two rows of sharp fangs before opening her claws and running forward like a madman. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, their pupils shrinking violently, their hearts horrified. That was clearly a corpse king. Moreover, Xiao Hachi's speed was getting faster and faster, like a blistering wind and rain, like reaching the limit in the twinkling of an eye, and his figure abruptly disappeared. Creepy corpse! Several people were facing that direction, gazing on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. One of them, a spirit system awakened, was gazing and perceiving. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, a black shadow slowly moved behind her and stood out from her shadow. Xiao Hei was in a shadowed state, and it was like black flames burning around her, and her sharp claws stabbed straight to its back heart. Put! As several people were all attracted by Little Eight in front of them, they didn't pay attention to behind them at all. Little Black's claws immediately pierced through the girl and pulled out her heart with a hand. G. Holding the bloody heart in his hand, Little Black let out a strange sound of laughter. Kai-Jen turned his head to gaze, and was immediately shocked. When did this guy come? How is it another creepy corpse? I'll kill you. Seeing his teammates die in battle, he was furious in his heart. Carrying a knife he rushed forward, a speed enhanced awakened, his movements were extremely fast. But after Xiao He killed him with a single blow, he didn't even bother to fight, and his figure rapidly retreated backwards. Kai Jian just wanted to catch up. However, he heard two screams from behind him, accompanied by the sound of blood and flesh tearing. He hurriedly turned his head to look, discovered Xiao Hachi's slim figure, did not know when appeared in front of the two armed men, sharp as a long knife nails cut their necks. A team member next to him saw this and rushed over to reinforce them, but he had just ignited a burning breath around his body, when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain and almost fainted, and the burning breath instantly dissipated. Only to see the doctor's sorrowful face, appeared at the root of the hut on wall, was quietly sizing up a few people. Shit! A bunch of old sixes. Kai Jian cursed in his heart. At this time, the surrounding vines were flying, Xiao He and Xiao Hachi were attacking back and forth, and there was also a doctor on the side who launched sneak attacks from time to time, and in a short exchange of blows, they took out a few armed men and a spiritual awakened person. Mr. Tang Senna, what now? A few B+ grade zombies are just a few, their abilities are a little bit weird, but they haven't broken through to a grade yet. Let's hold our position, don't mess up, be cautious, we can definitely defeat them, don't worry, no one understands zombies better than me. Tang Senna was calm, using his underworld ghost hand to pinch off a few vines. Oh, Jin Kai's few hearts were slightly relieved, but soon, they realized that something was wrong. As they gazed up, they realized that on a building in the distance, there was actually a slender figure standing, with several crows hovering behind it. White shirt, black crows, obviously a standard match for a certain corpse king. Crap! Kai Jian and the others cursed in their hearts and recognized him, their little legs began to tremble. Just now they were praying not to meet him, but it turned out that he immediately appeared. Mr. Tang Senna, I think we should run. Run for what? Leaving your back to the zombies is the most dangerous behavior. But, when we die, we can at least leave a whole body. Jin Kai did not want to experience the fear of facing Lin Dong. Tang Senna glanced and stared, wondering why he was suddenly afraid like this. Don't worry, listen to my command, no one is better than me. No, you don't understand that walker. Not waiting for him to finish, Kai Jian directly interrupted, because between glancing at his eyes and gazing, discovered that the figure on the building had already disappeared in thin air. He had come. Lin Dong of course came to pick up the courier, since it was not in his own territory, he did not bring too many minions, only Black Shadow, Little 8, Doctor, Flowerpot 4 Kings, and even threw the tank at home to look after the house. At this moment, Kai Jian sensed that something was wrong, and with a few of his team members, he immediately pulled away from Tang Senna for a distance, thinking that later on he would let him face the weird corpse king, and that he might have a chance to escape. But in the next second, Hachi's figure appeared in front of him, with a weird smile on his face, his eyes full of killing intent. Kai Jian clenched his teeth and flew forward with his long knife in hand. Fight you! As a speed-enhanced awakened person, his long knife was swung out in a trail of shadows, but it was also incredibly swift. Little 8 was also known for his speed, and immediately swung his claws. Between the two fighting, there was a clanging sound like steel and steel, and the alloy long knife constantly burst into flames. On the other hand, Xiao He quietly lurked behind Tang Senna, eyeing the suitcase, remembering that the boss had said that he was mainly here to take this thing. So he tentatively stretched out his claws and grabbed straight for the suitcase. But Townsend was alert, always keeping an eye on the suitcase, and snapped Blackie's wrist between grabs with his right hand. Hey, caught one. Tang Senna grinned, while the spectral ghost claw was unleashed, black mist rising from his hand. Xiao He was immediately startled, feeling his body surging into endless coolness, as if he was grabbed by the hand of a stern ghost. His body couldn't even move a muscle. His body's shadow transformation, at this moment also completely disappeared, revealing that black as charcoal body. Ha! This isn't a local corpse either, right? Tang Senna suspected that he was from a certain tribe. With that, he intended to give Little Black a heavy blow. But suddenly, a flood of pressure, like a sea of blood, came tumbling in, instantly enveloping him, and a slender figure appeared in front of him. Tang Senna felt as if a titan was pressing down on him, and his asshole tightened. So strong. Lin Dong's gaze stared, and the moment he raised his hand, a long blade appeared in his hand and slashed down with a smooth force. The long one broke through the air and seemed to see blood. Tang Senna was startled and hurriedly let go of Xiao He, and against the strong and absolute pressure, he struggled to retreat a step backward. Swish! The tip of the blade almost slashed against his cheek, cutting off half of his forehead bangs and sending his blonde hair flying. Domain! This was the domain. Tang Sena's heart was shocked, and at the same time, he also realized what was happening, not expecting to encounter a corpse king who had only awakened his domain just as soon as he arrived here. In the 20 million population metropolis he had previously resided in, corpse kings that had evolved domains were also a very small number, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that the corpse nests on the list were all off-limits to humans. Of course, Lin Dong did not care what he was thinking as he continued to swing his sword and slash continuously, and the scorching breath spread. The blade was ablaze with flames. Tang Sena gazed at his eyebrows, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The same black mist surged up on his hand and raised his arm to block the long blade. Clang! Between the two touching, a metallic clang was emitted. Tang Sena had actually blocked the long knife. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and realized that his ability to strengthen this body part was not weak. A class awakened person, indeed, has two tricks up his sleeve, but there are only two. Lin Dong continued to swing his sword and slash. Although he was enveloped by the corpse domain, the great awakened person's physique was not weak, and he could still barely move, only that he was extremely consumed, and his energy was violently draining away. Going on like this is not a solution. Tang Sena began to pray in his heart, hoping that this zombie's evolutionary level is not high, and that he still has room to escape, and it seems that now. The means of attack was very single, but not very powerful. Seeing this, Kai Jian and the others who were sparring in the distance, they realized that he was still really engaged in a battle with Lin Dong. And the fight was very intense. Mr. Tang Sena, what should we do next? According to my experience, should escape now. Tang Sena backed up as he fought. Kai Jian and the others were speechless. It seemed that he faced the creepy corpses. Was indeed very experienced. Lin Dong's long knife hacked and buzzed, emitting a metallic wailing sound. However, it also could not cut through the spectral ghost hand. Obviously this level of weapon was no longer suitable for a battle of the intensity at hand. I forgot to ask Cheng Loi, is this knife warranty? Lin Dong muttered in his heart. After thinking about it, he still felt that he should forget about it, so he casually waved his hand and took back the long knife into his storage space, turning barehanded. Ha! The opposite party, Tang Sena, was curious. Fighting and putting away his weapon. What's going on here? Could it be that creating an opportunity for himself? He pondered in his heart and probed his spectral ghost hand, grabbing straight at Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong's eyes flashed red as his corpse domain unfolded to its limit while he clenched his palm into a fist and blasted his fist forward. Rumble! The strong force, like a cannonball exploding. This time, Tang Sena's ghost claw instantly went out and his entire arm crackled, twisting into a bizarre arc. His body was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards nearly 100 meters away. The suffocating pain almost caused him to faint directly. Hiss! Tang Sena was horrified in his heart and clenched his teeth as he lay on the ground and raised his eyes to look. Discovering that Lin Dong was walking towards himself step by step, the extreme unfolding of the corpse domain caused the debris around him to burst into pieces, and even the buildings on the street, all disintegrated and collapsed with a constant rumbling sound. It was as if a terrifying natural disaster was approaching. How is this possible? Tang Sena did not understand in his heart. Obviously, Lin Dong's physical toughness far exceeded that weapon, and the moment he put away the knife, he himself did not even have a chance to resist. Then why did you fight me with a weapon before? It's nothing much, I was just afraid that killing you would dirty my hands. Lin Dong replied lightly. You. Tang Sena's teeth were biting out blood, and in his heart, he realized that the corpse king in front of him had an extremely high degree of evolution, and his physique far exceeded his own, and had definitely reached the S-class, and was stronger than the corpse kings that he had met before, or even heard of. When Kai Jian and the others saw this in the distance, their hearts were suddenly half-cooled. Obviously, they were still fighting back and forth just now. As a result, they were about to lose in the blink of an eye? Are you playing with me here? As Lin Dong stepped forward, Tang Sena was once again enveloped by the corpse domain, and due to his previous intense exertion, as well as his current state of serious injury, he completely lost the room for resistance. He watched as Lin Dong stretched out his hand and grabbed at his head. Immediately, his eyes went black. Completely losing consciousness, Lin Dong stood in place, holding the A-grade crystal core in his hand, in which pure energy flowed, emitting a faint halo of light. The Tech Corporation's A-grade foreign aide, just after arriving in Jiangbei City, had directly died in battle. Immediately afterward, Lin Dong grabbed the alloy case and hard ripped it from its arm and placed it into the storage space. The Q virus arrived. Shit! Damn! Kai Jian panicked in his heart, but just as he was lost in thought for a moment, he suddenly felt a coldness in his abdomen, and Hachi's sharp nails, which were like scalpels, were inserted into his body. A gush of blood gushed out, and his life breath rapidly drained away. Swish swish swish. With a few more claws, Little 8 opened his belly and pulled out his bloody waist. After Kai Jim died, the big picture was finalized. The other few awakened ones despaired in their hearts and were quickly taken care of by Hachi, the doctor, and Flowerpot. It didn't take long for the battle to end. The streets were filled with the wreckage of the battle, as well as the ruins of collapsed buildings, and a few corpses collapsed in pools of blood, which Lin Dong waved his hand to collect and bring back to his minions to share with them. Ha ha ha, boss, let's go back. Little 8 licked his blood-stained nails, very satisfied with the kill. Next to him, Little Black nibbled on a heart. Near the water, eat it first. However, just as they were about to leave, on the surrounding streets, there were suddenly bursts of disorganized footsteps, and zombies began to appear in all directions, and several of them were agile, jumping up and down, and were obviously still elites. Lin Dong glanced his head and it was not difficult to guess that it was obviously the battle just now that had startled the Corpse King in this area. However, Brother Crow had previously scouted that the Corpse King in this area was not powerful, and there were not many waves of corpses under his command, and was defined as a 2-star corpse nest by the Tech Corporation, and was not as good as the initial red-faced Corpse King. As the zombies approached, they didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they surrounded the perimeter, hissing uncontrollably. Xiaobachi and the Black Shadow several kings gazed at each other, but were not at all nervous. It was just a small scene. It didn't take long before a Corpse King squeezed out from the zombies and stood at the front. He is not tall, a little short, thick and fat. The most conspicuous thing is that he has a pair of beckoning ears. His grade has just reached B+ level, awakening ability, super hearing. At the beginning of the end of the world, with this ability, he preyed on a lot of survivors, but it was a good time. But as the doomsday proceeded, due to the lack of combat attributes, the development soon couldn't keep up, and there was a hidden trend of being eliminated. Beacon Ear's eyes surveyed. If it was in normal times, he would never dare to mess with an overlord-level Corpse King like Lin Dong, but at the moment, relying on the large number of corpses, he raised his courage. You guys came to my territory to kill people and then left. Isn't it a little bit not too good? Indeed, then shouldn't I? Should I kill you before leaving? Lin Dong asked playfully. At the back, Xiaobachi, Xiaohei, and the others were exuberant at the words, and although they were surrounded by a tide of corpses, they had no fear. Instead, they grinned a cruel smile. Beckoning Ear was immediately stunned, realizing that he couldn't scare them. His attitude immediately softened a lot. How can you leave a human corpse behind? Not a single one. Lin Dong was unwilling to bother with him anymore and turned around to walk backward. The elite zombies that originally surrounded the area, sensing the might of the high-ranking Corpse King, did not dare to block them at all and subconsciously made way. Xiaobachi and several other Corpse Kings walked behind Lin Dong, their gazes scanning those zombies with contempt. However, until the end, the zombies did not dare to make a move. They could only watch them leave. Boss, they are so domineering, an elite zombie exclaimed. Beckoning Ear nodded. In this urban area of ours, there aren't many that can fight against him, and it is estimated that the corpse nest across the river is the only one left. Then if they are going to fight, which side are we on? The elite zombie asked. Because a zombie king like Beckoning Ear, who lacked combat attributes, would sooner or later be eliminated and lose the qualification to be king. His ultimate destination was to join the other Corpse Kings. Now the most powerful Corpse King in the urban area belongs to Lin Dong, as well as the corpse nest on the opposite side of the river. These two forces, it looks like they can still resist and divide. The Beckoning Ear's eyes darted around, pondered for a moment and said, whoever wins we help. On the way back, Xiao Hachi's heart itched. Boss, why didn't you kill that Big Ears just now? He's the kind of goods that might be useful in the future. Lin Dong said casually. They returned around the building. Tang's lanky body stood on the street with a sullen face. The boss went out for action, only he did not bring himself. He felt a little out of favor. What are you guys doing out there? Why don't you bring me? Tank asked curiously. Who let you so big, but also do not know how to hide yourself? This battle is not suitable for you. Hachi said with slight dislike. Tank looked indignant. Who says I can't hide? I'm very good at hiding. If you don't believe me, let's try. All right. Lin Dong interrupted their bickering and said to Tank, don't be in a hurry, there will be many times when you will be used in the future, let's eat first. With that, he waved his hand and threw out several corpses. Ha ha ha. As soon as he saw the flesh and blood, Tank's depression was swept away, and the boss said that he would need himself in the future, which means that he is the ace, and he has to be the finale moment to make a move. He himself was the one who wasn't disliked. After dealing with these matters, Lin Dong returned home, comfortably soaked in a hot bath and changed into a clean shirt. Pouring a cup of drink in passing, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and drank to himself. The weather outside, which had just cleared up not long ago, was currently drifting with dark clouds, and a cold wind blew through, clattering down with rain. It was as if the sky had been leaking lately, and there was an extraordinarily high amount of rain. On the streets below, a group of ferocious zombies were gathered, none other than Lin Dong's Legion of Aces, with the doctor holding a syringe and injecting them with the Q virus. Lin Dong silently observed and did not experience any accidents. After those zombies were injected with the Q virus, their bones crackled as if they were developing twice, becoming much tougher. Nowadays, they had strong healing abilities, fast reaction speeds, their bones were even harder, and their strength had once again increased. In terms of physical strength alone, they had already reached grade B, or even grade B+. However, due to relying on drug catalyzation and forced enhancement, they did not appear to have awakened abilities, so their strength was still not as good as Tank and other zombie kings. These Ace Legion zombies were more like humanoid weapons tailored for battle. Tektronix really does have something. Lin Dong sighed in his heart, and even began to suspect that the initial zombie virus was something that Tektronix had come up with, wanting to use it as a tool for world domination, only for an accidental leak to occur during the process, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Lin Dong flipped his hand and took out the A-grade crystal core that he had just captured and raised his hand to put it into his mouth. The crystal core melted in his mouth and had a sense of sweetness. The energy of the A-grade crystal core was exceptionally mellow and began to flow into his limbs and bones, nourishing his body. Lin Dong felt that the pores of his body were stretching open, extremely comfortable as the energy was being absorbed. His body was always evolving continuously. The strength of his physique had reached an extremely terrifying level, and the hardness of his bones far exceeded that of steel and alloys. Lin Dong did not know what he would evolve into. Because he was the group of zombies that evolved the fastest, there was no reference before. Those zombies downstairs, after being injected with the Q virus, obviously felt that they had become much stronger. They looked very excited and hissed continuously. Immediately, they returned to their respective positions, each in their own way, still with Blackie guarding the north, the doctor guarding the south, and Tank guarding the east with Hachi. As for the newly promoted Corpse King Flowerpot, he was also dispatched by Lin Dong to the east. Because it was relatively more dangerous than the neighboring North Mountain and the Great River, and because the creeper's original growth location was just above the North Mountain, it was considered a home turf and was more suitable for him. Everything was well organized by Lin Dong. He meticulously stayed in his clean home, nothing was going on, safe and comfortable, and then took out his cell phone and logged on to the official website of Tektronix. Let's see what's going on with them. Once he entered the homepage, it was quite quiet, with no new announcements. But many survivors left messages at the bottom asking, didn't they say there was an A-class awakened person? Is it still coming or not? It's been how many days, it should have arrived. But there's not much movement. It won't be cold in the middle of the road, will it? That's just it, what's Tech's next move? Facing many survivors' inquiries, Tektronix really did give a succinct reply. Due to the thunderstorm, the airplane was delayed, and the A-class awakened people won't be able to come for a while. Ha! The crowd below began to reply with question marks. Outside, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. The cloudy skies caused darkness to fall early. On the riverside in the east, Tank's robust figure stood, letting the rain wash over him. He stood still, as if he was a sturdy pine. Because of the rain for several days, the river's surface obviously rises a lot. The river in front of the rolling, rumbling, water mist scattered, as if the clouds and mountains phantom sea, like a fairyland. Tank I sigh, this situation, he wanted to recite a poem, but the brain is not enough. After holding back for half a day, only spit out a sentence. Grass! What a big water! But the bigger the wind and waves, the more fish there are, and when it rains, the big fish in the deep water of the river are more likely to swim to the diving layer. In the past few days, the tank caught a lot of them, a full stomach. Seeing that the rain was just right today, the tank once again raised his step and walked forward. Touch a fish to go. Although Tank was reckless, he didn't dare to go directly into the water to touch a fish. He could only squat on the shore. Using himself as bait, he attracted those mutated monster fish. Tank put his huge palm into the cold river water, and casually stirred a few times, causing splashes of water. Ha ha ha! The scent of blood and flesh, which dispersed with the current, easily attracted mutated fish. It didn't take long to see that downstream, there was a black shadow, coming against the current. It was so powerful that it caused the water waves to separate to the sides. Coming! It's coming! Still a big guy. Tank's small eyes staring, only to see the black shadow from its own 5 meters, plop sound from the underwater scurry, straight to its face to bite. That big black fish body is actually like a python, presenting a cylindrical shape, and long a lot of spots, hideous mouth, full of sharp fangs, ferocious to the extreme. Tank's strength is not weak, quickly reacted. A pair of big hands like iron pincers directly buckled in the black fish neck. He then turned around and fell towards the back land. Bang, a muffled sound, the ground were cracked traces. But the big fish was tenacious and still didn't die. Tank grabbed its tail with both hands and swung it heavily towards the ground a few times, smashing the ground with a thud. In the end, he was still unsure, and violently stepped on the fish's head again. This time, the fish finally stopped struggling. Due to the noise, Hachi's figure appeared not far away, inclining his head to look around. The tank seemed to be a little embarrassed by the look, scratched his head, picked up the big fish and asked, "Are you going to eat it? You've stepped on it with your feet." "I'm not eating the old pickled fish." Hachi shook his head in disgust. "Don't eat it." Tank skimmed his mouth, and snapped the fish's head open as he did so. "There's still brain, Dan." With that, he held the fish and feasted on it. Although the fish wasn't small, it was a bit of a stretch for Tank's appetite, and one wasn't enough. So, he planned to return to the shore and continue catching fish. Hachi reminded a word from the rear. "Hey, be careful, don't fall into the river." "Don't worry, I'm resourceful." Tank waved his hand and retraced his steps back to the shore, squatting down his lanky body. The sound of crashing water came to his ears. Tank repeated his old trick of attracting fish on the hook, and came faster this time, and from afar, he saw black shadows rolling and wriggling underwater. "Whoa, go! Here comes a bigger one!" Tank marveled in his heart. Of course, if nothing else, there must be an accident. Only to see the black shadow move swiftly, like an arrow, it came flying and poofed out of the water. Tank hurriedly grabbed it with his hand. Ha! The moment he grabbed it, the touch was very soft and slimy, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually a tentacle. It was like a squid tentacle, but the thickness underneath, it was even thicker than the tank's arm. What kind of fish is this? Before Tank had time to react, the tentacle was like a long snake, wrapping around his wrist in reverse until it spread to the whole arm, and then yanked hard. Plop! Only a sound of falling water was heard. Since the tank was originally in a crouching position, his center of gravity was unstable, and at this time, being suddenly pulled, he immediately turned his big head downward and plunged headfirst into the river water. Hachi gazed back and saw water splashing up. Thirsty? Only to see the tank struggling hard in the water, its head rising and falling. Roar! Grunt, grunt, grunt. His arms, ankles and wrists were all entangled in tentacles that were growing in number. However, the tank was powerful, biting down on the tentacles and tearing them violently. Blue-black blood spurted out. In its rear underwater, actually came from the array of squeaking strange howls of pain. Turned his head and looked. Found a huge strange head out of the water, the overall gray-white, two black eyes, like a big copper bell. The most creepy is its mouth, at this time open 4 petals, as if flowering, inside all the sharp teeth. Seeing this monster about to bite at himself, Tank hastily used both hands to resist its head. The two entangled together, with the strength of the tank, but also did not fall into the wind. However, because they were in the river, the waves were turbulent, and the two were entangled, drifting rapidly downstream. Eyes. Will become a tank rafting adventure. Just at the emergency moment, suddenly there are countless vines, from the shore came, wrapped around the tank body, pulling it toward the shore. Obviously is the flower pot out. But that hideous monster still didn't give up, always trying to drag the tank towards the deep water. For a while, the two were like a tug of war, frozen together. But Hachi, who was far away, took a flying leap and directly stepped on the dense vines, using the vines as a bridge. His figure rushed towards the monster. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the monster. At the same time, his hand claws kept waving, grabbing the giant monster and splattering blue blood. Z-dash. The monster let out a mournful roar of pain and immediately let go of its tentacles, wanting to escape. But Hachi had already killed it painfully. With her last claw, she directly grabbed into the monster's skull, almost her entire arm reaching in. The monster fish immediately stopped struggling, and the blue-black blood flowed down the water waves, forming a filthy trail. Using the vines, Flowerpot dragged them all to shore. Tank was soaked to the skin, as if he was a soupy chicken. His expression was a bit embarrassed as he looked at the strange fish and said, "What kind of fish is this?" "Squid." Flowerpot, head of green grass, came over and said. Hachi's gaze was surprised. "You say squid will appear in the river?" When the words fell, the air was instantly quiet, and the three kings were silent for a while, feeling that the question was a bit over the top. But resurveying the body of that strange fish, huge and incomparable, just the head, almost catching up with the tank, more than a dozen tentacles, slender and incomparable, there are also suction cups on it. Various physical characteristics, all similar to squid. "Let me taste what kind of fish." The tank cupped a whisker and whimpered and took a big bite, but the folds of the suckers on top stained quite a bit of sand and gravel. "Ah, toothsome, it smells like the sea." "You still know the sea flavor?" Flowerpot asked with a curious face. Flowerpot nodded his head, stating that when he first started following Lindong, he had eaten ice shrimp, crabs and whatnot, and it was this smell. Could it really be swimming from the sea? The three kings all found it puzzling and thought that it would be more appropriate to ask the boss. With that, they dragged the huge corpse and headed towards the center of the territory. The rain outside the window was getting smaller and smaller, and it gradually had a tendency to calm down. Lindong sat on the sofa. Hearing that his little brother had caught a squid in the river, the heart felt equally bizarre. There are really strange things every year, and the end of the day is especially frequent. Lindong came to the window, opened it, and stretched his head to look down, realizing that on the street below, there was indeed the corpse of a large squid. Tank, Hachi, and Flowerpot were standing by the corpse and were looking up at themselves. "It's really a squid?" Lindong muttered in his heart. However, just at this moment, a gust of television broadcast sound came from behind him. Official shelter report: due to the typhoon, the next-door Marina City has triggered a major storm surge, with 2/3 of the entire city submerged in seawater. So it's a typhoon coming, no wonder it always rains. Lindong muttered in his heart. The next-door Marina City being submerged by 2/3 of the seawater still had an impact on his own place, as it would trigger a biological migration, and the mutant beasts, zombies, survivors, and the Black Scorpion organization would most likely come to Zhongbei City due to fleeing from the disaster. That mutant squid, most likely because of the storm surge, traveled upstream from the river and reached his territory. "Eat more fish in the future, it can replenish your brain," Lindong shouted to the three kings downstairs. Tang's eyes glazed over. Eating fish can also replenish the brain? No wonder, it feels like he has been getting more and more resourceful lately. "Hachi, you have to eat more." "Put." Hachi didn't say much, his sharp nails pierced into the tank's waist, expressing his dissatisfaction with his actions. With that, the crowd of zombies divided the corpse of that strange fish. Amidst the rain curtain, there was the sound of zombies tearing flesh and blood. Blue-black blood flowed, filling the air with a pungent fishy odor. Ding dong dong. Lindong's cell phone rang as someone sent him a message. After closing the window, he turned back and pulled out his cell phone. Opening it and looking at it, he found that it was from Changlui. The content was very concise. "Borrow a road. Got a toll?" Lindong did not ask what was going on. Chang Loi replied, "There is more than enough." "Oh?" The corner of Lindong's mouth curled slightly. This poor girl was so generous. "Then you come." In fact, Chang Loi borrowed the road, but it was also because due to the storm surge, a large area of Binhai City was flooded, which also included the shelters in their city. The survivors had to move to other shelters, and Zhongbei City happened to be relatively close and would be receiving most of the refugees recently. The already impoverished shelters were even worse off after receiving the refugees, and supplies were so scarce that the nearby grass roots and tree barks had to be eaten up. Fortunately, in the coastal shelter, there are still some supplies. Chengluoi is responsible for the transfer of supplies, will be transported to Zhongbei City. It can be imagined that her journey was difficult and dangerous, simply more laborious than the Tang monk's 981 difficulties, not only to resist the attacks of zombies and mutant beasts. The most crucial thing is the Black Scorpion organization. Now they are so vicious that they can't wait to eat human flesh. Learning that the shelter was transferring supplies, they could not miss it, so they gathered a lot of people and chased them all the way. At this moment, on the outskirts of Lindong's territory, on a small road in the urban and rural areas, Changloi was leading a group of people forward at a rapid pace, and the people looked nervous, looking back from time to time. "Hurry up! It seems like someone is chasing after us again. Damn it!" These people's teeth were clenched, their faces were anxious, their hands were wrapped in large packages, and some of them were pushing special iron-wheeled carts, which were loaded with food, medicines, antibiotics, and other important supplies. Most of the people were injured, some walking with a limp, pale, obviously serious physical overdraft. Only rely on the instinctive will to survive has not yet collapsed. Even Changlui has many wounds on his body, his sleeves are torn and tattered with cuts from the blades, and the bandages wrapped around his arms have been dyed blood red by the blood. Next to Sun Xiaochang, his eyes were still flashing with a wise light, but his face was more or less tired, and his stomach was grumbling. "I'm hungry again. I still have some seafood here, so you pat it out first," Chang Luo-yi said. "Oh, seafood?" Sun Xiaochang's eyes sparkled. As the saying goes, if you rely on the mountain, you rely on the sea. When they went to the coastal city, they caught some clean crabs, pip and shrimps, and so on, which tasted very fresh. It was just a pity that the quantity was too small, as most of them were infected by the virus. "Where is the seafood?" Hurry up and bring it out, Sun Xiaoqiang said expectantly. Cheng Loi reached into his pocket and yanked out a long, dark green, plant kelp. Here, eat it. Sun Xiaoqiang is speechless at the sight, and his wise eyes look at her with an expression of "You're teasing me. Can this be called seafood?" However, now is not the time to be picky. Sun Xiaoqiang took the seaweed and stuffed it into his mouth as if swallowing it in one gulp. Don't say. The flavor is not bad, it would be even better if there was some dipping sauce. Quick! Everyone, hold on a little longer, we're about to arrive in Jiangbei City. At the back, Chen Ming yelled in encouragement. As a senior porter with a lot of experience, of course he had to take part in this operation. Besides him, there was also Sun Yuhang, as well as the awakened from the Binhai refuge, which, among them, also included some survivors who had been temporarily rescued. Their original team of 40 to 50 people, now there were only 20 or so left. Some of them were killed by zombies, mutant beasts, and the Black Scorpion organization, while more of them were physically exhausted and collapsed halfway through the journey. Under the doomsday, once someone tired down, no one will wait in place or rescue, that will only be dragged down, triggering a greater crisis. All those who cannot keep up with the team, all give up. Of course, there are some special circumstances. Previously, there is a mother and son in the team. After the son's physical exhaustion fainted on the road, the mother could not bear to give him up, took the initiative to break away from the team, stayed in the same place with her son. The end of this mother and son pair was predictable. If there was no miracle, they would have definitely left this cruel world. Thud! At this moment, another sound of falling came from the team. There was a middle-aged man in his 50s, his head was heavy and he fell over head first. Dad! Quickly get up, hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. A woman beside him anxiously called out. Whoa, Grandpa, get up, Grandpa, get up. By its side, there was also a little girl around 3 years old, who couldn't speak well, crying and shaking the middle-aged man's sleeve. Obviously, this was a family of grandparents and grandchildren. Originally, none of them could last here, relying on Chang Luoi and Chen Ming and the others to take care of them along the way, often letting the child sit on the unicycle and pushing her to walk along. Because under this cruel doomsday, the number of children is already small. Chen Ming and others saw this child, as if they saw the hope of the future of mankind. After many killings, life and death, the innocence of a child was like a clear spring that washed people's hearts and gave them spiritual solace. Most people had no problem with the special care of children. Even if they did, they didn't dare to say it. What about this? Sun Yuhang stood next to him scratching his head. Now that he had reached the edge of the city, he really didn't want to give up a companion, it felt too bad. Next to Chen Ming said, how about putting him on my cart, I can still hold on. Uncle Chen, you are really a good person. Sun Yuhang was a little teary-eyed, but Chung Luoi turned his head and gazed faintly. No need. Ha! Chen Ming and the two of them showed a surprised look on their faces. Immediately afterward, something bizarre happened. Only to see that middle-aged man violently coughing up and spitting out clumps of blood underneath his skin. It seemed as if there was something writhing, and then his body was twitching, and he was even vaguely trying to climb up from the ground. Chapter 101, Deadly Pain. The woman was immediately startled, and hurriedly picked up her daughter and took a few steps back. Dad, what's wrong with you? He was long ago parasitized by the bugs in the seawater. Chung Luoi took a step forward, and held the hilt of the knife he was carrying back in his back hand. Pulling the long knife out with a clang sound, the meaning was already clear. The woman's eyes were wide open, and her tears could not stop flowing. It was hard to accept this reality for a while. Why is it like this? In fact, he already knew about his physical condition, he just didn't let me tell you, saying that he wanted to accompany you mother and daughter on your last journey. Chen Luoi explained. The woman covered her mouth with one hand, already unable to hold back her tears, recalling that before, her father had indeed stayed in the seawater for a long time, just to salvage some supplies that could still be used. Inside today's seawater, there were a lot of mutated parasites, and it must have been that time that father had been parasitized on. At this moment, the middle-aged man was in extreme pain. His stiff body, in an extremely twisted posture, stood up from the ground, his mouth emitted a wailing sound, and underneath his facial skin, the writhing became even more intense, as if there was something crying out. Only to hear a pfft sound, the middle-aged man's eyeballs burst open, and there were several worms inside, excitedly crawling out. Those worms had slender bodies, just like wire worms. Ah dash! The middle-aged man let out a howl, completely controlled by the parasitic worms, vaguely threatening to launch an attack, as they needed a new host to continue reproducing their offspring. It's hopeless. Chang Loi muttered under her breath. Letting the middle-aged man follow the group was the last of her gentleness. The rest of the crowd had their teeth clenched tightly, looking at this scene with sorrow and anger. Even some timid female survivors had closed their eyes, not being able to bear to see what was coming next. Chen Ming was very sensible, taking a few steps forward, picking up the crying little girl, and covering her eyes with one hand. Put! Cheng Luo's hand rose up and clipped the middle-aged man's head, and there were bugs crawling out between the blood spurts. The middle-aged man's body fell to the ground. Let's go, the Black Scorpion organization should catch up later. After dealing with this matter, Cheng Luo put his sword away. The crowd nodded their heads with a grim expression. Although people kept dying in the group, those who were alive always had to keep moving forward. Wait! Suddenly, next to him, Chen Ming exclaimed, and his gaze turned horrified as he stared straight at the little girl in his arms. The rest of the people saw this and frowned, vaguely guessing what was happening. Uncle Chen, you can't be right? Sun Yuhang stammered, unwilling to accept this reality. But Chen Ming saw with his own eyes, under the skin of the little girl's forehead, there was a worm-shaped movement of about 3 centimeters, and if he didn't look closely, he thought it was a pulse beating. The woman on the side reacted, her face anxious, and hurriedly carried the little girl over. Brother Chen, my daughter, she's fine, she hasn't been parasitized by worms, right? Chen Ming opened his mouth and could no longer bear to speak. Seeing this expression on his face, the last trace of fluke in the woman's heart broke, and she instantly bawled, having just died her father, and learning that her daughter had been parasitized, the successive blows instantly caused her mind to collapse. The little girl's eyes were dim, although she was young, she was very understanding, and reached out her small hand to wipe the woman's tears. Mommy, don't cry. Aha! The woman nodded heavily, then looked at Cheng Luo with a pleading gaze. My daughter's symptoms aren't serious yet. There must be a way to save her, right? Sorry, there isn't at the moment. Cheng Luo shook his head, but with a twist of words, he said, if the parasite hasn't multiplied in large numbers, and it is removed in time, there might still be a way to save her, but we don't have any sophisticated surgical equipment, so if we hurry up and get to the shelter, perhaps those researchers will have a way. Then, let's go quickly then. The woman followed and nodded repeatedly. Now that they had reached the edge of Jiangbei City, it wasn't far from the refuge, time was life, and she wanted to save her daughter. However, the twine only picks the thin places to break, and the bad luck only finds the bitter people. Just as they were about to make their move, a powerful aura suddenly came from behind, dozens of them. The members of the Black Scorpion organization had already chased after them. Want to leave? All of you will have to stay today. The bald, burly man at the head snorted coldly. When Chen Ming and the others saw this, their teeth were clenched in anxiety. Crap! At this juncture they actually came. Prepare to fight. Several combatants, one after another, drew their blades. Cheng Luo stared. Chen Ming, take the survivors and supplies and go first, we'll stop them. Oh, good. Chen Ming nodded his head in agreement, but when he looked at Cheng Luo's calm face, there was still some worry in his heart, as the journey had been characterized by vicious battles. Even if one was covered in iron, how many nails could one hit? Not to mention Cheng Luo's self-inflicted injuries to enhance her strength, she was really afraid that she would reach her limit and not be able to hold on. You be careful, Chen Ming reminded. But the Black Scorpion members on the opposite side, of course they couldn't be allowed to take the supplies with them. A few Earth-awakened energy converged and braced their hands on the ground. The earth immediately rumbled, and countless earth walls rose up, blocking all of their paths of retreat. Damn it! The crowd gritted their teeth in hatred. Sun Xiaochang scratched his head and swept his gaze, his vision was blocked. What is this? A maze? I'm so smart. Cracking mazes is the best. He muttered under his breath while punching forward with a fist, and with a rumbling sound, intense chi energy surged, directly shattering the earth wall into pieces. Meanwhile, the great battle was on the verge of breaking out. The awakened and the Black Scorpion members battled together, various colors of energy flew and terrifying fluctuations swept through. Cheng Luo's strength was still strong, and between the swings of his long sword, lightning flashed, cutting through several earth walls and charging straight at the bald man at the head. Awakened 001? Let me see your strength. The big man muttered under his breath, the dirt under his feet gathered towards his body, forming an earth armor in the twinkling of an eye, and swung his heavy fist forward. Cheng Luo raised his sword and chopped, the long blade broke through the air, sending out a sound of cutting air. But the big man's earth armor was too thick, and after the blade missed 3 points, the power was removed and stuck in it. And Cheng Luo was jolted back more than 10 meters by the residual force of the recoil. That's it? It's nothing more than that? A weapon of that level can't even break through my defense. The big man stared, his tone full of contempt. Cheng Luo did not talk nonsense, directly put the slender blade, sticking it on top of the wound on his left arm. And with the energy catalyzed, the hilt of the blade's lightning system crystal core flashed, and an arc of electricity leapt out. The power of thunder and lightning brought her immense pain. Even her body couldn't help but tremble. It was a kind of excitement, pleasure, agitation, and every cell became active. Deadly pain was unleashed. Cheng Luoyi's wrist bracelet numbers kept jumping. Pain value, 13%, 18%, 25%, 30%. There can't be anyone who really thinks that knives are for cutting people, right? Chapter 102 Passing Fee. Strong and absolute breath coalesced, his aura rising. Cheng Luoyi flew forward and raised his fist towards the big man. His speed had been as fast as it could be. Rumble. The big man simply couldn't react in time. His chest received a heavy punch. The earth armor on his body instantly exploded. His body was like a kite with broken strings, flying straight backward tens of meters. So fierce? Bald man chest stifled, coughing violently, the corners of the mouth overflowed with blood. Feel half of the body are unconscious, almost about to lose the ability to fight. But it was too late to catch his breath, seeing Cheng Luoyi's figure, about to attack himself again. Quickly come to the people. Stop her. The big man immediately shouted in panic. Seeing this, a black scorpion member next to him hurriedly used his awakened ability. Waving his hand, the water in the sky froze, forming several ice walls in front of Cheng Luoyi. Cheng Luoyi's vision was obscured, but his movements did not stop, and when he raised his hand and slapped his palm, he shattered the ice walls. But right at this moment, there was suddenly a sound of breaking wind in his ears, and an alloy dagger stabbed straight at his temple. Go die! A youth with a hideous face drank, and it was unknown what awakened ability he had, but he silently lurked to Cheng Luoyi's side, and then suddenly launched an attack on him. But the intense pain in her body made Cheng Luoyi extra sharp. She raised her arm to block horizontally. Only to hear a pfft sound, the alloy dagger pierced through her arm, warm blood splashed on the side of her fair face, and then washed away by the fine rainwater, flowing down her jaw. Cheng Luoyi's bracelet jumped again, pain value, 35%. On her slightly pale face, the corner of her mouth curved up into a crazy arc, then she returned her hand and punched, shattering the youth's head. A crystal core crumbled out as the blood mist drifted away. Because of the stimulation of pain, Cheng Luoyi's cells were active, and his healing ability followed suit. The arm that had just been pierced by the dagger was rapidly scabbing over with the naked eye. A group of black scorpion members in the distance watched in shock, secretly sighing that they were worthy of being Sanctuary 001 awakened. Strength is unknown. When it comes to strength, it is strong. This team's supplies are not good to grab. Everyone be careful, don't let her get close, just stall her remotely, let's see how long she can last. The bald big man deployed tactics. Worthy of being a small leader, he was very good at analyzing the battlefield situation, quickly finding his opponent's shortcomings and strengths. Yes. The surrounding black scorpion members agreed and used their awakening abilities, firewalls, ice cones, and water curtains, all of which surged towards Cheng Luoyi. Some were responsible for blocking, while others were responsible for attacking. All kinds of energies surrounded Cheng Luoyi, constantly exploding, with terrifying fluctuations overflowing in all directions. The black scorpion members were outnumbered and ruthless, quickly pushing the battle to a white-hot stage, and the scene became more and more chaotic. But not far away, suddenly appeared a slender figure, wearing a clean white shirt, face cold, like an idle walk, step by step to this side, eyes sweeping muttering. Quite lively. Ha! A scar-faced black scorpion member immediately noticed him, seeing that he was very unfamiliar, obviously not from his own camp, but even looked leisurely, as if nothing was wrong, watching the action there. Shit! Give me death! Of course, Scarface could not stand to watch. Holding an alloy short sword, he went straight to slash at that slender figure. Lin Dong glanced and gazed, his eyes flashing red. That Scarface was abruptly fixed, and his expression turned horrified. Then with a bang sound, his body burst apart and turned into a cloud of blood mist that drifted away. The surrounding people showed shocked faces and their brows locked up. What kind of ability was this? It was too strong. Sun Xiaochang's wise gaze squinted and he instantly revealed a happy smile. Lin Dong, you're here. Ah. Lin Dong agreed with a sound. When he was resting at home, he heard a junior brother report that there were humans fighting on the outskirts of the territory. There were a large number of people and the commotion made was not small. He estimated in his heart that it was most likely Cheng Luoyi who had come, so he came over to take a look. Lin Dong swept his gaze and found that the people in the refuge, all of them were gray and pale, and there were many who had already overdrawn their bodies and were currently fighting through their teeth. Even Cheng Luoyi was in a sorry state, covered in wounds, his clothes were dyed red with blood. If not for the delicate face, he looked similar to a zombie. You guys fled to escape? Lin Dong asked. Well, if you want to say that. Rather, there is no problem. Sun Xiaochang nodded. Although he had gone to pick up supplies, he had traveled all the way from Binhai City to here, and was about to become a refugee. Cheng Luoyi's beautiful eyes looked over. You came to greet me? Where is the toll fee? Lin Dong said bluntly. Chang Loi raised his hand and pointed towards the bald man crowd in front. Here. It's not all here. Oh. Lin Dong nodded and realized that there were quite a few, no wonder she was so generous, only. Still have to pick them now. The Black Scorpion members frowned slightly while their hearts were strange. Who is this? Maybe it's the refuge coming for support? Just one person is coming? Humph. The bald man snorted coldly, not really caring. Chang Loi is already the strongest awakened in the sanctuary. How much stronger can the one who came to provide reinforcement be? Kill him for me. Yes. The surrounding members responded with a sniff, feeling that this was indeed the case. Most of them were from Binhai City. They did not know Lin Dong at all. Thus, a group of people were as powerful as tigers, charging towards him as the great battle continued. Lin Dong's face was calm, his eyes flashed with red light, his corpse domain unfolded at great speed, and the pouring pressure immediately enveloped the four of them. Their hideous expressions instantly turned horrified. It felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Their bodies were squeezed by the huge force, and their bones crackled as if they were deeply trapped in a quagmire, and their movements became extremely slow. Lin Dong's figure flashed as he instantly rushed forward. The moment he passed a few people, he waved his hand and a long knife appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards their heads in a smooth manner. Swish dash. The blade sliced into their heads, and there came the sound of metal rubbing against bone, as the skulls of several people were instantly chipped away, and the crystal cores crumbled out. Lin Dong waved his hand and happened to hold them all in his hand. Do it yourself and have plenty of food. He muttered under his breath, and after putting away the crystal cores, he did not stop his footsteps and continued to walk towards the bald man with his long knife. He beheaded 4 Black Scorpion members between his walks. His demeanor was light and breezy. It was as if he had done something insignificant. You. The eyes of the bald big man and the others stared up, already realizing that something was wrong. A strong sense of uneasiness arose. Just now, looking at his killing action and technique, it was too skillful. This was definitely something he hadn't done too often. As for the awakened in the refuge, most of them fought with zombies and mutant beasts. They would rarely kill without blinking an eye, much less be so professional. You. What the hell are you? The bald big man asked with a horrified expression. Lin Dong raised his eyelids and swept his eyes. Don't worry, I'm here to collect the toll. Chapter 103, Escape. Hearing him say this, the bald big man immediately became even more worried, meaning as if to say, it doesn't hurt, it's gone in one go. Moreover, they were shocked to find that whether it was the rain, or the blood water from before, not a single drop could fall on Lin Dong, and just as soon as they were about to get close, they were discharged by an inexplicable force. The heart felt completely bizarre. Chen Ming and Sun Yuhang and the others had seen Lin Dong, and when they saw that he had come to help, they were a little surprised. The Jiangbei City Party Hegemon, the absolute king. Wouldn't it be easy to kill a few Black Scorpion organization members? However, they did not dare to show it for fear of upsetting Lin Dong and charging themselves as tolls as well, which would be completely cool. As Lin Dong's footsteps approached, the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger amongst the bald and others. Boss, this guy doesn't seem to be human, a spiritual awakened said with a staring brow. What? The bald big man's heart was half cold. He was not stupid in the head, associating it with the toll fee that he had just said. His heart had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Shit. What the hell is the situation in Jiangbei City? Could it be that the Corpse King would still help the humans in the refuge? This overturned the bald big man's cognition. Feeling that Jiangbei City was too dangerous, he had to hurry back to Binhai. His eyes dribbled around, his mind thinking about countermeasures. Just received a punch from Chun Luoi, now his strength is greatly reduced. If he continues to fight, the chances of survival are slim. Brothers, fight them. Right. Fight. The surrounding people nodded heavily, a look of determination in their eyes. After all, most of the members of the Black Scorpion organization were outlaws. They raised their morale and rushed forward once again. However, after the bald big man finished speaking, his own figure quietly retreated backwards, obviously wanting to escape. At the same time, there were a few death-hungry people around him, and their footsteps were also retreating backward. Ha! These few people also silently glanced at each other. The bald big man immediately shouted angrily. How many of you? What's going on? Why aren't you on? Didn't you not get on either? A slim man asked back. Cough. The bald man coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, and his angry expression instantly collapsed as he couldn't pretend anymore. Shoo, keep it quiet, let's go quietly. There were about 5 or 6 of them, their figures retreating backwards. Those who charged ahead were soon greeted with a nightmare. Their figures rushing towards Lin Dong were like a moth, pouncing on a blazing fire. The moment they entered the corpse domain, it was like falling into an abyss. Even if they were barely able to act, they could not exert their usual 3 points. Although they were able to unleash awakened abilities such as ice picks and fireballs, they were also bounced off by the terrifying corpse domain power, or were directly shattered. Lindong incarnated as a harvesting machine of Mordor's feelings, and with a single pick of the long knife in his hand, he harvested a life, and in the process, he put the corpse into the storage space. Changloi and Sun Xiaocheng followed behind him. The three formed a triangular formation and pushed forward flatly all the way, completely crushing the situation. In a few slashes, they were going to kill the Black Scorpion organization members cleanly. It's not right. At this time, someone finally sensed something and fought to turn their heads to look, realizing that the bald big man and a few people were retreating backward. Grass. Been tricked. This was his last thought, and as Lindong's long blade fell, he lost consciousness. Crap, they are going to be killed off so soon. Do we have to run quickly? A person who was moving backwards said. Run for what? The bald big man frowned and stared, and did not expect that those of his men, who had died so quickly, did not give him too much time to delay. Alright, now run. Saying that, he was the first to turn around and bolt, running faster than a rabbit. Nima. A few people around him cursed, and after reacting, they similarly quickly buggered off. Now they don't necessarily need to run as fast as, but must be faster than their teammates. Lindong glanced his head and stared, seeing the toll to escape. His figure instantly disappeared in place. Sun Xiaocheng and Chang Luoyi likewise immediately flew after him. After chasing us all the way, isn't it a bit too late to run away now? The bald big man and the others were smart and didn't run together, but spread out in all directions and ran towards a small forest. There should be no one chasing after themselves, right? The bald big man pondered, as he remembered that there were only 3 who came after him, while there were 6 who fled by themselves, which meant that there were 3 people who had a high probability of surviving. I hope I am the lucky one. The bald big man ran and looked back, and then his face was a bit delighted, because, behind him, it was indeed empty, not even half a silhouette. Ha ha. He subconsciously laughed out loud, and his escape speed slowed down by a few points. Hey, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a magnetic voice actually came from in front of him. The bald man realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned his head back, when he instantly saw a slender figure, standing not far in front of him. He was horrified in his heart and instantly stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with incredulity, unable to figure out how. When did you come? Lindong also stopped talking nonsense, his figure flickered and instantly came in front of him again. The long knife in his hand was angled. A line of red blood appeared from the bald man's chin to his heavenly soul. His eyes were wide open, still maintaining a shocked expression, and then his head, like a briny egg, split in 2 from the center, breaking off directly. Lindong put it away before his figure disappeared once again. When he next appeared, he had already arrived in front of a large tree, the bark of which was cracked as if it was dried up, and the roots of which were crawling with moss. It appeared to be just a big tree in the middle of the woods that was plain and uninteresting. Plant camouflage? I've seen it once before. Lindong muttered something under his breath. The large tree in front of him actually trembled for a moment, followed by a pair of terrified eyes opening. It had been discovered. Obviously, this person was a wood awakened who was proficient in the art of camouflage, but he did not expect that he would be a virtual nullity in front of Lindong and was found with a single glance. Lindong chopped horizontally with the long knife in his hand. Only a plop sound was heard. Scarlet blood shot out from the tree trunk and a human corpse fell down softly from it. Lindong put the corpse away before he started to gaze in another direction. He seemed to have sensed something that felt a little odd. No, there is something else in this grove. Don't run! On the other side, Sun Xiaocheng opened his mouth and drank. Although he was not smart in the head, he had excellent physical abilities and ran very fast. A speed-enhanced awakened person in front of him was on the verge of being caught up by him, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Your sister. Is this guy a dog? So capable of chasing? The youth weaved through the forest, cursing angrily in his heart and looking back from time to time. Put. Suddenly, he only felt a coldness in his abdomen, and was pierced by a hand that was completely white bone. Blood slowly flowed out, wetting his shirt and spreading, like a dark red flower blooming. The youth is incredible, as if a puppet, neck a little turn around, but found a skin and bones of the horror of the face, appeared in front of their own. Chapter 104 Exorcism. He. The skin and bone face laughed hideously, emitting a sound like the friction of iron sheets. The youth convulsed and lost consciousness in fear. Sun Xiaocheng's wise gaze surveyed curiously. A monster that appeared from where? If ordinary people saw it, they would have been shocked, but Sun Xiaocheng did not bring fear at all. Instead, he flew forward and punched it. The white bone corpse king also did not dodge. Blood-stained bone claws clenched into fists, the same fist bombarded. Bang! The too hard to shake a fist, as if the needle tip against the wheat arrows, strong chi power from the fist swept, will be the ground withered leaves shocked 4 flying 5 scattered. Sun Xiaochang's small arm was numb, and he could not stop thumping back a few steps, discovering that this monster soul was like a sparrow, but its strength was not small. That white bone corpse king's nose sniffed and distinguished Sun Xiaochang's flavor. It seems like it was you guys who came to my territory to spread your wildness. Oh, was there? I have many places to spread my wildness. How old is your territory? Sun Xiaochang couldn't recall where it was at all. The white bone corpse king was filled with black lines, realizing that this human wasn't too smart. Eating it wouldn't affect his IQ, right? But at this moment, he suddenly turned his eyes towards the depths of the forest and frowned as if he felt a powerful aura coming from him. Forget it, I'll leave first, I'll kill you when the next time comes. After saying that, he grabbed the corpse next to him, and the bones in his back crackled, and there was actually a pair of bone wings stretching out, and then he abruptly pulled himself up and scurried directly into the sky. I'll take this prey away as well. If you're not convinced, you can look for me across the river. The white bone corpse king quickly transformed into a small black dot in the air, his hoarse voice echoing in the forest. At this moment, Lin Dong's figure happened to appear next to Sun Xiaochang. He raised his eyes to gaze at the sky and pondered for a long time. Intercepted. What is that thing? Surprisingly, it can still fly? Sun Xiaochang scratched his head and asked. Lin Dong replied. The corpse king across the river. Ah, no wonder. Sun Xiaochang came to a realization and suddenly remembered that he had indeed been to the Jiangqiao district, and had been possessed by the black cat that time of the last sugar factory rescue. It seems that the corpses across the river are all very weird. Just as he was sighing, Changlui's figure also scurried out from the forest. What's going on? A flying corpse king just appeared and took away our toll. Sun Xiaochang said in a colorful voice. Cheng Luoi raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking at the sky. All right. Next time, key out his crystal core as compensation. Up to this point, all the members of the Black Scorpion organization had been killed in action, with only one being captured by the White Bone Corpse King, and the rest were all pocketed by Lin Dong. He pondered in his heart that there were other corpse kings around the territory. It was inconvenient to do anything. Sooner or later it was a hidden danger. They had to be exterminated. Thereupon, they walked out of the woods and rejoined Shen Ming and the others. Although they had successfully finished off the Black Scorpion members and reached Jiangbei City without any problems, they were not happy at this time. Because, a woman was holding a little girl and crying, her eyes were red and swollen, her voice was muffled and hysterical, it was simply saddening to hear and tearful to hear. The little girl has been parasitized, the parasite hidden signs of large-scale reproduction, her lips pale, slightly trembling, obviously very painful. But the little girl still persisted, and was also good enough to help her mom wipe her tears. Mommy, don't cry about it. Woo woo. Seeing her daughter being so understanding, the mother cried even more. The surrounding Chen Ming and the others were clenching their teeth, their fists clenched, their hearts outraged. Although they were used to seeing life and death, their hearts were still touched. This is probably the middle of the doomsday. What little humanity remained. What to do? People couldn't bear to watch. Because the little girl was getting more and more agonized, her body was twitching, and the worms wriggling under the skin of her forehead were more obvious, which was a sign of the impending mass reproduction. Those worms would crawl all over her body, and through her muscles, control her mobility. At this point, the little girl was still conscious and would clearly perceive every inch of pain on her body. I think, why don't we just give the child a pain, don't let her suffer? One person in the team suggested. This. The rest of the people looked at each other with a bit of impatience. But the woman wiped her tears and surprisingly nodded her head, agreeing, really not wanting her daughter to suffer. Just do it then. Oh. The crowd responded in a daze, but no one made a move because they really couldn't bear to lay their hands on a little girl. Let me do it. Suddenly, a magnetic voice came from the back. Lin Dong flung his hand and pulled out a long knife out of thin air. Chen Ming and the others turned their heads to look at it, and were immediately somewhat relieved. Well, he's a professional at doing this, he must have endured his hand. Lin Dong's face was bland as he slowly walked forward, and the people around him retreated, making a path for him. The woman grabbed the girl's shoulder and was crying as she instructed. Xiaobao, don't be afraid, it will soon be over, don't be anxious, mom will soon go down to accompany you. Oh, the little girl seemed to understand and nodded her head. The woman's tears once again came out of her eyes, she let go of her daughter, retreated to the side and turned around, crouching on the ground, burying her head in her arms, unable to stop sobbing, not daring to look at what was about to happen at all. Lin Dong, holding a long knife, came to the front of the girl and looked down at the little one. This feeling. It was like being in the wild and seeing a small rabbit that felt quite cute. With that, he raised his blade and chopped. With a swish sound, the sharp edge broke through the air and unobstructedly disappeared into the little girl's head before drilling out from the other end. But strangely enough, there was no imagined image of blood splattering on the spot. The little girl was still intact, as if she did not feel anything, her long eyelashes blinking as she stared at Lin Dong with unblinking eyes. On the other hand, above Lin Dong's long knife, there was actually a squeaking strange sound coming from it, and there were a few bugs hanging on the tip of the knife, which had been picked out by him. Hula! Lin Dong's energy catalyzed as his long knife ignited fire, burning the bugs into ashes. Good, it's over, Lin Dong casually said before putting the long knife away. Eh? The crowd was stunned at the sight, and all of them were filled with incredulity. The long knife had clearly cut through the head, yet nothing happened at all, and picked out the worms. Am I blind? I don't know. What's going on? The kid seems to be fine. No way. This can't be a hallucination, can it? People were talking, but they didn't dare to be sure. But at this moment, that little girl touched her little head, the original color of pain disappeared, and her entire body was quite refreshed, feeling that there was indeed nothing wrong with her. So, she turned her head to the woman who was holding her head and crying and said, "Mama, don't cry, I'm already fine." The woman stopped crying and subconsciously turned her head to look over, a pair of teary eyes were hazy, and seeing that nothing was wrong with her daughter, she quickly showed a shocked face. Ha! Chapter 105, Beast Hunting. Her face was filled with disbelief, but seeing her daughter's state of mind, she was indeed much better. Little treasure, you really don't hurt anymore? Ah! The little girl nodded her head obediently and raised her eyes to look at Lin Dong. It was this big brother who saved me. The bugs in your daughter's body have been expelled. She does not need to die. Chang Loi walked forward with a calm expression, having long guessed that this would be the outcome, because with Lin Dong's ability, as long as he was willing, could completely do it. Hearing Chang Loi's words, the woman was completely relieved and at the same time, a wave of ecstasy ran through her heart as she hurriedly hugged her daughter. Ooh, God has eyes, it's really great. The two embraced each other and cried. When Chen Ming and the others beside him saw this scene, they were moved inwardly and slightly teary-eyed. They also did not expect it. It was Lin Dong who had saved the little girl. At this moment, Chen Ming admired Lin Dong so much that an impulse even arose in his heart to kill himself to help him. The woman quickly reacted, she pulled the little girl, and together they knelt down in front of Lin Dong, banging their heads a few times to thank him. Thank you so much, you are really a good person. You are welcome. Lin Dong casually said, he just did not expect that he would be honored with the title of good person. The woman seemed to think of something and hurriedly said to her daughter, Xiao Bao, call Godfather. Forget it, it's not necessary. Lin Dong continuously waved his hand and refused. Put. Even the always cold Chang Lui could not help but reveal a stunning smile when she saw this. Sun Xiao Chang's wise eyes slanted, feeling that this was a rare thing. This guy could actually smile. Lin Dong said to a few people, there's nothing more to do, you all go back. Okay. Chang Lui nodded, but his eyes looked out in the direction of Binhai City. There are still a lot of mutant beasts, zombies, or members of the Black Scorpion organization back there, and they could come here at any time. Just come. Lin Dong did not feel that this was a bad thing. Chang Lui remembered something. By the way, if you want to attack the corpse nest across the river, you can call me one. Okay. Lin Dong replied, having no intention of leaving her behind. At this moment, Chen Ming was filled with righteous indignation, and since he had just been convinced by Lin Dong, he also wanted to do his part for him. Count me in as old Chen. I'm also coming to help. Oh. Lin Dong glanced at him, but I don't have much to move. Chen Ming was speechless in his heart, feeling that he was being belittled. Just like that, after they said their goodbyes, Chang Lui's group gradually moved away. At this time, the rain had already stopped, and half of the setting sun was revealed among the clouds, the afterglow spilling down, reflecting the damp city in a dim color. Sun Yuhang's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Uncle Chen, do you think Lin Dong is really a corpse king? The internet says that he is murderous and cruel, and has slaughtered thousands of humans. I don't think this is like that either. He even saved my life before. Humph. That's because he doesn't see you as an enemy. Oh no. Maybe he doesn't even see you as a human. Chen Ming added, thinking that in Lin Dong's mind, he might treat him as a small animal. Sun Yuhang. At this time, Lin Dong had already returned home. He sat on the sofa, took out a tall glass, poured a drink and placed it on his mouth to take a light sip. Outside the window, on the street, there were bursts of sounds of tearing flesh and blood, which were the prey he had just caught, totaling more than 20 corpses that were being divided by the zombies. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected a bloody scene. Lin Dong took out his cell phone and flipped through the online intelligence. Good news! The city's shelters have been receiving fleeing survivors one after another, and a large amount of supplies have been successfully transferred. The wireless signal of the shelter has been maximized. Those who can receive the signal, please take refuge here as soon as possible. Due to the coastal city refuge being flooded with seawater, the tens of thousands of survivors inside were scattered, and they will be fleeing to Zhangbei City in batches. Being able to connect to the refuge signal meant the hope of survival. But inside the tens of thousands of survivors, it is estimated that less than a third of them will survive. On the official shelter, there was not much useful information, so Lin Dong logged onto the official website of Tektronix to see what they had to offer. As a result, when he went up, it was really lively, and the first announcement was extremely eye-catching. It was labeled in red font. Important notice: after our company's research, we have developed the human evolution potion, which can make ordinary survivors evolve to the cerebral dance stage within 24 hours. The number of comments below this announcement had far surpassed the others. Because most of the survivors were ordinary people who wanted to become awakened very much, they paid extra attention to this. Crap! It's really been developed. Tektronix is bullish. I want to buy one. Is it shipped? What are you thinking? Where can I send it to you after the end of the world? I don't know the price. How can I buy it? I've contacted the insiders and said that 3B grade crystals can be exchanged for one. Grass. 3 pieces? Isn't this fucking killing me? Lin Dong could not help but sigh. Tektronix was quite good at doing business, exchanging one brain dance stage evolution potion for 3 crystal cores. Sure enough, technology made a fortune. However, this piece of news was not a bad thing for Lin Dong. In the future, there would be cherries everywhere. Yesterday, our company captured a Class B mutant beast, silverback giant ape, weighing as much as 5 tons. Whether it is used for food or scientific research, it has a significant role to play. Apparently, there was no such creature as the silverback giant ape in Zhangbei City, and it was mostly due to the typhoon that it ran from Binhai City. My company has also found many traces of mutated beasts and will be sending out beast hunting squads to capture them one after another. In addition, the Hunter 2 reformer developed by our company has been put into use, and can effectively guarantee the safety of survivors who fled from Binhai City. You are welcome to take refuge in our company. Obviously, these few announcements were still boasting about their strength, developing evolutionary potions, capturing large mutated beasts, nothing more than for the sake of the last sentence, attracting people fleeing from Marina City to take refuge in Tektronix. Really don't have a long memory. Starting to scurry around again. Lin Dong muttered in his heart. In the past, he had organized some king hunting action team, intending to hunt the corpse king, and as a result, he had been regrouped by himself to destroy several teams, and now he had come up with the beast hunting squad, and had started to hunt mutant beasts all over the place. However, they were so active, they definitely had a bottom line. Lin Dong had previously heard Yang Hao say that the Hunter 2 reformer, which was transformed using the awakened human body test, could transfer or graft awakened abilities. That is to say, the Hunter's second-generation transformer possesses awakened abilities and may also have more than one type, with strength far exceeding that of the first generation. At that time, Lin Dong was still curious as to how many crystal cores would be on such a reformer. It seems that it is time to emperor. P.S. Hello everyone, it's still me. Something's up this time. New tomato event recently, gift scramble. I know, I'm very vegetable, and those big gods can't compare, but still want to try, so, request everyone to send some free small gift support, wine to pay thanks. Chapter 106, The Reformer. Darkness descended and enveloped the earth. The entire city was as if it was dipped in ink, pitch black. However, every night, Zhangbei City became a predator's paradise, and it was very lively outside, hissing, and the killings were still on. It wasn't that easy for Lin Dong to find the people from Tech. The huge city was like finding a needle in the bottom of the sea. In his territory, the one with the strongest detection ability was the Crow Brother. But in the dark night, it does not dare to fly around, easy to meet natural enemies, or its mutant raptors, night lords, falcons and so on. But soon, Lin Dong quickly remembered a corpse and thought that it might come in handy. So he stood up from the sofa, and his figure abruptly disappeared in place. An area next door. Beckoning Ear was standing on the street, boasting, and giving a meeting to several elite juniors. Recently, Zhangbei City is not peaceful. Quite a few mutant beasts have broken in, and there are also human awakened people roaming around. We have to be careful. Don't worry, boss, I'm already very careful. The sidekick nodded his head repeatedly and continued, Today, I met a group of human beings who were wandering around in our territory, but I didn't even make a move. What the hell is that, being careful? You're a wimp. Beckoning Ear was a bit annoyed that there were humans intruding in, all of them were indifferent, and still spoke in such a grandiose manner. The little brother's face showed embarrassment. Big brother, what do you say then? In the future, no matter who comes to our place, they must be cleared out and defend the territory to the death. Beckoning Ear said righteously, rather like a cop. However, as soon as his words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air behind him, silently and unnoticeably. Beckoning Wind Ear opposite the little brother saw. Immediately the body trembled. Big brother, you just said either who? Right. No matter who. Beckoning Ear emphasized once more. Thereupon, the little brother pointed behind him in horror. What about him? Recruiting Ear Counter sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly turned his head to look, just in time to see Lin Dong, his eyes gazing at him. He was shocked and thumped back 2 steps in a row, his soul shuddering. When did this god of death come? Could it be that it had come to kill himself? Lin Dong slowly opened his mouth to ask. What did you just say? Mom gave birth. Beckoning Ear was scared silly and started babbling. Lin Dong saw his unproductive appearance, and it was difficult to become something great. I came to find you to do some errands. An errand? Errands are good. I love doing errands the most. Beckoning Ear replied in succession, at the same time assured a little bit, do not kill themselves on the line. Lin Dong continued. Recently, the humans from tech are running amok. Can you find them? Can. That would be too able. Beckoning Ear nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He awakened his ability, super hearing. He could not do anything else, but he was the most specialized in finding people. Lin Dong was satisfied with the situation. Just find them out. Oh, no problem. Beckoning Ear's eyes dripped and thought about it and asked, Big brother, so, I have any benefits? There are benefits, find it without killing you. Lin Dong said. Beckoning Ear speechless, understand what he means, cannot find it to kill yourself? This was an intention to whore himself out to the end. I'll find it. Although it was in Beckoning Ear's territory, he had also seen Lin Dong's methods just now, and wanted to kill himself. It was simply easy. There was not even a chance to react. Several elite juniors looked at him, and were all a little confused at the moment. Boss, you didn't say that just now? Just now was just now is now. Your IQ evolution is too low. You don't know that there's a saying that the one who is fine is way gingy. Beckoning Ear gave a reprimand to his juniors. Immediately, he began to look for humans for Lin Dong. Lin Dong was also curious to see how he used his awakening ability. Only to see Beckoning Ear press his ears to the ground while his legs were taut, puckering his buttocks high as, super hearing, was unleashed. In a split second, all subtle sounds were transmitted into the bottom of his ears, worms squirming, rats foraging for food, and even dust drifting down. The hearing quickly dispersed in all directions, extending to a distance of several kilometers. Seems to have found it, over here. The bottom of Beckoning Ear's ear remained attached to the ground, his legs swinging as if he was a vacuum cleaner, walking forward out and about in a rather comical manner. Lin Dong all watched in awe. This is a great talent. While Beckoning Ear was sticking to the ground, his walking speed was not slow, and he soon disappeared into the darkness in the distance. Lin Dong immediately followed in his footsteps. About 20 minutes later, in the distant street, a fierce beast hissed. The sound shook the sky and the ground, causing the nearby glass to burst open. A hanging white-fronted tiger appeared. Its body size was robust, weighing more than a ton. The most striking thing was that its body was white, with black markings, looking extremely domineering. Obviously, this was a mutated white tiger. However, at this moment, the giant tiger was in quite a sorry state, seemingly fleeing. On its white fur, it was stained with scarlet blood, and there were traces of cuts from swords and knives everywhere. The white tiger was charging through the streets, jumping up and down, its body shape still agile, causing the scrapped vehicles to break one after another. Behind him was the beast hunting team of Tektronics, a total of 4 people, plus a second-generation transformed human. The transformed human was similar in size to a normal human, with grayish-white skin, a bald head, and eyes that weren't really animated, apparently controlled by AI. Big brother, look, isn't that a human? Beckoning Ear said as he lay on his back behind the scrapped vehicle. I see it. Lin Dong nodded and said. The beast hunting squad of the tech company, seeing that the mutated white tiger was trying to escape, were not in a hurry. Instead they were talking and laughing. The reformer on the side gazed at them, and a mechanical sound came out of his mouth. Scanning. Calculating the prey's escape trajectory. Ice prison activated. Saying that, it raised its hand, accurately prejudging the white tiger's escape route. Several 5 or 6 meter long ice cones coalesced in midair. Swish 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 swish. The ice cones stabbed downward one after another, piercing through the tiger's body and pinning it to the ground, as if forming a cage. Roar dash. The tiger roared in pain as blood flowed out, but it also lost its ability to move. Hey, got it. The youth in the lead was pleased. We're lucky to have found a mutated tiger. A female team member in the back said. The youth looked at the transformers beside him and was not only somewhat impressed. This second-generation chaser is really strong. Terrifying calculation ability, coupled with the awakened supernatural ability. Every release is precise and accurate, but it's much stronger than us. Thanks for the compliment, you're not bad either. The reformer emitted a mechanical sound, an artificial intelligence program that was fully capable of conversing with humans. Since the second-generation chaser had just been put into use, it was currently considered an experimental stage, and the 4 people had brought it out for the first time. Seeing the situation in the heart have sighed. It is really tie pants hot. Chapter 107, Combat Power. You guys say. Artificial intelligence grows on, will it replace humans? A short and fat youth asked. The girl next to him replied, I think it's very likely. In the headquarters, there have been cases of AIs deceiving researchers to get more permissions. Hiss. A few people in the surroundings were creeped out by what they heard. Feeling that in this apocalypse, the ones who would end up dominating the world might not necessarily be humans, zombies, or mutant beasts, but could also be artificial intelligence. The girl continued. Moreover, the headquarters has already begun to develop the 3rd generation of reformed people, which is said to use liquid metal to greatly enhance their repair power, and can even change their body form at will. That's really more perfect than humans. Several people around them exclaimed. He. The short and fat youth laughed and said, if you ask me, it's not bad to have liquid metal as a doll, and change whatever body shape you want. How this shitty road can also be driven? A few people skimmed their mouths and joked as they walked towards the mutated white tiger. But as they slowly approached, that girl suddenly frowned. She was a spiritual awakened, as if she had sensed something. Captain, there are zombies nearby. What? The youth raised an eyebrow and turned cautious. Over there. The girl made sure and reached out to point. With her strength, of course she could not perceive Lin Dong. What she detected at this time was the beckoning ear. Several people sniffed and looked towards the scrapped vehicle almost simultaneously. Oh no! Big brother, we are being sent by humans. Beckoning ear said, but turning his head, he realized that Lin Dong's figure had already disappeared. Crap! Beckoning ear cursed and instantly panicked a little. At this time, the reformer gazed at him. Scanning in progress. Evolution level, B, predicted combat strength, 50. Harm. So it's a zombie with a battle 50. The youth heard the mechanical tone and let out a long breath. The short and fat youth chimed in. Don't worry, there aren't many powerful zombie kings in this neighborhood, otherwise there wouldn't be a mutated white tiger. Well, that's true, if those menacing 5-star corpse nests, not to mention mutated tigers, even mutated Tyrannosaurus rexes would have to be torn apart. The girl nodded and said. Facing the beckoning ears, they let their guard down. The B-class zombies, whose combat power was not as good as the mutated white tigers, could be completely easily resolved. Alright, let's consider it an unexpected harvest. The youth stared, as if he was about to launch an attack. Beckoning ear became even more flustered. Brothers, come help. With an order, in the darkness behind him, there was a burst of hissing sounds, and it was precisely those elite minions of his. One by one, terrifying faces scurried out of the darkness. Some jumped onto the scrapped vehicles, some climbed the walls and came, looking quite fierce. Not much of a problem. The youth in the lead remained unperturbed. Even if they were surrounded by this kind of zombie, without a powerful corpse king, they could still break out. Prepare for battle, the youth said as the energy around him stirred. Wait. Suddenly, the girl called out as her brows stared up once again. What's wrong with you again? Several people looked puzzled and looked at her. But at this moment, the girl's face was so grave that it was about to drip water. A strong sense of crisis arose, causing her to fall into extreme unease. It seemed that the next second, she was about to die. Near us, there's something else. Where? The 3 men saw that she didn't look like she was joking, and stared on guard. The girl's teeth clenched, her mental power dispersed, trying to sense everything, then her eyes abruptly glared, filled with extreme panic. He's right here. But halfway through her words, her body suddenly stiffened, her mouth opened wide, but half a word could no longer be spat out. A slender figure slowly condensed behind her, and obediently stretched out his hand, probed into its brain shell, and pulled out a crystal core. You guessed correctly, rewarding you with death. Lin Dong opened his mouth. The girl's corpse softly collapsed at its feet, her eyes still round and retaining the terror she had felt in life. Hiss. The 3 youths sucked in a breath of cool air and subconsciously took a few steps back. White shirt, handsome looks. This shouldn't be. They vaguely guessed something in their hearts and instantly turned terrified. Who said there's no powerful corpse king around here? Grass. I didn't expect him to appear here either. The short and fat youth scums were chattering. This corpse king in front of him was simply a nightmare for the tech company, and was the absolute king of Jiangbei City, vaguely trending to become the sole overlord. In the city's remaining several corpse nests, few could fight against it. It's over, meeting him, we're cool, another tall man said. It's not certain. The leading youth stared, turning his head to look at the reformer beside him. This was their last hope. Now they could only sacrifice the rebuilt person to hold back the corpse king for a moment, and they still had a chance to escape, although still very slim. However, at this time, the remodeler was staring at Lin Dong, and a green light swept through his eyes. Scanning in progress. Evolution level, S, combat power, max. Database insufficient, unable to calculate. Simulated battles 10,000 times, all failed. Summary, this target cannot be defeated, initiate self-preservation plan, flee. After the Transformer's mechanical voice finished speaking, his feet stepped backward, then turned around and fled, extremely fast. The remaining 3 people were a bit dumbfounded, and were immediately filled with black question marks. What is this situation? Originally thought of letting the remodeled man take the rear and escape himself, but as a result, it skipped out first. The reformer was not a robot, it only knew how to carry out orders, it had an intelligent program, it could think independently. When it saw that the enemy couldn't be defeated, of course it knew how to escape. Damn! Just now I praised it for nothing, it feels worse than a generation. The youth gritted his teeth and cursed. The short and fat man said, "This is not the time to talk about this, let's hurry and run too." Run! The youth shouted and turned around to bolt. But just at this instant, the 3 people's bodies suddenly slowed down, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, only to feel a huge pressure coming on, and their bones crackling all over their bodies. Their escape speed, of course, cannot compare to the spread of horror corpse domain. At this moment, they were all enveloped in it. Lin Dong's figure swiftly moved, and as he crossed paths with the 3 of them, a long blade condensed in his hand, sweeping and chopping in a smooth manner. Put! The sharp long knife, which did not enter their skulls, as if opening a watermelon, directly chipped open the skull and 3 crystal cores crumbled out. Lin Dong waved his hand and collected the corpses together with the crystal cores, then his figure abruptly disappeared, and he did not know where he had gone. Is this the strength of combat max? Beckoning Ear's eyes showed amazement, and they had all looked dumbfounded. Seeing Lin Dong kill a few awakened, it was as if he had passed between one walk and the other, without any effort at all. Boss, what exactly is the max? An elite junior next to him asked curiously. Idiot. Always blame me for saying you have a low IQ, you don't even know max. Beckoning Ear was rather disgusted and thought about explaining, max. It's equal to 50. P.S. Hello everyone, it's still me, with everyone's support. This book gift scramble activity currently rushed to 12. I did not expect you guys so strong. As a humble budding author, I'm already very content and feel flattered. Thank you for being there, thank you all for your support, bye. Oh yeah, the gift value of the reward can also be drawn. I drew 12 times, but unfortunately I didn't get anything. Right triangle and operators. Chapter 108, Zombie Tiger. The zombie minions reckoned that max is equal to 50, and the boss's combat power is 50. To convert, the boss is equal to max, and his combat power is just as strong. Awesome! Worthy of being the boss. Beckoning Ear no longer paid attention to his little brother, and had already run to the street, spilling a lot of blood due to the battle just now. He squatted on the ground, dipped his finger and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Don't waste it. At this moment, the reformed man was fleeing in a hurry. Its figure was athletic, and in its brain, it had already calculated the best escape route. With a sharp leap of its legs, it jumped onto the wall of the tall building, then utilized its strength to stomp, and directly flipped onto the roof of the building. Escape from the roof, probability of success increased by 435%. It still kept calculating. But just before it reached the roof of the building, a slender figure appeared in the darkness in front of it, a pair of indifferent eyes staring. Return to 0. The reformer stood in place, the situation in front of him, without data, it was impossible to calculate. Launching an attack test. In the palms of its hands, it actually emitted a scorching aura as 2 balls of fire began to coalesce. Lin Dong understood at the sight. This reformer had transplanted 2 awakened abilities, before the ice system, now the fire system, commonly known as, will ice will fire. The 2 fireballs became fiercer and fiercer, dispersing the surrounding darkness, and then violently threw themselves at Lin Dong. After precise calculations, the attack route was accurate. However, it was of little use to Lin Dong. He did not dodge at all. The Corpse King domain unfolded, pouring pressure, bouncing that fireball away, while his body flashed, arriving in front of the reformer in the blink of an eye. Ice wall. The reformed man did not have the emotion of fear. Even if he was caught in a desperate situation, he was still able to continue to keep fighting. Frost condensed in front of them and instantly formed a wall, trying to intercept Lin Dong. However, a long blade penetrated through the ice wall and slid downwards, cutting through the ice wall while also slashing the reformer's head. Its eyes instantly dimmed. But the body recording parts still worked. Battle failed. Battle data transferred to the cloud database. Shutting down. All the AIs shared a common database, so if other reformers encountered such situations in the future, they could extract the data and analyze it. It was also equivalent to increasing combat experience. From this, it could be seen that the AI was progressing at a terrifying rate, similar to a mastermind that manipulated many doppelgangers, each one learning. This fellow is quite precise. Lin Dong's gaze surveyed and found that inside the reformer's body that had been opened up, there were many metal parts and there were indeed 2 crystal cores, which were of the ice and fire systems. However, the inlay location was not the head, but on the left and right chests. Lin Dong did not care about that much and directly pocketed the body and the crystal cores. Subsequently, he returned to the previous street to deal with the severely injured mutant tiger. "Hello, boss." Seeing Lin Dong's return, Beckoning Ear hastily greeted him with a doggy demeanor. With the reformer's death in battle, the ice cones that surrounded the manticore had now all dissipated. However, the mighty tiger was still lying on the ground, its fur was dyed red with blood, its nostrils were gasping for air, its life breath was rapidly draining away, and it was already dying. Oh! It let out a whimpering sound from its mouth, and when it saw Lin Dong walking over, its eyes lit up with a light, as if it was returning to the light, and there was actually a hint of gratitude in its eyes. Everything had a spirit. The white tiger was thanking him for killing those hateful humans, so it could die in peace itself. Lin Dong looked down with his eyes and realized that the tiger was still spiritual and clearly had good qualifications. It would inevitably be a bit of a pity if it died like this and was eaten as a pile of meat. Instead, he could consider taking it in, and it would definitely be another great general in the future. Thus, Lin Dong slowly raised his hand and used the nail of his index finger to cut through his thumb. A drop of scarlet blood dripped down. The drop of Corpse King blood landed right on the tiger's wound. Roar! As if the tiger was scorched by the flames, it let out a low roar as the pure energy of the Corpse King's blood flowed into its body. The white tiger began to convulse violently, its bones crackling. It was clearly the precursor to necrophilia. The wounds on its body began to start healing at a rapid pace, and almost in the blink of an eye, it was back to its original state. Then with a flip, it stood up from the ground. Roar! A ferocious tiger whistle once again exploded in the night sky. The surrounding building's glass, in an instant, all burst open. The tiger originally carried a kingly aura, and now that it had absorbed a drop of Corpse King's blood, it was even more domineering. The ferocity of the tiger, coupled with the madness of the zombie. A new species was formed. The zombie tiger. Its body was completely altered, but its physique was still strong, and its strength level didn't fall, but instead rose a lot, from the previous B grade to B+ grade. If an unusual creature was infected by a zombie, it could only turn into the lowest ranked deranked small caramels, and everything would start all over again. However, this time was different. Lin Dong's Corpse King's blood energy was pure, plus the tiger's qualifications were good. As soon as it turned into a zombie, it was a B+ grade, thus showing that the zombie tiger had unlimited potential, and it was unknown what it would evolve into in the future. Subsequently, after the white tiger let out a long whine, its forelimbs crouched on the ground and respectfully lowered its head to Lin Dong, which represented absolute submission. Not bad. Lin Dong was more satisfied with the situation. The beckoning ear beside him was scared to death as he watched. The tiger was too fierce, and as soon as it turned into a zombie, its strength was stronger than himself, the Corpse King. Is there any justice in heaven? This world. It's really more and more difficult to mix. Beacon Ear sighed in his heart. As the doomsday progressed, other zombies were getting stronger and stronger, and he would sooner or later be reduced to someone else's ration. Thus, he looked at Lin Dong with a flattering gaze. Big brother, why don't you take me in as well? Collect you for what? Go to my territory to eat and wait for death? Lin Dong felt that his combat power was too weak, and he might not even be able to beat his own Ace Legion zombies. It was just for seeking protection. I can help you find humans, big brother. Beckoning Ear hastened to show his value, but Lin Dong said, if I don't charge you, don't you have to help me find them? No, Beggar's eyes stared up. For a moment, he was speechless, feeling that he was going to be whored out to the end. However, Lin Dong quickly turned his words around and said, "Look at your performance, if you can find more humans and show enough value, I will consider it." "Alright, guaranteed no problem." Beckoning Ear immediately agreed as if he was pumped with chicken blood. Lin Dong nodded. "You can go and tell me when you find a human." After saying that, he turned around and left, followed by an extremely domineering zombie tiger, disappearing into the darkness together. Beckoning Ear looked at his departing back and hooked a finger at the elite minions. "I'm telling you, from now on, he's our boss, understand? All of you behave better, don't drop the ball for me." "But, what about the Corpse King across the river?" "Don't bother with them," Beacon Ear said decisively. The elite junior crooked his head. "It doesn't feel right. It wasn't explained this way before." "Boss, didn't you say, let's see which one of them wins and then we'll help whoever it is? Do you still need to see? I already know who wins." Chapter 109 Levels. Lin Dong returned to the vicinity of the building and gathered his minions over to recognize his new companion, the zombie tiger, and gave it a name, Little White. The tank found it novel and squatted on the ground and clapped his hands. "Little White, come over here." But the zombie tiger did not pay attention to him, directly turned its head away, but instead, it was quite intimate with Xiaobai, its huge head rubbing against her. Tank was speechless at the sight, feeling that his animal karma wasn't very good. Luckily, this guy wouldn't open his mouth to curse. "Can I ride this tiger? Let me ride it for 2 laps. Tank began to ponder again. "Forget it, it's a nice tiger, don't turn it into a camel," Hachi said as he stopped it. At this moment, the doctor was squatting on the ground, fiddling with a broken metal man, which was left over from their meal earlier. Obviously, this was the corpse of that reformed human. In the past, when the doctor ate, he liked to dissect food and study the construction, and at this time, he was feeling novel. He dismantled the reformed human parts one by one. When it came to the head, a separate lens was removed, with a small machine attached to the side, and when pressed, there was actually a green light flashing on the lens, as if a green light was moving up and down. "Ha!" The doctor seemed to think of something. Well, lens on the left eye, looked aside Hachi. Only to see the green line sweeping past his body, some data began to appear around the lens. Scanning in progress. Mutation level, a grade, predicted combat strength, 325. Grade A? The doctor muttered under his breath. With his intelligence, he had already figured out the purpose of the lens. Hachi noticed his gaze and turned his eyes to look over, asking curiously, "What are you wearing?" "A product of human technology that observes mutation levels and analyzes combat strength." "I'm a rank?" Hachi had a slight understanding of the classification of the grade, but it was not profound, usually did not care so much, kill and be done with it. The doctor nodded. "Well, it's already strong." "Just her? A rank is still strong?" Next to him, Tank came to his senses, rather unconvinced. "If she's A rank, then I must be S rank, so show me." So the doctor put on his scanning lenses and looked at Tank. Scanning in progress. Mutation grade, B+, predicted combat strength, 294. "Well, am I S rank?" Tank asked impatiently. The doctor nodded. "Aha! Right, you're SB rank." "SB?" Tank quickly thought of something. SB rank. This belonged to the category of being more B rank than S. That must be more powerful. So he was very proud in his heart. Worthy of being himself. The dark night passed. The sunrise rose and recovered the pale earth, and the city of Doom was still full of devastation. Beckoning Ear was not idle this night. In order to join Lindong's command, he was actively searching for human traces. He put his ear to the ground and walked back and forth, over and over again. The ground of the entire street was quite cleaned by him. "Boss, did you find anything?" "No." Beacon Ears stood up and tugged at his big ears. Inside the urban area, humans were too rare. Even if Tektronix's Beast Hunting Squad, it was also divided into regions, with one team responsible for one place to avoid wasting combat power. After the first team was killed in action last night, they were never seen again. "I think we should look at the edge of the city." Beckoning Ear analyzed in his mind, it would be best to go in the direction of Marina City, where it was flooded with seawater, and there was a high probability that there would be humans coming to Jiangbei City. When he said he would do it, he first explained to his little brother. "I'll go out and look for it, you guys watch the house well, something happens to run towards our big brother's territory." "Okay, boss." A group of elite squad replied. With that, Beckoning Ear pressed his ear to the ground again and searched all the way forward, so that he wouldn't miss the humans, and he could also anticipate dangers and ensure his own safety. He moved forward along the streets, listening left and right. Not long after, then he heard the sound of rolling river water flowing. "There seems to be something." Beckoning Ear heard something, and without realizing it, he had arrived at the riverside and heard thud footsteps approaching. Raising his head to look, he found a lanky figure in the distance. "Hey, brother Tank, it's me." Beckoning Ear immediately greeted. "So it's you, kid." Tank knew such a number one corpse king, lowered his eyes and asked, "You're resting here mopping the floor?" No, I'm looking at your patrol is too hard, looking to help." The Beckoning Ear eyes drip turn. "You kid line ah." Tank clasped his shoulders, agreeing with him. Beckoning Wind Ear continued. "I just think, under our boss and these 5 corpses, you are the most hard-working. Without you to guard, this family have to be scattered." "Well, good. You kinda understand me." Tank was even more satisfied. "Then of course I understand, the main Tank brother strength is also the strongest. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. My admiration for you, like this monstrous river, unceasing." With Tank's IQ, he met Beckoning Ear. A good leg must be fooled and crippled. Not a moment later, the 2 corpses began to hook shoulders and call themselves brothers. "Ear brother, in the future, if you need any help, you can tell me." Tank said. "Nothing, I'm really here to help you patrol." "Okay, you patrol, this area randomly patrol," Tank atmospherically said. Immediately, Beckoning Ear searched along the river. But before long, he only saw a few vines spreading, blocking his way, and Flowerpot stepped out of the grass. His head was covered with grass, and a pair of eyes skeptically surveyed. Hiss! Beckoning Ear was startled and stomped back a few steps. However, soon after, he noticed another gaze staring at him, and turned his head to look, realizing that Hachi had appeared at some point and was standing right behind him. Yeah. Beckoning Ear was shocked. These 2, whom he had seen before, had previously killed people in his territory, were extremely ferocious, and were very strong. "You didn't come to us with any other intentions, did you?" Hachi asked skeptically, feeling that this guy's oily tongue didn't look like a good corpse. "Sister Hachi, I am also to live ah." Beckoning Ear smiled sarcastically and said, his appearance was quite sincere, "I'm here to help the boss look for humans, and have just heard a bit of commotion." "Ear brother, you're wrong to say that. How could there be that kind of creature where I patrol?" Tank frowned. If he had heard that, he shouldn't have even let him in. "Alright, you can stop talking." Hachi immediately interrupted. "Let him look for it. If he can't find it, he won't be able to get out alive either." Beckoning Ear was filled with black lines, thinking to himself that it wasn't so bad, was it? Mainly Hachi was afraid that he was a spy sent by the other Corpse King to spy here and then report back. The only way to prove he wasn't lying was to find the human. Alright. Beckoner compromised and continued his search for humans. Life kisses me painfully and I return the favor. On the other hand, Tech was in gloom. The person in charge, Yi Jian, was sitting in his office with a bitter old face. Just after Tang Sena got off the plane, he was taken out by the zombies, and the newly put into use second-generation reformers. One of them was killed in action last night as well. The key is, the company notified to convene a high-level meeting of the Dragon Country region for a work report. This work, how should I report it? Will not be joked to death by the heads of other branches? Looking at the time, the meeting was about to start. Yi Jian had to participate with a hard head. He picked up the VR device at hand and wore it on his head. The Tektronics meeting was online, through the metaverse. With the VR device activated, his eyes went black, and when he regained his vision again, he had appeared in a virtual conference hall. Light flickered around the conference table, like a printer, outlining several human figures, which then became more and more solid. Several branch heads appeared, both male and female. At the main seat of the conference table, there sat a middle-aged man in a suit. He was the general head of Tektronics' Dragon Country region. His name was Wang Rong. Everyone has arrived, right? Wang Rong swept his gaze around and said, our time is precious, so without further ado, please ask the head of each branch to report on their work. Lu Baiwa, let's start with you. Okay, our Linchan City branch, everything is going well. The high-level corpse kings in the city have all been removed, and we are in full control of the city. A woman spoke eloquently. Her skin was like condensed snow. Her features were exquisite, and her looks were absolutely beautiful, belonging to that kind of overbearing female president's temperament. The surrounding principals heard and marveled. Worthy of being Lu Baiwei, taking control of the situation so quickly. Yeah, how did she do it? The strength is too strong. Yi Jian looked around, silent, subconsciously burying her head a few points lower. The chief leader, Wang Rong, nodded his head. Very good, good performance. Next. General Manager Wang, our Handong City. Another person in charge then reported. Overall, there were good and bad situations. Having eliminated zombies and having been defeated, the general situation was similar. But only Yi Jian buried his head even lower. As the others reported, it was about to be his turn. This feeling Was like a teacher checking a test paper that the key himself hadn't finished. Finally, after a few moments, Wang Rong gazed over. Yi Jian, how is the situation in your Jiangbei city? Ahem. We are still that way, various plans are in progress. Yi Jian began to beat a dead horse. Oh, Wang Rong nodded and asked. Is the Corpse King cultivation program going well? Ahem. This Corpse King of Jiangbei City is indeed quite powerful, but wasn't cultivated by us. Wang Rong's eyes glazed over. After reacting for a while, he realized what he meant. Next to him, the corner of Lu Baiyue's mouth curled up into a cold smile and said, Mr. Yi, I think you're being modest. I'm afraid that you also contributed to the Corpse King's power, right? That was an accident. Yi Jian said stiffly. At the same time, he was indignant in his heart, secretly saying that this bitchy woman was always against him. He and Lu Baiyue had always been at odds, belonging to the workplace nemesis. Wang Rong gazed at him and asked, Yi Jian, what's going on? Mr. Wang, that Corpse King is too powerful. It's almost an insoluble existence. I really can't do anything about it either. Yi Jian cried out and began to complain. What about the Z and Q viruses that headquarters gave you? Wang Rong asked. Those 2 viruses were still the ones he had requested from the headquarters. Hearing this question, Yi Jian had an even bigger headache. Even he himself had never seen what the 2 viruses looked like. During the transportation, they were hijacked by zombies. What? Wang Rong's eyes glazed over, feeling that it was simply a mirage. Wasn't the Q virus shipped over by Tang Sena? He got cold as soon as he got off the airplane. Yi Jian continued. Wang Rong was speechless. The entire virtual conference room fell silent and the air was quiet for 3 seconds. Yi Jian expressed his helplessness. What could he do? A person in charge next to him asked skeptically. Old Yi, those 2 viruses can be lost. You won't be colluding with the Corpse King and betraying the company, right? How could that be? I'm loyal to the company. Yi Jian hastily took a stand. Lu Baiyue pondered for a moment. I believe Yi Jian, he shouldn't be lying. Ha? The crowd looked at her, a burst of curiosity in their hearts. They all knew that the 2 had always been at odds with each other. Why were they still speaking for Yi Jian? But soon, Lu Baiyue continued. He is just simply incapable. Yi Jian's brows furrowed. Sure enough, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, not holding back any good farts at all. It's really not my fault. That Corpse King is really too strong. He has bizarre abilities and his strength is at least A-ranked. It's not something we can fight against. Then if I send out 4 grade A awakened people, plus grade A plus 3 system alien ability reformers, how should that Corpse King deal with it? Lu Baiyue questioned with a cold grunt. Since they hunted and killed quite a few Corpse Kings, the awakened under them were powerful, basically controlling the city's resources and fattening up their soldiers and horses. Yi Jian skimmed his mouth. I think it's better not to send anyone. It's best not to mess with that Corpse King, wait for our company to develop again, and find a suitable opportunity to finish him off. Hey, Yi Jian, this is your fault. We work together for the company. We should work in unity. This is not the time to be dead set on saving face. Chief Director Wang Rong persuaded. Thinking that he didn't accept Lu Baiyu's help because he couldn't save face. The corner of Lu Baiyue's mouth curled slightly. Don't worry, General Manager Wang, what he can't handle, I'll handle it, and the Corpse King he can't kill, then I'll kill it. Well then, it's decided for now. If there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. At the edge of Lindong's territory, the sound of the river flowed. Beckoning Ear was still searching for humans as he pressed his ear to the ground and walked along the river. Perhaps the sound of the river flowing interfered, making it difficult to determine the source of the sound. Tank and the other 3 kings followed him around. Hachi opened his eyes and surveyed. Can't find it? Looks like he doesn't have much value, might as well just kill him. Why is there no value? Isn't the scrubbing the floor quite clean? Tank Bean said. Beckoning Ear was filled with black lines, and in his heart, he spat out, family members, who understands he diligently searched for humans, but he was used as a mop. But at this time, his ears moved slightly, vaguely capturing a hint of human conversation. Beckoning Ear hastily raised his head, his gaze peering over the rolling river. There are humans across the river. There are humans across the river? Really? Hachi inclined his head and asked. Beckoning Ear assured him repeatedly. Of course it's true, I heard it with my own ears. Tank grinned, thinking it was good that there were humans across the river. That way he hadn't failed in his duty, and Earpaw had accomplished his mission. The best of both worlds. But Hachi thought for a moment and said, we can't get across the river either. Ha? Yow! Tank reacted, his eyes looked across the street. This is already a suburb, not far from the river, there is a field. but now it has been deserted for a long time, and it is overgrown with weeds. However, that field used to be planted with potatoes, and presumably in the dirt, there was still human food. Hachi and Tank both had good eyesight, and although they were far away, they could vaguely see the weeds swaying, and there seemed to be something weaving inside. It was probably the humans digging potatoes. Why don't I swim over and get them back? Tank said with a gaze. Hachi glanced at him with contempt. Forget it, you don't want to cause trouble for the boss. Eh? What then? Tank scratched his head. Beckoning Ear doesn't care so much, long breath, his own duty, is to find the human, as for how to bring back. But it has nothing to do with himself. But this matter must be reported to the boss, to show their value. Lin Dong was meticulously in his clean home, absorbing crystal cores and drinking drinks. Not long after, he received a report from his junior brother that there were humans in the Jiangqiao district. At first, Lin Dong did not intend to care, as it was not someone from Tech Corporation, and if it was just an ordinary survivor, he could only use it as a ration for his junior brother, which was of little significance. However, after pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. The last time I collected the toll, I was intercepted by a white bone corpse king across the river. Take a step back. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Hold back for a while. The more you think about it, the more you lose. Even if the food is thrown into the river to feed the fish, it cannot fall into the hands of the opposite side. In addition, Lin Dong also thought about poking around the opposite side. In this period of time, in his own territory, there were more Corpse King flower pots, zombie tiger Xiaobai, and the Ace Legion had evolved again and developed more and more powerfully. It was thought that across the river, changes would also occur. Thus, Lin Dong stood up, his figure gradually became transparent, and disappeared out of thin air where he was. Just as Hachi and the others had guessed, there were indeed humans digging potatoes in the wilderness across the river. And there were quite a few of them, more than 24 of them. The leading few, who were members of the Black Scorpions from Binhai City, had grabbed over a dozen fleeing survivors and rushed to Jiangbei City. However, they did not enter Lin Dong's territory, but came across the river. Among them, there was a slim middle-aged man who was squatting on the ground, using his hands to dig up the soil, and before long, he dug out a fist-sized potato. The potato had slightly rotted, and a few white worms were wriggling on it. But the middle-aged man didn't mind, still happy, his palms' scorching energy converged, and a flame sprang out. The scorching flames roasted the potatoes, as well as the worms. Extra meal. The middle-aged man took a bite and found it extraordinarily sweet, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. It seems the Jiangbei City is really good. Before even entering the city, we've searched for food. Well, it's indeed quite good. I just don't know how the zombies are distributed in the city. Are they fierce? A garlic-nosed man said. Who cares if it's fierce or not? Let's dig more potatoes and find a place to hide. The middle-aged man said. Their purpose was to take those survivors, captivate them, establish a small stronghold, and live the life of an Earth Emperor for a few days. Later on, if there is a chance, they can even do a fishing law enforcement or something. Don't be lazy, you guys, hurry up and dig for me. If you can't dig up potatoes, you'll be treated like food. The middle-aged man turned around and chided. Okay, Brother Wu. The few survivors were silenced and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. That said, for the whole world, the Black Scorpion organization had developed the fastest, far-surpassing tech, as well as the major corpse kings. Because before, Black Scorpion was just a niche, and didn't have many personnel, but after the end came, the order collapsed, and countless people released the evil in their hearts, spreading like a virus, and they completely fell into the abyss. Everyone has both good and evil sides, usually a good person, that's because the evil has not been inspired, and the Black Scorpion organization provides them with the opportunity. Originally capturing a dozen survivors, in the blink of an eye, several youths joined them and became lapdogs. Perhaps. At this point in time, the others also wanted to join, but without this opportunity, they could only be enslaved, or become food. Brother Wu, we'd better find a place to hide before it gets dark. The wilderness at night is not very safe. Garlic Nose suggested. Wu looked up at the sky, seeing that the sun was almost setting. Let's go, head into the city and come back tomorrow to dig if we don't have enough food. Okay, Garlic Nose responded. In his heart, he wondered if he could find some living supplies in the city, such as clothes, quilts, and the like. Of course, they definitely didn't dare to go to the center of the city, and could only wander around the outer edges. A group of people in great numbers, more than 20 of them, began to walk towards the city. It was just that no one knew that not long after they had just left, a slender figure appeared, gazing at the direction the crowd had left. 5 awakened, 2 crystal core stage, 3 brain dance stage. Lin Dong muttered in his heart. It really did not feel very interesting. However, it could be used as bait to test the strength of the zombies in Jiangqiao district to see if humans could survive, or how it died. Of course, the corpses must be collected and not left for them. In the blink of an eye, the moon rises and sets, and night falls. Due to the continuous rain for several days, the sky was washed clean, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, spilling silver bright-colored light. Every night, the zombies became active and began to roam around, their throats growling low, their limbs stiff, as if they were puppets on strings. Wu and the rest of the group really found a place to land. It was the basement of a clothing store, which was small in size, but large enough to accommodate 24 people. They have sealed the entrance, in the darkness, lit a candle. The faint glow freckled up, reflecting the surroundings brightly and darkly. The current conditions are a bit poor, let's develop it slowly in the future. Wu planned to use this place as a stronghold. After dawn, he would search for some more supplies, slowly accumulate, grow bigger and stronger, and create another glory. Garlic Nose nodded. The key here is quite safe, there aren't many zombies around, it seems the Zhongbei city is the right place to come. Wu swept his gaze to the survivors cowering in the corners, hitting up bad ideas. Since we've temporarily settled down, isn't it time to have some fun? He, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Garlic Nose smiled lewdly. Meeting their gazes, the survivors shivered and tried to bury their heads as low as possible, hoping not to notice themselves. The Black Scorpion members were all perverted, and there was no telling what they would do. But just then, suddenly, outside the basement door, there was a meow cry, like a child crying, which sounded extraordinarily creepy. Wu was instantly alerted. What's that sound? A cat call? Garlic Nose furrowed his brows. But how could there be a cat in the apocalypse? Could it be a mutant beast? Wu pondered. If it's really just a cat, that's fine, I'm afraid it's something else. Garlic Nose nodded. Whoa! At this time, another cat cry came, getting clearer and clearer in the dim surroundings, as if it was getting closer and closer. Wu's two brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Feel the need to go out to see, if there is really any danger, deal with it as early as possible to solve the aftermath. If it is really just a cat, wouldn't that be another plus-able meal? Wu's eyes looked at a man and a woman. Zhuang, Li Yan, you two go out and take a look. Such a dangerous thing, of course, cannot go by himself, must find two cannon fodder. This. Zhuang and Li Yan looked stunned, glanced at each other, both could see the worry in each other's eyes. The two of them were only braindance stage awakened, and didn't have much awakening ability. But Wu gave the word, the two did not dare to disobey. Alright. The two agreed with a sound, and then picked a few more male survivors to be used as scapegoats. There were 6 of them in total, and they carefully opened the door to the room, sticking their heads out to check. Outside was a long corridor of stairs that connected to the surface streets. Due to the tightly sealed exit, it was impervious to any light, and it was pitch black, unable to see anything. But with the awakened's eyesight, they could barely see clearly. There's nothing here, it's probably outside. The second strong point gazed at the eyes and said, because before the exit was sealed, the interior was all lined up and there were no other creatures. Gulp! Li Yan's parched lips wriggled and gulped, her expression was very nervous. She also sold her color before joining the Black Scorpion, she hadn't experienced any big scenes. Then, let's go out. Aha! Zhuang nodded and looked at the 4 survivors. You guys go first. The 4 people's dusty faces had an expression of having eaten a fly, but they didn't dare to resist, so they could only walk forward with their heads held high. Since it was in a long corridor that was too dark, they could only grope their way through the walls. Only during this time, one person accidentally kicked a used can, and there was a clattering sound. There's a ghost. Due to being too nervous, he himself was startled and stomped back 2 steps, sitting on his butt on the ground. Crap! You're such a fucking loser. This made Zhuang angry, and he kicked at that youth. Hurry the fuck up and leave, or I'll kill you right now. Yes. The youth cried and nodded repeatedly. Luckily, passing through the long corridor was smooth and didn't encounter any danger. They passed through the stairs and came to a large iron door. Second brother, there's no movement outside, why don't we go back? Just say there's nothing. Before even going out, Li Yan beat a retreat. Zhuang thought about it. It seemed like a solution. In this situation nowadays, try not to go out if you can. Meow. But just at this moment, suddenly a cat's cry came. And this cat's cry was already close at hand, as if it was only a door away from the crowd. Your sister. Zhuang cursed, his sweaty body exploded. It seems that he can't go back. However, he is now afraid of hitting the door open. What horrible things will appear, stick to his face. Li Yan is even more keto body shivering, subconsciously 2 steps back. Zhuang took a deep breath, held his breath, and after gently opening the door lock, he slowly backed the door outward. In the open gap of the door, the silver bright moonlight sprinkled down, and the night breeze that blew in made people's spirits shake. Ha! Nothing? Zhuang first looked through the crack of the door and realized that the outside was empty, and nothing horrible had appeared as expected. Who dash? The breath that he held just now was finally exhaled long and hard. With that, he pushed the door open completely. There was indeed nothing outside, the wretched streets, paved with the silver glow of the moon, not even a single zombie in sight. But, the crowd swept their eyes and found that on the dumpster by the street, there was a massive orange-colored figure lying on the ground, obese in size, like a meatball, and it was none other than an orange cat. It's really a cat. Zhuang completely put his heart down and couldn't help but chant. Where were all the scary things? It was really scaring himself. But Li Yan stared and asked. Second brother, this cat is also too fat, right? All in the end of the world, what did it eat to grow up? Maybe. It's rats, there are a lot of rats in the sewers. Zhuang analyzed. Li Yan nodded, thinking it made sense, and a hanging heart was put down. Do we have to catch it, improve the food? There is always meat to eat? That's for sure. Zhuang grinned. Then he instructed the 4 survivors to stand around the perimeter of the orange cat, forming an encircling formation to prevent it from escaping. He himself tiptoed and walked towards the orange cat step by step. Little good boy, don't run, I have delicious food here. But that orange cat stared at him, and when the distance was about 5 or 6 meters, his mouth suddenly meowed a strange cry, turned around and directly jumped off the dumpster, fleeing into the distance. Survivors ambushed in the perimeter, rushed to surround and intercept. But although the orange cat is fat, but the body shape is athletic, reaction speed is extremely fast, rolling between, from one person crotch drilling through grass. Waste. Zhuang could not help but curse. Give me chase. Immediately, they hurriedly chased towards the orange cat. Zhuang and Li Yan's braindan awakened, although they did not have awakened abilities, but their physique was outstanding, and their speed was fast. It did not take long for a few people to disappear into the darkness. At this moment, Lin Dong was watching from the same spot and had already sensed that the mastermind behind the control of the cat soul possession was about to appear. In his heart, he was very curious as to what exactly it would be. Moreover, there were 2 other powerful auras that were approaching, both of which were also at the Corpse King level and were not of a low grade. Right now, there were 2 known Corpse Kings in Jiangqiao district, namely Cat Face, White Bone, and this third one that was rushing. It was still unknown. But for sure, the killing was about to begin. A few moments later, Zhuang and the others had already chased 100 meters away, but their speed, after all, could not withstand the orange cat, and at this point, they had already lost their target. Stop! Zhuang waved his back, stopping the people behind him. Due to the lack of food, the survivors' physique was weak, and without running a few steps, they were already panting. We can't chase anymore, there might be danger ahead. Zhuang gazed into the distance, and with the help of the moonlight, he could vaguely see a terrifying figure swaying in the streets in the distance, obviously a wandering zombie. Aha! The survivors nodded their heads repeatedly. They didn't want to chase in the first place, they were just forced to follow orders. Finally we can go back. But just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, Li Yan suddenly shook her petite body, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying, and her body trembled. Second brother, look at the roof of that building. Zhuang followed Li Yan's gaze and realized that at the top of the tall building ahead, there was a hunched old woman figure. She actually had half human face and half cat face, looking extremely bizarre. But what was even more frightening was that the old woman was kneeling at the top of the building, hands folded, worshipping the bright moon in the sky. Bright moonlight, sprinkled on that half-human, half-cat face, looks extremely pious, through a trace of fervor, looks creepy. It seemed like an ancient ritual, evil and grotesque. Cats worship the moon. Zhuang only felt his scalp go numb, a coolness went straight to his backbone, and his sweaty hairs exploded all over his body. The scene of a cat-faced old woman, kneeling and worshipping the moon, really brought a huge psychological impact. Creepy. Quickly run. It's a creepy corpse. Zhuang almost squeezed out a few words through his teeth. However, the 4 survivors, as if they didn't hear him, stood frozen in place. Meow. In one person's mouth, a cat's cry suddenly exploded. Subsequently, the eyes of all 4 of them turned into cat's eyes and shrunk violently, as if they were the size of a pinhole. Crap! The 2 strong livers all shuddered at the sight, their scalps almost exploding in fear. Little good boy, don't run, I have delicious food here. One of the youths, a hoarse voice came out of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. This tone of voice. It was the same as when Zhuang caught the orange cat. What is this? Zhuang's heart was horrified beyond belief. This fact today was too bizarre, he didn't care, turned around and fled. And Li Yan, who was on the side, was not possessed by the cat soul. In the face of such a horrible scene, men are scared silly, let alone a woman, at this time cannot help but let out a cry. Second brother. You wait for me. The two began to flee in a hurry, using all their strength, but those survivors, after being possessed, seemed to have the speed of a cat and ran as fast as they could. Even compared to the brain dance stage awakened, they were no better. The distance between the two was actually getting closer and closer. Swallow, run quickly. Zhuang anxiously drank. Aha! Li Yan nodded her head repeatedly, but as her remaining light swept away, a selfish thought sprouted in her heart. If this goes on, one's self will die. With her teeth clenched, she swung her hand and punched Zhuang's cheek heavily. Zhang, I'm sorry, I really don't want to die. Swallow, you. Second Strong suffered a heavy blow. Originally running, his body's center of gravity was unsteady, and immediately stumbled and planted himself on the ground. Due to inertia, it rolled forward several times. In this brief moment, the four people at the back had caught up and immediately pounced on him, clawing and scratching with their claws or tearing with their teeth like cats. Zhuang's clothes were torn, the skin was open, and intense pain came. He gazed ahead at the woman's escaping figure, raised a hand and grabbed in that direction, monstrous hatred surging up from the bottom of his heart. But soon, his hand dropped down powerlessly. Oh no! Something's wrong, we have to get out of here. Wu stood at the entrance of the basement, his gaze gazing outward. Being able to survive for so long in Doomsday, his mind was alert and meticulous. He had already detected the weird atmosphere and felt that things were not quite right. Garlic Nose nodded, also feeling that danger was approaching, glancing back at the basement. Brother Wu, what about those survivors? What time is it? What do you care about them? Hurry up and go. Wu said decisively, thinking that it was just the right time to leave those survivors behind as bait to help share the danger. After making the decision, the two immediately left. However, the cat-faced old lady on the roof of the building, who had long since detected the human aura, leapt and jumped to another high building, chasing after the two in the direction of their escape, obviously not intending to let them go. At the same time, there were also two Corpse King figures that appeared at the street corner. It was none other than the White Bone of Jiangqiao district, with the third Corpse King. The third Corpse King was a female, her body was equally slender, her limbs were thin, and she looked weak. However, her stomach was round and bulging, obviously a pregnant woman. Her stomach was extremely exaggerated, bulging as if it was about to be burst at any moment, and there was an outline of a corpse baby that loomed on her skin. She was infected into a zombie when she was about to give birth, and with such an image, she looked extremely terrifying. So much prey, can't all be captured by that old woman. White Bone grinned. Nowadays, in the urban area, humans were a rare species, it was hard to come by a few, so of course they couldn't miss them. These Corpse Kings also had selfish desires, there was competition, and anyone would want to eat more food. Good. The nearby creepy infant Corpse King made a sorrowful sound. Then let's have a game to see who has more prey. No problem. Saying that, the white bone splintered behind his back, a pair of bone wings unfolded, and his figure abruptly rose up, directly disappearing into the night. Don't be in such a hurry. The creepy infant Corpse King was not panicked, his eyes glanced around and began to look for prey. On the other side, Li Yan was still desperately running, she cried as she ran, snotting and crying, completely desperate in her heart. Because, those survivors possessed by the cat chased after themselves after killing Zhuang. The four horrible figures in the darkness, getting closer and closer, their bodies, faces, were covered in blood, and there was a lot of broken meat in their nails, a pair of cat eyes were weird, and they looked even more horrible than the zombies. Seeing the monsters getting closer and closer, Li Yan's inner anxiety was incomparable. The intense fear, coupled with the rapidly depleting physical strength, made her close to collapse. What to do? But at this moment, in the darkness in front of him, a slender figure appeared faintly, the silver moonlight spilled down, reflecting on his angular face, looking handsome. The clean white shirt on his body also had a few more bright colors under the bright moon. I didn't see wrong, right? Li Yan shook her head, thinking that she had reached her limit and started to hallucinate. Even before the end of the world, she had never seen such a handsome man. I'll go after your prey, let me help you clean up the mess. Lin Dong muttered to himself and felt considerate, it was really meticulous. Those four survivors possessed by the cat souls, upon seeing Lin Dong, they were still wildly hostile, their mouths emitted meow strange cries, as if they had exploded, and they flew towards him. Lin Dong did not dodge and stood still, his stance erect, waiting for the moment the four reached his side. A long knife appeared in his hand. Between the swings, a flash of cold light flashed under the moon, appearing sharp and incomparable. Swish! Swish! The long knife did not enter the flesh and blood, emitting a gust of friction sound, and the heads of the 4 people fell in response, dropping to the ground and thumping and rolling around a few times before finally coming to a stop. The decapitation of the 4 people was only between the flashes of lightning and fire, and the movements were as flowing as clouds and water. So strong? Li Yan's eyes were glazed over, already looking dumbfounded that such a ferocious monster was easily resolved. Looking at Lin Dong's handsome face again, it felt as if he had descended from the world, stepping on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, appearing in front of him at the moment of crisis. Whoa, save! Save me! Li Yan wailed and cried, showing off the sense of feminine tenderness, looking churlish and pitiful. Oh, okay. Lin Dong agreed, waving his hand and slashing forward. Relieve yourself. Lin Dong's blade severed the woman's neck and a headless body fell to the ground, saving another fearful soul. After killing Li Yan and the 4 survivors, Lin Dong put away their corpses before raising his steps towards the dimness. On the front of the street, Zhuang's body lay on the ground, already scratched and tattered, with blood pooling into a puddle. Under the shining silver moonlight, it glowed with a scarlet color. There were a few kittens, sticking out their tongues, and were bearing and licking it, like drinking milk. There were also a few cats, gnawing on the blood and flesh of Zhuang's corpse, their chins dyed red with blood. Is it delicious? Lin Dong's figure approached step by step. When those cats saw him, they immediately bared their teeth, their hairs exploded all over their bodies, arching their bodies and letting out a gurgling low growl from their throats in a posture of protecting their food. However, they seemed to be somewhat fearful and did not dare to attack for a while. Seeing that the cats were so cute, Lin Dong directly unfolded his corpse domain, and after those cats were enveloped, their low roars came to an abrupt end. The cats' bodies began to crackle as their bones all broke, and they all died in an instant. Lin Dong waved his hand and put away the Zhuang corpse, along with those cat corpses. Even though a cat is small, it is also meat. At the same time, in the basement of the clothing store, a group of survivors were looking at each other, and when they realized that Wu and the 2 of them had moved, as if they had already left, they immediately moved to other thoughts. Where are those 2 perverts? I don't know, just went out I think. If they're not there, then can't we escape? For survivors, falling into the hands of Black Scorpion members and being enslaved, persecuted, and abused by them was worse than death. Right now seemed like a perfect opportunity to escape. I think we can't just sit around and wait for death, we should get out of here while we can, a gray-headed youth said. Several people around immediately agreed, nodding their heads. However, there were others who held a different opinion. The outside is full of zombies, where can we escape to? I suggest resealing the door and just hiding here, waiting for tomorrow's dawn before going out. A middle-aged man analyzed. Right. It's too dangerous outside. It's better to hide here and see what happens. Yeah, it's too risky to escape directly. Some people don't like to go out of their current comfort zone, and are more in favor of this idea. Alright, those who are willing to go follow me, those who don't want to go stay. The youth decisively stood up and said. There were about 4 or 5 people that stood up with him, both male and female. We'll follow you. Good. The youth promised and raised his steps towards a corner where the potatoes they dug during the day were stored. The middle-aged man frowned at the sight. Hey, what are you doing? Of course I'm bringing some food, how else can I leave? No way. The middle-aged man sternly refused. You can leave if you want to, but the food can't be moved. On what grounds? We dug the potatoes together, or we can all share half of it, right? That won't work either. The middle-aged man still refused. Nowadays food is too precious to give up half of it. The youth looked indignant, still walking towards the potatoes. I'm going to take it away today, let's see what you can do. You stand still. The middle-aged burst out, and hastily pounced towards him. The 2 of them immediately entangled together, twisting and fighting with each other, shouting and cursing. The rest of the people saw this, also rushed towards the potatoes. Some people, because of hunger, directly picked up the raw potatoes and gnawed on them. But the people next to them, immediately shot out to grab them. The 2 who just left, and before these survivors could escape, they fought over the potatoes. The sounds of fighting, growling, and chiding continued in the basement, and the scene was once thrown into chaos. Ha, a bunch of food actually started infighting. Suddenly, a sorrowful and wry laugh resounded from the basement doorway. Who? People immediately felt that something was wrong, immediately stopping their writhing and turning their heads to look, only to see a woman figure standing in the doorway. Her hair was dry and hanging down in strands, covering one eye, while in the other eye, the pupil was shrunken into a pinhole shape. Coupled with the grayish-white face, it made people feel horrified. But what was even more horrifying was that the woman's limbs were slender, but her abdomen was as round as a grasshopper, as if it was about to rise through her belly. The outline of a baby loomed on the skin. Hiss! The crowd saw such a zombie for the first time, and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts terrified. Creepy zombie. This is a creepy zombie. What should we do? We have to find a chance to escape. The creepy infant corpse king, however, had already taken one step towards the crowd, his face hyperactive, as if the god of death was approaching. The people shrank into a ball, as if they were lambs to be slaughtered. The young man from before was in a hurry. He pushed the middle-aged man up with a fierce push of his hands. Crap! You little brute! The middle-aged man's liver and guts cracked and his mouth cursed, but soon his chest went cold and a strong stabbing pain came. Turning his head to look, he realized that the zombie claw had already pierced into his forehead, and the horrible face was close at hand. Put! The ghost infant corpse king pulled out his heart, his 5 fingers were drenched in blood, and blood flowed down his fingers. Ha 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 ha! This! People's gums began to chatter when they saw this horrifying scene. Run! I don't know who gave an explosive shout, but the people immediately became a mess and began to flee. However, that creepy infant corpse king immediately waved her claws and consecutively beheaded several people, blood bursting out and screams rang out. She enjoyed this feeling, as if she had entered the chicken coop to catch chickens. Anyone blocked by the corpse king, by Ding died miserably on the spot. The entire basement seemed to turn into a slaughterhouse. At this time, the creepy infant corpse king grabbed a girl, and with both hands pinching her neck, he even forcefully shoved it towards his rounded stomach. Don't! The girl screamed hysterically with a crying voice, only to see the outline of a baby's small hand appear on that bulging belly, and then with a stabbing sound, the belly unexpectedly ruptured open. A pair of baby's hands reached out from it and grabbed the girl's hair, and struggled to yank it towards the corpse king's belly. Ah! The girl suffered a huge force, unable to resist at all. The upper half of her body was inserted into the corpse king's ruptured abdomen, and there was a crunching chewing sound coming from it. The girl's scream also came to an abrupt end at this moment. He, little baby, eat it. The creepy baby corpse king grinned up at the corners of his mouth, revealing a creepy smile. But right in between the corpse king's feeding the child gap, there were really a few people, who took the opportunity to run outside the door. They stumbled and left full of fear. Creepy baby corpse king belly ate half a person, the original cracked gap, actually fast healing, restore the original appearance. But the belly became more round and bigger. Then it slowly turned around and continued to chase towards those escaping prey. At this moment, Lin Dong had just finished collecting Erzhuang and the cat corpse. Then he heard a burst of shrieks and sounds of panic escaping from the streets in the distance, and could clearly sense the human scent and the zombies that were chasing them. Thus, Lin Dong headed in that direction. It did not take long for him to arrive at the basement where he had just gone through a killing spree. The smell of blood inside was pungent. The originally white walls were covered with bloodstains, the ground was strewn with corpses, some were even half-eaten. It looked shocking to the eyes. Pick up some dog leftovers. Lin Dong did not mind, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all those food. After disposing of them, he retraced his steps back to the street, and as he gazed out, he realized that there were still corpses along the street not far away, and it was estimated that the humans who had escaped had just been killed by the zombies catching up with them. Thus, Lin Dong walked forward along the road, continuously picking up corpses. On the other side, Wu and Garlic Nose were still escaping. The crystal cores in their heads were worth 10 times more than those ordinary survivor corpses. They were the main target of the corpse king's pursuit. The two of them turned back as they ran, with a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts. How do I feel? Like we're being targeted by something? Brother Wu said as he stared. No way, big brother, don't scare me. Garlic Nose looked nervous, but it could also feel that something horrible was happening. It's better to leave quickly. Wu nodded repeatedly, and his footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points. But in the street ahead, wandering zombies had already appeared, and between the slightest movement of their nostrils, they smelled the two men's scent, and then turned their heads to look at them in unison. Roar! The zombies were disturbed, as if they were activated, instantly turned violent and rushed straight to the two. Nima! Wu cursed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only kill them out as soon as possible, so the fire ability was activated. Between his raised hand, hot flames emanated from his palm, like a long dragon, sweeping towards the zombies. Those zombies were covered by the flames and immediately burst into flames. It didn't take long for them to become a pile of charcoal, with green smoke rising in all directions and a pungent smell of charcoal. Garlic Nose also fought with the zombies. He was a strength enhancement awakened, and between a few punches, he blasted the zombies away, but it was also swift and incomparable. Luckily, it's just some ordinary zombies, Garlic Nose said thankfully. Can't be careless, quickly solve them, don't trigger a large-scale zombie wave. Wu spoke out to remind. Aha! Garlic Nose nodded, and an underhook punch struck the zombie's chin, sending it soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. But just at this moment, there was a swish sound in the sky. There seemed to be a silhouette that swept past sharply, and under the moonlight, a huge black shadow appeared on the ground. What is it? Garlic Nose's eyes glared. But Wu's face was terrified. A mutant corpse king has appeared. What? Garlic Nose immediately looked nervous. Could it be this thing that has been tracking us? GG, found you guys. The figure in the air fell down, and the bone wings behind him clicked and closed up, turning into the appearance of a youth. It was just that he was skinny, and on both of his hands, there were completely exposed white bones, which looked frightening and incomparable. Brother Wu, is this the corpse king? What level is he? Garlic Nose hurriedly asked. Brother Wu's eyes rolled and hesitated for a moment. He's not high ranked, only B ranked. Oh, that's okay. Garlic Nose nodded. Some zombies had a scary image, but their rank might not be very high. His own strength was above B rank, and he was confident in solving this zombie king. Just let me do it. Garlic Nose built up his strength and violently charged towards White Bone like an angry bull. But the White Bone corpse king inclined his head to survey, and he couldn't help but be a little curious in his eyes. This food in front of me actually took the initiative to charge over. Who gave him the courage? So the bone grasp formed a fist and raised his hand to blast towards Garlic Nose. Garlic Nose also didn't dodge at all, seeing that White Bone Soul was like a matchmaker and didn't look like he had any strength. He intended to strike a hard blow. Bang! Both fists were like hammers colliding. The power-awakened person, his body was powerful, but Garlic Nose's arm was crunching at this moment. His bones were instantly shattered, forming a twisted shape. His body was as if he was hit by a train, and he couldn't stop himself from flying backwards tens of meters away, smashing a scrapped vehicle before finally coming to a stop. Hiss! The intense pain was already on the verge of making him faint, and his body couldn't move at all, completely paralyzed. Surprisingly, it was so fierce. How could he not expect that a white bone thin body could be able to burst out such a terrifying power? Not right. He couldn't possibly be only B rank. Garlic Nose realized something, hastily looked towards Wu, and found that he took advantage of the time when he fought against him just now, and even fled to the distance, and now his back is about to disappear into the night. Grass. Being pitched. Obviously, Wu lied to him that White Bone was only B rank, in order to let him have the courage to fight, and then give himself the opportunity to delay for a moment and create an opportunity to escape. Humans also had an ability to kill invisibly, and that was the human heart. Of course, the White Bone Corpse King couldn't let go of Brother Wu and was about to chase after him. But at this time, an old crone figure appeared on the roof of the building, half human, half cat, with the same gaze fixed on the direction of Wu's escape. White Bone tilted his head and stared. Hey, old woman, why are you everywhere? This is the prey I had my eye on first. Humph. What's the use of fancying it? It's only for whoever can catch it. The cat-faced old woman scoffed at this. White Bone frowned. The two corpses were originally at odds with each other. Haven't you already captured a few humans? Children only make choices. The cat-faced old woman said, meaning clearly that she wanted them all. But just at this moment, the figure of the creepy infant corpse king appeared at the corner of the street. Her body was stained with blood and her face was hyperactive. Obviously she was also here for Wu. Then let's compete and see who can hunt first. Fine, who's afraid of you? White Bone said, his bones rattling behind him, about to spread his bone wings out. But in the next second, his face was stunned, and his movements came to an abrupt end, his expression becoming odd, because White Bone had sensed that the Wu's aura in front of him had suddenly disappeared, instantly losing his target. Why is it suddenly gone? No! The cat-faced old lady upstairs, her expression instantly stared down, seemingly sensing something. The humans I hunted just now, their corpses have all disappeared, and the cats have even died a few times. When the creepy baby corpse king heard this, he immediately turned his head to look in the direction he came from, his nose twitching, feeling that the smell of blood on the street had indeed become much fainter. The White Bone Corpse King inclined his head to look at her. What? The prey you hunted wouldn't have disappeared as well, right? Well, it seems to have really disappeared. The creepy infant corpse said with a frown. The three kings' hearts instantly thumped. The prey that had originally been killed had all disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if they had evaporated out of thin air. This matter, in the zombie world, was also extremely bizarre. No! There should be something lurking in. The White Bone Corpse King quickly realized the problem. At the same time, all the zombies in the city let out a violent hiss and began to converge. The originally silent dark night was completely broken. The entire city was agitated. Those zombies, receiving White Bone's instructions, searched for things lurking in, and among them, there were quite a number of elites, jumping between buildings, their figures as athletic as apes and monkeys. But at this time of turmoil, the three kings, White Bone, Cat Face, and Creepy Baby, gazed at the direction where Wu had inexplicably disappeared, with a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts. At this time, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, covering the originally bright moon. It plunged heaven and earth into darkness. The night wind whistled past, giving a feeling of shade, and in the street ahead, there was actually a slender figure that began to slowly condense. That's the White Bone Corpse King frowned slightly, looking at its handsome face and clean white shirt. He had already recognized Lin Dong. Surprisingly, it was him. The three kings did not expect that it was actually the opposite Corpse King who had lurked in. Although the three kings were sinister and violent, they had to be cautious at this moment, with an appearance of being on the verge of an enemy. This is our territory, he shouldn't dare to mess around. The creepy infant Corpse King looked behind him. The tide of 10,000 corpses was coming. That was by no means something that an individual could stop, so there was still some confidence in his heart. However, Lin Dong looked indifferent and was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward and walked towards the three kings step by step. What is he going to do? The White Bone Corpse King subconsciously took half a step back. The creepy infant Corpse King wore a look of disbelief. It can't be. Could it be that in our territory, he still dares to initiate an attack? However, as soon as the words fell, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with a red aura, and the Terror Corpse domain instantly unfolded as an unrivaled pressure swept across the sky. What the three kings saw was that although Lin Dong was standing only in his body, it seemed as if a sea of blood was churning behind him, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. His figure then flashed as if a storm was coming head-on, mixed with a strong and overwhelming momentum that was about to suffocate people. Retreat! The White Bone Corpse King bellowed, his figure retreating rapidly to avoid that corpse domain pressure, thinking to wait for his elite juniors to arrive here before fighting hard with him. The remaining two Corpse Kings, Guile Infant and Catface, similarly followed him and retreated backwards, retreating nearly 100 meters away. But what the three kings did not expect was that Lin Dong did not chase after them. Instead, he stopped beside the garlic-nosed corpse and waved his hand to collect it. When I say that one will not be left for you, I will not leave it for you. You! The White Bone Corpse King's gaze was stunned. A sense of humiliation surged through his heart. People were just collecting a corpse, but they actually scared themselves back so far. And at this time, the streets of the entire city began to tremble. There were countless zombies converging to form a sizable corpse tide that had rushed here. Those horrifying mouths and faces were surging on the street corners. There were also some elite zombies that jumped to the roofs of buildings or walls, landing on all fours as if they were ferocious dogs, gazing downwards. Lin Dong surveyed the circle and felt that he should leave. There was no need to risk his life. Alright, I will exterminate you guys next time. Bye. He tilted his head and said in a calm tone, as if stating an indisputable fact. The figure then abruptly disappeared without any semblance of life. Damn it! The White Bone Corpse King's teeth were about to be gnashed. Knowing that he could not keep him, his heart was doubly humiliated. Lin Dong had come to their territory and collected all of their prey and left behind a provocative remark, displaying a contemptuous attitude. For a while, anger, suffocation, grumpiness, and all sorts of negative emotions surged into the White Bone's heart. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and let out a hiss. The zombies around him also followed with a hostile roar. The sound was so powerful that it shook the sky and the ground, and the entire city trembled for it. But at this moment, it was more like incompetent rage. Lin Dong utilized the corpse domain's concealment ability and swept away in a hurry, and before long, he passed through the bridge across the river and returned to his territory. In front of him, Tank, Hachi, Flowerpot, as well as the supernumerary corpse staff, Beckoning Ear, were all waiting here. Behind them, a number of zombies converged. Because they heard the monstrous hostile roar from the other side of the river, they thought that something had happened and planned to rush the bridge at any time to support them. Hey, boss, you're back? There are humans across the river, right? Beckoning Ear fawned and laughed. Not anymore. Lin Dong waved his hand and released all those prey. The corpses were strewn all over the place. There were more than 20 of them, and among them, there were quite a few cat corpses. I'll go. Tang's eyes marveled, secretly saying that he deserved to be the boss. Going to another Corpse King's territory, he was able to catch so much prey, not only the main meal, but also the small snacks. You guys be careful here, always keep an eye on the opposite side's movements. Lin Dong reminded, as he did not know if the other party would impulsively kill over directly. However, the bridge across the river was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The party that rushed the bridge would easily fall into a disadvantage. Aha, don't worry boss, I will destroy them if they dare to come over. Tank repeatedly assured. Eat? Lin Dong's figure disappeared once again and returned directly to the building's home. However, fortunately, the incompetent berserkers across the river roared a few times and then quieted down, apparently not attacking directly. Tank and the other group of zombies started a big, bloody feast. But Beckoning Ear belonged to the supernumerary zombie members and stood not far away, not able to catch up to the front, his mouth watering. He was envious in his heart, and hadn't seen such a generous scene since the end of the world. This is all open for dinner, how come no one invited themselves? Beckoning Ear looked on dryly by himself, feeling a bit embarrassed. He wriggled his way up and pushed the tank with his hand, searching for a good talker. "Ku, didn't you say before that you can find you if you need anything?" "Yeah, you have something?" Tank asked, turning around. Ha. Beckoning Ear smiled sarcastically, rubbing a meal? "Oh, no problem how to say that the discovery of the prey, also have you a share of the credit, I will get you some delicious food." Tank nodded repeatedly. Beckoning Ear instantly showed excitement in his eyes, thinking to himself that it was still Ku who was righteous, who kept his word, and who really gave a damn when something happened. He rubbed his hands like flies, a look of anticipation, quietly waiting, only to see the tank rummage through, casually carry out a dead cat too. "Ha? This is it?" Beckoning Ear's face was stunned, a little disappointed at the sight. Didn't he say he was looking for something tasty? Could it be just this? Because the cat meat is a little sour, as a small snack appetizer is okay. But at this time the tank click sound, will only cat claw broken, then reached out and handed over. "Cat's Claw brand small cookies, you deserve it, eat it, feel free to eat it, don't ever be polite to me." Beckoning Ear's head was full of black lines, feeling that this was too stingy, right? Pain, too much pain. Lin Dong returned home. The long dark night passed and nothing much happened until dawn. The opposite side of the river did not launch an attack. However, the tide of corpses that had gathered had not dispersed and seemed to be dumbfounded in preparing for something. Not long ago, the three kings, Whitebone, Catface and Creepy Baby, came to the very center of the corpse nest. Wandering around, are elite zombies. In the middle of a small square, stands a tall figure. It is the Jiangqiao district's fourth corpse king, and is the head of the corpse king, the absolute hegemon of this area. He was 2 meters tall, his body was sturdy, his skin was reddish-brown, as if hard rock set in the body, there was not a single hair on his body, and his bald head was similar to a gully spreading. At a glance, it was the hairstyle of a strong person. "Boss, let's kill across the bridge," the White Bone Corpse King said indignantly. The Red Rock Corpse King pondered for a long time. He had heard about last night's events. "I'm afraid the time is not ripe yet, right?" "Why is it not ripe? When will it be ripe? We've been bullied to our home." The White Bone Corpse King couldn't swallow this breath. Red Rock raised his eyes and gazed. "The opposite side's strength isn't weak. Even if we win against them, we'll still suffer heavy losses, and other forces will take advantage of it." "How could that be?" "Boss, when the time comes for you to absorb that Corpse King's crystal core, you will still be the #1 overlord in Jianbei City." The Guile Infant Corpse King's sorrowful voice rang out from the side. Obviously, she also agreed with the strong attack, otherwise she wouldn't have come here with White Bone. This was something that Red Rock loved to hear, as if it poked into his heart, and he even didn't listen to it a bit enough. "What did you just say?" "You are still the #1 overlord of Jianbei City," the Creepy Infant Corpse King repeated. The Red Rock Corpse King nodded. Then of course, a high-level crystal core was indeed very tempting to him, especially since Red Rock felt that he had recently reached a bottleneck and was just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Seeing that his men's fighting spirit was so high, he thought about it and agreed. Hard calculations, even if you cannot fight at that time, you can retreat back to defend, and then not directly break the bridge across the river, and completely isolated from them. Utilizing the limitations of the terrain, it will not lose too badly. So, in the next few days, the zombies in Jiangqiao district continued to converge, and even absorbed quite a few small forces in the neighborhood, such as Beckoning Ears and such supernumerary personnel. As the tide of zombies gathered more and more, it soon reached 40,000 people. As far as the eye can see, densely packed, all horrifying faces, the scene is extremely shocking, more congested than on the May Day tourism. Lin Dong was always concerned about the opposite movement, and sent out Brother Crow to fly far away to patrol a circle if nothing else.